Chapter 212 Dinner. The evolution of the original force creatures. The promotion of high-level warriors to mountain masters is the biggest qualitative change. The life plants related to the warrior's breath will also undergo huge changes, and the God-given seeds are the most obvious. During this change, the herbal God-given seeds face two different evolutionary directions. One is quantitative change, the other is qualitative change. The Blood Peach Princess's snakeberry God-given seeds should be quantitative changes, with particularly low quality and a large number of ramets. There are more than 30,000 ramets in total, and each condenses a bright red snakeberry fruit with a diameter of about 0.8 centimeters. According to Bamboo's experience, the fruits should all mature overnight. This low-quality small fresh fruit. The price of a single fruit is at most 1 raw stone, and it is not worth using amber juice for preservation. When it was dark, the crimson snakeberry returned with an elk. This was the dinner of a county-level warrior and 3 mountain-level warriors. There were few words, and it was the Blood Peach Princess and Flame Cluster Spotted Grass communicating. These two guys surprisingly had a common language. Jumping thoughts, messy, and meaningless topics. There were 5 other warriors living in the Blood Peach Mountains, but they didn't seem to be very close to the Blood Peach Princess, because they all liked the plant snakeberry. The crimson snakeberry was slightly closer to the Blood Peach Princess, but more often showed helplessness and didn't like to talk to the Blood Peach Princess. When dinner was almost over, a red-ringed acid bee warrior with a body length of more than 2 meters arrived with thousands of small professional bees, guarded beside the snakeberry God-given seeds, waiting for the berries to mature. One after another, warriors from the Flying Fire Cockroach tribe came. The crimson snakeberry began to get busy, inviting visitors to rest in the peach forest, carrying a spider silk bag, and collecting raw stones. The feast hosted by the Blood Peach Princess was more like a buffet. The warriors of the same race, who lived outside the peach forest, were charged an entrance fee of 100 raw stones, calculated according to the number of insects. Regardless of their strength, warriors living in the peach forest could participate for free. Peach trees are the foundation of the Blood Peach County. They manage peach trees, so they enjoy preferential treatment. The Blood Peach Princess has an unpleasant personality. Sometimes she acts unreliably, and sometimes she is very warm. She took Bamboo with her and selectively introduced those warriors, who also had the seeds of God, to Bamboo. At the same time, she also introduced Bamboo and Blood Thorns to these warriors of the same race, who had certain financial resources, and generously took out some Blood Thorns as samples for tasting. The strengthening effect of Blood Thorns was of great help to young warriors, and was very popular. Naturally, Bamboo got acquainted with a group of fire cockroach warriors. Bamboo was also unambiguous. He built relationships and reached an intention to exchange, and also promoted his own rain bamboo and green bamboo God-given seeds. In the future, when you are promoted to the Mountain Master, the production of bloodthorn seeds given by God will increase, and you can share some of them in exchange for various useful force foods. Bamboo seeds will be available next year. Most areas in the Fire Lotus Kingdom are suitable for growing bamboo. Through them, the information will be spread. The 250,000 insects of the Flying Fire Cockroach tribe can be regarded as a large market with good prospects and worth developing. More than 100 senior warriors and more than 50 mountain master level warriors gathered in the peach forest. This is a rare lively gathering among insect races. Late at night, snakeberries began to mature. More than 30,000 berries matured one after another in a short period of time. The sound of buzzing wings was heard in the peach forest. The bee colony began to pick them busily, under the command of the combat bees. They relied on the roots of the peach trees and piled them into piles of 100 units. The soldiers who attended the banquet took their own food, and how much they could eat depended on their ability. Flame-clustered spotted grass was not strong enough, and could not bear it after eating more than 100. Spotted Boo was slightly better, and felt tired after eating nearly 200. The other soldiers were similar, and soon they could not eat any more. They gathered in groups of 3 or 2, lying down in the peach forest to rest and chat. There were too many ripe fruits, and snake berries were particularly easy to spoil and rot, so they had to be eaten as soon as possible. There were too many, and finally, the Blood Peach Princess fell down and could not bear it. She called the bee colony to send the uneaten berries to the nearby soldiers who did not attend the banquet. Spotted Boo and flame-clustered spotted grass rested until dawn, then said goodbye and left, flew southwest, passed through Chijing County diagonally, entered the nearby Avocado County, and visited the Avocado Princess. Blood Peach sold 400 peach pits to the Avocado Princess at the original price, and kept 50 for herself to taste. The history of Yuli County is longer than that of Chijing County. It is the second most prosperous county of the Chicha tribe after Chijing County. Similarly, Banbu introduced Yenshu Banmao to Yuli County Lord and told him that Yenshu Banmao would be responsible for the transportation of future transactions. In turn, he visited the mountain owners of various mountains along the way, wandered around, and returned to Liju Peak. He arrived at the right time and just caught up with the ripening season of purple gold bamboo rice. The civet cat warrior, who had disappeared for a while, was attracted by the breath and reappeared. This time, Banbu was no longer so anxious to contact, and he sent some force food down the mountain every evening. The plan of recruiting was destined to be bumpy. In mid-September, Day County Lord arrived with 3 mountain owners and 10 senior warriors. The 3 mountain masters are named Huangwen, Bai Rong, and Brown Pai. They all like red thorn trees, live in the sea of red thorn trees, and participate in the cultivation of red thorn trees. Their names are based on some red thorn trees that cannot form a new variety due to slight mutations. The mountain master cannot be neglected. So Banbu asked the bamboo rat warriors to open up a special cave for them to live in at the upper middle level of Liju Peak. The 10 senior warriors come on a monthly rotation, so it is simpler to arrange them to live on the mountain range on the southwest side of Liju Peak, under the pretext of helping to protect the blood-thorn god-given seeds. A large number of red cockroach warriors suddenly appeared on the mountain, and the civet cat warrior disappeared again. The temperature is getting lower day by day. Winter has arrived unknowingly. In the north, the battle to open up wasteland and expand land has begun. This winter, the jungle is not peaceful. In the first half month, the jungle of the Iron Blade mountain range, north of the mountain range, frequently heard the roar of tigers and howls of wolves. The reason is very simple. The beast warriors in the Red River Mountains and Yao Ma Ti broke through the siege and entered the Dian Mountains and Jinping Mountains. There were also a large number of ordinary beasts who felt the crisis and fled instinctively. The influx of a large number of beasts caused the original order of the Din Mountains and Jinping Mountains to be disrupted. Indirectly, some beasts continued to migrate southward, due to the obstruction of reed marshes and Yunwu Peak. They first broke into the Taidao Mountains. These are all expected changes. The Red Blatten King arranged 100 senior warriors and 5 mountain masters to help guard the Taidao Mountains. The Taidao Mountains are mostly flat jungles, with few deep mountains and rivers, and it is not easy to hide. The beasts that broke and clashed with the beasts in the original work. After the conflict, there was another round of migration in the heart, driven by natural instincts, and most of them chose to go south and hide in the Jinping Mountains. Slowly, most of the animals crossed the mountains, and then they found a better place to hide and forage. The Jinping Mountains, which had many high mountains, deep forests, and complex terrain. Day by day, the roars of various beasts in the Jinping Mountains became more frequent and intense. This can be heard and felt. At the same time, there were also dominant beasts such as giant pythons and bridge crocodiles that were good at water. They migrated directly down the Jinjiang River, and many of them chose to settle in the Jinping Mountains. The danger index of the Jinjiang River and the riverside swamps increased sharply, becoming a dangerous place that should not be easily set foot in. Chapter 213, The Red Blatant King has arrived. This is the most unstable period. Ordinary beasts fight with ordinary beasts for territory. Beast warriors and beast warriors clash, and it's a fight to the death. Beast warriors are all intelligent and hateful. If they are surrounded and expelled by the blatant warriors, they will wait for an opportunity to retaliate. Beast warriors, who come directly to seek revenge, are fine. They can be strangled by gathering their strength. The trouble is that some smart beast warriors know how to be patient, know how to wait for an opportunity to attack, and know how to organize other beast warriors and unite to launch a siege. Today's Yangti, Shuerong, Hongju, Taidao, Jinping mountain ranges were all opened up by the Red Blatant King in the past 100 years. The Red Blatant tribe has rich experience in opening up wasteland and expanding land. Going out hunting is most likely to cause accidents. The 3 mountain masters, Huangwen, Beirong, and Tanpi, take turns to go out every day, leading 5 senior warriors to hunt each time. And all members of Liju Peak are supplied with food. There is also the issue of vigilance. But the 7 bamboo rat warriors can do this job better. So the Rat King is in charge. In addition, there are 2 naughty little guys, Duju and Hongmi, who are personally looked after by Bamboo. Han Dao is worry-free, knows the danger, abandons the farmland under the mountain, and stays in his own territory every day. It was not until early November that the Red Blatten King personally came to Liju Peak. Sensing the movement, members of the mountain came to visit one after another. Due to the large number, Feng Ling, Wang Wen and other 3 mountain masters finally stayed in the flat land in front of the cave where Bamboo lived. Wang Wen asked, Red Blatten King, is the battle in the north over? It's over. The Red Blatten King was not in a good mood and said, 4 senior warriors of our Red Blatten tribe died in the battle. And the mountain master of Muley was severely injured by a mountain master level saber-toothed tiger warrior. The Flying Fire Cockroach tribe suffered heavy losses, with 11 high-level warriors and 1 mountain master level warrior killed in the battle. Princess Yuedao was also seriously injured and almost died. Bamboo's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. And he couldn't help asking, a mountain master was killed in the battle? Shijin Cockroach King explained, they were attacked by a pack of forest wolves. Unexpectedly, there was a princess-level forest wolf warrior and 2 mountain master-level forest wolf warriors hidden in the wolf pack. Chanshen Cockroach King and Gutong Cockroach King tracked the princess-level forest wolf warrior for nearly 10 days before finding it and killing it. A solemn silence. There will inevitably be casualties in battle. It is hard not to feel sad when hearing the bad news of the death of a fellow tribesman. After a pause, the Red Blatten King said solemnly, the Red River Mountains have the largest number of forest wolves. The forest wolf warriors are cunning. They know that they are unstoppable. So they flee in different places, mainly entering the Dian Mountains and Jinping Mountains. The forest wolves are vicious, vengeful, insidious and cunning. After entering the Taidao Mountains, they will definitely wait for an opportunity to retaliate. In addition, the beast warriors in Yaoma Ti are more rampant and more numerous. A large number of them broke through the encirclement and fled southward, entering the Jinping Mountains, and indirectly crossed the mountains and entered the Taidao Mountains. The situation may be much more serious than expected. There is still some time before the beginning of spring. Yao Pear County. Lord, Princess Day, Princess Qinggang, Princess Yu Song. We will lead 500 senior warriors and 10 mountain masters to conduct the first search of the Taidao Mountains. Next winter, we will gather more forces for the second search. The warriors of the Taidao Mountains live in scattered areas, which is not easy to defend. First of all, we must ensure the safety of the Taidao Mountains. After the Red Blatten King finished speaking, he looked at Bamboo and sighed. Bamboo, your Jinping Mountains have a complex terrain. Princess Yoli and I have estimated that if we want to conduct a thorough search, we need to gather at least 3,000 warriors. And it is easy to get injured. Princess Yoli and I think it is safer to adopt the method we used when we were expanding the territory. You should first occupy Liju Peak steadily, and the newborn warriors should stay in Liju Peak to develop, starting from the year after next. Every winter, I and other princesses of our Red Cockroach tribe, who can be dispatched, will come here to search and kill as many beast warriors as possible. Kill one less, year after year. After a few years, the rampant beast warriors in Jinping Mountains will be eliminated, and the territory will basically return to peace. Bamboo thought for a while and asked, King Qijin Cockroach, have all the princess-level beast warriors been killed? King Qijin Cockroach nodded his antennae and replied, all those who showed up have been found and killed. There may be some who haven't shown up. They don't have the courage to be enemies with us cockroaches, and they consciously hide. Hiding, according to the rules, they dare not easily attack the cockroach territory. Bamboo said, that's good. Thank you for your trouble. Shijin Cockroach King shook his antennae and said, there is another bad news. The Flying Fire Cockroach tribe will also send out the Cockroach King and the princess every year to search for the beast warriors hiding in the Dian Mountains and Jinping Mountains. This, Bamboo said, anyway, it's already like this. It's better to make a concerted effort and open up the Dian Mountains and Jinping Mountains. Qijin Princess said, the Flying Fire Cockroach tribe doesn't look down on these 2 barren lands, and our Red Cockroach tribe can't spare more warriors to occupy them in a short time. Reducing the number of beast warriors is the best way to deal with it. I understand. Bamboo could only answer like this. Wangwen, you go and rest. Shijin Cockroach King patted his wings and said, Bamboo, come on. Show me your God-given seeds. Without Bamboo's guidance, the red Blatten King flapped his wings and flew down the mountain. Bloodthorn is a woody shrub with high fruit yield and good quality. It has 2 strengthening effects and is of high value. The red Blatten King certainly values bamboo. The bloodthorn God-given seed. Bamboo. The tree spirit is very strange. It doesn't seem to be afraid of me at all. Bamboo. Who is it? The red Blatten King and the bloodthorn tree spirit asked at the same time. The soul of the Blatten King is sensitive and can capture and distinguish the thoughts and information transmitted by the tree spirit through frequent contact. The bloodthorn tree spirit finally remembered the red Blatten tribe and understood that it was Bamboo's fellow tribe and would not hurt itself. Bamboo explained to the red Blatten King, the bloodthorn is a special plant, and the bloodthorn tree spirit is different from other tree spirits in nature. It never rejects those life forms that do not threaten itself, no matter how powerful the other party is. Bamboo also transmitted his thoughts to the bloodthorn tree spirit and introduced, it is the red Blatten King. The bloodthorn tree spirit immediately asked, is red Blatten its name? What is the Blatten King? Bamboo had patiently explained to it the 3 titles of Mountain Master, Princess, and Blatten King. Obviously, this guy couldn't remember such complicated information. Explain again, and next time he will ask the same question. So he simply ignored it. The red Blatten King said seriously, it's not a good thing that the tree spirit lacks a sense of crisis. Bamboo. You have to pay more attention to it, and keep an eye on it. It may encounter some troubles during its growth without knowing it. Bamboo said, I understand. So I go down the mountain to check it every day. This is your best God-given seed. Right? You actually planted it outside Leju Peak. The red Blatten King gently shook his antennae. Planting in the mountains outside Leju Peak that lack original force means that every year when the thorn fruit matures, more raw stones need to be invested. The operating cost will increase significantly, and the net income will decrease. Princess Chi Jin flapped her wings and landed at the foot of the mountain on the south side of Leju Peak. She looked at the cattail seeds and said nothing more. Going up the mountain again, she checked the purple gold seeds and the green bamboo seeds, and only asked a few simple questions. The herbal seeds are of low natural quality and have conventional elemental enhancement capabilities. They are mediocre. The annual income is only 10,000 or 20,000 raw stones, which is a world of difference from the red tree seeds. She doesn't care much. Finally, she came to the rain bamboo seeds. The rain bamboo tree spirit expressed strong dissatisfaction with the behavior of bamboo always bringing powerful life forms into its territory, and conveyed a fierce thought, Bamboo. Who is this? I feel it will hurt me. Chapter 214 Scared. The red cockroach king could sense the intense emotions and the thoughts that the rain bamboo tree spirit said to Bamboo, and asked, Bamboo, is this your rain bamboo God-given seed? Very good. The tree spirit has a strong sense of crisis. It will predict all kinds of troubles during its growth, so you don't need to bother taking care of it. Bamboo said tactfully, its soul is naturally strong. It is the smartest tree spirit. It has a particularly good memory, and it also has a little thinking ability. It may feel your strength and is a little afraid, so it shows intense emotions. Oh! The red cockroach king's mental power swept through the rain bamboo God-given seed, and quickly stepped back, saying, then let's stand farther away. Don't disturb it. Far away. The red cockroach king couldn't help asking Bamboo. Judging from the breath, the rain bamboo rice is to strengthen the basic physique. What kind is it specifically? This question was asked when Bamboo went to Shuadao County last time and visited smoothly. Bamboo was vague at the time. This time, there is no way to be vague. Strengthen strength. Oh, that's not bad. A very rare and precious strengthening effect. Can be sold at a good price. Single strengthening is not good. It can only be sold to caravans. They have a way to match the best eating plan, and then sell it at a very high price. It also has a little effect of strengthening the soul. Bamboo answered truthfully, and then emphasized, it's very weak. Not worth mentioning. Strengthen the soul? The red Blatches king stared at Bamboo. This guy is not old, but he has a lot of little tricks. Is he afraid of being borrowed? Bamboo was also uneasy. Now the red Blatches king is penniless and heavily in debt. If he asks him to buy the rain bamboo rice, he will definitely not be able to pay for the raw stones, and will have to buy on credit again. If I continue to be owed money like this, when will I be able to live a good life? The red Blatten king asked Bamboo. I heard from Day that you plan to grow quickly and become a mountain master? Bamboo said, yes. I calculated that it would cost 150,000 raw stones and save 2 years of growth time. I have a large number of God-given seeds, so I won't suffer any loss. Also, considering the security of the territory, Leisure Peak needs a mountain master level red cockroach warrior. The only trouble is that I need to save a batch of raw stones for the growth of many God-given seeds. At least 200,000 raw stones must be in reserve. The Red Blatant King was stunned for a moment and gave advice. If the difference is not too big, you can consider borrowing from the caravan. They shouldn't refuse. Bamboo said, it depends on the situation. I will consider it. The Red Blatant King couldn't bring up the matter of buying a batch of rain bamboo rice for the Fire Lotus Queen beyond credit. He was a little unhappy. He walked around Leisure Peak and said goodbye and left. Bamboo currently has a net income of 15,000 raw stones from the God-given green bamboo seeds, a net income of 30,000 raw stones from the God-given bloodthorn seeds, and an estimated income of 40,000 raw stones from the God-given rain bamboo seeds. Purple gold bamboo rice currently has an annual income of less than 6,000 raw stones. But Bamboo will soon be promoted to L7 Senior Warrior. It will have a large-scale division growth, and the annual income can reach 15,000. And there will be surplus food for the members of the mountain to eat internally. Every year, the sale of green bamboo and rain bamboo seeds brings in a fixed income of 10,000 raw stones. In total, the annual net income exceeds 110,000. If you save money, you can hopefully save up 200,000 raw stones in 3 years, which is almost enough to supply the needs of many God-given seeds for transformation and evolution after being promoted to the Mountain Master. If you can use the original stone, try not to use the Force Crystal. The total amount of force contained in a Force Crystal exceeds 100,000 original stones. After the explosion, it spreads rapidly. If it cannot be absorbed in time, it will be a waste. There are only 7 Force Crystals in total, which cannot afford to be wasted. On the north side of the mountain range, the jungle of the Iron Blade mountain range is surging. The Red Blatant King led many princesses, mountain masters, and senior warriors to search for beast warriors. From time to time, they could hear the angry roars of beasts in fierce battles. Bamboo even saw 3 black clouded leopards on Leisure Peak, crossing the mountains and fleeing into the Jinping mountain range in a panic. The yellow-striped mountain master led 5 senior warriors out of the mountain to hunt and kill. After 2 days of tracking, they still lost the clues and disappeared. The frequent activities of beast warriors and cockroach warriors also triggered the abnormal movements of ordinary beasts. Many ordinary Goju mountain pythons that should have been hibernating were awakened and crawled around. Some were even forced to swim to Leisure Peak in a panic, becoming a delicacy delivered to the door. There are indeed many fierce beasts. In fact, these beast warriors were more afraid, and there was no attack on the territory until the end of December. Once you get used to it, you will no longer be so nervous. Bamboo plucked up his courage and took the big bear, the wind bell, and the 7 bamboo rat warriors down the mountain to work. The main work is to remove the weeds on the mountains on both sides of Leisure Peak, and then replant the tree pits where the seedlings died. The disadvantages of Bamboo's mistake began to emerge. In spring, the bee colonies of cattails could not collect enough nectar from the weeds, and had to go south through the bamboo forest or fly a long distance north to collect nectar. The bee colony travels far to collect honey, which is inefficient and can easily lead to losses due to various uncontrollable factors. The original ecology has been destroyed, and another jungle ecology must be established as soon as possible. Mulberry and raspberry are the fastest growing plants, and Bamboo added these 2 plants. The progress of the development of the bamboo sea had to be slowed down. The second river was dug, and the number of ponds increased to 10 at once. But there was no rush to destroy the jungle. It was necessary to wait until the fruit tree seedlings on both sides of Leisure Peak grew up. Bamboo was very upset that the radical development that was inspired on a whim had caused such serious consequences. After finishing the weeding and sowing, he dared to fall asleep peacefully, because of the 1-year interval, and the use of a large amount of high-quality force food to strengthen the body. He woke up quickly, and even did not feel weak and tired. Guarding the entrance of the cave were 3 little guys, Duju, Hongmi, and Hongdao. Strangely, they all laid down at the entrance of the cave in a disciplined manner. Why did they suddenly become so well-behaved? Bamboo was surprised, and after a moment's thought, he realized something was wrong and shouted, Hongdao, is there something wrong? Bamboo. Are you awake? Hong Dao was overjoyed. Duju suddenly attacked, stretched out his forelimbs, and held Hong Dao down to prevent him from speaking. Hongmi rushed into the cave first, and said quickly, Bamboo, it's not good. Something happened to the purple gold God-given seed. Insufficient force? Bamboo asked curiously, aren't there a lot of reserve stones? It can't be that the biogas tank is short of nutrients. Right. Outside the cave, Duju and Hong Dao started fighting. Neither. Hongmi said quickly, the ramets of the purple gold God-given seed are spreading to the south of the mountain. As he said that, he turned and rushed out of the cave, joining the battle, and the three little guys started fighting at the entrance of the cave. Stop! Bamboo was angry and caught the troublemaker, Duju, and swung his tentacles, hitting him hard on the head, and shouted, go to the top of the mountain and lie down. I will deal with you later. And you, Hongmi, stay on the top of the mountain. Hong Dao, you take them both up the mountain. Bamboo was very anxious. After teaching them a lesson, he immediately flapped his wings and flew to the south of the mountain. The purple gold God-given seed has begun to divide. According to the rules, this time it should divide 19,683 plants at once, forming a large green grassland. But the purple gold tree spirit refused to grow peacefully. It tilted to the southwest, and its intention was obvious, spreading in the direction of the green bamboo God-given seed. It was looking for trouble. Chapter 215. Kill it. Heal you. It is a rare thing for the God-given seeds to fight. For herbaceous plants, there are about 20,000 branches spreading and growing, which is a spectacular sight. The three mountain masters, including Huangwan, are all here. They are here to watch the fun. Bamboo landed. The Rat King rushed forward and asked, Bamboo, look, is it okay for us to deal with it this way? The 7 bamboo rat warriors have already made emergency measures and are digging a half-meter wide and half-meter deep gully towards the position of the green bamboo God-given seeds to block the spread of the underground stems of the purple gold God-given seeds. No problem. Keep digging. Dig deeper. Bamboo said. I will go to communicate with the purple gold God-given seeds. The purple gold God-given seeds were sown on the southwest side of the middle and upper layers of Liju Peak. The green bamboo God-given seeds were sown on the southeast side of the middle and upper layers of Liju Peak. The two are more than 1 kilometer apart, and they develop independently, so it is impossible for them to hinder each other. Zijin, what are you doing? Bamboo tried to keep calm. Kill it! The Zijin tree spirit was arrogant. The last time, its branches began to spread crookedly. It must have sensed the existence of the bamboo god seed and had been planning for a long time. Bamboo persuaded, it is also my life plant. You can't conflict with it. You should be peaceful. Heal you! The Zijin tree spirit threatened. Bamboo threatened, if your branches grow randomly again, I will remove them all for you. Heal you! Heal you! The Zijin tree spirit was irritable, and said all kinds of threats and insults to Bamboo crazily. You are a brainless idiot. Bamboo cursed. He turned around and shouted, Rat King, come here! The Rat King ran forward quickly. Bamboo pointed to the empty space in front of him and said, dig again. Dig here. Dig a ditch and stop it. The location Bamboo pointed to was close to the edge of the distribution of the purple gold God-given seed ramets. At this time, the underground stems of the ramets were growing rapidly. The Rat King was in a dilemma. If the underground stems were damaged, the loss would be great. Bamboo ordered, don't worry about it. Dig. The Rat King called the other 6 bamboo rat warriors to dig carefully at a slightly farther distance. Bamboo said to the Yellow Stripe Mountain Master, Yellow Stripe Mountain Master, I may need to trouble you for something. No trouble. The Yellow Stripe Mountain Master asked, need help? Bamboo said, please help me collect some hard stones. Dig a gully, and then use rocks to build a wall to separate the two. Bamboo stretched out his forelimbs, pointed to the green bamboo God-given seeds in the distance, and said, it is a restless guy. Bamboo, you shouldn't plant the God-given seeds so close. Something will definitely happen. The Yellow Stripe Mountain Master said, shook his tentacles, and called, white wool, brown skin. Call the little guys down the mountain to help, and get some rocks. Bamboo also instructed the somewhat helpless big head, move down all the amber fruits that were not used last year. The amber fruits were originally prepared for the rain bamboo God-given seeds, but they condensed into bamboo rice and were not used. There were more than 100 of them in total, which was quite a lot. Banbu personally picked a thick bamboo pole from the mountain and cut it into bamboo tubes to prepare the amber juice. The gully that needed to be dug was not long, less than 50 meters, and 1 meter deep was enough. It was all soft and loose soil, which was an easy job for bamboo rat warriors, and was done quickly. The 3 mountain masters, with 11 senior warriors including Feng Ling, helped together and quickly cut and transported enough stone strips. The Banbu polished each piece smooth and neatly, laid the masonry, and poured amber juice at the joints without leaving a single gap. Finally, a 20-centimeter high stone step was left on the ground to prevent the underground stems from crawling from the surface and crossing the boundary. The purple gold tree was so energetic that it was madly conveying all kinds of negative emotions to the Banbu. Seeing that it was very active, the Banbu estimated that there would be no problem. So he told the big head that there was no need to use the original stone to replenish its original power. Just water it, and don't give it sludge or anything like that, and starve it for a few days. After collecting the purple gold God-given seeds, the Banbu flew to the top of the Liju Peak and collected the belly bamboo and red rice fiercely. Genetic evolution. The law of growth is that the higher you go, the slower it gets. Hong Dao is currently only a L6 intermediate warrior. Duju and Hongmi have reached L4 and L2 respectively. The 2 guys can tie with Hong Dao when they join forces. The 3 little guys fight almost every time they meet. Every time they fight, Banbu will definitely punish Duju and Hongmi for provoking them, which makes the 2 of them think that Banbu favors Hong Dao, and gradually begin to be hostile to Hong Dao. If this continues, it may cause more serious conflicts. After thinking about it, Banbu can only come up with a bias method. Let Feng Ling give Hong Dao more force food that helps growth. Help Hong Dao grow quickly, and promote to a senior warrior. Cut off the force food of Duju and Hongmi to inhibit their growth, by widening the gap in their strength. Duju and Hongmi are no match for Hong Dao, so there shouldn't be so many problems. The trivial troubles in life are easy to deal with. The troubles in the jungle began to give Banbu a headache. First, Liju sent a message that the territory of Yanchu Banmao was attacked by 5 forest wolf warriors. Fortunately, there were 2 senior warriors stationed, and the warriors stationed in Putao territory provided timely support, so the wolves were barely repelled. Yanchu Banmao suffered some minor injuries. The attacking wolves came prepared, and retreated immediately after the attack failed. They were good at hiding, and their traces could not be found. The Jinping Mountains were not stable either. When the Lord of Barong Mountain went down the mountain to hunt, he was attacked by a clouded leopard. It was obvious that they had been ambushed long ago and retreated with 1 blow. A senior warrior was seriously injured. The situation in the jungle gradually stabilized. The beast warriors began to launch retaliatory attacks against the Cockroach tribe's territory. News of attacks came from the Red-Orange Mountain Range and the Water Banyan Mountain Range. The conflicts caused by land reclamation and expansion began to erupt, and the threat of the beast warriors began to emerge at this time. This spring, I was busy in anxiety. The only good thing was the sowing of the ghost line bamboo. The ghost line bamboo was originally a deformed species. After hundreds of years of cultivation by the red-black ghost king, the defective genes were repaired, and the plant seedlings were quite strong. Banbu decided on 5 bamboo species, namely, Jinju, Wuzhu, Zishu, Shilia Gangju, and Jinsizu, to be used for hybridization with the ghost line bamboo. First, find out which bamboo species the ghost line bamboo was produced by gene mutation. Complete gene restoration. And then the second round of 3-line hybridization can be carried out. If all goes well, we will definitely be able to obtain a new hybrid bamboo species that is several times better than the green bamboo and rain bamboo. With the increase in experimental bamboo species, breeding work has become more complicated and tedious. Extraordinarily busy. Time has passed unnoticed until mid-March, and summer is about to begin, and the caravan is late. Excuse me, is the Bamboo Mountain Master here? I am from the Huangjing caravan. It was Princess Huangjing who called. Banbu got out of the cave and looked around. The caravan was unprecedentedly large. Chonglu and Princess Huangjing walked together, following the Jinping Mountains and coming from the direction of the Shuirong Mountains. I suddenly realized they learned the exact information about land reclamation and expansion in Chiofeng County, and knew that the Yabai Mountains and Jinping Mountains were dangerous at this time. So they traveled together and took a detour. Chapter 216 Aspirations are higher than the sky. Here, Bamboo replied, thought for a moment, summoned his spiritual power, and shouted to the mountain, Master Huangwen. The caravan is coming. You should also go down the mountain to welcome them. The three masters of Huangwen flew to Bamboo's cave upon hearing the news. Bamboo carried out various goods one by one, and then flew down the mountain with them. The caravan of Princess Huangjing was originally large, and currently there were 9 senior warriors. The scale of Chonglu's caravan was also not small. Yuzhu has been promoted to Mountain Master. With such a large battle, Liju Peak could not squeeze in, and the transaction could only be carried out in the open space at the foot of the mountain. A round of warm greetings. Greeting each other, Princess Huangjing said with emotion, "It has been a very uneasy journey. I have felt the breath of beast warriors more than once." Yuzhu added, "It is the forest wolf. A crazy beast race. They show the intention of attacking the caravan." Zhonglo said, "Bamboo. For safety reasons, in recent years, our caravan needs to take a detour to your territory to trade under the protection of Princess Huangjing. So we will come later." Yuzhu also said, "Bamboo. My caravan is officially independent. But you can see that there are only 3 members. And they are still with 2 little guys. And they dare not cross the Yabai Mountains and Jinping Mountains. Understand?" "Understand," Bamboo responded repeatedly, and said to Yuzhu, "Congratulations. Successfully promoted to the Mountain Master." Yuzhu was impatient and straightforward, and asked, "Bamboo, what kind of strengthening effect does the rain bamboo God-given seed have? I can count on making a fortune in your Liju Peak." Hee. "It's hard to make a fortune, but making a small fortune is a must," Bamboo said. "Master Huangwen, you can each find a caravan to select goods worth 1,000 raw stones. Don't be polite. I'll pay for the raw stones." "Okay. Thank you." The 3 masters of Huangwen knew that Bamboo was a small rich man, so they were not polite, and went directly to talk to Princess Huangjing. Chonglu was also very curious, so he approached Bamboo and asked, "Bamboo, what kind of strengthening effect does the God-given seed of rain bamboo have? How is the yield?" "The yield is not very good. It condenses bamboo rice instead of the bamboo fruit we expected." Bamboo didn't keep it a secret, took a spider silk bag and opened it, saying, "It is of lower quality, strengthening strength, and has a little effect of strengthening the soul." "Strengthen the soul?" Yuzhu and Chonglu asked at the same time. Yuzhu turned around and asked, "Princess Huangjing, have you heard of force food that strengthens the soul?" Princess Huangjing was silent for a few seconds, and slowly said, "I've heard of it. It's said that a long time ago, there was a existing one on the Huangua continent. This is the first time I've heard of it." Princess Huangjing is indeed knowledgeable and experienced, and added, "This kind of strengthening is quite special. It has the greatest effect on bees and ants. Only strong souls have the energy to command more tribes." Princess Huangjing's understanding of the soul is still limited to the level of force creatures. Bamboo knows that the benefits of a strong soul can only be truly reflected after it transforms into a cosmic-level life form. It's a pity that the Zerg warriors on this planet can only grow to the level of mountain masters at most. Yuzhu, Chonglu, Princess Huangjing, please taste it. Bamboo offered them each a bamboo rice and asked in confusion, "Didn't Princess Chilfing tell you about Yuzhu?" Yuzhu said, "Princess Chilfing is currently in the Yabai Mountains, leading her people to siege the beast warriors." "Oh, so that's it." Bamboo suddenly realized and said, "The production of Yuzhu bamboo rice is 4,600. Princess Chilfing ordered 500. Li Zhufeng ate about 100 himself, and the remaining 4,000 were sold to the caravan." Yuzhu asked, "Princess Chilfing bought it for the little queen bee?" Bamboo said, "Yes." Yuzhu didn't say much. Bamboo introduced, "Rain bamboo rice can also be eaten in small amounts by combat professional bees to strengthen their souls, improve their wisdom, and command the bee colony to do more complex tasks. There is such a use? Then the value will increase again." Yuzhu silently felt the strengthening effect of the rain bamboo rice, and said, "It can indeed strengthen the soul. But it's a pity that it's too weak." The owner of Chonglu Mountain said carefully, "After Bamboo is promoted to the owner of the mountain, the quality of the rain bamboo rice should be able to be improved to the standard superior quality. At that time, the strengthening effect should be better." "That's right." Bamboo touched his tentacles, said, "The main thing is that the output can be improved. I am only a high-level warrior now, and the output of various God-given seeds is too low. After sighing, Bamboo took the initiative to ask, Yuju, I will sell this bamboo rice to you at the unit price of 10 raw stones. How about it? Okay. Yuju answered without hesitation, pondered for a while, and said, Bamboo, I will try to sell it at a high price. If it works, I will raise the price with you. If it doesn't work, then we will go with this price. Bamboo understood what this guy meant. It must want to try to sell it at the sky-high price of 20 raw stones. It works, and the profit will soar. No. If the goods are sold after the expiration date, I'm afraid I'll lose a lot of money. Bamboo admired Yuju's righteousness and reminded her, Yuju, you should first let the customers, who are interested in buying experience the benefits of strengthening the soul, confirm the sales volume, and then consider raising the price. Chonlu sneered, Yuju, you will suffer a big loss sooner or later if you are so reckless. You are running an independent business now. It doesn't matter if you take risks yourself, but don't hurt the two little guys Fuling and Qingshuang. Chonlu, you control too much. Yuju was dissatisfied and asked, Fuling, Qingshuang, am I a burden to you? Fuling and Qingshuang often showed their dissatisfaction with Yuju without concealing it, and at this time, they wisely chose to remain silent. Princess Wangjing had been paying attention to the conversation here, seeing that the atmosphere was not right. She advised Yuju, merchants should avoid greed. You should pursue profits in moderation, trade fairly, and make friends sincerely. Only then will your business path become wider and wider. I understand. Princess Wangjing. Yuju said to Bamboo again, Bamboo, I'm sorry to make you laugh. It can be heard that this guy still refuses to give up. Even the elders of the same tribe can't persuade him. So it's certainly harder for Bamboo, a foreigner, to persuade him. Bamboo said, the biggest function of rain bamboo is to strengthen strength. It needs to be matched with a variety of force foods to achieve the best effect. Only your caravan is good at this. So I plan to sell all the bamboo rice produced every year to the caravan. Okay. Yuju was happy. Start trading. For 1,000 bloodthorn seeds. The remaining amount plus deposit. 24,000 raw stones. For 1,000 rain bamboo rice. The remaining amount plus deposit. 40,000 raw stones. Last year, all 10,000 bamboo seeds were sold out, generating revenue of 5,000 raw stones. Bamboo. The total is 69,000 raw stones. Then, Yuju found that his caravan did not have so many raw stones. Bamboo. My caravan has just started. There are only 45,000 raw stones in total. But there are goods. How about you buy something? Bamboo had already glanced and saw that Yuju's caravan did not have enough raw stones. Yuju, I said last year that I plan to speed up the growth rate and need a batch of high-quality force food. Yuju said happily, I remember. And I prepared it specially. Fuling and Qingshuang immediately took action. One carrying the raw stones, and the other introducing the force food to Bamboo at a fast speed. The quality is super high and the variety is rich. Bamboo quickly ordered a large batch. Then, Qingshuang ran to unload the goods on the back of Huangjing County Lord. The transaction with Yuju's caravan was completed. Chonlu stepped forward. The process was much simpler. 18,000 purple bamboo rice. 3,300 raw stones for the balance. Bamboo expects to sell 45,000 purple bamboo rice next year. 8,250 raw stones for the deposit. A total of 11,550 raw stones. 584 green bamboo fruits. The balance plus the deposit. A total of 11,096 raw stones. 10,000 green bamboo seeds. Income of 5,000 raw stones. Bamboo. A total of 27,646 raw stones. No need to purchase force food? Bamboo said, no. Chonlu said, there are many red cockroach warriors helping Liz Yufeng. Give me 2 python-patterned honey melons. Huang Wen heard this and immediately shouted, the honey melons produced in the western regions taste good. Nima. Bamboo's mind was deep. And he said, Xuemai, give me 2 melons. And exchanged the rest for raw stones. Chapter 217 Snow Peak Golden Rail. The peddlers trade by buying and selling, making money back and forth. Chonlu. This old guy really knows how to take advantage of opportunities. The python-patterned honeydew melon is clearly a scam. They are familiar with each other. And Bamboo does not hide his dissatisfaction. Just then, sensing the movement, Fengling came down the mountain with Hong Dao. Yuju saw that Chonlu forced Bamboo to buy 2 melons. and was not willing to be outdone. So she called out, "Fengling, according to the rules, you have 5,000 raw stones at your disposal this year. Come on. See if there is anything you need to buy? I don't need it." Fengling shook his tentacles. Seeing this, Bamboo said, "Fengling, you also need to grow up. Pick some force food." Fengling said, "Bamboo, aren't you anxious to be promoted to the Mountain Master? You should save the raw stones." Bamboo waved his tentacles and said, "It's not a big deal." Fengling pushed Hongdao out and said, "Hongdao, choose what you like to eat." 5,000 raw stones? Hongdao asked, then cheered, saying, "I want a set of force food that strengthens my strength. Next time, I'll beat that little bastard Juju to death." "No!" Fengling stretched out his forelimbs again, caught Hongdao back, pressed him to the ground and gave him a lecture. Zhongluo looked at the mountain range and sighed, "Bamboo. The natural conditions on the mountain range are not very good. Without trees, weeds can never be eradicated." Bamboo said, "I have started to sow seeds of mulberry and raspberry, which grow faster. For emergency use." Zhongluo asked, "Bamboo, you seem to like melons and fruits?" "Well, it's okay." Bamboo silently said, "QNMD." Zhongluo said cheerfully, "I got a batch of very good melon seeds last year. I can give you a batch." After that, he shouted, "Xuanmai, take 100 Xiafeng Jinlan seeds and give them to Bamboo." The names of melons and fruits that were not recorded in the inherited memory. Bamboo was puzzled. Zhongluo explained, "A new variety of watermelon, grown in high mountains, drought-resistant, and relatively adaptable to temperature. It can grow well if it is guaranteed to have light. You can sow it in the upper layer of the mountain. The melon is small. The quantity is large. The golden flesh looks beautiful. And the taste is no worse than the honeydew melon in the western regions. Try planting for a year first. If you think it's good, you can breed one as a live seed. In this way, you can eat sweet and fragrant fresh melons in the hottest season of summer every year." Rich Zerg warriors will pay attention to the deliciousness of food. Xuanmai handed a small snakeskin bag to Bamboo, opening it to check. The seeds inside are exactly the same as the watermelon seeds in memory. As a live seed, the development prospects of vine plants are definitely not as good as those of trees. However, if this melon is really as sweet and delicious as Zhongluo described, it is worth using a chance to breed a live seed. When life is rich, we should enjoy it. "Thank you." Bamboo thanked him and accepted it with pleasure. The unpleasant feeling of being forced to buy melons disappeared. Zhongluo continued, "Bamboo, there is another good news. Last year, when I changed the business route and returned to the tribe from Liju Peak, I went to the places where the 7-colored coal bamboo was most likely to grow and asked the local warriors to help find." Bamboo interrupted Zhongluo's description without waiting for him to finish, and simply asked, "Found it?" Zhongluo paused and said, "Found it. And this year I took a detour and dug some for you. It's just that it's a bit out of season now, and I don't know if the transplanting can be successful." Without being told, Xuanmai climbed onto the L8 senior warrior's back armor and began to search, picking up 3 large spider silk bags in succession. Bamboo couldn't wait to open the spider silk bag, which contained a roll of tanned deerskin wrapped in a cylinder. He scanned with his mental power. The leather roll contained a bamboo basket dug with soil. Since the 7-colored coal bamboo is a small bamboo species, with a pole thickness of about 1 centimeter and a pole height of about 2 meters, each bamboo basket also carries half a bamboo pole. Because the journey was too long and the time was too long, the soil had dried up and the bamboo leaves were also a little dry. Zhongluo said, "It has been nearly 2 months since it was dug out, and the condition is not very good. Bamboo, you can try it." Lu Zhi explained, "The 7-color coal bamboo grows on high-altitude mountains, like sunshine, and is drought-resistant. We have instructed the soldiers who discovered it to transplant a batch of it to the foot of the mountain for planting. If we are lucky, we may be able to stimulate flowering and harvest a batch of seeds this year." Zhongluo said, "Bamboo, it doesn't matter if the transplantation fails. Maybe we can send you seeds next year." Zhongluo is thoughtful in doing things. Knowing that Bamboo is anxious to find the 7-color coal bamboo, he specially dug some and brought them here from afar. "Master Zhongluo, you've taken the trouble." Bamboo was sincerely grateful and asked, "How much raw stone do I need to pay?" Zhongluo showed his usual generosity and said, "Bamboo, I must thank you for exchanging bamboo seeds with the Chiwu Ghost King last year. These colorful cold bamboos are gifts from the caravan. Bamboo knew that Chonglu must have earned a lot of raw stones from the Chiwu Ghost King last year, and thus won the friendship of a Zerg tycoon. And there would be endless benefits in the future. Okay. Thank you. Bamboo accepted the gift without being pretentious. The caravan had delayed its journey due to the detour. So after completing various transactions, it left in a hurry overnight. Bamboo also worked overnight with 7 bamboo rat warriors to plant all the colorful cold bamboos on the upper layer of Liju Peak. The caravan arrived a little late, and Xiafeng Jinlan, a watermelon variety, had missed the planting season. But this small problem was not difficult for Bamboo. That night, he opened up a nursery on the top of Liju Peak, made a nutrient ball, and planted the melon seeds. On the Liju Peak, the temperature should be just right, and the sun in March is a bit strong. A simple sunshade was built on the nursery, with bamboo poles to block the strongest light at noon. The Chonglu caravan gave a total of 20 colorful cold bamboo baskets with poles and soil. This bamboo species is too important, and Bamboo continued to observe it every day. 10 days later, new roots grew out of the underground bamboo baskets, and new branches emerged from the nodules of the bamboo poles. Due to the late season and long-distance transportation, it was not very successful. It didn't die, but it didn't live well, and it was half dead. 7-color cold bamboo is an autumn shoot. We can only hope that they can accumulate some energy in the next summer, and then turn over in the autumn, shoot, and grow new bamboo poles. The hybridization experiment of 7-color red bamboo and 7-color cold bamboo cannot be carried out this year. The melon seedlings grew well. All 100 seeds germinated successfully, and the seedlings grew healthily. When the seedlings grew to a height of about 15 centimeters, they began to tilt toward the ground and turn into melon seedlings. Bamboo called the 7 bamboo rat warriors to transplant them together. The melon field was selected on the ridge on the north side of Liju Peak. We cleared the weeds and plowed the slightly barren land. Bamboo carried a bamboo tube and was responsible for transporting the seedlings down the mountain. Bayu was responsible for planting. The beast warriors threatened, and the grass and trees were all scared. The Rat King led 5 bamboo rat warriors to disperse and stand guard. It was a very easy job, which was completed in half a day. Seeing that the 7 bamboo rats were very scared, Bamboo simply let them go up the mountain first, and he completed the last task alone, carrying bamboo tubes and transporting marsh water to the foot of the mountain for irrigation. Chapter 218. The Civet Cat warns. April. Late spring. Early summer. It is a boring season when one round of farm work is done, and the next round of farm work has not yet begun. Bamboo speeds up the rate of eating force food, and through practicing exercises, he absorbs and digests efficiently, speeding up the growth and evolution. The research on the relationship between light and the probability of the birth of a little warrior has been ongoing, but unfortunately, there is no obvious effect. The bamboo forest is dark enough. Under Bamboo's special care, the number of ordinary little cockroaches exceeds 1 million. The ratio of males to females is appropriate, and the food is abundant enough. However, no little warrior is born. Bamboo can't help but doubt and waver about his previous assumptions. It seems that the quality does not improve the probability of the birth of a little warrior as much as expected. The birth of Hungmi may be attributed to the favor of the true god of nature. Bamboo's thoughts turned, and he started to start from the quantity. There is another advantage of the 3 mountain masters sitting in Li. That is, the aura is pervasive, and no snakes, rats, or birds dare to approach Liju Peak. The common small cockroaches entered the breeding season, lacking natural enemies, and their numbers began to increase rapidly. Liju Peak reached its capacity limit, and Bamboo deliberately guided them to the bloodthorn seeds given by the gods at the foot of the mountain, allowing them to hide in the bloodthorn bushes to survive. Food was also easy to solve, and dried grass was piled up next to the bloodthorn bushes, and occasionally some uneaten meat could be thrown away. Bamboo's calculations were very good. The yellow-striped mountain master and his men would be stationed at Liju Peak for about 2 or 3 years, and they could take this opportunity to expand the number of common cockroaches to the maximum. With a huge base of tens of millions, there should always be 1 or 2 little warriors. Right? There is little rain in early summer, and the melon fields on the ridge need to be irrigated every 2 or 3 days, and they also need to be properly supplemented with nutrients. This is a dangerous job, so Bamboo does it himself. The bamboo tube made of hemp bamboo is filled with marsh water, and 1 tube can irrigate 2 melon seedlings. There are 100 plants, and it takes 50 round trips up and down the mountain, which is considered to be a training of flying ability. Early morning. At dawn, Bamboo got out of the cave early and started working. Just as he was carrying a tube of marsh water down the mountain, he keenly noticed that there was a fluctuation of the original force not far away. Beast warrior. Bamboo was startled, and his mental power instinctively began to scan, and then relaxed. It was the little civet cat warrior. It behaved a little strangely this time. It felt Bamboo's mental power sweeping over it, and it was a little afraid, but it did not flee immediately. Bamboo's mind raced, and he thought of something illogical. Isn't this guy active at night and hiding during the day? Why did he come here so early in the morning? Did he run into some trouble? Maybe he was frightened by the various beast warriors that suddenly appeared in the jungle? Bamboo thought. The raccoon warrior took 2 steps forward. Bamboo was even more surprised, and asked with his mind as gentle as possible, did he run into trouble? The raccoon warrior shook his tail and pointed to the northwest. He was still unfamiliar with the communication of mental power, and said intermittently, they want to destroy your territory. Beast warriors? Bamboo was startled again and asked, what beast warriors? The raccoon warrior was at a loss, a little anxious, and didn't know how to express it. Without inherited memory, the knowledge about animals and plants is almost zero. Bamboo switched the questioning angle and said, are there many beast warriors preparing to attack my territory? Yes. The raccoon warrior emphasized, many. Many? Bamboo asked, organized attack? Beast warriors of different races? The raccoon warrior replied, yes. Bamboo asked, do you know them? Yes. The raccoon warrior said, they asked me to come and see, and then tell them. It turned out that the raccoon warrior was sent out to scout the situation. God help me. Bamboo was secretly happy and asked, when do they plan to launch the attack? The raccoon warrior stretched out his front paw, pointed to the sky, and expressed a noun with difficulty, night. Bamboo asked, tonight? The raccoon warrior did not answer, turned his head and got into the grass, rushed along the hillside, and got into the dense forest in a flash, disappeared, and soon the force fluctuations were out of the perception range. Leave without saying goodbye? Impolite little guy. Bamboo thought about it, put down the bamboo tube, and flew to the top of the mountain. The 3 mountain masters, Huangwen, Bai Rong, and Tan Pai, are stationed at Lizhu Peak. They are not just staying there. One of them is assigned every day to be alert to the movements around Lizhu Peak. When Bamboo went down the mountain to work, they naturally had to pay attention and be alert at all times. As soon as Bamboo landed, the Huangwen mountain master asked, is that a stone-patterned civet cat? Has it also joined Lizhu Peak? No. I gave it some force food. Bamboo paused for 2 seconds and said solemnly, Huangwen mountain master, something might happen. It is here to warn that there are beast warriors planning to attack Lizhu Peak. The time should be tonight. The number and strength are unknown. The 2 mountain masters, Bai Rong and Tan Pai, felt the movement and got out of the cave. The white velvet mountain lord said, it's the same for beast warriors. If they survive longer, their wisdom will grow. The brown-skinned mountain lord asked, Bamboo, are there a lot of them? Bamboo said, a lot. The brown-skinned mountain lord said, there should be beast warriors at the mountain master level who are organizing and uniting beast warriors from all races who hate the cockroaches. This situation is very common. The yellow-skinned mountain lord said comfortingly, Bamboo, you don't have to worry. Since you know about the sneak attack, just be on guard. Under normal circumstances, it will not threaten the safety of Lizhu Peak. Bamboo said, it's better to gather more combat power. They took the initiative to gather together. Why not take the opportunity to kill them all? And from then on, Jinping Mountain Range will be much more peaceful. The yellow-skinned mountain lord asked, tonight? Bamboo said uncertainly, it should be. The yellow-skinned mountain lord said, Lizhu Peak is remote, and there is not enough time to gather enough warriors. The nearest are the Iron Blade Mountain Range and the Water Banyan Mountain Range. Both of these mountain ranges are threatened by beast warriors and are too busy to spare much combat power. Further away are the Red-Orange Mountains, Chigang Mountains, Yangdi Mountains and Qijing County. Bamboo shook his tentacles and released electromagnetic wave information. Fengling, who lived at the foot of the mountain, received the information and flew up the mountain. Bamboo briefly introduced the situation. Fengling had experienced several battles and was no longer as scared as when he faced the clouded leopard warriors. He was just a little worried and asked, "Banbu, what are your plans?" Banbu said, "Fongling, please go to the Iron Knife Mountains immediately, and report the situation to the Iron Knife Mountain Master. The Iron Knife Mountain Master will go to the Red-Orange Mountains in person to ask for help. It may be in time." "I understand," Windbell replied and flapped his wings to leave. Banbu discussed the details of the battle with the 3 masters of Huanwen Mountain, and went down the mountain to inform other members of the news. Han now took the 2 little guys, Duju and Hongmi, and hit in advance. Han Dao is already an L7 intermediate warrior, and can suppress the 2 of them. Datu and Xiangpu shrank into the ant nest and beehive, and no longer showed their heads easily. The 7 bamboo rat warriors dug hidden caves at the foot of the mountain, hiding in scattered places, and strengthening vigilance. Da Xiong stayed in the south of the mountain, sharpening his knife, and preparing for a big fight. After the arrangements were made, Banbu continued to work as if nothing had happened. The red cockroach warriors who came to garrison were also scattered as usual, lazily enjoying the slightly violent sunshine in early summer. At noon, 2 figures, one big and one small, rushed from the northwest and landed at the place where the masters of Huanwen Mountain lived. Yoli Princess. She also brought an L9 senior warrior. Each of them was carrying a spider silk bag, probably coming to pay back the money. Just in time, Bamba hurried up the mountain to greet them. Chapter 219 Ambush and wait for the attack. Princess Avocado, Bamba greeted, turning his body slightly and looking at the L9 senior warrior who followed him. Princess Avocado introduced Banbu. It is the brown-fruited tea oil that I mentioned to you. Oh, brown-fruited tea oil. Hello, Banbu greeted warmly. Princess Avocado introduced brown-fruited tea oil to Banbu twice. She liked tea oil trees and had successfully cultivated a new tree species with brown-red fruits a long time ago, named brown-fruited tea oil, and expanded the planting on a large scale, and sowed on a large scale to try to optimize this tree species. About 4 years ago, she was lucky enough to obtain a divine seed of brown-fruited tea oil. The fruit effect fits the red cockroach tribe, which is to strengthen the flame ability, and the quality is high. It has reached the standard of superior quality at present, and is expected to develop into the best quality in the future. Princess Avocado is old and has given up further promotion. She has placed all the future hopes of Avocado County on the brown-fruited tea oil and intends to fully support its growth. Brown-fruited tea oil can be said to be a late bloomer, but the shortcoming is that it is too late. Before he had the God-given seed, he lived a very difficult life. Now he is nearly 30 years old and is trying hard to plan to be promoted to the Mountain Master. Once successful, he will definitely be promoted to the Princess, and there is a glimmer of hope to be promoted to the Cockroach King. After a brief introduction to each other, the Oil Pear Princess raised the spider silk bag she was carrying and said, Banbu, I came here mainly to return the raw stones I owe. The brown-fruited tea oil said, Banbu, the 400 blood peach kernels are very helpful to me. I followed the Oil Pear Princess to come and thank you in person. After speaking, the brown-fruited tea oil opened the spider silk bag, which was full of brown-fruited tea oil, divided into 2 types, most of which were tea fruits condensed from ordinary live seeds, and 30 were condensed from the God-given seeds. They are all very fresh, and should have been picked not long ago. Tea trees are special trees. They bloom in late autumn and mid-September every year. The flowering and fruiting periods are relatively long. The tea fruits will not mature until the end of next spring. Brown-fruited tea tree said, Banbu, this is a gift for you. Tea trees grow slowly. This is the first time they bear fruit this year. Don't complain about the small amount. Haha. How could it be? We are all of the same clan, and we should help each other. Princess Oil Pear, brown-fruited tea tree. You are too polite. Banbu laughed happily and accepted the gift without being pretentious. Princess Yoli hesitated for a moment and said, Banbu, there are a lot of messy smells on your mountain. I smell 2 kinds of smells of beast warriors alone. Banbu said, Princess Yoli, I mentioned to you that the beast warrior of the mountain master level is called Da Xiong, born in the Black Bear tribe, helping to guard Liju Peak. The other 7 weak and timid guys were born in the Bamboo Rat tribe. They are good at digging and help with various farm work. Princess Yoli said, They seem nervous? What are you afraid of? I won't hurt them. The yellow-striped mountain lord said faintly. Princess Yoli, they are not afraid of you. There will be a fierce battle soon, and the 7 bamboo rats are timid, so they are a little scared. Princess Yoli felt that the atmosphere on the mountain was a little wrong, and raised her pulse wings and asked, "Fierce battle? Beast warriors?" The yellow-striped mountain lord replied, "Yes." Princess Yoli asked curiously, "How do you know there will be an attack by beast warriors?" Banbuto, a stone-patterned civet warrior, used to wander around Liju Peak. I gave it some force food. The message was just passed to me, so it should be true. Hey, that works too. The oil pear princess thought for a while and asked, "When?" Bamboo replied, "It should be tonight." The oil pear princess turned around and looked around Liju Peak, saying, "It's a bit bad. There must be beast warriors hiding and monitoring around. I and brown fruit tea oil suddenly visited, and I am afraid they will be scared away." Bamboo said, "They know that Liju Peak has 3 yellow-striped mountain masters and 10 senior warriors stationed, but they still dare to launch an attack. They are very courageous and will not be scared away so easily." The oil pear princess thought about it and understood what Bamboo meant, saying, "Bamboo, let's go around Liju Peak first." Bamboo led the way, taking Princess Avocado and brown fruit tea to visit the mountain, introducing the God-given seeds and various bamboo species. When it was close to noon, Princess Avocado left with brown fruit tea. Caught up with such a thing, they certainly couldn't leave, so they went straight away, crossed the Iron Blade Mountains in one breath, then landed in the jungle, ran along the jungle, and came to Iron Blade Peak. Communicated with the Iron Blade Peak warriors, then sneaked on the ground and approached the Liju Peak. The cockroaches have 3 ways to communicate: mental power, pheromones, and electromagnetic wave remote communication. Electromagnetic communication means are very brain-consuming and easy to cause mental fatigue. They are not easily used at ordinary times, and are generally used in war. It is divided into 2 specific modes: vertical antennae, releasing electromagnetic wave signals in all directions, broadcasting information, and surrounding people can receive it. The top of the antennae is aimed at the target direction, and electromagnetic signals are transmitted in a directional manner, and only the cockroach warriors on that line can receive it. Fixed-point communication has another advantage. That is, the distance is far. Bamboo lives in the north of the mountain, and the direction is just right. In the evening, he stands on the mountain and transmits information to the jungle of Tidal Mountain Range on the north side of the mountain. Princess Avocado. Princess Avocado. Princess Avocado is hiding about 15 kilometers away. Soon, the message is sent back. Bamboo, how is the situation? Bamboo sent a message: no movement now. Wait until late at night. Bamboo is testing whether the communication method is good, so as not to break out in the battle. At night, the support soldiers of Hungju Mountain Range flew to Tidal Peak, landed at the foot of the mountain, quietly entered the jungle, ran quickly, and moved towards Liju Peak. There are 30 supporting soldiers, all of whom are senior soldiers. Tidal Mountain Lord, Liju, and Yabai are familiar with the environment around Liju Peak, so they are led by the 3 of them, each with 10 soldiers. Once the battle breaks out, Liju Peak will defend with all its strength. The Iron Blade Mountain Lord and his men surrounded them, attacked from behind, and carried out a siege. The Oil Pear Princess took advantage of the situation and killed those powerful beast warriors. The beast warriors at the level of the Mountain Master must eat a lot of force food to be born, so there must be not many of them. Killing one less will make the Jinping Mountain Range more stable. The plan is thorough. Waiting for the beast warriors to attack. Waiting and waiting. Until late at night. There was no movement. Bamboo couldn't sit still. Sneaked down the mountain. Patrolled a circle. And there was nothing unusual. Go up the mountain and continue to wait. Until dawn. There was no attack from the beast warriors. The Oil Pear Princess sent a message. Bamboo, what's going on? Bamboo, I don't know. The Oil Pear Princess, is that civet warrior reliable? Is the civet warrior reliable? Bamboo didn't know. But the other party had no reason to come and lie to him. The most likely possibility is that there are other beast warriors lurking nearby and keeping watch. The sudden arrival of Princess Avocado and brown fruit tea oil really scared them, and they canceled the attack last night. Bamboo asked Princess Avocado to stay and wait a little longer to see if the civet cat warrior would appear again. Chapter 220. South and north of the mountain. After waiting for a day and a night, the civet cat warrior did not appear again. Bamboo was a little worried. Could it be that the message it sent to me was exposed? And then it was killed by other beast warriors? The Princess of Avocado was very righteous, and did not leave anxiously. She decided to stay and observe for a few days to prevent Li Zhufeng from having any accidents. Brown Fruity returned to Avocado County first to inform the tribe. When the news spread, the Princess of Qingyang and the Princess of Chuirong each sent 20 warriors to come. On the one hand to check the situation, and on the other hand to support the battle. Every autumn, Bamboo invited warriors from nearby mountains to eat the fresh fruit of the blood-born God-given seeds for free. At this time, these tribesmen patiently lurked in the jungle and waited silently. Waited until the fourth night, when the civic cat warrior delivered the message. Squeak! Li Zhufeng suddenly made a sharp grinding sound. Baizu was responsible for guarding the north of the mountain. It was giving the warning. The Rat King immediately reported to Bamboo, saying, Bamboo, that raccoon warrior appeared again. Cat warrior? Bamboo said, I'll go down the mountain to take a look. Just about to move. The Rat King continued. Bamboo. It ran away again. It ran away. The raccoon ran away again? Bamboo paused and said, Rat King, you go down the mountain yourself and sense it carefully. The Rat King said nothing more, turned into a black shadow, and ran straight down the mountain. Soon, Baizu ran up the mountain. Bamboo, that raccoon warrior just appeared. And then? It ran away again. Bamboo asked, what else? Baizu half opened his mouth. His eyes turned rapidly, held his breath for a while, shook his head, and said, no more. Bamboo asked, have you carefully sensed its force fluctuations? Yes. It ran away in a flash. Baizu straightened his chest and said, it is very timid. I am not afraid of it now. I have been staring at it. Okay. You stay with me and let the Rat King take your place. Bamboo did not go into the cave to rest, but lay at the entrance of the cave, calming his mind and thinking seriously. The yellow-striped mountain master sensed the movement and quietly touched down, lowering his mind and asked, Bamboo, is there any movement? Bamboo said, just now. The raccoon warrior suddenly appeared, did not pass any information, and hurried away. Abnormal. Baizu reminded carefully, Bamboo. It used to come along the mountain range. Yes. In the past, the raccoon warrior came from the southeast side of Liju Peak, along the mountain range, and hid near the blood-born God-given seed. Later, 10 high-level warriors were stationed and lived next to the blood-born God-given seed. The last time it came, it changed its route from the northwest side of Liju Peak and came along the mountain range. Why did it suddenly appear from the jungle in the north of the mountain? Could it be? Bamboo was startled and said, Yellow-striped mountain lord. Hurry up. Get ready. Most likely the beast warriors are going to attack. They are attacking from the north of the mountain. Yellow-striped mountain lord raised his antennae, vibrated slightly, and began to release signals. I will notify the Rat King. Baizu began to grind his teeth. Bamboo thought for a while and said, Baizu, you go down the mountain and notify the big bear to guard the south of the mountain. Don't worry about the battle in the north of the mountain. Oh, I understand. Baizu ran down the mountain. Bamboo raised his antennae and passed the message to Princess Avocado. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Silent darkness. A sharp grinding sound suddenly sounded in the mountain. That was the warning from the bamboo rat warriors on guard at the foot of the mountain. Baizu, who was lying nervously at the entrance of the cave, suddenly jumped up in fright and shouted, Bamboo, it's not good. South. It's the south, not the north. Ma Zhu found the breath of a strange beast in the south. Bamboo asked, South? Baizu affirmed, it's the south. Ma Zhu said, hearing the noise. Huangwen and the other 3 mountain masters quickly descended. Huangwen asked, South? Baizu affirmed, South. Huangwen looked at Bamboo and said, let's go down quietly and see the situation. Bamboo thought for a while and said, okay. Let's go down quietly. Woo! A roar suddenly came from the foot of the mountain. That was the big bear howling to warn. The mountain master Huangwen rushed down the mountain without hesitation. Bamboo suddenly had an idea. And after thinking carefully, he told Baizu, notify the Rat King to pay attention to the north. Woo! A roar of an animal came from the bottom of the mountain. A familiar sound. The roar of a clouded leopard warrior when he was extremely angry. The sound of fighting could be vaguely captured. There was also a squeaky alarm sound, which was the bamboo rat warrior transmitting information through sound waves. Bamboo followed and flew down the mountain. The 10 senior warriors on the mountain range on the southeast side of Leju Peak were all alarmed and rushed to the south of the mountain. When Bamba flew down the mountain, the big bear was gone. There was a clouded leopard corpse with its head smashed on the ground, which should be caused by the iron sand palm of the big bear. The big bear was at the level of the mountain master, and his body size mutation broke through the limit. He had also used the force food package that enhanced his strength and speed. His combat power was off the charts. The clouded leopard at the senior warrior level was killed with one palm. The yellow-striped mountain lord was shaking his tentacles to catch the remaining breath in the air, and said, 3 clouded leopard warriors, and a Goju mountain python warrior, 2 black anaconda warriors, and 2 forest wolf warriors. The yellow-striped mountain lord stared at the corpses on the ground, shook his tentacles, and said, there are quite a lot of them. But unfortunately, they are only high-level warriors and are vulnerable. The white bull mountain lord waved his wings and shouted, chase! Wait! Bamboo hurriedly stopped him and said, it's a trick. The white bull mountain lord looked at Bamboo. Bamboo said, this group of weak warriors is to attract us to chase and kill them. There should be another group, and they are planning to launch a sneak attack from the north of the mountain. The yellow-striped mountain lord thought about it and agreed, yes. That Civic Cat warrior should be trying to remind us that there are sneak attacks from the north. The white bull mountain lord said unwillingly, those are 7 beast warriors. Bamboo. Kill one, and your Jinping mountain range will be safer. The brown-skinned mountain lord also said, yes. There are quite a lot of them, and their auras are just left behind. If we chase them, we should be able to kill a few. Bamboo hesitated. The white bull mountain lord directly waved his wings and shouted, Du Nan. Xiong Nan. Xiong Chu. You follow me. As if they were in sync. The yellow-striped mountain lord followed and shouted, brown-skinned mountain lord and other warriors. Let's go. We sneaked to the north of the mountain. Bamboo watched the white bull mountain lord and the 3 warriors disappear into the jungle, and he felt relieved. It was okay for them to catch up, and there was no need to worry about the safety of the big bear. Maju, who was in charge of the south-facing guard duty, bravely ran out of his hiding cave and ran towards Bamboo, shouting as he ran, Bamboo! Shan Bei! The Rat King sensed the aura of many powerful beast warriors. It was indeed a way to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Quick! The yellow-striped mountain master, who was running in front, shouted, flapped his wings and flew into the air, swooping towards Shan Bei. Feng Ling, you stay here and guard the life seeds of red rice and the seeds of cattail gods. Bamboo reminded him, then flew into the air. His figure turned into a black shadow and disappeared at a rapid speed. Bamboo. Feng Ling always had an ominous premonition in his heart. Worried, hesitant, and finally stayed. Chapter 221 Decision. Bamboo was the fastest and arrived at the north of the mountain first. With a sweep of his mental power, he suddenly slowed down and landed in the bamboo forest. There were a total of 13 beast warriors attacking from the north of the mountain. All of them were large beast warriors. The first to bear the brunt was a mountain master level bridge crocodile warrior, who violently knocked a big hole in the defense wall formed by the blood thorns. The defense was wide open. A mountain master level forest wolf warrior led 2 forest wolf warriors, with strength of about L7 advanced warrior level, and followed the business road to the living cave of Bamboo on the mountainside. A mountain master level saber-toothed tiger led 4 mountain master level saber-toothed tiger warriors, and their goal was also clear, to go straight to the seeds of the rain bamboo god. There were also 2 Xia anaconda warriors and 2 bridge crocodile warriors, who followed the mountain master level bridge crocodile warriors and pounced on the territory of Feng Ling. Oops! The yellow-striped mountain lord and the brown-skinned mountain lord led the red blattle warriors to arrive. With a quick glance of their spiritual power, they immediately realized that the situation was not good. The other side had 3 mountain lord level beast warriors, and they were scattered and attacked in 3 directions. How to stop them now? Shouldn't chase. I was fooled. Protect the God-given seed. The yellow-striped mountain lord decisively ordered and rushed towards the saber-toothed tiger with 5 senior warriors. Protect Bamboo's life seed. The brown-skinned mountain lord made a decision in an instant and took 2 senior warriors to intercept the forest wolf. If nothing unexpected happens, Bamboo can be promoted to the princess, and there is a certain chance that he will be promoted to the king of Blattles in the future, protecting the red Blattle tribe for 1,000 years. This is a decision made from the perspective of racial development. On the mountain, Bamboo encouraged his spiritual power and shouted, "Yellow-striped mountain lord. They can't kill the God-given seed of Yuju. Don't worry about the saber-toothed tiger. Stop the bridge crocodile and protect Fingling's territory." Bamboo? The yellow-striped mountain lord was puzzled. Bamboo will not be killed. Bamboo shouted, "Protect the territory of Fengling. Will not die." The yellow-striped mountain lord was stunned for 2 seconds, then remembered something, turned around decisively, accelerated, and blocked the territory of Fengling. A red flame erupted from the veined wings, stopping the bridge crocodile warrior. In the blink of an eye, 5 saber-toothed tigers rushed into the territory of the rain bamboo God-given seed. Hiss! 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 The sharp tiger claws slapped the bamboo pole, making a sharp and piercing sound. The rain bamboo pole is very resilient, and only some scratches were left during the swing. Crack! 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 The saber-toothed tiger immediately changed its method, tilted its head, and bit through the bamboo pole with its jaws, breaking it. The forest wolf warriors rushed to the mountain at a very fast speed, and their purpose should be to rob the forest food stored in the cave. But they were not fast enough, and bamboo had blocked them in front and dived head-on. Bang! After a head-on collision, bamboo collided with the mountain master-level forest wolf warrior, and rolled down the mountain along the trade road. Tangling together, the other 2 forest wolf warriors ignored them and bypassed them directly, rushed into the cave, each holding a spider silk bag and rushing down the mountain. Bamboo and the mountain master-level forest wolf warrior stopped in front of a bamboo forest and separated. The mountain master-level forest wolf warrior had 2 holes pierced in the side of his neck by the toes, and blood was rolling, with a piece of forelimb in his mouth. Bamboo's left forelimb was bitten and torn off. "Bamboo!" the brown-skinned mountain master exclaimed and accelerated his sprint. The 2 senior warriors who followed the brown-skinned mountain master originally planned to intercept the forest wolf warrior who had successfully robbed. But when they saw Bamboo was severely injured, they turned around. Voila! The brown-skinned mountain master swooped down from the sky, spewing pillars of fire from his mouth. A hazy green light suddenly burst out from the mountain master-level forest wolf warrior, and the speed suddenly increased. The green light flashed and avoided the impact of the flame. "Be careful. It has eaten many force fruits that increase speed," Bamboo reminded. The 2 high-level red cockroach warriors, who were about to launch a dive attack, were stunned, and hurriedly flapped their wings and climbed into the sky. "Go after those 2 wolf cubs." The brown-skinned mountain master was extremely angry and landed on the ground. The 4 wings were completely covered with flames. The 2 tentacles swung and hissed, and flames also rose up like 2 long whips of flames. It was a 7th-age mountain master who lived with the Red Cockroach King and ate all kinds of high-quality force food. The flame ability it displayed was completely different from that of the Iron Knife Mountain Master. "Bamboo! Get out of the way!" The brown-skinned mountain master approached the mountain master-level forest wolf warrior step by step. Bamboo took a quick glance and confirmed that in a head-on confrontation, this forest wolf warrior was no match for the brown-skinned mountain master. He slowly retreated, his wings slightly spread, ready to attack at any time. The forest wolf warrior also realized that he was no match for the opponent. A hazy green light rose from his body again, turning into a green light and shadow. Following the business road, he flashed more than 50 meters away, lowered his head, and fled wildly down the mountain. "Run!" the brown-skinned mountain master roared, flapped his wings and flew into the air. Swooping down, Bamboo followed and flew into the air at a faster speed, turning into a black shadow, passing over the head of the forest wolf warrior and blocking the front. "Ayo!" The forest wolf warrior howled threateningly, his body bursting with green light, and rushed straight towards Bamboo, looking for death. Like a thunderbolt in the clear sky, the strong mental power suddenly exploded, covering the entire Leju Peak. The night was suddenly lit up. A ball of incandescent light came flying. It was Princess Avocado. "Ah!" The forest wolf warrior, who was stopped by Bamboo, paused, trembled all over, roared, and rushed towards Bamboo like crazy. Bang! A solid head-on collision. Bamboo was knocked back. The forest wolf warrior was also in pain. Its body was not as big as Bamboo, and it did not have a hard shell like Bamboo. Under the fierce collision, it felt severe pain all over. Hula la! Before the forest wolf warrior could stand firm, the flames behind him swept over and engulfed him. The incandescent light suddenly converged. With a bang, Princess Avocado fell on the edge of the bamboo forest formed by the seeds of the rain bamboo god. It was a step too late. The bamboo poles fell, and a large area of the bamboo forest was destroyed. The saber-toothed tiger was fleeing down the mountain, and had already fled to the foot of the mountain. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the dark jungle. Princess Avocado stared at the bamboo forest, stunned for a moment. Then her whole body lit up with incandescent flames again, and dived down the mountain. On the other side, the bridge crocodile warriors, who were intercepted by Princess Yellow Stripes, saw that the situation was not good, and they left their opponents and began to flee. The saber-toothed tiger came out of the jungle again. The bridge crocodile warrior also stopped. Densely packed red cockroach warriors appeared in front, behind, left, and right. The encirclement was formed, and there were 11 red cockroach warriors hovering at low altitude, locking the position of each beast warrior. The bodies of the 2 forest wolf warriors, who escaped first, were thrown to the ground. "Die!" Princess Avocado shouted. Her pulse wings flapped, and a white flame rolled towards the saber-toothed tiger. "Kill!" The Iron Knife Mountain Lord roared. More than 100 red cockroach warriors surrounded and attacked. The battle ended quickly. The bodies of 14 beast warriors were neatly arranged in a row. Princess Yoli led the soldiers, who came to support her, and set out from the south of the mountain, following the smell and tracking the 7 beast warriors who jumped away. The Lord of Tidal Mountain stayed at Liju Peak, looking at the large number of bamboo poles destroyed by the god-given seeds of rain bamboo. Furious and a little at a loss. Bamboo. So many bamboo poles are broken. Can they grow again? Bamboo also asked anxiously. Rain bamboo. Can your broken bamboo poles grow again? Bamboo. 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 The rain bamboo tree spirit was completely frightened by the destructive attack of the saber-toothed tiger warriors, crying and calling like a beaten child. Chapter 222 Short Pole Reborn. Bamboo comforted it for a long time, until dawn, when it felt the light, and the mood of the rain bamboo tree spirit calmed down. Bamboo. I'm injured. Bamboo. Bamboo. I know. Rain bamboo. Don't be afraid. Carefully sense whether new bamboo shoots can grow in the bamboo basket. Bamboo. I'm scared. I think they will hurt me. Bamboo quickly asked the Iron Blade Mountain Master, the Yellow Stripe Mountain Master, and other red blattle warriors, who were guarding nearby, to stay away. It was not until all the red blattle warriors had gone far away that it calmed down. The situation may not be good, and the rain bamboo tree spirit showed obvious soul weakness. I don't know if it was because the bamboo pole was damaged or because it cried for too long. The rain bamboo tree spirit was quiet for a while, and suddenly asked, Bamboo, why didn't you protect me? Bamboo said, there are too many beast warriors attacking the mountain. I am too busy. You see, I am also injured. Bamboo's head and carapace were slightly cracked in the collision with the mountain master level forest wolf warrior. At this time, they have just healed, and there are still traces of injuries. Most of the forelimbs were broken, and there was no timely food supplement, so the regeneration rate was very slow. The rain bamboo tree spirit was quiet for a while again. Bamboo was very anxious and asked again, Yuju, is the sense clear? Can the broken bamboo pole grow again? I don't know. Yuju said, Bamboo, I am also injured. I am very uncomfortable. I need sunlight. The sun is out. Then you should have a good rest first. Bamboo was worried and helpless, and could only comfort him and leave silently. He cut the saber-toothed tiger corpse fiercely and ate. Nutrients and energy replenished. The broken forelimbs grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. At noon, Princess Avocado returned with the team that was chasing them. She also brought back the body of a Goju mountain python warrior. Only one was killed in the chase, and Princess Avocado followed the smell and caught up with it and killed it personally. There were a total of 21 beast warriors attacking Liju Peak. This group of guys was very cunning. The 8 beasts that were responsible for attracting attention from the south of the mountain were all fast and good at running in the jungle. They had a good idea to lure the tiger away from the mountain. If there were more chasing warriors, or Princess Avocado and the others were slower in supporting them, they would have succeeded destroying the seeds of the god-given rain bamboo and the territory of the wind chimes, snatching the original force food, and then evacuating in style. Thinking carefully, Bamboo couldn't help but feel scared. Fortunately, the civet warrior warned him in advance. The big bear followed back and looked at the messy rain bamboo forest. He was a little dazed and realized that he might have made a mistake. Bamboo? Bamboo asked, Big Bear. You are big and not good at hunting in the jungle. Why did you chase them out? Big Bear held it in for a long time, lowered his head and said, I chased them because they ran away. You chased them because they ran away? Can't you use your brain? Bamboo was helpless about Big Bear's stupidity. He can only be a thug in this life. And he is still an unqualified one. A total of 144 bamboo poles of yuzu were broken by the saber-toothed tiger warriors, all of which were bitten and twisted by the double jaws to break the bamboo poles. The Lord of Avocado County watched for a while. Furious, grabbed Barong and asked, Barong, why did you chase them out? Barong drooped his tentacles and said, I didn't expect that there were so many beast warriors who attacked Liju Peak from the north. The yellow-striped mountain lord quickly said, Princess Avocado, we were all careless about this matter. The Sidit warrior gave a warning in advance, but we didn't expect there would be so many beast warriors. Bamboo also advised, Princess Avocado, the incident has already happened, and it was completely unexpected. It is meaningless to pursue responsibility now. The yellow-striped mountain lord asked, Bamboo, you said the God-given seed of the rain bamboo. It is a God-given seed. Can the bamboo pole grow again after it is broken? If the bamboo pole of ordinary bamboo is broken, the bamboo basket can sprout shoots and grow new bamboo poles. Bamboo said nervously, the God-given seed should also work. When I was promoted to a senior warrior, the bamboo pole of the God-given seed of the green bamboo withered naturally once, withered and reborn, and grew stronger bamboo poles. Bamboo looked down at his forelimbs, which were about to be reborn. He looked up at the sky and said, I will ask the tree spirit again. Bamboo, I hope you made the right decision at that time. The yellow-striped mountain lord sighed. Bamboo's original decision was to abandon the seeds of the god of rain bamboo and protect the territory of Fengling. 144 bamboo poles of the rain bamboo were destroyed, and the current annual income of one bamboo pole is 72 raw stones. The output of Fengling's territory in 50 years is not as good as the annual output of this batch of bamboo poles of the rain bamboo. But it can't be compared. If the life-giving plants of Fengling are destroyed in large numbers, its soul will be severely damaged. It will quickly enter the aging period, and then die. In fact, at that time, the Lord of Huanwen Mountain listened to Bamboo's words, gave up the seeds of the god of rain bamboo, and protected the territory of Fengling. He also felt a little reluctant, and was reluctant to see a warrior of the same tribe die. Bamboo entered the territory of the seeds of the god of rain bamboo. Bamboo, I think I need a batch of raw stones. Do you have any? The rain bamboo tree spirit calmed down completely, and picked up its self-proclaimed smart way of talking again. Bamboo's heart lit up, and said yes. The rain bamboo tree spirit now doesn't trust Bamboo very much. He used to think Bamboo was very powerful, but now it seems that he is not powerful at all. He added with some worry, Bamboo, I think I need a lot of raw stones. Bamboo's mental power unfolded, scanning a broken bamboo pole and carefully inspecting it. The bamboo pole is hollow and very tough. It just broke and fell, but it was still connected and not completely broken. At this time, the nutrients contained in the fallen bamboo pole are being transported to the underground stem, and the leaves are beginning to turn yellow. There are small bulges in the bamboo basket, and it seems that it is brewing bamboo shoots. Sure enough, the bamboo God-given species, the bamboo life species, and the ordinary bamboo species are all the same. The underground stem is the key to life, and the bamboo pole is just an extension tool for photosynthesis to synthesize nutrients. And it is a renewable one. Bamboo checked carefully again and found something new. The golden bamboo basket had 2 circles, a total of 16 yellow spots, and the bamboo shoots developed from these spots. That means that the bamboo poles are not infinitely reborn, but only have 16 rebirth opportunities. Now, the first opportunity is being used up. Bamboo went up the mountain and asked Datu to transport some raw stones down the mountain to replenish the original force for the rain bamboo God-given seed. Then he came to the territory of the green bamboo God-given seed and checked with his mental power. Similarly, each bamboo basket position of the green bamboo God-given seed also had 2 rows of 16 light yellow spots. Last time, it had used up 1, which means it had used up the opportunity for the bamboo pole to rebirth. Now there are 15 opportunities left. Bamboo calculated that there were still many opportunities, and 1 or 2 losses should not be a big deal. so he was completely relieved. He observed the other bamboo species and ordinary bamboo on the mountain again, and found that the number of light yellow spots on the bamboo baskets of different bamboo species was different, which meant that the number of opportunities for broken poles to regenerate was different. Returning to the cave in the north of the mountain, the place was too small, and the other warriors had gradually dispersed, leaving only the Princess of Oil Pear, the Lord of Iron Knife Mountain, and the Lord of Yellow Stripes Mountain, who were looking down the mountain. The ant colony took action and used the raw stone, so there should be nothing serious. The Lord of Iron Knife Mountain was no longer as nervous as before, and asked Bamboo, "How is it?" Bamboo said, "Fortunately, the God-given bamboo seeds are the same as ordinary bamboos. If the underground stems are not damaged, it will be fine, and the bamboo poles can regenerate." Hearing this, Princess of Oil Pear and the Lord of Yellow Stripes Mountain were relieved. The Master of Tie-Down Mountain said with emotion, "Bamboo, your original choice was indeed correct. Bamboo is a plant with a hard life, which is just suitable for planting in the dangerous borderland of Jinping Mountain Range." The Master of Huangwen Mountain suddenly understood something and said, "I heard that the previous Master of Jinxi Mountain also planted bamboo seeds on a large scale. So that's it." Continue to observe for 2 days. The seeds given by the rain bamboo god sprouted bamboo shoots. The fallen bamboo poles withered and yellowed, and lost vitality, while the bamboo shoots grew at an extraordinary speed. The Princess of Yoli and the Master of Tie-Down Mountain said goodbye and left one after another. In this battle, 15 beast warriors were killed, and they were the most rampant ones. Jinping Mountain Range was obviously much quieter. The loss was only more than 4,000 and less than 5,000 raw stones, which was a completely acceptable result. Chapter 223, Minor Success Realm. Yoli County is an ancient county that was established earlier than Qijing County, and the number of insects is greater than that of Qijing County. The Princess of Yoli found that the defense force of Liju Peak was insufficient. After returning to the county, she immediately dispatched 10 senior warriors to assist in the defense. A total of 40 elite warriors were selected to take turns to guard on a quarterly basis. Bamboo was of course happy to accept it and arranged these warriors to live in the northwest of Liju Peak, guarding the melon field, and usually helping to remove the weeds that grew wildly on the mountain. Liju Peak was attacked, and a large number of bamboo poles of the God-given rain bamboo seeds were destroyed. And then they miraculously grew out again. The news spread. Princess Day came to check the status of the God-given rain bamboo seeds and ordered a batch of rain bamboo seeds. Princess Qinggang, Princess Chuirong, Lord Hongrong, and Lord Hongju also took the time to come and take a look, carefully checking the various bamboo life seeds of bamboo, and then asked for some rain bamboo seeds, intending to take them back to breed life seeds for their mountain warriors, for the insect races living in the borderland. The attack of the territory by beast warriors is an inevitable threat. The news was passed to the black and white cockroach tribe, and Lord Huabai came over. It was on behalf of Princess Jiufeng, and at the unit price of 1 raw stone. It was a fixed order of 500 green bamboo and rain bamboo seeds each year. After several days of excitement, Liju Peak returned to peace. Squeak! In the middle of the night, the sound of bamboo rat warriors grinding their teeth suddenly sounded at the foot of the mountain. The Rat King who lived nearby immediately ran to the bamboo cave to report. Bamboo. The civet warrior appeared again, on the northwest side. Zishu found it. It was chased by the clouded leopard warrior, and seemed to be dying. "Where is it?" Bamboo was startled, stood up and said, "Let's go down the mountain and have a look." Down the mountain, the raccoon warrior was lying in the thorn bush, breathing weakly. Bamboo scanned with his mental power and confirmed that he was not injured, but was overly tired. The Rat King did not like the smell of the raccoon warrior, so he stood in the distance and watched. Zishu shrank deep in the cave passage where he was hiding, refusing to show his head. Just then, Baiyu ran over, asking as he ran, "Bamboo, what's going on? Is there another beast warrior attacking our Liju Peak?" Bamboo pointed his tentacles at the bloodthorn bush and said, "Go, drag it out." Baiyu moved closer, looked at the bloodthorn bush, and turned his head to escape. Bamboo grabbed it with one claw and threw it into the bloodthorn bush, saying calmly, "If you dare to run, I will deduct 1 year's salary from you." Bamboo, Baiyu cried for mercy, turned his head to check, and found that the raccoon warrior was dying, and was about to die. He suddenly became brave again, stretched out his claws, and touched his tail. The raccoon warrior slowly raised his head, glanced at it, grinned, and bared his teeth. Ah! Baiju jumped up in fear, ran out of the bloodthorn bush, ran a distance, felt something was wrong, turned around and ran back, and said seriously, "Bamboo, I'm not afraid of it, but I think it's very hungry now. I suggest giving it some food first. When it's full, it will have the strength to walk out by itself." Bamboo said, "Then you go up the mountain and get a piece of dried meat." Okay. Baiju ran up the mountain as if he had been pardoned. The Rat King stood at a distance and observed for a while. Seeing that the Civet Cat warriors were indeed not a threat, he thought that as the leader of the Bamboo Rat warriors, he could not be inferior to the White Bamboo. So he plucked up the courage to step forward. Bamboo. Zishu said that it also sensed another force fluctuation at that time, like the breath of a clouded leopard warrior. Bamboo said, "Perhaps those beast warriors found out that it was it that sent the message to our Liju Peak, which led to the failure of the sneak attack. So they chased it." Rat King said, "That should be the case. Clouded leopards also run very fast, and are good at hunting in the jungle." Rat King asked the most concerned question, "Bamboo, do you plan to keep it?" Bamboo said, "If it is willing, then stay." Rat King shrank his neck and said nothing. Bamboo added, "You can let it go to the south of the mountain and live with the big bear. It won't affect you." Rat King said, "Then we move to the north of the mountain." Bamboo was speechless and said, "Okay. Baiju is indeed smart." He dragged a python skin bag filled with various beast meats. They were all cut from the beast warriors who attacked last time. Air dried. The weather has been bad in recent days, so it has not been completely processed. The meat of beast warriors doesn't taste very good, but it is far more nutritious than ordinary beast meat. Eating it before and after promotion is beneficial to growth. Baiju opened the bag and said, "This is saber-toothed tiger meat. This is forest wolf meat. This is bridge crocodile meat. This is anaconda meat. And this is clouded leopard meat." Bamboo. "Which flavor do you think it likes?" Anaconda. Bamboo said, "Chop it up a little more and feed it to it. Bamboo rats have flexible claws." Baiju cut off a small piece and threw it into the bloodthorn bush. It passed through the branches and leaves and landed accurately on the side of the Civet Cat warrior. The Civet Cat warrior struggled to stand up, swallowed the meat, and then fell down again. Baiju shrank back, cut off another piece, and threw it beside it. This time, the Civet Cat warrior rested for a long time before getting up to eat. After eating, he did not fall down. His two sapphire-like eyes, emitting a faint light, stared at Baiju. "Bamboo, why do I feel that it wants to eat me?" Baiju was so scared that he trembled all over. He turned his head and saw that the Rat King had run away. "Bamboo, I think it can eat by itself." Baiju left a word and turned around and ran away. Bamboo stretched out his forelimbs, held Baiju, and said, "It's urging you to cut the meat faster. Continue." "Okay." Baiju trembled and threw a piece of anaconda meat directly into the bloodthorn bush. The Civet Cat warrior glanced at Baiju, walked forward slowly, and buried his head in eating slowly. Baiju emphasized again, "Bamboo, I feel it wants to eat me." "That's enough. You can go now." Bamboo saw that Baiju was so scared that he almost peed, and couldn't bear to torture him anymore. Baiju got the order and disappeared in a flash. This was the fastest speed he had ever burst out in his life. Then, the black shadow flashed and ran back again, and asked in surprise, "Bamboo, look, has my phantom tracking footwork reached the small success level you said?" Bamboo replied, "Yes." Baiju said, "Bamboo, you said that the Rat King is a training genius? It hasn't even reached the small success level." Bamboo said, "Baiju, you are very lucky. This is called a limit breakthrough." "Limit breakthrough?" Baiju's eyes rolled around, and he glanced at the Civet warrior, understood the meaning of this word, and flashed, and ran towards the Rat King's territory. "Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you." Bamboo threw the spider silk bag next to the thorn bush. The raccoon warrior stepped forward, dragged a piece of dried meat from the bag, and immediately went deep into the bloodthorn bush and buried his head in eating. Bamboo asked, "Clouded leopard warrior is chasing you." "Clouded leopard warrior?" The raccoon warrior thought for a while before he understood what Bamboo meant and said, "Yes. The clouded leopard warrior wants to kill me." Bamboo asked, "Where do they live? Do they have a fixed territory?" "Yes." The raccoon warrior shook his tail, pointed to the northwest of the mountain range. and said, "There is a tree over there, very far away, and the fruit is delicious." Bamboo looked and had a rough idea in his mind. It should be the wild oil tea tree God-given seed in Yunwu Mountain. Bamboo asked, "The fruit ripened not long ago, right?" "Yes," the raccoon warrior said. "I was the first to discover the tree, and they didn't give me the fruit." Bamboo said, "It's called the God-given seed of the oil tea tree, and the fruit is called the oil tea fruit. It strengthens the earth and stone elemental abilities, but it won't help you grow much. You can stay in Liju Peak." Bamboo pointed to the south of the mountain and said, "There is a black bear warrior there. It's called Big Bear. You live with it. It can protect you." The raccoon warrior didn't answer, and buried his head in eating. Chapter 224 Invincible. Bamboo insisted on leading the oil tea fruit trees, and another purpose was to attract beast warriors to settle down. When more beast warriors gathered, they would gather their strength and wipe them out in one fell swoop. Now, it really came in handy. However, Bamboo was not in a hurry to alert the enemy. He had just killed a group of beast warriors, so he could wait for 2 or 3 months, and then kill more when more gathered. The civet cat warrior settled down in Liju Peak, living in the south of the mountain, but refused to get close to the big bear, preferring to hide in the dense bloodthorn bushes. The nature of survival in the wild is hard to erase for a while, so he is a loner, doesn't like to communicate, and is wary of Bamboo and other members on the mountain. Bamboo named it oil tea, and it took a lot of effort and several days of talking before oil tea allowed Bamboo to use mental power to check its body structure. Bamboo spent time to deduce the training method for it, and taught it Phantom Trace and Green Shadow's secret art. These 2 sets of martial arts were a waste of talent for bamboo rat warriors, and were more suitable for civet cat warriors, who were naturally swift and agile. Baiju has been in the limelight recently. He is the first warrior in Liju Peak to practice a martial art to the minor success level. Although the power of the big bear's iron sand palm has increased dramatically, strictly speaking, it is still only the entry level of practice, and it is still far from the minor success level. The 2 levels of martial arts entry and minor success, one underground and the other in the sky, are a kind of essential transformation. Baiju found that the movements of the Rat King have become slow and dull in his eyes. There were several times when the Rat King wanted to teach it a lesson, and then Baiju found that he could easily escape. Even if the Rat King asked Maju, Shueizhu, and the other 5 to surround him, he could still escape easily. Magical martial arts. Baiju tried with Big Bear and Red Rice, but they couldn't catch him either. He tried with Bamboo again, but only Bamboo could match his speed. But Bamboo was growing bigger and bigger. If he went into those small bushes or dense woods, Bamboo would definitely not be able to catch up. Invincible. Baiju felt that his current status in Liju Peak should be second only to Bamboo and Big Bear. In the past, when the 7 bamboo rat warriors walked side by side, the Rat King walked in the front, and Maju walked in the second place, and they were arranged in order from big to small. Not now. Baiju wants to walk side by side with the Rat King in the first place. The Rat King was very angry because his status was challenged, but he couldn't catch this little bastard. Red Rice was not bad, always giving him force food. So Baiju would play with Red Rice when he had nothing to do, and sleep in Red Rice's cave at night. The Rat King and his men dared not come to Hongdao's territory to cause trouble, and they were not afraid of being caught when they were asleep. In this way, they no longer had to listen to the Rat King's command, and could do whatever they wanted. Bamboo planned to cultivate Yicha, and would personally guide it to practice martial arts every day. In addition, he would select a batch of high-quality force food he used to help strengthen his overall physique. It was about to be the season for fresh fruits to mature, and he also ordered a batch of fresh fruits from Taidao Peak with raw stones, mainly for Yucha to eat, to help it be promoted to a senior warrior as soon as possible. Yucha was only 1 meter long, and Bamboo did not expect it to fight. It was just a scout to help find the various beast warriors hiding in Jinping Mountain Range and Taidao Mountain Range. Baiju became more and more courageous, and found that Bamboo gave Yucha a lot of force food, and began to try to become friends with Yucha. Tea Oil was indifferent to Baiju, but was okay with Baiju, not as vigilant as he was to Big Bear and Bamboo. Seeing this, Bamboo assigned Baiju a new job, teaching Tea Oil all kinds of knowledge, mainly elementary mathematics, plant knowledge, and animal knowledge. It was the midsummer of the year again. This summer, Bamboo was quite happy. The number of fruits of the 2 fresh fruit species, Yingrigyo and Bayasang, increased. The first year of flowering and fruiting of the Syzygium species. A total of 11 fruits were condensed. In this primitive insect race with zero entertainment activities, tasting various fresh fruits every season is a kind of life pleasure. In mid-May, the seeds of rain bamboo and green bamboo God-given were the first to produce ears. Various bamboo species also produce flower ears one after another. The dry season arrived as scheduled. Liju Peak was unprecedentedly busy. Cattail was the busiest, as it had to command the bee colony to collect pollen and pollinate the designated bamboo species. Ordinary bamboos only bloom for a few days, and cattails have limited energy, so the yield of hybrid bamboo species is bound to be limited. The sales of seeds of the two bamboo species, green bamboo and rain bamboo, are not a problem, but the yield is far from meeting the demand. The hybridization work carried out by bamboo this year is very cumbersome, and he added the pollination experiment of ghost line bamboo to 5 bamboo species, including purple bamboo and black bamboo. Among them, the pollination experiment on small-leaved bamboo failed. The other 4 bamboo species were all successful. Bamboo then used these 4 bamboo species to hybridize with each other and conduct another type of hybridization experiment. The various permutations and combinations are too complicated, and cattails can't turn around. They are dizzy and simply don't use their brains, waiting for bamboo's instructions. Whatever bamboo tells it to do, it will do it. Bamboo himself is a little dizzy, so he has to use bamboo pieces as auxiliary tools, use words to describe, list sub-items, and record various experiments. On the north side of Liju Peak, in the Siafeng Jilan melon field, fresh melons are beginning to mature. The melon vines can spread very well, and the number of fruits is also large. One plant can produce 20 to 30 fruits. The skin of mature Siafeng Jilan melons is green with white patterns, and the appearance is not much different from common watermelons. The appearance is slightly different. The body is smaller, and it belongs to a small watermelon. It is oval, very oval, with a long diameter of nearly 15 centimeters and a diameter of only about 8 centimeters, which looks slender. The whole melon weighs more than 1 kilogram, and there are melon seeds inside. After cutting, the melon flesh is golden in color, juicy, sweet and delicious. In the hot summer, put the melon on the top of the mountain to cool it. Then move it down the mountain and eat it under the scorching sun. The cold and hot are definitely a wonderful enjoyment. Overall, Siafeng Jilan is a high yield, easy to survive, and quite good planting. The fresh melons condensed from ordinary Snow Peak golden vines taste good, but unfortunately they do not contain the force and are of no help to growth and evolution. After tasting them, the members on the mountain do not like to eat them. Bamboo smashed the ripe melons and threw them on the mountain to feed the ordinary little cockroaches. And then Dada set worker ants to collect the seeds. The seeds were dried, and the full grains were selected for storage. Next year, the melon field area and planting scale were planned to be expanded. Bamboo first decided that he would choose a Snow Peak golden vine melon seed to breed into a live seed when he was promoted next time. Xiangpu, Duzhu, Hongmi, and Hongdao, the 4 little guys, also made the same decision. Fengling felt that it was not worth wasting a live seed quota and did not participate in this matter. In the evening, Bamboo had just finished eating and was about to perform a skill to absorb the force. Suddenly, there was a squeaking sound of teeth grinding at the foot of the mountain. It was the warning of the bamboo rat warrior. "Rat King!" Bamboo shouted. The Rat King lived nearby. Hearing the shouting, he walked over slowly and said, "Bamboo, don't be nervous. Baiju is sending a distress message." "Don't be nervous? It doesn't seem to be a big deal," Bamboo asked. "Baiju? It's with Yucha," the Rat King said with a bit of gloating. "It said Yucha wants to eat it." Bamboo flapped his wings and flew down the mountain. Baizu was pressed to the ground by Yucha, and his cat claws waved like a shadow, hitting his head hard, making a muffled bang 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 sound. The big bear sat aside, grinning, watching the excitement with relish. Seeing Bamboo coming, Yucha finally punched him twice, let go of Baizu, and got into the bloodthorn bush. "Bamboo, Yucha bullied me." Baiju got up from the ground, complained, and ran up the mountain without waiting for an answer. Bamboo asked, "Big Bear, what's going on?" Big Bear shook his head and said, "I don't know." Bamboo asked again, "Yucha, what's going on?" Yucha replied, It wants to cheat my force food. Oh! Bamboo understood what was going on and said, Yucha. Be gentle next time. Baiju has a tough personality. He was bullied by the Rat King since he was a child. Gradually, he became cunning and had a good relationship with Hongdao. He often cheated Hongdao for food and drink. Hongdao is generous by nature and has no shortage of force food. He doesn't care if a few grains are cheated away. Since Baiju has mastered the phantom tracking step, he has become more and more arrogant. Recently, he has been too bold and even had evil intentions towards Yucha. Yucha has been wandering in the jungle and has lived independently for many years. He is still wild and guards his food tightly. He doesn't talk much and takes action directly. Chapter 225 The Doom of the Tea Tree. T said, Bamboo. I feel like I'm about to be promoted to a senior warrior. Great. Big Bear shouted first, T. Go find all the bad guys hiding in the forest. I'm going to slap them to death. Big Bear killed a clouded leopard warrior with one palm last time. And his confidence soared. Now he's a little bit arrogant. Thinking about finding a beast warrior at the level of a mountain master to try out the power of the iron sand palm. Big Bear. Guard the cattail seeds given by God. Bamboo warned Big Bear first. Then asked T. When will it be? You should dig a cave and sleep in the cave to advance, so as not to be affected by wind and rain. No need. T didn't like Big Bear, and didn't want to communicate with Bamboo. So he turned and went deep into the bloodthorn bush. Big Bear scratched his head, turned and left, and sat next to the paddy field where the cattail seeds were planted. Bamboo returned to the mountain and continued to practice. Baiju was lying in wait not far away, waiting for Bamboo to finish his training before running forward. Bamboo. What's up? Baiju asked Bamboo. Yucha's phantom tracking step is just the beginning. Why did it catch me so quickly? Because it's a cat and you're a mouse. Bamboo said, cats are always faster than mice. The same is true for clouded leopards. If you meet a clouded leopard warrior in the jungle, it's hard to escape. Baiju asked unwillingly, why? My phantom tracking step has already achieved a minor success. Even the Rat King can't catch up with me. Bamboo patiently explained. To give a simple example, the maximum speed of a bamboo rat warrior is about 20 meters per second. If you practice the phantom tracking step to a minor success, you can break through the limit and reach 30 meters per second. You are much faster than the Rat King and his fellow bamboo rat warriors, so they can't catch up with you. Cat warriors and clouded leopard warriors are naturally fast, and can burst out at speeds of more than 30 meters per second without training. Baiju calculated for a while, understood what Bamboo meant, and asked unwillingly, Bamboo, what should we do? Bamboo said, no way. Baiju asked, can I be faster? Bamboo said, each time you grow in sleep, your speed can only be slightly improved. Want to improve significantly? First you have to be promoted to Mountain Master, and then have another 10 or 8 years of training to practice the phantom footwork. Baiju asked, what about the Rat King? They have been practicing very hard recently. Bamboo said, I noticed that the Rat King is about to reach the small success level. Baiju half opened his mouth, a little dazed. Bamboo finally comforted. Exercise more and lose the fat on the upper half of your body. The stamina of the civet cat and clouded leopard warriors is not good. Being caught and beaten by the oil tea was just the beginning of Baiju's nightmare. Soon after, the Rat King also practiced the phantom step to a small degree. And the first thing he did was to catch the arrogant Baiju and beat him up. Martial arts training requires skills, and the Rat King passed on his training insights to Maju. A few days later, Maju also reached the small degree of success and caught Baiju and taught him a lesson. Then came Shueju, Hongju. Finally, the status order of the 7 bamboo rat warriors returned to normal, and Baiju walked at the end of the team honestly. Just like at the beginning, Oil Tea was successfully promoted to a senior warrior. Bamboo immediately assigned it a task. Go to Yunwu Peak for reconnaissance to see how many beast warriors gathered around the wild oil tea tree God-given seed. Bamboo's plan was clear. If there were enough people, he would immediately invite fellow warriors from the Qingang Mountains and the Yangbi Mountains to help him and conduct a siege. Yucha likes to take those steep mountain roads and leave along the mountains. Return after 6 days. It went straight up the mountain and came to the cave where Bamboo lived. Bamboo. Yucha's mental power was full of grief and indignation. Bamboo's thoughts turned rapidly, and he couldn't figure out what was going on. So he asked Yucha, "What's wrong?" Bamboo. The God-given seeds of the oil tea tree were destroyed. Yucha said sadly, I found it. They didn't give me fruit and destroyed the tree. It was done by the clouded leopard warriors. They peeled off the bark with their claws. And the oil tea tree withered. I want to kill them. After saying this, Yucha turned and ran down the mountain. Yucha, Bamboo shouted, you can't beat the clouded leopard warriors. Flapped his wings and chased down the mountain. Yucha paused, turned back, and said stubbornly, Bamboo, I can kill them. After that, he went into the jungle and disappeared. When beast warriors find wild God-given seeds, they will instinctively guard them and wait for the harvest. In nature, most mountain master level or county master level beast warriors break through and advance by eating wild God-given seeds. And only a very small number of them succeed in robbing the insect warriors' territories and obtain the original force food needed for growth. Beast warriors do not have such deep feelings for wild God-given seeds. Once they realize that they have been discovered by insect warriors, they would rather destroy them than let the God-given seeds fall into the hands of insect warriors. There are few cases of successfully grabbing wild God-given seeds in the land reclamation and expansion. That wild oil tea tree was blessed by God. It was a coincidence. The wild oil tea tree was originally owned by the Goju mountain python warrior. Later, it was found by Bamboo, who invited the Red Blatten tribe warriors to destroy it. Bamboo couldn't bear to hurt a wild God-given seed that had grown with great difficulty, and he kept it with the idea of fishing for law enforcement. Then, the oil tea found this God-given seed and thought it was his own wealth. Then a large number of beast warriors poured into the Jinping Mountains and occupied the oil tea tree God-given seeds. Bamboo guessed that the reason why the oil tea informed him of the beast warriors' attack on Liju Peak was largely to use Liju Peak's power to kill those beast warriors and regain control of the oil tea God-given seeds. Its plan can be said to be successful, and the 3 most powerful mountain master level beast warriors were killed. But it failed again, and 6 beast warriors, including 2 clouded leopard warriors, escaped. It was July. After Yucha left, he never came back. Early autumn. The various common bamboo rices on the mountain matured first. Then came the common bamboo fruit. Then came the common bamboo seeds. Finally, the rain bamboo and green bamboo seeds from the gods entered the maturity period. The whole mountain was filled with fragrance. The special smell of the original force spread on the wind and could be spread to far away places. The common beasts in the jungle were attracted and became obviously irritable and restless. Liju Peak entered a high level of martial law. The 7 bamboo rat warriors were responsible for keeping watch and were only allowed to rest at noon every day. During this period, the 3 mountain masters of Huangwen were personally responsible. Bamboo was not idle either. Instruct Xiang Pu and Atu to select bamboo species, classify them, and store them in dried bamboo tubes. Because there are too many types of seeds and their appearances are similar, Bamboo personally carved characters on the bamboo tubes to mark them to avoid confusion. Delicate work is only suitable for small and agile insects. The 3 little guys, Hong Dao, Du Zhu, and Hong Mi, were all pulled over to help. Squeak, squeak. There were 2 sounds of bamboo rats grinding their teeth at the foot of the mountain, which did not sound like a warning. Squeak. Then, there was a long series of exchanges. Immediately afterwards, Baiju ran over, looking a little panicked. Bamboo, Yucha is back again. Bamboo asked, where is it? Baiju said, it left again. Are you kidding me? Bamboo said angrily, just tell me what's going on. Baiju stretched out his claws and pointed to the territory of the Iron Blade Mountains in the northwest, saying, Yucha said that it felt the breath of a princess-level forest wolf warrior between 2 isolated mountains. Bamboo asked, that's all? Baiju said, it said that there are a lot of forest wolf warriors, all migrating from the north. Bamboo asked, what else? Are these forest wolves going to attack the Iron Blade Mountains? Or our Liju Peak? Baiju asked back, it shouldn't be our Liju Peak. Right. Chapter 226 Hidden Dangers of Forest Wolves. Yucha only came back to warn that a group of powerful forest wolf warriors migrated from the north into the territory of Taidao Mountain Range. This is very critical information. Now the bamboo fruit and bamboo rice of Liju Peak are ripe at the same time. The smell they emit is likely to attract this group of forest wolves. A county-level forest wolf warrior is enough to threaten the safety of Liju Peak. Without thinking too much, the owner of Huangwen Mountain immediately sent 2 warriors to the Yangdi Mountain Range and Qingang Mountain Range for help. The consequence of the failure of the encirclement and suppression of beast warriors is to suffer more crazy revenge attacks. This matter cannot be acted rashly. The news was passed to Qijing County, and the king of Qijing Cockroach was asked to come and deal with it personally. On the third day after the news came out, the princess of Chuirong and the princess of Qijing each brought 50 warriors to gather in the territory of Yintuan Spotted Grass at the southeast end of Taidao Mountain Range. That night, the king of Qijing Cockroach rushed there. Now is the busy autumn harvest season. It is not advisable to delay, and a quick battle and a quick decision should be made. Set off overnight. The master of Taidao Mountain was the most nervous. If the encirclement and suppression failed, the Taidao Mountain Range would become the first target of revenge. The terrain of the Taidao Mountain Range is relatively simple, mainly plains and jungles, with only a few hills and a few dozen isolated peaks. 2 peaks next to each other are easy to identify. The master of Taidao Mountain is most familiar with his territory. He knows which place it is as soon as he hears it. He confirms the location and finds the direction. Under the cover of darkness, the team crawls on the ground and sneaks close. The next morning, Princess Chuirong and the master of Qijing Mountain arrived at Liju Peak with a small number of senior warriors. They also brought a dead body of a forest wolf. This forest wolf is nearly 3 meters long. Its fur has completely changed from grayish-white to green, and most of its body has been scorched by flames. It has been a while since it was killed, but it is still emitting the force. A strong plant-like elemental force. It is not the same tribe as the forest wolf that attacked Li Zhufeng last time. The forest wolf warriors last time were speed-related force enhancements. Bamboo asked, "Where is the Red Blattle King?" The Lord of Qijing Mountain replied, "It went to Changsheng County to communicate with the Lord of Changsheng Blattle." The princess of Chuirong explained, "Bamboo. This group of forest wolf warriors came from Yaomati. At the beginning, they controlled a wild God-given seed that strengthened the ability of plant elements, occupied a rich land with the same power as Liju Peak, and formed a huge forest wolf tribe. It was a night-blooming jasmine tree, a large rare tree, which has grown for many years and has undergone 2 metamorphosis and growth. The wild God-given seed, which has undergone 2 metamorphosis and growth, should correspond to the various God-given seeds after Bamboo was promoted to the Lord of the Mountain. The growth time is long and it is a rare tree. The yield and quality of the fruit must be higher than the green bamboo God-given seed after Bamboo was promoted to the princess. With such a wild God-given seed, it is easy to produce a large number of county-level forest wolf warriors. How many escaped in advance during the encirclement? It is a huge hidden danger." The princess of Chuirong waved her tentacles, touched the body of the forest wolf warrior, and said, "It should have sensed the crisis and escaped in advance." Li Zhufeng. The bamboo fruit condensed by the God-given seed of the green bamboo also strengthens the ability of plants and attracts it. The Lord of Qijing Mountain sighed. This group of forest wolf warriors should have planned to launch an attack when the bamboo fruit matures. Fortunately, it was discovered in time. Otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Princess Chuirong said, "During the siege, we found 2 clouded leopard warriors mixed with a group of forest wolves. They escaped because they were too fast." "I understand." Bamboo was also scared. After thinking for a while, he asked, "Did the Red Cockroach King go to Changsheng County for help?" Princess Chuirong said, "The situation is much more serious than expected. In less than a year, so many attacks have occurred. The Red Cockroach King can only ask the Changsheng Cockroach King for help this winter. Can send several princesses and some mountain masters to increase the efforts to clear the Dian Mountain Range and Jinping Mountain Range." The Qijing Mountain Master pointed to the south and said, "On the other side of the Jinjiang River, the Black and White Cockroach tribe dispatched 3,000 of their own tribesmen to carry out a large-scale cleansing of the Yabai Mountain Range, causing a large number of beast warriors to jump into your Jinping Mountain Range. This is a great threat to Liju Peak and must be dealt with as soon as possible. Survival in the borderland is too difficult. The Red Cockroach King alone is not enough. It is unable to do it and can't take care of it. The 2 divine seeds of Sueju and Yuju have entered the ripening season and are about to mature." The princess of Chuirong and the princess of Qijing simply stayed to help defend. Another day passed. Yu Cha appeared on the south side of Liju Peak with blood all over his body, and went directly into the bloodthorn bush where he had hidden before. It was seriously injured, with scratches from the leopard's claws, and lost too much blood, and was on the verge of death. Bamboo sent Baizhu to deliver food to it. It took 2 consecutive days for it to recover from weakness. The stubborn raccoon warrior, who had just recovered from his injuries, disappeared again. The bamboo fruits and bamboo rice were picked successfully. The master of Wabai Mountain came once, briefly exchanged the situation of their respective territories, and left in a hurry. This year, its life was no better than Bamboo's. Princess Chuirong and Princess Qinggang waited for 2 more days, and said goodbye. The Red Blattle King who went to Changsheng County for help did not come, and there was no news. It can be imagined that Changsheng Blattle King must have rejected the request of the Red Blattle King. However, in August, when the fruits of the Bloodthorn God-given seeds were about to mature, the Red Blattle King sent Princess Day to stay for a long time until the beginning of next spring. With the help of many warriors of the same tribe, the picking of the Bloodthorn, Purple Gold, and Cattail God-given seeds was successfully completed. During this period, Yucha returned once again, and like the last time, his body was covered with scars, all of which were the claw marks of clouded leopards. Bamboo went forward to ask, but it refused to communicate and quietly hid under the bloodthorn bushes to recover. At least it helped Li Zhufeng resolve 2 crises. Bamboo took out 100 bloodthorn seeds, 30 rain bamboo rice, and 50 green bamboo fruits and gave them to it to eat. Green bamboo fruits strengthen the ability of plants and trees, which can be matched with the assassination secret technique Qingyin secret art taught by Bamboo. This time, due to a large amount of forced food, Yucha stayed in Liju Peak for 2 more months until he was promoted to L2 senior warrior. Then, he left without saying goodbye again. Bamboo was not optimistic about Yucha. Even if the Qingyin secret art was practiced to a small degree, the improvement in combat power was actually limited. Not to mention that it was extremely difficult to practice secret arts. Cats are cats, and leopards are leopards. A Acidic cat warrior challenging 2 clouded leopard warriors will never win. Yucha has survived 3 times. Bamboo was very sure that it would lose its life one day. It was incomprehensible. Isn't it just a wild oil tea tree God-given seed of little value? Why is it so stubborn and persistent? Bamboo admired it very much. In the vast jungle with complex terrain, it was an incredible skill to find the 2 hidden clouded leopard warriors. In early September, in late autumn, the Red Blatton King and the Princess of Avocado arrived at the Taidao Mountains early with their warriors. Starting from the southeast end of the mountains, they followed the mountains and went northwest to clean up the beast warriors hiding in the jungle. A Cockroach King personally participated, which was very efficient. In early December, a check was completed and dozens of beast warriors of various colors were cleared. There was more than a month left, and then a search was conducted around Liju Peak. In the second year of Bamboo, a total of 114 beast warriors were killed in this year. Winter has gone and spring has come, and it is another prosperous season for all things to revive. It can be clearly felt that the Taidao Mountains have completely calmed down, and Liju Peak has also calmed down a lot. The chaotic order that lasted for a year has been restored a little. Bamboo worked with the bamboo rat warriors and Datu, opened a nursery, mixed nutrient soil, made nutrient balls, and sowed various bamboo seeds and Xiafeng Jinlan melon seeds. For little guys, Xiangpu, Hongdao, Duju, and Hongmi, each bred a Xiafeng Jinlan melon seed as a life seed. This kind of melon likes to grow on high-altitude peaks. Low temperature and strong light will extend the melon period. The melon and fruit are rich in sugar, so they are sweet. Bamboo asked Baizu to open up a melon field in the upper middle layer of Liju Peak, and concentratedly sowed 4 Xiafeng Jinlan life seeds. Datu was responsible for unified management. There are melons to eat this summer, and there are a lot of them. Chapter 227 Silly Little Warrior. Spring is very busy. Li Zhufeng cultivates too many bamboo species, and is extremely busy. He is busy until early March when he has some free time. After a while, the seedlings in the nursery grow up, and he is busy selecting and transplanting them. Bamboo took advantage of the gap to quickly undergo a molting evolution. L8 Advanced Warrior. The body size has increased dramatically. The body length is close to 3 meters. The body width is more than 1 meter. While gaining powerful strength and strong frontal combat ability, the huge body is no longer as agile as before, and various delicate tasks are particularly difficult to do. The toe tips of the forelimbs are more than 10 centimeters long and sharp. You must be careful to grab the seeds. Otherwise, you may not be able to hold them firmly, or you may break them by overexerting. The vein wings. 6-legged tibia. Head armor and carapace have derived many fine spikes, using a large amount of purple bamboo rice and ironwood fruit. The genes related to metal ability began to manifest, and a layer of metal texture appeared on the black shell of the frosted paper, which was a precursor to the awakening of metal ability. Humans have in-depth research on elemental abilities. Bamboo has a wealth of knowledge and experience, and is 100% sure that after he was promoted to the Mountain Master, the metal ability he awakened was metal strengthening. Just like the Big Bear, it was too hasty to be promoted from L7 to L8 Senior Warrior after a year, even though he had eaten various high-quality force foods that strengthened the basic physique. He still felt a little uncomfortable. The physical energy was almost consumed. The mind was a little drowsy. The spirit was tired and weak, and the 6 legs were a little weak. "Duju," Bamboo called out. No response. Before falling asleep, I had arranged for Duju to stay outside the cave and guard it honestly. Did this guy go out to play? This guy dared to neglect his duty. It seems that the beatings he received were not enough. "Homie," Bamboo called out. As expected, Duju was not there. The little guy Homie must have run away with him. "Datu?" Bamboo continued to call out. Datu was not there either. I was molting and growing. It was very dangerous. Okay. What if something disturbed me? Why was there no one around to protect me? Bamboo turned his body to look for him. The cave had been cleaned up once. It was full of precious goods such as raw stones, force food, rain bamboo and green bamboo seeds. The cave was too big to expand further, so the dried meat in the cave was cleaned out by Datu. A dry storage room was specially opened 10 meters away, an ant nest with an entrance diameter of only 20 centimeters and a hollow interior. Several big-headed soldier ants were guarding the entrance of the cave. They were a little smart and recognized the members on the mountain. They knew Bamboo even more and waved their antennae to greet him enthusiastically. "Bring me a piece of dried meat." Bamboo was very weak and needed to eat urgently. The big-headed soldier ant guarding the warehouse understood a little bit, shook his antennae and gave orders. And the ordinary worker ants around him immediately got busy, got into the warehouse, and dragged out the dried meat. After the food entered the stomach, the drowsy brain felt better first, and after a short rest, the tired spirit also eased. Something is wrong. The atmosphere in Leju Peak is a bit strange. The mental power scanned the mountain and found that the 3 masters of Huanglan Mountain were not in the cave where they usually lived. The mental power sensed the mountain again, without the force fluctuations of the wind chime. It was not in its own territory. The ant colony still looked calm, and it didn't seem like a fight had broken out. Bamboo ate faster, filled his stomach, flapped his wings and flew up, looking down from the sky. At a glance, he saw a large number of warriors gathered near the bloodthorn bush in the south of the mountain. That place, Oil Tea? Bamboo immediately thought of the stubborn Simic warrior who had disappeared for nearly half a year. It was fighting with 2 clouded leopard warriors. Not dead yet. That must be another heavy blow. Could it be that he will not survive this time? Bamboo's mind was running fast. All kinds of thoughts popped up, and he was worried. He accelerated his dive and landed at the bottom of the mountain. "Master Huangwen, what happened?" "Huh?" "Bamboo, are you awake?" Huangwen, who was watching the bushes with great interest, didn't react for a moment. He was stunned for a moment, waved his antennae, pointed at the bushes, and said, "Bamboo, look quickly." Duju rushed forward, stretched out his forelimbs, pointed at the bushes, and shouted excitedly, "Bamboo, look quickly. Look!" Little warrior. Bamboo swept his mind and immediately saw the specific situation clearly. Yucha did come back. Strangely, it was not injured this time. For some reason, it was skinny and in a bad state, but it seemed to be in a good mood. Lying leisurely in the bloodthorn bush, a small red cockroach warrior stood on it and crawled around. Hongmi, the smallest one, reluctantly got into the bushes and tried to catch the small red cockroach warrior with his forelimbs in a clumsy way. The other forelimb was still twisting a cypress seed, trying to tempt with force food. "Little guy, come here. Come to me. I am your elder. Come here quickly. This is force food. It's delicious. You will grow up after eating it." The little red cockroach soldier ignored Hongmi, let alone the arborvitae seeds. He crawled around on the tea tree to avoid being caught, and kept shaking his tentacles to release his anger towards Hongmi. Bamboo was surprised. Is this little soldier stupid? Why is he sticking to a seated soldier? Does he treat the tea tree as a direct elder? That doesn't make sense. Inheriting memory is engraved in genes. And there will never be a major mistake of misidentifying species. Bamboo watched for a while, and couldn't figure out what was going on. Looking around, the other soldiers were the same, watching with amazement and relish. The days of farming and planting are actually quite boring. And this kind of thing is very joyful to watch. Bamboo shouted, "Hungmi, stop catching. Come out." Bamboo. Little soldier. Hungmi was unwilling. Bamboo shouted, "Come out. Look at you. You are so clumsy. Don't hurt it." "I am clumsy because I am afraid of hurting it." Hungmi got out of the bloodthorn bush, a little angry, and said, "This little guy is too stupid. He doesn't even recognize his own warriors." Bamboo ignored Hungmi and continued to ask, "Yucha, where did the little warrior come from?" Yucha shook his tail, pointed to the southwest direction of Jinping Mountains, and said, "I found it in the jungle when I came back, and brought it here on the way. In the past 2 years, the number of ordinary small cockroaches in Liju Peak has exploded, and they began to flee into the jungle. Most of them will be killed by natural enemies, and only a few can survive. This can give birth to a little warrior, and it happened to be seen by Yucha. This time, I really have to thank the true god of nature for his favor." Yucha didn't care about the little soldier at all, and seemed to even hate him a little. He turned over and stood up, shook his body, and dropped it to the ground. He waved his front paws, and a brown round fruit, with red spots under his body flew towards Bamboo. Bamboo waved his tentacles, and slapped the fruit to the ground. He looked down and was shocked. A very weak force fluctuation. God-given seed. T-oil fruit. The little soldier who had been pestering T-oil was so excited that he quickly got out of the bloodthorn bush, and rushed to the T-oil fruit that had fallen to the ground. It turned out that he was not a fool. "You know the God-given seed? You are so smart. No wonder you have been pestering T-oil and refused to leave. God-given seed. T-oil fruit. T-oil fruit God-given seed." The soldiers who were watching recognized it, and reacted one after another, exclaiming. Bamboo pointed his tentacles, and stopped the little soldier, who was rushing to the T-oil fruit. He stretched out his forelimbs, controlled the force, picked up the fruit, peeled off the brown-red skin, and found a slightly reddish spherical seed inside. The little soldier was unwilling to give up, and quickly climbed along the tentacles of Bamboo until he climbed up to Bamboo's head, shaking his tentacles desperately, transmitting eager and anxious pheromones. "This little guy is very active. How old are you?" "Less than 5 centimeters. The diameter of the oil tea fruit is about 2 centimeters. Here. Can you swallow it?" Bamboo did not hesitate. Spit out a rain bamboo seed that had just been bred. Swallowed the oil tea fruit God-given seed, and put it into his life capsule. When the oil tea saw Bamboo swallow the fruit, he slowly lay down in the bloodthorn bush, wagged his tail, and said, "Bamboo, I found this fruit. You helped me plant it." Chapter 228 Red Fruit Tea Oil God-given seed. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Bamboo simply took a God-given seed into his life capsule. It was also because of the watchful eyes of the crowd that Bamboo had to swallow the God-given seed immediately. This thing was too tempting for the insect warriors. The little warrior watched the God-given seed that he had been looking forward to all the way being swallowed by Bamboo, and he was extremely angry. He buried his head, and bit Bamboo's tentacles fiercely, but found that he couldn't bite it at all. He flapped his wings angrily, glided and landed in front of Hungmi, and stretched out his forelimbs with confidence. "Give it to me." Hungmi was stunned for a moment, and then reacted and handed over the cypress seed that he had used to lure the little warrior. The little guy got the force food, and his mood improved a little. He looked up and looked around, a little confused. There were all powerful tribal elders. Which one should he follow? Bamboo was speechless and asked, "Yucha, did you pick this little guy in the jungle?" Yucha replied, "Yes. It's a wild little warrior. He is really wild." Bamboo muttered and asked, "Yucha, where did you find this God-given seed of oil tea fruit?" "Yumu Mountain? I remember that Yumu Mountain is full of green oil tea." "No." Yucha had no interest in talking. He gently wagged his tail, pointed to the south, and said, "Over there, on the other side of the river. Across the mountains. On the other side of the river is the territory of the black and white cockroach tribe." "How far did you run?" "I don't know." Yucha paused for a few seconds and said, "The clouded leopard warrior kept running, and I kept chasing him, from the cold winter to the warm spring. And it took a long time to catch up with it. Too much information. Bamboo's mind went round and round before he reacted. He thought and considered again, and asked, "One clouded leopard? What about the other one? It died a long time ago." Yucha didn't like being watched by so many warriors. He had no interest in continuing the conversation. He patted the ground with his tail impatiently, and dozed off with his eyes closed. Bamboo couldn't help but feel cold in his heart. Yucha had disappeared for almost half a year. Could it be that he had been chasing the clouded leopard warriors? How far had he chased? No wonder he was so thin that only a skeleton was left. How big was the hatred? He fought to the death. The temperature warmed up in spring, and the jungle gradually became noisy. Yucha's sudden return set off a big storm in Liju Peak. Everyone talked about how a Sivit warrior could kill 2 clouded leopard warriors, and even more about the God-given seed of oil tea that was being nurtured. In the inherited memory, there are only 5 natural varieties of oil tea trees: green fruit oil tea and cold fruit oil tea grown in subtropical areas, red fruit oil tea, white flower oil tea, and large fruit oil tea grown in southern tropical areas. They are all small and medium-sized trees with similar habits. They have strict requirements for the living environment, like high altitude and high humidity. The temperature in winter cannot be too low, and the temperature in summer cannot be too high. And they also need a certain amount of light. The environment requirements are strict, and the number of them in nature will be scarce. Any wild oil tea tree is a relatively rare tree species, judging from the color of the capsule peel. The newly obtained oil tea god seed of bamboo should be a red-fruited oil tea growing in the southern mountains, a small tree between shrubs and trees, which is a rare tree species. Ordinary tea fruits are bred into live seeds, which have a little flame ability enhancement effect. Of course, it is just a small tree after all, and cannot be compared with large trees such as the red hardwood tree. Bamboo named the Sivit cat warrior oil tea, and oil tea happened to find an oil tea god-given seed for bamboo. This matter is a bit mysterious. Bamboo consulted with the 3 mountain masters, Huangwen, Bairong, and Zupi, and issued a gag order to the senior warriors stationed at Liju Peak. They are all of the same clan, and they came to help. So of course they cannot be forced. Each of them will be given 100 raw stones as a hush money. Bamboo also issued a gag order to the members of Liju Peak. The god-given seed was successfully bred. Before it was planted in the soil, it was not allowed to be promoted to any other insects, and it was not allowed to be discussed at ordinary times. The news was only passed to the red hardwood cockroach king and the oil pear princess. The small tree is also a tree, and its life form is naturally higher than shrubs and herbs. Bamboo's idea is very simple. Keep a low profile to avoid unnecessary trouble. The new wild little warrior became a thorn. This guy just clings to bamboo and settles on bamboo's head, refusing to move no matter how much he is persuaded. Duju and Hongmi really want to play with it, but the little guy doesn't pay any attention to them. Using force food to lure it is effective, but this guy eats it all and runs away immediately, continuing to follow bamboo. Hong Dao is much smarter. After trying to play with the little guy several times, he found that the other party is a snob and only recognizes bamboo. So he decisively gave up. Bamboo is very distressed now. The little guy, who is less than 5 centimeters long, is too fragile. He has to walk carefully, dare not accelerate suddenly, and dare not flap his wings to fly, for fear of flying it off. He dare not sleep too hard at night. If he turns over and presses it, he will definitely be crushed to death. Taking care of the new little warriors is more troublesome than cultivating bamboo seeds. Hongmi was brought up by Duju. So far, apart from being naughty, he has no other problems. Bamboo has been trying to pass this little trouble to Duju, but the little guy doesn't want to play with Duju at all. Daily training cannot be carried out as usual, but it is also a good opportunity. When nurturing a God-given seed, the risk of molting and evolving increases. The most appropriate thing is to reduce the intake of force food, slow down the growth rate, and consolidate the physique. Excuse me, is the Bamboo Mountain Master here? I am the Huangjing Caravan. In mid-March, the caravan came from the Yangdi Mountain Range along the Jinping Mountain Range. It was the Huangjing Princess who called out. This year, they are still traveling together. Here, Bamboo answered with his spiritual power. Without being called, the 3 Huangwen Mountain Masters living in the middle and upper levels of Liju Peak came to the entrance of Bamboo's cave very consciously, helping to carry the spider silk bags filled with various goods down the mountain. There is no big change in the goods sold and purchased compared to last year. The only difference was that Bamboo spent 2,000 more raw stones to purchase a batch of force food for Yucha. He wasted 6,000 raw stones to purchase 3 python-patterned honey melons to entertain fellow warriors stationed on the mountain. All transactions were completed, and everyone chatted and exchanged information as usual. Xiumai took out a small bamboo tube and handed it to Bamboo. A mental scan showed that there were only 20 bamboo seeds in it. Chonglu explained, Bamboo. The success rate of stimulating the colorful coal bamboo to bloom and bear seeds last year was too low. In total, we only obtained less than 100 seeds. I can only give you so many. Chonglu asked again, Bamboo. How are the transplanted colorful coal bamboos? Bamboo said, they are not in good condition. They are not dead. But the ones that survive are not good. If there is no improvement next year, I will give them up. These seeds are very important and can be cultivated slowly. It's good that they are not dead. The plants were damaged during the long-distance transportation. It will take about 1 or 2 years to recover, Zhonglo said lightly, and then asked, how is the breeding and hybridization of ghost bamboo going? When will there be new hybrid bamboo species for sale? Bamboo shook his tentacles and said helplessly, it's not going well. Yuju interrupted at the right time and asked, Bamboo, we heard in Chiofeng County that your territory was attacked by a large number of beast warriors last year. The bamboo poles of the rain bamboo god-given seeds were severely damaged. Have they grown again? Bamboo explained, the key to bamboo is the underground stems. Broken bamboo poles can be reborn, but the number of times is limited. Rain bamboo can be reborn 16 times. Bamboo gave a detailed description and explanation. Yuju was pleasantly surprised and said, we will help you spread the benefits of bamboo. In the future, bamboo seeds will be very popular in the borderland, Chonglu said. However, the number of seeds needs to be greatly increased, especially rain bamboo, which is more popular than green bamboo. Bamboo. There are only 1,000 rain bamboo seeds this year, which is too few. It is not enough to give as a gift, let alone sell. The seed production is limited. Many of them were ordered by the Red Blatog and Black and White Blatog tribes. When it was the caravan's turn, the quantity was even less. Chonglu and Yuju were somewhat dissatisfied with this. It was agreed that the caravan would be responsible for the sale of bamboo seeds. It was acceptable to sell them to the same tribe, but they wanted to sell them to the neighboring countries and other tribes, which broke the trading rules. Bamboo hybridization, pollination, and seed selection are too complicated. In 2 years, when the strength of Taifa is improved, the seed yield can be increased. Bamboo felt guilty and added with a smile, when I experiment with the hybrid bamboo species corresponding to the 7-color bitter bamboo and the ghostline bamboo, the number of bamboo varieties for sale will increase and it will be more popular. The news about the divine gift of red fruit oil tea seeds was not known to the caravan because of the gag order. After chatting for a while, the caravan hurriedly set off to the next stop. They took a detour and had to speed up to the next stop. Chapter 229 Conjecture. Due to the limited number of colorful coal bamboo, the hybridization experiment between colorful red bamboo 1 and colorful coal bamboo is difficult to carry out in a short time. The hybridization experiment of ghostline bamboo is also not going well. The various hybrid seeds obtained last year were sown. The seedlings were successfully transplanted. The second bamboo shoots grew, and the bamboo poles grew smoothly. After careful identification, they were all hybrids, and no restored species of ghostline bamboo were obtained. If the restored species cannot be found, the 3-line hybridization experiment cannot be carried out for the time being. Can these bamboo species obtained by 2-line hybridization bloom every year? Will they bear fruit or condense bamboo rice? What is the quality of ordinary life species? A series of questions need time and practice to test. The 4 bamboo species of purple bamboo, black bamboo, strong bamboo, and golden bamboo are hybridized with each other. All the various seeds obtained are sown. It takes 1 or 2 years of observation to obtain some more useful information. The 3 little guys, red rice, belly bamboo, and red rice, have been following bamboo to learn the technology of hybridization and cultivation of bamboo species. Hongdao is obsessed with rice hybridization and has a lot of experience in hybrid breeding. He suddenly had an idea and proposed a possibility to bamboo. Could the ghost bamboo be a mutated hybrid formed by the hybridization of 2 closely related bamboo species? Bamboo felt that it made sense, so he asked Hongdao to write it down and wait for the Chonglu caravan to come next year. and entrust them to ask the caravan that discovered the ghost bamboo the year about the situation. However, too much time has passed, and it is unknown whether the Chamber of Commerce that year is still there. Bamboo also began to think and deduce on his own. The bamboo poles of the black bamboo have black stripes. The bamboo poles of the golden bamboo have golden vertical lines. These two bamboo species are the most suspicious. But from the observation of their hybrid offspring, it is not the case. There must be other rare bamboo species involved. So, Bamboo hoped that the southwest region would soon have a drought, preferably a severe drought, so that all the bamboos of the Chiwu Ghost King would die of drought. According to the agreement, the Chiwu Ghost King would entrust the caravan to send Bamboo a large number of all the bamboo seeds he had collected so far. The vitality of the original forest creatures is strong. After less than half a month of recuperation, the Oiltea had a full meal and rest, and its skinny body became full and vigorous again. After several persuasions from Bamboo, it finally agreed to leave the bloodthorn bush and chose a cliff at the foot of Liju Peak to dig a cave to live in. However, after living in the cave for only a few days, it left without saying goodbye and disappeared. The bamboo rat warriors on the mountain breathed a sigh of relief. The terrible guy finally left. Bamboo thought it would be missing for a long time again. As a result, it suddenly appeared 3 days later, holding a simple hareskin bag with some newly sprouted tea fruit seeds in it. And it sowed the seeds at the entrance of its own cave. A beast warrior who likes to plant trees? Sure enough, he is not an ordinary cat. Bamboo told it that the Oiltea tree must be planted in a high mountain with high humidity to grow well. After hesitating for 2 days, the Oiltea moved its living cave to the mountain. Then, when the Oiltea seedling grew up, it disappeared again. This time, it left and did not appear again for a long time. The new little red cockroach warrior has very little demand for the force, and Bamboo only needs to leak a little bit from his food every day to feed it. High-quality force food is also beneficial to the growth of the little warrior. After a month, the little guy who always likes to stick to Bamboo's head will shed his shell and evolve once. After another month, he successfully grew into a L3 primary warrior. The little guy took the inherited memory of seeking shelter from the elders of the same tribe to the extreme, and refused to leave Bamboo. He was also very quiet, and didn't like to move at all. When he was full, he would lie on Bamboo's head and didn't move. Until the blood peach in Fingling's territory matured. Bamboo went over to eat a blood peach with a tribe mentality. As a result, the guy became attached to Fengling, sticking to Fingling's head all day and refusing to leave. The little warrior was petite and fragile and easily injured. Fengling had no choice but to lie in the territory all day and didn't dare to act rashly. The dry season came and the bamboo bloomed. Bamboo was freed and took advantage of the season to conduct hybridization experiments on various bamboo species. There is a guess. Every time a high-quality plant variety is cultivated, there is a high probability that the corresponding God-given seed can be obtained. According to the statistics of the cockroach warriors who have God-given seeds that have been contacted so far, this guess can barely be established. For example, the big yellow fruit fig. This plant was cultivated in the Water Banyan mountain range, which is cheap for the Yandi mountain range. For example, Princess Chijian, brown fruit tea, Princess Shuetao. This phenomenon is most obvious in bamboo. The seeds bestowed by the purple gold god are originally sun grass, but not ordinary sun grass. They are high-quality grass seeds that can bloom and bear seeds twice a year after being selected by big-headed harvester ants. The seeds bestowed by the green bamboo and rain bamboo are both hybrids, which are more in line with speculation. Many knowledgeable insect warriors also have this speculation, but gradually deny it, because more often there are insect warriors who have cultivated high-quality tree species, but have not obtained the corresponding God-given seeds. There are more such examples, too many to count. For example, the Flying Fire Cockroach tribe led by the Changsheng Cockroach King of Changsheng County. They planted peach trees on a large scale, mastered perfect and mature cultivation and breeding techniques, and cultivated no less than 100 new high-quality peach varieties over a long period of time. However, there are only a few varieties of God-given seeds. Most of the God-given seeds are ordinary plants born by chance. For example, the 3 God-given seeds of bloodthorn, cattail, and red fruit tea oil of bamboo. In Shuetao County, the God-given snakeberry seed of the blood peach princess is also an ordinary variety. The other two new snakeberry varieties it cultivated did not have corresponding God-given seeds. The God-given banyan seeds of the banyan princess of the Yangtze Mountains. The God-given ironwood seeds of the ironwood mountain master of the Qingang Mountains. It seems that there is a pattern, but it is elusive if you calculate it carefully. Overall, the only certain rule is that the region with abundant original force has a greater probability of giving birth to God-given seeds. Bamboo has witnessed with his own eyes that ordinary plant seeds absorb special original forces from the stars outside the sky, and eventually transform into life seeds. That is, original force plants, possessing human wisdom. He does not believe in the so-called favor of the true God of nature, and is more accustomed to analyzing the reasons rationally. Bamboo tried to guess that the so-called Zerd gods master the ability to promote the birth of God-given seeds in plants. Then, there must be limitations to the use of this ability, which can be temporarily defined as the need for energy storage. It takes a little time to accumulate energy before the ability can be exerted. This green planet is vast and huge. Every year, plants are extinct, and every year new varieties of plants are born. The so-called gods are just powerful cosmic life forms. It is impossible for them to be idle and stay in the starry sky, paying attention to the evolution of this planet. Those stars should be some kind of instruments and equipment that can detect changes in plant species on this planet. Whenever the instrument happens to accumulate enough energy, and a new variety of plants happens to be born, its ability will be triggered and projected. This setting is easy to understand. The gods are encouraging their descendants to work hard and diligently. For those descendants who are successful in business, they are given seeds given by God as a reward. Bamboo has been observing the starry sky at night. The number of stars is sparse and few, and the distribution is irregular. However, in the past 2 years, the average number of stars at night has been increasing. On this planet, the decline and prosperity of the insect race fluctuate alternately, tracing back to the source. It is still those stars that are guiding. All speculations combined, there is a high probability of obtaining seeds given by God by cultivating new varieties of high-quality plants. As the number of stars in the night sky increases, the probability will continue to increase. As for the birth of God-given seeds from regular plants, it should be completely random and natural. It is difficult to force, but it is not impossible. When the threat of the beast warriors in Jinping mountain range is over, the 7 bamboo rat warriors can be sent out to search. With 2 approaches, the probability of obtaining God-given seeds will be greatly increased. Chapter 230 Scouting the Surprise Troops. Bamboo sorted out his thoughts and replanned future development. Opening up the bamboo sea and cultivating bamboo seeds ranked first as the most important thing. Clearing the beast warriors in Jinping mountain range ranked second. Cultivating ordinary cockroaches, increasing the probability of the birth of small warriors, and increasing the number of insects in the territory ranked third. The original intention of housing bamboo rat warriors was to find mineral veins, but this matter has been shelved for a long time. Now, Bamboo simply put it aside. After completing the clearing of the beast warriors in Jinping mountain range, sending bamboo rat warriors to find the God-given seeds can let them find mineral veins along the way. But it is no longer the main purpose. Finding minerals is not as realistic as finding the God-given seeds. In late summer in July, it is the season for ripe melons. The long-lost tea suddenly returned to Liju Peak. This time, I went directly to the mountain. First, I went to the entrance of the cave where I lived to check the tea tree seedlings I planted. Then I went up the mountain and found Bamboo. Yucha, where did you go again? I didn't leave. I'm in Jinping Mountains. Bamboo asked from a different angle, what are you doing in the jungle? Isn't it good to stay in Liju Peak? Yucha asked, didn't you ask me to scout for beast warriors? Bamboo was startled. I don't think I have given the order yet. Then he realized that Yucha was naturally undisciplined and had no discipline at all. He was taciturn and liked to be alone. He ran out to scout without any greeting. Bamboo asked, how is the situation? Have you found any powerful beast warriors? Yucha replied, originally, there was a group of anaconda warriors, but they left and went along the Jinjiang River. I saw them, and they never came back. Bamboo asked, downstream along the Jinjiang River? Or upstream? Yucha replied, downstream along the Jinjiang River. They have been going very far. They are migrating. This group of anaconda warriors dare not be enemies with the insect tribe. They should be migrating to those barren lands. Bamboo tapped his tentacles and asked, what other beast warriors did you find? Yucha thought for a moment and replied, many. All kinds of beast warriors. Bamboo said, be more specific. Yucha began to state one by one. 3 groups of Xia Anaconda warriors. 7 heads. 2 groups of Goju Mountain Python warriors. 9 heads. 1 group of Imo Anaconda warriors. 3 heads. For groups of Chiao Crocodile warriors. 12 heads. 1 group of Selang warriors. 7 heads. For groups of Black Bear warriors. 5 heads. Bamboo. There is another powerful wolf pack. I don't know what kind of wolf it is. They are black. 14 in total. And have the aura of Mountain Master level warriors. Black fur? Bamboo asked, in the dark night. Their eyes are bright gold? Yucha thought about it. Said yes. They are even bigger than forest wolves. Bamboo said, those are black wolves that only exist in the southern jungles. They should have crossed the river from the southern Cockroach Kingdom. Bamboo asked again, do they have a fixed living territory? No. Yucha said, these beast warriors do not have a fixed territory. They need a lot of food. They will leave after staying in one place for a few days, and go to other places to find food. The most troublesome thing about beast warriors is that they have no fixed habitat and keep wandering in the jungle. It is difficult to lock their location and then encircle them. Bamboo asked, except for the Black Wolf Warrior. Are there any other Mountain Lord level beast warriors? Yes. Yucha said, there is a team of Black Anaconda warriors, among which there is a Mountain Lord level warrior. They left and went to the other side of Jinjiang River. Bamboo asked, then the Xia Anaconda warriors you mentioned earlier, are there any princess level Xia Anaconda warriors among them? Yucha replied, yes. 1 princess level Xia Anaconda warrior. 2 Mountain Lord level Xia Anaconda warriors. And 19 ordinary Xia Anaconda warriors. Bamboo. If they attack your territory, you can't beat them. Probably. Maybe. Bamboo thought about it carefully. It sounds like there are a lot of beast warriors, but they are scattered in the vast jungle. So there are not many. A little smarter will know that the cockroach tribe should not be provoked, and the threat is small. The most threatening group of Xia Anaconda warriors have left. Then, there is only a group of Black Wolf warriors left. Bamboo said, Yucha. Have you noticed which direction the group of Black Wolf warriors are wandering in? I noticed. Yucha said, there is no pattern. They like to walk in the mountains with tall trees, and occasionally run to the swamp. Bamboo had a headache. If the actions were irregular, the probability of launching a siege by the same tribe warriors would be even lower. Yucha thought for a while and said, Bamboo. They just came to Jinping Mountain Range, and they seem to be scouting and familiarizing themselves with the terrain. Many beast warriors entered Jinping Mountain Range, found Liju Peak, and found that there were a large number of red cockroach tribe warriors living on the mountain, and then migrated away. I understand. Let them get familiar with it first. It's best to stay quiet. I don't bother to deal with them. If they dare to cause trouble, I will kill them. Bamboo thought for a moment and said, Yucha, you should rest for a while at Liju Peak. Finish the force food I gave you, and be promoted to a senior warrior of the 3rd age, and then go to the jungle to continue scouting. Okay. Yucha was about to leave. Wait. Bamboo suddenly remembered and asked, Yucha, have you found any wild God-given seeds? Yes. 5 Black Anaconda warriors are guarding a shrub. God-given seeds. I don't know what kind of plant it is. There are also 2 leopard cat warriors guarding a grass. I don't know either. Yucha asked, Bamboo. Are you going to kill them and snatch the God-given seeds? Shrubs? Grass? Bamboo shook his tentacles and said disappointedly, they are all inferior plants with no future development. Without the life capsule of insect warriors, the yield is very low, and the fruit quality is also low. There is no need to snatch them. After Bamboo finished speaking, he changed the subject and said, the Black Anaconda is a ferocious beast and must die. But there is no rush. In winter, when the Red Cockroach King comes over, let him deal with it. It will be the interest of borrowing its raw stone. In late summer, the sun at noon is particularly scorching. The fruits of Xiefeng Jinlan are ripe. There are 154 fresh melons condensed from the life plants of the 4 little warriors. Cattail, red rice, bamboo, and red rice, which are gradually maturing. In the ripening season, bamboo also lavishly uses raw stones to enhance the force of melons and fruits. Compared with the fresh melons condensed from the God-given seeds, the force effect is poor, and it may not be worth the money, but it is delicious. There is a lack of entertainment activities in the mountain life. Bamboo decided to hold a small party. The melons and fruits were picked late at night, sent to the top of Liju Peak, and refrigerated. At noon the next day, when the flames were blazing, all members of Lizufeng and fellow warriors who came to help defend the mountain gathered beside the bloodthorn god-given seeds at the foot of the mountain and ate melons together. The gathering also had another meaning. In spring, the little warrior found by Yucha had grown into a L4 junior warrior, a very important stage in the growth process. Which plant will it like? He doesn't like exercise. He just lies there all day except for eating. There is no sign in advance. This little guy is simply a shameless little rascal. At first, he relied on the spotted cloth, and then relied on the wind chime. When the bamboo bloomed, the cattail commanded the bee colony to collect nectar and brew royal jelly. The little guy tasted a little royal jelly, then decisively abandoned the wind chime, turned around and relied on the cattail, and huddled in the cattail's beehive and refused to leave. Chapter 231 Pyracantha. Cattail commanded a combat worker bee, carrying the little soldier flying, and arrived late. The combat worker bees had eaten bamboo rice from rain bamboo, and had a certain degree of wisdom. They were very dissatisfied with this little alien who stayed in their hive and ate and drank for free, and let go of it at a height of more than 1 meter. With a snap, the little soldier fell to the ground, turned over in a mess, and looked a little sleepy, shaking his antennae and looking around blankly. The sun in the sky was blazing. The light was too strong, and it was very uncomfortable. After looking around, the little soldier quickly locked onto the largest and strongest yellow-striped mountain master, and ran over. The sun was a little slanted, and a shadow was formed under the sun. The little soldier hid in the shadow of the yellow-striped mountain master, waving his antennae constantly, releasing pheromones full of intimacy to the yellow-striped mountain master. Ha ha. The yellow-striped mountain master laughed and praised, "You can survive in the dangerous wild. You are very smart. This little guy is lucky. He happened to be picked up by Yucha. Under normal circumstances, if he was born in the wild jungle, without the protection of the elders of the same tribe, he would not survive. It is quite smart." Bamboo echoed and announced, "Cut the melon." After that, he took the lead and cut it. The rich fragrance began to spread, with a hint of coolness, bathing in the scorching sun and eating cold watermelon. It is a wonderful and indescribable enjoyment. Big Head commanded the worker ants to give a small piece to the little soldier. The little guy ate a few bites and soon found that he couldn't eat so much. He picked out 2 melon seeds and carefully hid them under his belly, preparing to save them for himself as a snack at night. Then he turned his head curiously and looked around, a little confused. Why are they all staring at him? The yellow-striped mountain master said, "Bamboo, you are the master of Jinping Mountain Range. According to the rules, you should be the one to ask the wild little warriors." The little warrior understood what he said, and he knew Bamboo. It turned out that Bamboo was the most powerful one. He picked up 2 melon seeds and quickly ran to Bamboo. He climbed down under the shadow beside Bamboo, waved his tentacles, and released intimate pheromones. Bamboo was speechless for a while, suppressed his mental power and asked, "Little guy, tell me, what plants do you like?" The little warrior was at a loss, twisted his head and thought about it, stretched out his forelimbs, pointed to the bloodthorn god-given seeds not far away, gathered all his strength, mobilized his mental power, and said, "Bloodthorn." "Bloodthorn?" Windbell couldn't believe it and asked, "Why?" "Royal jelly. Delicious." The little warrior used his mental power twice, and was a little tired, so he drooped his tentacles and lay on the ground. At this time, the bloodthorn flowers are in bloom, and the red-ringed bees of the cattail are busy collecting nectar, which will be brewed into royal jelly. What kind of plants does the little soldier like? In fact, it is so simple, and it seems to have a pattern to follow. Bamba thought about it and said, "Very good. Very good. From now on, you can choose bloodthorn seeds, breed them into life seeds, and sow them at the foot of the mountain, gradually replacing ordinary bloodthorns to form a defensive wall. Bloodthorn is a shrub, and its development prospects are not as good as trees. In the future, I will give you some raw stones every year as compensation." The little soldier didn't quite understand, and shook his tentacles to convey his joy. Duju rushed to shout, "Bamboo! Then its name is Bloodthorn?" "No! The tree spirit of the bloodthorn god-given seed is also called Bloodthorn." "It's repeated?" Han Dao immediately retorted. Hong Dao has grown into a senior warrior. Duju and Hongmi, the two little guys, no longer dared to provoke it or refute it. Bamboo said, Bloodthorn was originally cultivated by Pyracantha through countless generations. So it is called Pyracantha. How about it? The little soldier didn't quite understand the meaning of the name, and gently nodded his tentacles to express his agreement. Listless and absent-minded. It has no objection. So let's call it Pyracantha. Bamboo called out, eat it while the melon is cool. After eating the melon, Pyracantha stuck to Bamboo again, lying on Bamboo's head, and refused to move. Bamboo had a lot of things to do, and had no time to take care of it. So he asked Hongmi to catch it, and forcibly send it to Fingling's territory. The little guy refused to follow Fengling, and ran back that night. Bamboo asked Hongmi to send it to Xiangpu. Xiangpu fed some royal jelly, and the little guy calmed down, and stayed in the hive. This is exactly what I want. In the future, I will let it open a cave next to the cattail, and breed a large number of bloodthorn life seeds at the foot of the mountain, without occupying the land area of Liju Peak. Forest plants are a whole life level higher than ordinary plants. The branches are thicker and tougher, and the thorns are sharper and more poisonous. Using blood thorns as life seeds to form a defense will definitely be much better than ordinary blood thorns. Oil tea is used to wandering in the jungle alone, and cannot get used to the leisurely life of settling in Liju Peak. It only rested for half a month, hurriedly ate the forced food given to it by Bamboo, and left again. This time, according to Bamboo's instructions, it entered the territory of the Iron Knife Mountains in the north of Liju Peak to scout the distribution of beast warriors in the Iron Knife Mountains. There is no need for Bamboo to teach it too much. It is a natural excellent scout with rare talents for lurking and tracking. Cats feed on mice. On the other hand, bamboo rat warriors, who are already sensitive to the force, are particularly sensitive to Yucha's breath, which somewhat restrains Yucha's lurking talent. Therefore, in the early days, every time he approached Liju Peak, he was detected. For other beast warriors, including insect warriors, Yucha only needs to keep a certain distance to monitor well without being discovered. According to Yucha, clouded leopard warriors have similar skills, but not as powerful as it. Summer is gone and autumn is here. Busy harvest season. Liju Peak passed relatively smoothly, and various God-given seeds were successfully collected and stored. Liju Peak is safe because of the tightening of power. Other mountain ranges are not so peaceful. Taidao Mountain Range was attacked by beast warriors twice, and Shuirong Mountain Range was attacked by beast warriors once. Fortunately, they were all small groups of beast warriors, and no major losses were caused. The Hongyu Mountains were not so lucky. About 40 beast warriors attacked multiple peaks at the same time, including a county-level forest wolf warrior and 2 mountain lord-level forest wolf warriors. They suffered heavy losses, including the loss of 8 senior warriors, and the looting of a large amount of forced food. The Red Blatten King was furious and personally went out to hunt them down, but nothing was found. So he organized thousands of red cockroach warriors in advance and began to sweep and investigate the Hongju Mountains in the autumn. Autumn went to winter solstice. Yucha completed the reconnaissance and returned to Liju Peak. The situation was expected, but unexpected. After the sweep of the red cockroach warriors led by the Red Blatten King, the beast warriors in the Taidao Mountains and the Hongju Mountains were almost extinct. They were not killed, but became smarter. They all hid in the northwest-facing Dine Mountains and Jinping Mountains, and spent most of their time hiding in these 2 mountains. Driven by hatred and greed, they gathered in an organized way in the autumn harvest season when the forced fruit matured in large areas, traveled long distances, raided and robbed, and then evacuated quickly. The Jinping Mountains and Banbo were not the first target of attack because they were protected by reed marshes and Yumu Mountain. Yucha was very helpful and found the settlement nest of the forest wolf warriors in the Jinping Mountains. He also found that these guys were guarding a young tree of God-given seeds. Yucha could not recognize what kind of tree it was, and could only judge by its breath that this wild God-given seed was to strengthen the ability of plants. The Yao Mati Forest Wolf Tribe. The last night primrose tree God-given seed also strengthened the ability of plants. Bamboo judged that the newly discovered young tree of God-given seeds could definitely gather the scattered forest wolf tribes. Bamboo informed the Red Blatant King of the news, and stopped the sweep of the Hongju Mountains. He prepared to reorganize a group of elite forces to enter the Jinping Mountains, and wipe out the rebellious forest wolf tribe in one fell swoop. Chapter 232 Selling One's Life. Beast warriors have no fixed territory, wandering around, and it is difficult to launch a siege. The fruits condensed from wild God-given seeds can help beast warriors grow. Plants cannot be moved at will. When beasts have God-given seeds, their territories are fixed, which becomes their fatal weakness. The forest wolf tribe from Yamati is extremely hostile to the cockroach tribe. They have many high-level warriors, and an unknown number of county-level and mountain-level warriors, which is a great hidden danger. Bamboo sharpened his knife and was about to go to the battle himself. The main task was to bring loyalty and lead the way for the warriors who participated in the siege of the cockroach tribe. Waiting for a full 10 days. A full 100 warriors rushed to Leju Peak. All of them were high-level warriors. There were also 13 county lords from Shuetao County, including the Shuetao County Lord and the Yoli County Lord, who participated in this battle. There were quite a few of them, and they were all elite fighters. This was all the high-level fighters that the Red Blattle tribe could dispatch. And it also involved the Blood Peach County. This time, the Red Blattle King was ruthless. They were all elders of the same tribe, and Bamboo did not dare to neglect them. He was busy greeting them, and arranged them to rest next to the Bloodthorn God-given seeds at the foot of the mountain. Most of the elders came to Leju Peak for the first time, and Bamboo had to take them up the mountain in groups of 3 or 2 to visit his God-given seeds. This busy work took a whole day. It just so happened that the Red Blattle King, who had been missing for a long time, came from the south, and brought Princess Chiofeng with him. He landed directly at the entrance of the cave where Bamboo lived in Leju Peak. Looking mysterious, Princess Yoli and Princess Day were sent away and not allowed to eavesdrop. Bamboo was left alone. Princess Chiofeng was in a bad mood and was a little solemn. She spoke first and asked, "Bamboo, are you sure that it is a wild tree with God's gift, and it can enhance the ability of plants?" Bamboo replied, "It is certain. So far, all the information provided by Yucha has not been leaked. Wild God-given seed young plants can be transplanted, and the ability to enhance plants is just in line with the innate ability of the black and white cockroach tribe. It is easy to guess that the Red Blattle King intends to take the wild tree God-given seed of this variety and sell it to Princess Chiofeng. But why is the atmosphere so solemn? Is the Red Blattle King asking for a high price? It's just money, not life. Didn't you say that your black and white cockroach tribe has a mine and is rich?" Bamboo turned his head and looked at the Red Cockroach King in confusion. "Did you offend Princess Chiofeng by asking for a high price? Are you crazy because of poverty?" The Red Cockroach King's mental power also seemed solemn, and asked, "Bamboo, have you ever considered cultivating that wild cliff cypress God-given seed?" Bamboo's number of God-given seeds is increasing, and the wild cliff cypress God-given seeds are almost forgotten. It grows too slowly. It is only 6 meters high after more than 10 years of age. It only condenses about 300 seeds every year. It has not been nurtured and improved by the life capsule. The quality is only a little better than ordinary life seeds, and the annual output value does not exceed 30 raw stones. The only advantage is its strengthening effect, strengthening nerves, improving reaction speed, and a little strengthening of brain nerves, so that the brain can think faster. Bamboo feels that his brain is getting less and less enough to deduce the skills, and he eats 200 cliff cypress seeds produced every year. Big Bear's brain has not been working well, and the seeds of the God-given thuja belong to him. So the other 100 seeds are divided among Big Bear. Just eat them as snacks to improve the taste. If you really want to greatly enhance the speed, you still have to find a caravan to buy the corresponding force food package." Seeing that Bamboo was still confused, the Red Blattle King continued, "Bamboo, your wild thuja seeds have good enhancement effects and good development potential. Why don't you consider spending some money to help it grow quickly?" Grow quickly? Bamboo had some guesses, but he didn't quite understand. Wild God-given seeds are not of much value before they complete a metamorphosis and growth. They grow extremely slowly. It takes hundreds of years to complete the first metamorphosis and growth. It is also very dangerous and can easily die due to metamorphosis failure. The black and white cockroach tribe can promote the rapid growth of plants. Bamboo has thought about it and asked the owner of Huabai Mountain. Promoting the rapid growth of plants for 1 year consumes 3 years of life and costs 10,000 raw stones. A deadly deal. The price is too high, and the effect is not good. Looking at the solemn attitude of the Red Blattle King and Princess Chiofeng, "Is there any other explanation?" Bamboo asked directly. Red Blattle King, "Princess Chiofeng, do you have any good suggestions?" Princess Chiofeng said, "After our black and white cockroach tribe was promoted to Mountain Master, They awaken the ability to promote the rapid growth of plants. You should have heard of this. Right? Bamboo said, I have heard of it. Princess Chiofeng nodded her antennae and said, but this ability is limited to the life seeds she has bred. If you force other Zerg warriors to give birth, they will suffer great damage and shorten their lives. Have you heard of this? I've heard of it. Bamboo said, if a mountain master forcefully instigates a 3-year life-changing plant, it will grow 1 year faster. Princess Chiofeng said, if a warrior at the level of a princess forcefully instigates a 1-year life-changing plant, it will grow 1 year faster. Qijian Cockroach King said, because the wild God-given seeds are ownerless and have no soul connection. The backlash of forced instigation is weaker. Princess-level warriors forcefully instigate a 1-year life-changing plant. It will grow 2 years faster. Princess Chiofeng said, I and Qijian. The Cockroach King has agreed that the wild tree God-given seed that was snatched back will be converted into the lifespan of the county-level warriors of my black and white cockroach tribe according to the estimated growth potential of the specific tree species. Qijian Cockroach King said, Bamboo, I mean to help you promote the rapid growth of the God-given seeds of cliff cypress. Let's calculate it by year. 1 year of promotion. For 1,000 raw stones, half and half. You only need to pay 2,000 raw stones. These raw stones are not taken by me alone. Half will be divided equally among the warriors of the same tribe who participated in this battle. And the other half will compensate for the losses of the Red-Orange Mountains. The development of the Red-Orange Mountains is not much better than that of the Iron Knife Mountains. There are only about 60 warriors in total, and 8 were killed in the attack of the forest wolf, which can be said to be a serious injury. Qijian Cockroach King wants to recover some losses for the Red-Orange Mountains. 2,000 raw stones. Bamboo asked, can I consider it? It is clear that he is not willing. The Red Blatten King said, Bamboo, I know you are anxious to be promoted to the Mountain Master, and you are planning to accumulate raw stones. Don't I still owe you 300,000? I will pay you with this raw stone to offset the debt. What do you mean by erasing the decimal? Bamboo corrected him, Red Blatten King. You remembered it wrong. It's 330,000 raw stones. Really? Red Blatten King said embarrassedly, De Yi and Xiao Yi have always been responsible for this matter. I don't remember it very accurately. Bamboo shook his antennae, thinking quickly, and began to calculate. 300,000 raw stones can give birth to 150 years. Even if the annual income of the cypress God-given seeds increases by 300 raw stones after giving birth, it will take 1,000 years to pay back. A huge loss. But you can't calculate it this way. The advantage of the God-given seeds being bred into life seeds is that they evolve with the warriors and grow fast. The disadvantage is that they wither and die with the fall of the warriors. Wild God-given seeds have many disadvantages. But there is one advantage that is extremely critical. That is, the long life cycle, especially for trees. If they grow smoothly, they can survive for a long time, and tens of thousands are not a problem. The Flying Fire Blatten tribe has many such cases. They themselves can't remember how many years the wild God-given seeds that the tribe provides have survived. The cultivated and grown wild God-given seeds can serve as the foundation for the continuation of the tribe and the tribal sacred objects that will benefit the younger generations. The intention of the Red Blatant King is very clear. Bamboo has many God-given seeds, and together, his growth potential is greater than it. If nothing unexpected happens, Bamboo will definitely be promoted to a county lord. Jinping Mountain Range will definitely be promoted to a county. And with luck, he can be promoted to the Blatant King. If the God-given seeds of cliff cypress grow up, they can become the foundation to ensure that a county will never fall. To put it bluntly, it means that Bamboo should be a good insect and do good things to protect the younger generations. The former insects plant trees, and the latter insects enjoy the shade. This deal does not benefit Bamboo, the Red Blatant King, or the county lord Chiofeng. The beneficiaries are the insects and descendants thousands of years later. Chapter 233 Night Attack. If the God-given seed of the cliff cypress can grow faster by 100 or 200 years, there is hope that Bamboo will see it complete its first metamorphosis and growth in his lifetime. If it is successfully promoted to the Cockroach King, maybe it can also see it complete its second metamorphosis. After completing the second metamorphosis, Liju Peak will have an extra God-given tree seed corresponding to the cultivation level of a high-level warrior forever. In that way, when Bamboo dies of old age, he can go with peace of mind, and his insect descendants can still receive a minimum security fund no matter how bad it is. This is not impossible. Bamboo answered hesitantly. Distressed, turned around, and looked at Princess Chiofeng. Princess Chiofeng sighed. If the mineral vein of our black and white cockroach tribe had been discovered 40 or 50 years earlier, I might have had a 50% chance of becoming the cockroach king. Now, the probability of success is too low. And there are no outstanding descendants in Chiofeng County. I can't take risks. I have accepted my fate and given up the promotion to the cockroach king. Princess Chiofeng gently moved her antennae, pointed to the sky, and said, the prosperous era is opening. I must not only protect the development of the clan and lead them to rise, but also leave some foundation for them to gain a foothold in the future decline. A contract. The wild tree seeds bestowed by God that are suitable for our black and white cockroach tribe are worth sacrificing some lives. Bamboo asked cautiously, You? Chiofeng County Lord said, Of course it can't be me. Chiofeng County has several other county lords who don't have seeds bestowed by God. I funded and cultivated them for the future of the tribe. They will not refuse. The red cockroach king saw that Bamboo's answer was hesitant, and asked again, Bamboo, do you agree? You all said it so righteously. If I refuse, won't I be beaten to death as a traitor? That? I guess so. Bamboo emphasized. The upper limit is 300,000 raw stones. No more. Princess Chiofeng said, Don't worry. Ordinary tree species are not worth more than 50 years of life for my black and white cockroach tribe warriors. If it is a precious tree species, it can be discussed. It was getting dark. The red cockroach king asked, Princess Chiofeng, do you want to go and take a look together? Princess Chiofeng looked at the elite warriors gathered at the foot of the mountain, shook her antennae, and said, I won't cause trouble for you. Bamboo immediately said, Then trouble Princess Chiofeng to wait here for a few days. Princess Chiofeng slightly moved her antennae. There was no time to lose. The red cockroach king went down the mountain to gather his tribe, arrange a general action plan and group the warriors, and then set off. Bamboo carried the oil tea in a snakeskin bag and flew after him. It was a long journey, and it took a day and a half of flying to reach Yunwu Peak. Most of the warriors landed directly in the jungle and hid. Yucha, Bamboo, the red Blatten king, the oil pear princess, and the blood peach princess landed cautiously on the southern side of Yunwu Peak, and then quietly climbed to the top of the peak. Bamboo opened the snakeskin bag, released Yucha, and asked, Yucha, can you identify the direction from here? Yucha looked around the environment, thought carefully for a while, swung his tail, pointed in a direction, and said, Over there. Follow this direction. Keep going forward. There is an obvious sign. It is a large reservoir, much larger than the reservoir dug by Bamboo. Yucha doesn't like to communicate, and he also beat up teacher Baizhu. His studies were abandoned halfway, so he didn't learn all kinds of knowledge comprehensively. The so-called reservoir should be a naturally formed lake. Everyone understood, and Bamboo was too lazy to correct it. Yucha continued, starting from the reservoir. Walk slightly north and west, and after crossing two small hills, there is a plain with dense forests. They are hidden in the dense forests. Bamboo asked, What is the specific location? Are there any special signs? No. Yucha organized his words, drew an irregular circle on the ground with his claws, and said, There are small hills all around, forming a circle. There are often forest wolf warriors patrolling. In the middle is a plain with dense forests. The God-given seeds are in the middle. Those powerful forest wolf warriors live there. Bamboo looked into the distance. The distance was too far to see clearly, so he asked, Yucha, how long does it take you to run from here? Yucha said, Not very far. It will take about half a night. Not very far, but not close either. The red Blatten king had a rough idea in his mind and said, In winter, forest wolves are used to foraging during the day. Then let's go down the mountain first. Rest and eat. Set out at dusk. Arrive around midnight, end the battle before dawn. The blood peach princess said, There are too few warriors to form a perfect encirclement. If too many warriors are dispatched, they may be detected, which is even more inappropriate. The oil pear princess retorted and said, First, rob the wild God-given seeds. Kill all the forest wolf warriors at the level of the princess and the mountain master, and then use a day to hunt down the forest wolf warriors at the high-level warrior level. The remnants who escaped by chance are not a big deal. The red Blatten king said, Okay. Whatever. Princess Xueda waved her antennae and said indifferently, Whatever went wrong? It's still you. The Red Blatodia tribe. Who are unlucky. Just give enough raw stones. The group went down the mountain and called the tribe again to inform the specific situation and discuss more specific details of the battle. The land of the Red Blatodia tribe was opened up from the wilderness. Princess Yoli and the Red Blatodia king and other older warriors have experienced countless battles of all sizes, and their practical experience is much richer than Bamboo. It sounds safe. Bamboo didn't express his opinion and just led Yucha to lead the way. Everyone who participated in the battle was stronger than himself. When the battle started, he could just hide and watch the excitement. Recuperate for a day to restore energy and physical strength to the peak state. Set off at dusk. Try to gather as much as possible to reduce the probability of being discovered. And sneak under the cover of night. After midnight, they arrived at the lake mentioned by Yucha. The Red Blatodia king set off in advance with 13 princesses. Bamboo and Yucha. The rear formation changed. 3 warriors formed a semicircle formation and set off a little later. Yucha suddenly stopped, shook his tail, pointed ahead, and said, "Climb over the small mountain range in front, and you'll be there." A semicircular hilly mountain range with a height of about 100 meters. Then the Red Blighty King led the way. Its soul was strong and it could also keenly sense the distribution of the forest wolf warriors in the distance, and then cleverly avoid them. Bamboo followed and climbed the mountain range, consciously taking Yucha to find a hidden place to hide. Looking down from a high place, waiting to watch the show. "They are coming." Yucha suddenly shook his tail and pointed in a direction. Bamboo concentrated and calmed down. And only then did he vaguely realize that 3 warriors of the same tribe were lurking and approaching. Like Rat King, Yucha is sensitive to the Force, which is probably a racial talent. The difference is that Rat King and his group are more sensitive to the Force, while Yucha's perception is more sensitive to various Force creatures. Bamboo waited for another 2 seconds before accurately determining that the approaching people were Mountain Master level warriors from Chigang Mountain Range, one of whom was particularly familiar. The Master of Tieju Mountain. According to the plan, at this time, the Mountain Master level warriors participating in the battle had separated, forming a loophole-filled encirclement of the plains under the mountains, and slowly closing in. A very reasonable tactic. Like a stretched net. The closer it is, the finer the mesh, and the smaller the chance of leakage. Bamboo quietly locked onto the Master of Tieju Mountain with his mental power, sensing that they first climbed down the mountain very carefully and moved forward slowly. And then, as the big net shrank, the speed increased little by little. An impeccable encirclement and suppression operation. This kind of detailed behavior was not arranged in advance. It should be a fighting talent in the genes. A fighting instinct that will be stimulated when facing a crisis. The Zerg on this planet look honest, but they are not simple. Bamboo thought silently. Soon, light burst out in the center of the plain jungle. 13 county-level warriors used their fire powers at the same time, and a large number of trees were ignited. In an instant, the flame shot up into the sky, lighting up the night. Chapter 234 Torreya Grandis. From a high point, you can see everything. The center of the plain jungle turned into a sea of fire, and there were bursts of flames in other places. The howling of wolves continued. The raid was successful. The fierce battle started and ended immediately. The central sea of fire was quickly extinguished. The fire in other places was spreading, and at the same time, it was extinguished in clusters. Those were some warriors, who were using another fire control ability forcibly interrupting the burning of forest fires. The jungle fire spread and burned, and the damage caused was probably greater than the beast warriors attacking the territory. So it must be extinguished as soon as possible. It is much more difficult to extinguish a fire than to set a fire, and it takes a lot of effort. According to the tactical arrangement, 3 Mountain Master level warriors are in a group, one of whom is responsible for tracking the beast warriors. One is responsible for setting fires and killing the enemy, and one has to follow behind to extinguish the fire. Yucha. It's almost done. Let's go over and take a look. Bamboo opened the snakeskin bag. Yucha jumped into his pocket. Bamboo carried it and flew to the center of the jungle. A large area of ancient trees in the deep forest had been burned into charcoal by the high-temperature flames released by the princess-level warriors. It was dark and a mess. There were many dead bodies of forest wolf warriors lying here and there. Exuding the aroma of barbecue, they could not withstand the flames of the princess-level warriors of the Red Cockroach tribe. They were handled very professionally, leaving no sparks. Only the Red Cockroach King and the oil pear princess were left around a green sapling. According to the agreement, the red cockroach king rushed forward and protected the precious wild seedling of God's gift with his vain wings as soon as the battle broke out. And the other princess-level warriors used their fire power to kill the forest wolf warriors. Well protected, the sapling was not damaged at all. When the red Blatten king saw Bamboo coming, he directly ordered, "Bamboo, you are small and your forelimbs are flexible. You come and dig it out." "Okay," Bamboo replied, went forward, carefully identified, and couldn't help but exclaimed, "It's a torreya tree." After praising, he felt a pain in his flesh. The avocado princess turned her tentacles around and said regretfully, there were more than a dozen mature torreya trees around, but they were all burned to death during the battle. "What a pity," the red Blatten princess said. "Avocado princess, you stay and clean up. Look around. There should be other torreya trees in this jungle. You can dig some trees and plant them back." "I know." The avocado princess nodded her tentacles. The wild torreya seedlings are about 0.6 meters tall, and should have been born in the past 2 years. They were found by the forest wolf warriors and planted. Torreya grandis is a rare large tree. As a life species, its development prospects are comparable to those of blood peach tree, autumn maple tree, and red hardwood tree. It can be sold at a good price. MD. Now it's good. All my raw stones are gone. Maybe I will have to pay for it. Bamboo thought silently in his heart and began to dig. He scanned the ground with his mental power to check the distribution of roots, and carefully dug with soil and put it into the snakeskin bag. The snakeskin bag was gone, and he couldn't fly back with Yucha. Bamboo ordered Yucha, "Go to our Jinping Mountains to look for it again. Scout the movements of the group of black wolf warriors. Pay attention to their migration patterns, and try to see if there is any possibility of encirclement and suppression." Okay. Yucha disappeared into the jungle. The red hardwood cockroach king took the snakeskin bag and spread his wings to the sky. Bamboo followed and returned first. Princess Yoli stayed behind and led the soldiers to continue chasing the escaped forest wolf warrior. "How is it? What kind of tree?" Seeing that the red Blatten king was carrying the snakeskin bag and flying fast, Princess Chiofeng had already understood that the sneak attack and robbery had been successfully carried out. While asking questions, she scanned with her mental power and then exclaimed, "It's a torreya grandis." "What's the tree species?" "It's a very rare and precious tree species. Why don't you look for some ordinary tree species?" The cultivation value of torreya grandis is not inferior to that of Chiofeng and red Blatten trees. Princess Yucha will take care of it. The red Blatten king gently put the snakeskin bag on the ground and said, "This wild God-given seed is quite valuable. The transplantation of the seedlings should not be delayed. To make a long story short, it will be accelerated for 200 years. To accelerate the birth for 200 years, it means that the princess-level warriors of the black and white cockroach tribe will pay the price of 100 years of life." The red Blatten king did not raise the price. This torreya grandis tree is more useful to their black and white Blatella tribe, and it is worth the price. Princess Chiofeng was silent for 2 seconds. Without saying much, gently tapped her antennae to express her agreement, picked up the snakeskin bag to check, confirmed that it was strong enough, and directly flapped her wings and flew away. Trading with life is an act that will be despised by the black and white Blatella tribe. Bamboo, you should not publicize this matter. I understand. Starting from next spring, Princess Chiofeng will send the princess-level warriors of their tribe to help your Thuja Sechuanensis seeds to grow. Every spring, for 3 months, you can only give birth once a month, and the princess-level warriors will give birth once, which will accelerate the rapid growth of the plant for about 10 years. They need to be induced to give birth 20 times in total, which will last for 7 years. If you can't wait, you can ask them to help give birth to the God-given seeds of the red-fruited camellia oil tree that are about to be bred. But don't be impatient. The God-given seeds of the red-fruited camellia oil tree are crucial and cannot be allowed to make any mistakes. When they are just sown, the young plants are fragile. It is best to grow them for a year or 2. When the seedlings are stronger, they can be induced to give birth again. 1 or 2 times is enough. Don't be greedy. Understood? Bamboo asked, what preparations need to be made in advance? Red Cockroach King said, prepare some raw stones. God-given seeds. Rapid growth requires the use of raw stones to replenish the original force. However, trees grow slowly, and even if they are accelerated for 10 years, the changes will not be so obvious. so a small amount of raw stones will be enough. Bamboo said, I should pay 400,000 raw stones for 200 years. And I need to pay you 70,000? The Red Blatten King shook his antennae and said, let's talk about it when you are promoted to the Mountain Master. The raw stones will be directly handed over to the Bitterthorn Mountain Master of the Red-Orange Mountain Range. It will purchase a batch of original force food and train potential warriors to be promoted to Mountain Masters. Understood, Bamboo replied. Chijian County Lord stretched out her forelimbs and carefully carved on the ground. A scribbled map, roughly recognizable, is the current territory distribution map of the Red Blatten tribe and the lineage of the Red Blatten King. Yodi Mountain Range and Shuerong Mountain Range are in the same mountain range, and it is reasonable to make them part of the same county. Bamboo, your Jinping Mountain Range is not rich. Have you considered upgrading it to a county in the future? Bamboo considered it, and the most ideal scenario is to merge it with the Taidao Mountain Range. But it is not reasonable to be in the same mountain range. Bamboo shook his tentacles and said shamelessly, I am still young, and I have not considered it. Princess Chijian said, it would be best if there were some mountains between the counties. I think you can consider developing to the northwest in the future and occupying the Jinping Mountains. The Jinping Mountains and the Jinping Mountains are of the same origin, and it would be best if they were combined into one county. You are naturally intelligent, and you can communicate with the Flying Fire Cockroach tribe in Yaomati. That's too far away, isn't it? Bamboo said, there are only 6 red cockroach warriors in Liju Peak now, and I don't know when new little warriors will be born. How about you send some over? This is not urgent. Chijian Cockroach King was choked for a while, and then said, the Dine Mountains and the Jinping Mountains are currently unowned wastelands. Princess Yoli and I have discussed that we plan to gather forces to open them up in 5 years, and send out warriors to occupy the territory first. Send a small warrior to occupy the territory. And then you need to invest a lot of raw stones to support their growth and development. What I mean is that Chijian County supports the Dian Mountains, and you support the development of the Jinping Mountains. There are a lot of God-given seeds in Liju Peak. After you are promoted to the Mountain Master, your annual income will increase significantly. Right? Much better than I was back then. After the Chijian Cockroach King finished speaking, he sighed. Bamboo, there is not much wasteland left for our Chijian Cockroach tribe. Bamboo thought for a while and said, Chijian Cockroach King, I will take out a batch of raw stones to support this matter. Chapter 235, Inducing Birth. The total population of the Red Bladdish Cockroach tribe is only over 5,000. Those who are qualified to discuss the development of the race with the Red Bladdish Cockroach King are actually the 12 county-level warriors. Bamboo has many God-given seeds, and is probably the most promising younger generation. He also shows outstanding wisdom. So the Red Bladdish Cockroach King consulted with him. The small tribe occupies only a few territories and has limited strength, so the agreement was reached in a few words. The topic changed, and they began to discuss how to solve the problem of the threat of beast warriors. If Yucha's reconnaissance is not flawed, the threat to Jinping Mountains is only that Black Wolf warrior. There is only one Mountain Master level Wolf King in the Wolf Pack, which is not a big threat. Yucha continues to lock and track the Black Wolf warriors wandering in Jinping Mountains. As long as he understands their activity patterns, he can gather enough combat power at any time to encircle and annihilate them. The second is the Black Anaconda warriors. Yucha has locked the location and informed Bamboo. Bamboo took the Red Cockroach King and the elite of the tribe to go there and repeated the same trick to encircle and annihilate them in one fell swoop. The shrub guarded by the 5 Black Anaconda warriors is not a shrub, but a wild black grape. It has grown for a few years and cannot be moved and transplanted. It is simply left as bait for fishing. The real trouble lies in the beast warriors hiding in the Dine Mountains and Jinping Mountains. The Chanshan Cockroach King is unwilling to make a big move. Then, the Red Cockroach tribe can only make more efforts. This winter, the Red Cockroach King organized a group of elite warriors to first clear the Dine Mountains. A month later, Yucha returned to Liju Peak and brought back news. The group of Black Wolf warriors secretly watched Liju Peak, then ran away, crossed the Jinjiang River, and entered the Yabai Mountains. Bamboo informed the leader of Yabai Mountain of the intelligence in time. As for whether they had the ability to wipe out this group of Black Wolf warriors, that was the business of their Black and White Cockroach tribe. At this time, the Red Cockroach tribe and the Flying Fire Cockroach tribe had elite warriors clearing out the beast warriors in the Great Eucalyptus Mountains and Jinping Mountains. Bamboo did not dare to be negligent. After Yucha rested for a few days, he immediately sent it out to monitor the border and pay attention to whether there were strong beasts flowing into the Jinping Mountains. The Jinping Mountains are large in area and complex in terrain. No matter how powerful Yucha is, there is only one of them, and I am afraid that he cannot take care of everything. This time he left the mountain for a full 2 months, and returned only when the weather warmed up in spring. He was once again skinny. Isn't this too dedicated? Bamboo, the cold capitalist, couldn't help but feel a little sorry, and arranged for Yucha to rest and recuperate in the mountains. Looking at the 7 bamboo rat warriors, they also have reconnaissance skills, but they are timid and afraid of death, and are unwilling to take risks. These 7 guys were content to eat and drink well in the mountains, without farm work, and had a whole winter of leisure. The spring sun shone, the warm wind blew, and the old branches sprouted green. Late at night, 2 black and white figures came from the south. Bamboo was the first to notice. One of them was the master of Huabai Mountain, and the other was a county-level warrior of the black and white flower Cockroach tribe. The master of Huabai Mountain knew the location and landed directly next to the wild cliff cypress God-given seeds. Bamboo tried to make as little noise as possible and crawled on the ground to catch up. The 3 mountain masters living in the mountain, including Huangwan, roughly guessed something, but they kept silent and pretended not to know. Master of Huabai Mountain. Who is this? The master of Huabai Mountain was in a bad mood and did not answer. Princess Hanfeng. Princess Hanfeng was quite open-minded and introduced herself. Bamboo said, "Thank you for your help." Princess Hanfeng said nothing more, but gently tapped her tentacles and climbed down close to the wild cypress seeds, with her tentacles resting on the trunk, and a bright green glow rose from her body. The master of Huabai Mountain lowered his mental power and reminded Bamboo, "You need to prepare some raw stones and some fresh meat." "Oh!" Bamboo shook his tentacles and sent a message, asking the master of Huangwan Mountain to help him go hunting, and ran back to the cave where he lived quickly, picked up a bag of raw stones, and ran back in a hurry. It was the first time I saw it. It was very novel. It was inevitable to be curious. Bamboo wanted to see with his own eyes how the black and white cockroach tribe gave birth to implants and grew rapidly. Standing not far away, watching silently, without using mental power, the soul could clearly sense the changes in Princess Hanfeng. It seemed to be establishing some kind of connection with the God-given thuja seeds, but it was cautious and not very smooth. The communication state continued until the dawn, and Princess Red Maple suddenly changed. The whole shell was covered with a layer of green force, and the force was stagnant. Bamboo looked at it and had a strange feeling. Princess Red Maple seemed to be woody, becoming a part of the God-given thuja seeds, and was supplying nutrients to the God-given thuja seeds through her tentacles. That should be the special energy that promotes the rapid growth of plants. The result was that Princess Red Maple's breath weakened sharply, and the force lines on her shell cracked slightly. This process lasted for a short time. The force lines on the surface of the shell were only slightly cracked, but did not collapse. Princess Red Maple retracted her tentacles, crawled away from the God-given thuja seeds, and collapsed to the ground after being exhausted. The yellow-striped mountain master had been standing on the mountain secretly watching. Seeing this, he immediately came forward with the body of the Goju mountain python that he had hunted last night. Without saying much, he gently placed it in front of Princess Hanfeng and flapped his wings to leave. The flower-purple mountain master came forward, cut the food, and fed it to Princess Hanfeng. Bamboo watched silently, seeing that Princess Hanfeng's body could recover a little and her breath improved. He came forward, suppressed his mind power, and asked, "Princess Hanfeng, are you okay?" "I'm fine. I will be fine after a month of recuperation," Princess Hanfeng said. Princess Qiufeng selected 9 princesses including me from the clan. Everyone will take turns to come to Liju Peak to help you give birth. The flower-purple mountain master said, "Next month is Princess Linya's turn. It takes 200 years to help a princess give birth, and 100 years of life will be shortened. It is really fatal for a single princess. If it is shared by 9 princesses, only 2 of them will have to pay 15 years of life, and the other 7 will only have to pay 10 years of life. A cockroach warrior of the county level has a lifespan of 500 years, so losing 10 years of lifespan is actually not a big deal. Thank you for your help." Bamboo felt completely relieved and turned to check the seeds of the thuja god. A strange force merged with the branches and leaves, and the growth rate seemed to be accelerated. But it was not the kind of rapid growth visible to the naked eye. Slowly and evenly, this strange force will continue to work in the next month. From observation, there is no obvious damage to the plant. The owner of Huabai Mountain likes cypress trees, and kindly reminded Bamboo, "You should not lack the cypress seeds condensed by the wild Thuja God-given seeds." "Right," Bamboo said. "No." The Lord of Huabai Mountain said, "Then you should cut off the flower spikes in time when it grows out. In the past few years, it will not bloom or bear fruit, which is more beneficial to its healthy growth." Bamboo understood what the Lord of Huabai Mountain meant as soon as he heard it, and flicked his antennae and said, "I understand. I will do it." Hongfeng County Lord said again, "This wild cliff cypress God-given seed has good potential and is worth cultivating. Spend more time to take care of it. And don't be stingy with the original stone." "I understand," Bamboo said gratefully. "Thank you." Hongfeng County Lord continued to eat to recover. A Goju mountain python ate almost 1/3 of it before stopping. Her physical strength recovered. But that special injury could not be recovered in a short time. She said goodbye in a hurry and rushed back to the territory to recuperate. Watched them disappear into the sky. The depressing atmosphere of Liju Peak suddenly became active. Bamboo called Datu and quickly directed the worker ants to water and fertilize the cliff cypress God-given seeds to replenish the original force. The three mountain masters, Huangwen, Bairong, and Zupi, came down the mountain to watch the excitement. From time to time, the senior soldiers stationed at the foot of the mountain would run up to take a look and feel the magical power of birth. The other members of Li Zhufeng had already sensed the movement and came to watch one after another. Chapter 236. The caravan was attacked. The growth of the wild Thuja seeds after the birth of the gods will not show obvious effects for a while. And even within a day, there will be no big changes. However, if you look at it again after 2 or 3 days, you will find that it has grown significantly. Bamboo arranged all the spring farm work for other members on the mountain, and he lay beside the Thuja seeds for continuous observation. The demand for raw stones is very small, and only 10 pieces are needed every day. The demand for water and nutrients is relatively high, especially water, and water must be continuously watered. Could it be that the strange energy has increased the efficiency of photosynthesis of the plants? It rains a lot in spring. After several days of rainy weather, the plants grew steadily as usual. That is some kind of high-level energy that can be directly used by plants. Bamboo finally came to a meaningless conclusion. When Bamboo was a human, he was not a scientist, and even had a mess in terms of scientific and technological knowledge. He had no ability to delve into it, nor was he interested in delving into it. Only a definite superficial conclusion is needed: benign birth, harmless to the plants. That's enough. In 1 month, the strange energy was exhausted, which was equivalent to 10 years of growth. Silently, the seeds of the cliff cypress tree God-given reached a height of nearly 10 meters. The owner of Huabai Mountain brought the scale leaf princess of Qijing County to come again. And then, the second birth was induced. Oilty rested in Liju Peak for half a month and left in a hurry. Hong Dao has just been promoted to L2 Senior Warrior. Duju is already L9 Intermediate Warrior. And Hongmi is now L6 Intermediate Warrior. They are gradually sensible and start to work. If you are too busy, you can also ask the senior warriors stationed at the foot of the mountain for help. And a few raw stones are enough as a reward. Nurseries were opened one by one, and various seeds were sown smoothly. The only trouble is that Xiangpu has now grown to an L9 Intermediate Warrior, and the number of bee colonies controlled is nearly 100,000. He is about to be promoted to a senior warrior, and the size of the bee colony will increase. The nearby trees were all knocked down by the big bear with iron sand palms. And food is a problem. The 20 colorful coal bamboos transplanted on the mountain finally got rid of their half-dead state. In this spring, they showed strong vitality. If they develop naturally, they will sprout on a large scale in the fall of this year. They are unlucky again and fell into the hands of Bamboo. Bamboo transplanted them to the foot of the mountain and decided to conduct the first hybridization experiment this year. The experiment of finding the restored species of ghostline bamboo is still at a loss. Bamboo seed cultivation cannot only focus on the existing few bamboo species that can bloom and bear fruit every year. Bamboo plans to use this year's dry season to stimulate most of the bamboo species on the mountain to bloom and bear seeds, and continue to open up bamboo forests at the foot of the mountain next year to expand the planting scale, and also try to obtain new deformed species. The probability of bamboo gene mutation is about 1 in 100,000. After all, For herbaceous plants, the probability is actually quite high. Breeding and selection work continues, and there will always be a time when the required deformed species can be obtained. The project is large, and the procedures are cumbersome. But Bamboo is confident that the future is bright. Is Bamboo Mountain Master here? I am the Chonlu Caravan. The Chonlu Caravan arrived in early March. The spiritual power came from the south, and they did not follow the Huangjing County Master to take a detour this year. Yes. Bamboo encouraged the spiritual power to respond and began to carry the goods to be sold outside the cave. The three mountain masters, Huangwen, Bai Rong, and Zhu Pai, quickly landed at the entrance of the cave and helped carry the goods down the mountain. The three of them guarded Liju Peak all year round. Bamboo paid 1,000 raw stones as compensation, and the Red Blatten King would give out some red nuts as compensation. There were also warriors to help manage their own territory, so there was a fixed output. In total, the annual income was not low, and they lived a very comfortable life. They worked hard, especially Bai Rong, who rushed down the mountain with 2 spider silk bags. After packing up, Bamboo greeted Datu and was about to go down the mountain. Bai Rong flew back again. Bamboo, the caravan seems to have had an accident. Was it robbed? Bamboo was startled, flapped his wings and flew into the air, rushing down the mountain. Before landing, his mental power was first deployed and scanned. The Chonlu Caravan and the Yuzhu Caravan traveled together. The Trachelospermum officinale of the Chonlu Caravan was injured. One of its hind legs was bitten off, and there were teeth marks. Only the Trachelospermum was injured, and the goods seemed intact. Bamboo was relieved. Master Chonlu, Master Yuzhu, what are you doing? Damn wolf pack. Yuzhu cursed angrily and explained, we were attacked by a large group of black wolf warriors, and the Trachelospermum was injured. Chonlu said, it was a sneak attack. Cunning wolf pack. Bamboo asked, no goods were lost? No. Chonlu said, 2 mountain master level forest wolf warriors. They obviously didn't understand the strength of our fantasy flame spider tribe, and they failed. But they were also cunning, and they realized that it was impossible to do anything, so they withdrew immediately. Yuzhu added, there were also 22 high-level forest wolf warriors, all of whom ran away. Bamboo, it has been 2 years, and your territory is still not peaceful? Due to the injury of the Trachelospermum, the master of Chonlu Mountain was a little angry and asked, Bamboo, don't the other mountains of the Chi Luo tribe send warriors to help you clean up the troubles in the territory? Bamboo said, we have discovered this group of black wolf warriors a long time ago. They have been wandering back and forth between the Jinping and Yabai mountain ranges. Their whereabouts are unpredictable and difficult to deal with. It's a threat. The master of Chonlu Mountain said, find a way to clean them up as soon as possible. Otherwise our caravan will not be able to come. All the belongings that the caravan has been operating for a lifetime are carried on their backs. If they are robbed, it will be more painful than death. Bamboo can understand Chonlu and the others' current mood and assured, Master Chonlu, Master Yuzhu, don't worry. These black wolves will not survive this year. Bamboo, how was the harvest last year? There was no problem with the fruit harvest, right? Chonlu and Yuzhu couldn't get entangled anymore and changed the subject. Of course not. Bamboo said, Master Chonlu, let's trade first. This year, I need to purchase more force food. You can make a small fortune to compensate for the loss of Trachelospermum. Both parties began to trade. The quantity and price of the goods sold remained unchanged. The only change was that the number of rain bamboo seeds increased to 5,000. Bamboo purchased a moderate increase in goods to compensate the Chonlu caravan. But it was not a loss. There is no such thing as too much force food, which can be used to improve the overall strength of the members on the mountain. Master Chonlu, calculate the time. The southwest region should also have a drought. Right? Master Bamboo, you may be disappointed. The southwest region has been prosperous in the past 2 years. Let's see what happens this year. The transaction was completed. According to the rules, start chatting. Chonlu asked, Bamboo, how is the cultivation of the ghost bamboo going? I was just about to ask about this. Bamboo asked, Master Chonlu, is the caravan that your tribe used to find the ghost bamboo still there? Chonlu said, it's still there. The Wormwood Spider King is very famous. Its caravan has been traveling back and forth between the continent of 10,000 nations and the continent of 10,000 races. And they are doing big business with super high profits. This year I also asked it for information about bamboo species, and asked it to help you, and the Red Crow Ghost King find bamboo species. Bamboo said, then I have to trouble you to help find out. Back then, where the ghost bamboo was found, those bamboo species still exist. In the natural environment, generally speaking, there won't be too many types of bamboo growing together. The absent Spider King should remember it. Right? Yes. I've heard of it. Chonglu said, back then. The absent Spider King also obtained many gray bamboo species, which are rarer than purple bamboo, and sold a lot of raw stones. The Red Crow Ghost King has a lot of seeds planted there. They suspect that the ghost bamboo is a variant of the gray bamboo. They are waiting for the next dry season to try to obtain the restored species according to your method. Gray bamboo. Bamboo was excited for a moment, then disappointed, and sighed. Then I can only hope that the southwest region will suffer from drought sooner. Life plants cannot grow without water, and drought is not a good thing. The owner of Chonglu Mountain was a little speechless, and then said, the southwest region has a small drought every 3 to 5 years, and a big drought every 20 to 30 years. Calculating the time. It's almost time. Bamboo added, Master Chonglu, I have to trouble you to help ask the Wormwood Spider King where the ghost line bamboo is found. In addition to the gray bamboo, there are other bamboo species that survive. I know that. Yuju answered quickly, Bamboo. I am also asking the Wormwood Spider King for information about bamboo species. And I have also entrusted their caravan to help collect precious bamboo species. The Wormwood Spider King likes me very much. It just happened to tell me that there was a small patch of bamboo growing where the ghost line bamboo was discovered. Dozens of seeds were also harvested, and eventually all sent to the Red Crow Ghost King. Bamboo said, it seems that I can only wait. It can be basically confirmed that the ghost line bamboo is a mutated hybrid of the gray bamboo and the drifting bamboo. Chapter 237 Tracking. The Chonglu caravan left that night, and they had to speed up their journey. Luosher was injured and could not travel long distances. He might stay in Qijing County or Xuedao County, where safety is guaranteed, to recuperate for a year and recover from his injuries through molting and growth. For some reason, Chonglu and Yuju got together and seemed to have a harmonious relationship. This was not what Bamboo wanted to see. What bothered Bamboo the most was that the trade route of Liju Peak was too remote. He was about to be promoted to the Mountain Master, but there were still only 2 caravans coming to seek trade. The news that the Black Wolf Pack attacked the caravan spread, and the reputation of Jinping Mountain Range was ruined. I am afraid that no caravan would dare to come. It is impossible to trade with only 2 caravans. Right? With few caravans, the price of goods sold is not easy to increase, and the channels for purchasing materials and collecting information are also blocked, which is not conducive to the development of the territory. Damn Black Wolf. The night after the caravan left, Yucha returned to Liju Peak and hurried up the mountain. Bamboo. The Black Wolves have entered Jinping Mountains again, and there are more of them. They attacked the caravan. I know. The caravan came and left again. Bamboo was surprised and asked, how did you notice it so quickly? I smelled them. Yucha said, I just found them last night and have been tracking them. Bamboo asked, where are they now? Yucha said, after attacking the caravan, they wandered around Liju Peak and moved to the southeast. They don't seem to have any intention of leaving. Yucha added, now they have 2 Mountain Master level warriors and 22 high-level warriors. They may attack Liju Peak. Bamboo asked, Yucha, can you still track their location? Yucha answered affirmatively, yes, as long as they don't run too far. Bamboo said, you rest first. We will set off tomorrow. Bamboo told the Yellow-Striped Mountain Lord and the Rat King that he needed to go out for a while, maybe a long time. The next morning, he set off with Big Bear and Yucha. They went straight to the swamp. The residual energy and ownerless mental power of the metal core continued to overflow, and the area covered by the resonance force field was reduced by half. I am afraid it will be difficult to maintain for more than 10 years. Before it dissipates, use it as much as possible. Bamboo taught Yucha the soul capture secret art and took Yucha and Big Bear to absorb it together to strengthen their souls. Yucha is now only an L3 advanced warrior, and it reached saturation in less than 2 days. Bamboo asked it to track the traces of the Black Wolf warriors. 5 days later, Bamboo and Big Bear gradually absorbed saturation. Big Bear returned to Liju Peak alone. Bamboo waited for Yucha to return and went into the jungle together. Bamboo has a way to deal with those beast warriors below the mountain master level, but he has been too lazy to use it. First, Li Zhufeng has too many things to do, which is a waste of time. Second, the Red Cockroach King and Princess Yoli value Bamboo very much. The garrison soldiers sent will not withdraw until the threat in Jinping mountain range is eliminated. Now, these garrison soldiers help to protect tens of millions of ordinary cockroaches, which can greatly increase the probability of Li Zhufeng giving birth to small warriors, which is beneficial to the development of Li Zhufeng's insect population. Bamboo also hopes that this ideal state can last for 2 more years. But now, this group of black wolf warriors must be eliminated. Dark night. An ordinary mulberry forest, with a few tall ash trees and blooming Chinese tun trees. Luckily, it started to drizzle. Bamboo. They stopped here 2 days ago. Yeah. I see. Bamboo shook his tentacles, unable to catch any remaining breath, and scanned the surroundings with his mental power, and found the remains of 2 elks. That group of forest wolf warriors had hunted and eaten here. Bamboo checked around, shook his tentacles, and said, Yucha, I can't tell which direction they went. That way. Yucha hated rain, hid under the tallest and densest ash tree, waved his tail, and pointed in a direction. That was the direction of the Shuirong Mountains. Bamboo said, wolves also hate rain. They will stop to avoid rain. Yucha. Let's catch up. Yucha led the way with his head down. Silent jungle sneaking. Go east. Straight to the end of Jinping Mountains. Cross the mountains. Pass through a red banyan forest. And cross a big river. The other side of the river is still a plain forest, but it has entered the Shuirong Mountains. The rain has stopped. The ground of the forest is full of puddles. The midday sun shines, and the mist rises. Bamboo. They waded across the river last night, and the smell is gone. I'll go find them, Yucha said, and trotted away. Yucha's tracking ability is mainly due to his talent. Bamboo had no idea what to do with the traces of the black wolf warriors, so he simply ignored it. Slowly walked through the banyan forest, went into a mountain forest, killed a wild boar, ate silently, and waited for news from Yucha. This wait lasted half a day and a whole night. At dawn, Yucha appeared with a small black ringed snake in its mouth. Found it? Bamboo asked. Found it. Yucha jumped onto a bluestone, lay down lazily, and ate slowly, while using his mental power to explain to Bamboo. The black wolves are very cunning. They failed to attack the caravan, and dared not attack Liju Peak. Nor did they dare to attack the Yabai Mountains across the Jinjiang River. So they entered the Shuirong Mountains to find other targets to attack. Bamboo. They are scouting the terrain and familiarizing themselves with the environment. If we hadn't tracked them, the Shuirong Mountains would have suffered this summer. Or at least in autumn. Bamboo said coldly, we can't let them go. Yucha ate silently. And after eating, he exaggeratedly spread his limbs, belly up, and enjoyed the spring sunshine. It obviously prefers life in the wild. Bamboo also found a sunny place to crawl down and quietly enjoy the spring sunshine. Until the evening, the sun set in the west. Yucha and Bamboo stood up at the same time, and they went straight into the forest without any communication. When a large group of forest wolves pass by, they will not only leave their smell, but also traces of their activities. Yucha mainly tracks by smell, combining multiple factors, and is very accurate. When walking in the jungle, there will inevitably be traces left. Once found, you can follow them all the way. Bamboo. Look! They just foraged here today and stayed here, in front of a small naturally formed pond. There is a skeleton of a cygnus that has been gnawed clean. They eat very cleanly. These wolves are very frugal, Bamboo commented. The traces are still fresh, and the target is not far away. Without Bamboo's order, Yucha ran faster. He kept sneaking eastward until late at night. Yucha suddenly stopped, gently swung his tail, pointed to the hill ahead, and said, Bamboo, we are not far away. They may be resting under the hill tonight. I'll go over and take a look first. After saying this, Yucha started to trot away slowly. Bamboo stopped and waited. Soon, Yucha returned. Bamboo. Go over the hill. They are resting in the woods under the hill. They hunted 2 big wild boars and a group of small wild boars tonight, and they are very full. In the jungle, whether chasing or escaping, eating too much is not a good thing. Okay, Yucha. You follow behind and just watch. Pay attention. Don't let them get away from tracking. Bamboo gave a warning and started to sneak away. Chapter 238 Sneak Attack. Tracking. The Black Wolf Pack has 2 Mountain Master level alpha wolves. And there are not many beings in the jungle that can pose a threat to them. In the woods under the hill, Black Wolf warriors were scattered under big trees in groups of 3 or 2, lying on their sides to rest. They did not think that there would be other beasts in the jungle who dared to provoke them. So they were very relaxed, without any defense. In the darkness, a black figure suddenly appeared and disappeared. Woo! Gulyalu! A half scream suddenly sounded, followed by a howl that changed after blood choked into the throat. This was a lone Black Wolf warrior. It was uncomfortable lying down because it was too full. So it got up alone to walk and digest the food. The sharp hearing of the original force creature startled all the Black Wolf warriors, and they climbed up and followed the sound to check. What they saw was a dying companion. The throat was pierced, blood was gurgling, and he was about to die. Looking around, there was only a faint smell left by the Cockroach warriors, but no trace. Woohoo! The alpha wolf, which was over 3 meters long, raised its head and howled in anger. Woohoo! The angry howl echoed in the jungle, led by 2 Mountain Master level Black Wolf warriors. They began to follow the scent. 21 high-level Black Wolf warriors formed groups of 3 or 2, and followed in a human shape. Woohoo! Woohoo! The 2 Mountain Master level alpha wolves howled. Here, the scent was cut off. They knew that it was the Cockroach warriors who attacked them and flew away. Why were we attacked by the Cockroach warriors? Did they find us? The Cockroach warriors would not search this jungle. Nor would they appear alone, probably just passing by. They must have passed by and happened to find us. This Cockroach warrior is very powerful. We must be careful. Yes, be careful. Let's leave. Then leave. Where to? To the other side of the river. The 2 Mountain Master level Black Wolves communicated and fled with the wolf pack overnight. Bamboo. I smell the scent of blood. It's a Black Wolf warrior. Yucha was very curious. I killed one. Bamboo said, let's go. They started to escape. Let's follow. Yucha asked, puzzled, why only kill one? Bamboo said, I want to kill the 2 Mountain Master level wolf kings. So, kill them slowly. The Black Wolf is a powerful wolf race that is stronger than the Black Wolf, and is united by nature. It has few opponents in the southern jungle. It belongs to the dominant race, and many beasts that are larger and more ferocious than them are afraid of it. The Black Wolf has good endurance, and is a race that is good at long-distance running. Running all night, through the jungle, through the swamp. At dawn, successfully crossed the Jinjiang River, and entered the territory of the Black and White Cockroach tribe on the other side. They knew very well that there were 2 completely different cockroach species on the other side of the Jinjiang River, and they would not interfere with each other's territorial affairs. So they cunningly chose to wander back and forth on both sides of the Jinjiang River and commit crimes alternately. Then, they crossed a swamp, a jungle, and entered the vast mountains. This is the Metasequoia Mountains, which are in the same vein as the Thalassocid Mountains. After crossing the majestic mountains, with a height of more than 800 meters, the tropical region is to the south, with a hot climate, isolated mountains, and many towering ancient trees. The familiar smell of grass and trees, and the terrain environment, the warm climate, and the feeling of going home. Black Wolf warriors were born here, and are better at hiding and fighting in this environment. After a tense day and 2 nights, they can finally relax. Hunting, eating and resting. I have never been to this place before. Don't let your guard down. The 2 alpha wolves issued orders in turn. The wolf pack began to move, dispersing in 2s and 3s. The alpha wolf stayed in place to rest. And not long after, 3 Black Wolf warriors returned with the body of an adult black anaconda. The alpha wolf eats first. After a while, another Black Wolf warrior returned with the body of an adult wild boar. Enough food. Whoa! The alpha wolf raised his head and howled. The Black Wolf warriors, who were scattered for food, heard the call and turned back to eat around the body. The 2 alpha wolves were the first to eat and began to discuss. We have never been to this place before. Let's scout the environment first. That's right. Let's find out where the Cockroach warriors live and their number. Launch an attack when the fruits are ripe. And then leave and go to the other side of the river. We can't go to that place. Let's change to another place. Then continue to migrate down along the river. After all, they are force creatures, or at the level of mountain masters, and their wisdom is not low. They have a deep understanding of the cockroach tribe, and quickly set a detailed action strategy. The discussion is over. The alpha wolves looked at their tribes and felt something was wrong. They scanned with their mental power and found that something was wrong. One is missing. Huh? The other alpha wolf immediately became alert, scanned with his mental power, and then said, "One is missing." Woo. The alpha wolf raised his head and called. Waiting. No response. The other black wolf warriors, who were eating, became alert, looked at each other, and then found that one of their companions was missing. Don't alarm the nearby cockroach warriors. Separate and search. One wolf leader ordered. Can't separate. Search together. Another wolf leader stopped him and asked, "Who is missing? Which way did it go?" A senior black wolf warrior stretched out his claws and pointed in a direction, saying, "It seems to be over there. We were together, and then separated. Lead the way." The wolf leader who asked the question was angry. The wolf pack formed a human shape and shuttled through the dense jungle. Soon, they smelled the bloody smell and followed the smell to find the body of a dead black wolf warrior. The familiar attack method. Pierced the throat and died of blood loss. The two wolves raised their noses at the same time to catch the remaining breath in the air. It's him. That cockroach warrior. That cockroach warrior has found us again? It's chasing us. How did it find us? I don't know. We crossed the river? Is it a sneak attack? How did it sneak attack? I don't know. What should we do? Cross the river. Then walk along the river. The unknown is the most terrifying. After the discussion, the wolves set off. They changed a path, crossed the majestic mountains, passed through the jungle swamps, and crossed the Jinjiang River, but did not go ashore immediately, but floated along the river bank and went downstream. They swam southeast for half a day before going ashore, passing through the swamps and entering the jungle. After the wolves left, Bamboo quietly appeared, cut the bodies of the black wolf warriors they abandoned, and ate quickly. Bamboo. They ran back to the Shuirong Mountains again. Yucha actually wanted to ask, but didn't know how to ask. Bamboo said they didn't eat enough yesterday, so they should still be looking for food. Come on. Follow them. Yucha trotted for a distance and said, "Bamboo, I found the smell." After that, he ran quickly. Bamboo followed closely. The black wolf pack had been running for 3 consecutive days without a good rest. They only ate once in the middle, and were not full. The 2 mountain master level alpha wolves were not in a big trouble due to hunger and fatigue, but the other 20 high level black wolf warriors were a little bit overwhelmed. Foraging. Don't disperse. Don't go too far. You and I should also participate in foraging. Eat, rest, and continue to migrate. That's right. We can't stay here. We have to completely get rid of the tracking of the cockroach warrior. The 2 alpha wolves discussed, and each took a high-level black wolf warrior, and the other warriors were in groups of 3, separated by a short distance, and acted together. This was the hunting method commonly used by the wolf pack when they were ordinary black wolves. The advantage is that they can support each other, but the disadvantage is that the search range is small, and it takes time. Woo! 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 Suddenly, the roars of 2 black wolf warriors sounded in the jungle. Other black wolf warriors immediately ran to help, and the sound of wolf howls rose and fell in the jungle. When the wolf pack gathered, they saw a black-blue warrior struggling to death, and the 2 black wolf warriors who were acting with it tried to help and stop the blood from gushing out of its throat. What happened? The leader wolf asked. Why was it attacked? Another leader wolf asked. They were very angry. It was the cockroach warrior. It was black. As black as the night. You are so fast. You suddenly appear and disappear. 2 black wolf warriors witnessed their companions being killed and were a little scared. Black shell. It's the cockroach warrior on the other side of the river. Revenge? We should take revenge. No. They must be prepared. Another wolf leader rejected it and asked if it keeps tracking us. Why isn't it hungry? Isn't it tired? Yes. Why isn't it hungry and tired? All black wolf warriors began to think. It is hunting and eating on the way of tracking, so it won't be hungry. A black wolf warrior guessed. We should also hunt and eat while running. A smart black wolf warrior suggested. We should gather together to rest. Another black wolf warrior suggested. Chapter 239, Disintegrate. Defeat each one separately. Bamboo. The wolf pack has changed. I know. You can't find a chance to sneak attack. Be patient. It's far away from Leju Peak. This is the Huancher Mountains of the Black and White Cockroach tribe. You've been away from Leju Peak for a long time. Are you still chasing? Of course. The Black Wolf pack suddenly changed. They mastered the tricks of anti-tracking and anti-sneak attack in the jungle, surrounding two Mountain Master level Black Wolf warriors, trotting and sneaking slowly, with no regular route. No longer disdain small animals such as snakes, rats, frogs and fish, and eat all edible food found along the way. Irregular rest. Frequent rest. Only short rest each time. Whenever they encounter a water river, they must go up and wrap it around, not missing any opportunity to hide their breath. Yucha's tracking became difficult. Bamboo's 2 sneak attacks were detected in advance. After the 2 failed sneak attacks, Bamboo restrained himself and did not attack again for half a month. It was Yucha who carefully tracked him. The wolf pack moved irregularly in the southeast, northwest, and left the Shuirong Mountains unknowingly and broke into the Yangdi Mountains. Then they found that there were a large number of cockroach warriors in the Yangdi Mountains. So they crossed the river decisively and entered the Huancher Mountains. The Huancher Mountains are full of high mountains and ancient trees. It is one of the poorest and least developed mountains in the Black and White Cockroach tribe. The Black Wolf pack was secretly scouting and soon realized that there were few cockroach warriors here. Then they found that there were many medium and large animals here, and it was easy to hunt. So they boldly entered the hinterland of the Huancher Mountains. Early summer. A day and a night of thunderstorms. 2 Mountain Master level Black Wolf warriors led the wolf pack to run aimlessly over mountains and ridges, and came to a forest they had never been to before. We should have gotten rid of the Black Cockroach warrior this time. Right? We should. But we can't let our guard down. We are too tired. We need to eat and rest adequately. The 2 wolf leaders discussed. After running around for a long time, eating irregularly, not having a good sleep, and only resting intermittently, the high-level Black Wolf warriors, who followed them, lost a lot of weight. Then hunt and eat. There is a large cave on the mountain over there. Tonight, we can hide in the cave and sleep. Be careful. Don't be too scattered. Sensing danger, run away at the first time. The wolf pack was divided into groups of 3, slightly dispersed, and began to search for food nearby. Fortunately, they found a herd of wild goats and easily captured them. After a delicious meal, they hid in a natural cave and took turns to stand guard and had a comfortable sleep. After a night without incident, the wolf pack recovered a lot of their mental state after sufficient food and sleep, and their confidence doubled. It seemed that they had successfully escaped the tracking cockroach warriors. The nightmare was finally over. There is a lot of food here. The forest is dense, which is more suitable for hiding. This is the territory of the Black Cockroach warriors, but there seem to be few of them. We should scout carefully. The forest fruit is growing and will soon mature. We can rob them once. Yes, the Black Cockroach tribe is the most hateful. Rob them all. Destroy all their life seeds. Yes, the best way to kill a cockroach warrior is to destroy its life seed. The 2 alpha wolves discussed and commanded the pack to continue their journey. There is no decent mountain range in the Yellowstone Mountains. The Black and White Cockroach tribe warriors here all choose isolated peaks with abundant force to live. The primary task of the wolf pack is to find out the number and strength of the warriors living on each peak, as well as the types of their life plants, and predict the approximate maturity time, so as to plan the specific details of the robbery. On the first day, they found a peak where cockroach warriors lived. They lurked nearby and observed for 2 full days, and came to a definite conclusion. They lived alone and were weak, so they could be easily taken down. However, the life plants in the territory of this cockroach warrior were too few and too young, and the force fruits produced were few, so the robbery yielded little. So it was not an ideal target. Forage for food, rest for a night, and continue to look for other cockroach warriors living peaks tomorrow. The most ideal is the large peak where several cockroach warriors live together, so the wolf pack can act together and get enough from one robbery. Wu Ale. The hunting wolves suddenly howled in anger for help. The Black Wolf warriors scattered in other places quickly ran to help following the sound. When they arrived, they saw their companions with their throats pierced and lying in a pool of blood. Dying? It's that cockroach warrior. It's a sneak attack. You can't hunt at night. It always takes advantage of the night and approaches quietly. It's still following. Why can it always find us? It will slowly kill us all. After a few days of peace, they suddenly found that the danger was not far away. The cockroach warriors who were chasing them were like maggots on the tarsal bones, following them all the time. Even the vicious black wolf could not deal with this deadly danger lingering above their heads. The senior warriors in the wolf pack gradually panicked, anxious and fearful. Both wolves fell silent, thinking. One of the wolves suddenly said, "It plans to kill us slowly. It is not an ordinary cockroach warrior." The other wolf said, "But there is only one of it. It is a special case. We must get rid of it. Do you have a way?" "Yes." "What to do?" "All dispersed. Run as far as possible. Act alone. Find a safe place to hide. And return here when the grass and trees wither." "Yes. There is only one of it. And you can only track one. You, run over there. And then disperse. You, go over there." The wolf pack was divided into small pieces under the command of the two wolves. Finally, the two wolves also ran away separately. The wolf pack dispersed, and Bamboo and Yucha quietly appeared at the place where they had just stopped, cut up the remaining bodies of the forest wolf warriors, and ate leisurely. "Bamboo, the wolf pack is scattered. Are you going to hunt down the mountain master level black wolf warriors?" "Yes." Yucha swung his tail, pointed in a direction, and said, "This way." Swinged his tail again, pointed in another direction, and said, "And this way." Bamboo tapped his tentacles and said, "Yucha, you track this way. Leave marks along the way, and I will catch up soon." Yucha set off without saying a word. Bamboo shook his tentacles helplessly, and set off following the smell. It was the midsummer dry season. Li Zhufeng, Hong Dao was proficient in hybrid breeding technology and guided the members on the mountain to work, just as busy and hard as in previous years. The three mountain masters Huangwen, Beirong and Brown Pai were a little restless, and the warriors at the foot of the mountain were also restless. Bamboo had been out chasing the black wolf warriors for 3 months and had not returned yet. The life plants on the mountain are thriving, indicating that Bamboo is safe and sound. But where did it chase to? Why did it take so long? White Wool, the news can't be concealed any longer. We should notify the Red Blatch's king and ask it to mobilize its own tribe to search. Yellow Stripes, it has been concealed for so long. If we notify it now, the Red Blatch's king will be angry. Brown Skin, it's not our fault. Bamboo initially said that he would go out for a while and leave with the big bear. As a result, the big bear returned alone and told him that Bamboo went to chase the black wolf warriors. Yellow Stripes, White Wool, and Brown Skin initially thought that Bamboo was just chasing the black wolf pack. They knew that Bamboo was good at hiding and lurking, and his speed was extremely fast. His frontal combat power was not inferior to that of the mountain master level warriors. He also had the ability to regenerate broken limbs. They estimated that there would be no danger, so they did not inform the Red Blatch's king of the news immediately. A month later, Bamboo did not return. He realized that something was wrong, but he did not dare to tell the Red Blatch's king at this time. After delaying for a while, the bamboo on the mountain is about to bloom. After a while of silence, the yellow-striped mountain lord said resolutely, "Wait a little longer. After the dry season is over, if Bamboo has not returned, we will notify the Red Blatch king." "Okay." The White Wool mountain lord agreed. The brown-skinned mountain lord said with difficulty, "We are in charge of Liju Peak. If such a big mistake is made, the Red Blatch king will be angry." The three mountain masters fell silent again. The consequence of the Red Blatch king's anger may be that their annual force food subsidy will be cut off, and they will have no hope of being promoted to a princess in this life. Suddenly, a violent force fluctuation appeared in the distance. Looking up, a black dot was rushing towards Liju Peak. "It's Bamboo!" The yellow-striped mountain lord couldn't help being excited and flapped his wings to rise into the air. "He's back!" The White Wool and Brown Skin mountain lords exclaimed at the same time, and followed them to flap their wings to rise into the air. Chapter 240 Return to Liju Peak. "Bamboo, why did you go for so long? Your condition, is it time to shed your shell and grow? Where are the black wolves? How many black wolf warriors did you kill?" Gathering in the air, the three mountain masters with yellow patterns asked questions in turn. The wolf pack is not easy to hunt down, and there are still 6 high-level black wolf warriors that have not been found. Bamboo explained while flying, saying, "I am about to fall into a deep sleep, shed my shell in advance, and I can't continue to hunt down. Bamboo still had a roll of animal skin in his forelimbs. After landing on the mountain, he unfolded it, which was peeled off from the Mountain Master level Black Wolf Warrior. Bamboo, you're back. The 7 bamboo rat warriors were sensitive and noticed it at the first time, and ran up the mountain. Bamboo pointed at the wolf's skin and said, Rat King, send it down the mountain and hang it in front of the mountain gate. The yellow-striped mountain lord was stunned for a while, and asked with some difficulty, Bamboo, you killed 2 Mountain Master level Black Wolf warriors? The White Wolf Mountain Lord also asked with a chuckle, How did you do it? The Rat King, on the other hand, didn't find it strange at all, and said, Yucha's ability was taught by Bamboo. It can kill 2 clouded leopard warriors alone. So Bamboo can certainly kill 2 Mountain Master level Black Wolf warriors. I used Yucha's tracking ability to constantly sneak attack and harass, forcing the wolf pack to disperse, and then killed them one by one. Bamboo said simply. His spirit was a little sluggish, and it was difficult to suppress the sleepiness from the soul. Just then, Datu ran up the mountain and immediately ordered Datu, Bring me some dried meat. I need to eat to replenish my physical energy and some force food. I will fall asleep after a short rest. Bamboo knew that he was about to shed his shell and evolve, so he kept his spirit and physical strength during the pursuit. Even so, he still slept for a full half-month before waking up. It was mainly because he was dragged down by the God-given seed of red fruited oil tea in the process of breeding. This thing needs to absorb too much force during the transformation process. L9 Advanced Warrior. Only one step away from the Mountain Master. The signs of awakening of the 2 abilities of metal and fire are becoming more and more obvious. After eating and resting for a few days, he recovered from weakness and ate force food. There was a red halo on his body surface, which was a sign of the formation of force veins related to fire ability. After more than 3 months away, Liju Peak has changed a lot. Xiangpu and Duju were successfully promoted to advanced warriors. The 7 bamboo rat warriors all had a sleep evolution, and the Rat King has been promoted to L7 advanced warrior. Pyracantha has grown to L2 intermediate warrior, settled next to Xiangpu's beehive, and is still so lazy. This is in line with the temperament of a normal red Blatodia tribe warrior, who likes to take a nap next to his life plant when he is free, patrolling the territory. With Datu's careful care, the 4 God-given seeds and various ordinary life seeds are growing well. The wild Thuja tree God-given seeds have been stimulated 3 times by the county-level warriors of the black and white Blatodia tribe, and now have reached a height of about 15 meters. Thuja trees are easy to survive, and are everywhere. They are common trees. In terms of development potential, they are high-quality trees second only to the red Blatodia. Each stimulation accelerates growth by 10 years, and steadily increases by about 3 meters. Bamboo estimates that after another 50 years of stimulation, the tree will be 30 meters tall, which is almost the current life limit. If it continues to be stimulated, the growth will not be so obvious, and it will grow slower and slower over time, unless a genetic evolution is carried out. A qualitative transformation is completed, and the genetic shackles are broken. It can continue to grow rapidly. Trees also have a lifespan, and will enter the aging period. The biggest benefit of stimulating birth is to allow the wild Thuja seeds to have enough time to accumulate original power, and easily complete the transformation at the age when the vitality is the most vigorous, reducing the risk of failure and death to a minimum. Red rice has the blood of both red cockroaches and black and white cockroaches, and its IQ is significantly higher than that of ordinary red cockroaches. Under its auspices, the hybrid breeding of various bamboo species has no mistakes. However, some hybrid experiments designed by Bamboo are too complicated, so it dare not proceed rashly. The hybrid experiment of 7-color red bamboo 1 and 7-color cold bamboo has been carried out, and it went smoothly. Seeing that Bamboo was particularly concerned about the colorful bamboo, Hong Dao immediately explained, Bamboo, there are only 20 colorful bamboos in total, and they are still growing poorly, with only 324 flowers blooming. I considered that a batch of seeds would be needed to expand the planting scale of the colorful bamboo, so I only selected 50 flowers for the hybridization experiment, of which 43 were successfully hybridized. Only 50 flowers? Bamboo was a little disappointed. The mental power carefully checked every flower of the colorful bamboo, and no force fluctuations were found, which meant that the expected God-given seeds would not be born. Hong Dao asked puzzledly, Bamboo, this experiment is just to take samples to verify the quality of the bamboo species. Is there any problem? No problem. Hong Dao. You did a good job, Bamboo said, silently guessing in his heart. Is it because the number is too small to trigger the reward mechanism of the stars in the sky? Or is the probability of failure after triggering? It can't be that the new bamboo species hybridized are not excellent enough? After a round of inspection and confirmation that there were no new God-given seeds, Bamboo returned to the cave where he lived, picked and chose a Torreya grandis seed as the seed of life. Last winter, Princess Yoli found some mature wild Torreya grandis trees in Jinping mountain range. This year, she harvested a batch of seeds and sent 200 to Liju Peak. Torreya grandis is a rare tree species that is not inferior to the red hardy tree. Bamboo plans to sow a small amount near Liju Peak. Oil Tea followed Bamboo back to Liju Peak, rested for half a month, and left again to continue to scout the distribution of beast warriors in Jinping mountain range, looking around to see if there are any new powerful beasts flowing into the country. There are many high-level beast warriors of various colors, but there is no mountain master level. They don't have the courage to attack Liju Peak. In autumn, the green bamboo fruit and rain bamboo rice were successfully harvested. In early autumn, Bamboo sowed the red fruit oil tea God-given seeds, and the location was chosen to be in the east of Liju Peak, in the upper middle layer. It is best to sow tea fruit in late spring and early summer, and it can also be sown in autumn, provided that there is sufficient moisture in the surrounding air. The solution is simple: watering to keep it moist. The embryo breaks out of the soil, grows very fast in the early stage, and absorbs the force crazily. It rises to 10 centimeters on the first day, and quickly grows into a seedling of about 30 centimeters in height in just 5 days. The brown-red branches of the seedlings and the reddish-brown buds emit a bright red halo at night, showing the fluctuation of the flame force. Its fruit should be in line with the effect of strengthening the flame ability of the fire cockroach kingdom. Bamboo named it Fire Tea for the time being. The temper of the fire tea tree spirit is as violent as the flame. The tea tree was very happy. It found this God-given seed. It often went to check it, watered and fertilized it, and used the original stone to replenish the force. However, the kerosene tea tree spirit was not grateful at all, and only recognized Bamboo. Once the ant colony commanded by Yu Cha and Datu approached, it immediately released its anger and intimidation thoughts. The soul of the newly born tree spirit was fragile and could not withstand the tossing. Bamboo had no choice but to take care of it personally. Yu Cha was sensitive. After several times, he realized that the kerosene tea tree spirit still rejected him. He felt a little lost, but he was unwilling to lie down and watch from a distance. In a month, the young kerosene tea plant grew rapidly to a height of about 1 meter. The disadvantages of the tree plant appeared, and the growth began to slow down. This has nothing to do with the supply of nutrients and force. The growth of trees is like this. Their branches are solid with structures and need time to settle. Bamboo was anxious to sow in the fall, and there was another purpose, which was to promote the birth in the spring of next year. Chapter 241 Beehive. Mobile Honey Collection. Because the red cockroach and flying fire cockroach tribes respectively cleared out the beast warriors hiding in the Dian Mountains and Jinping Mountains last year, the autumn of this year was much calmer, and there was no news of attacks on the Taidao Mountains and Hongju Mountains. During the clearing process, the beast warriors were driven to the other side of the Jinjiang River. So this year, the black and white cockroach tribe continued to receive bad news. It can be speculated that the black and white cockroach tribe, with a large population of insects, must gather its people in winter and carry out another round of encirclement and suppression of the beast warriors who broke into the border territory. Then, the beast warriors fled to the territory of the red cockroach tribe on the Jinjiang side. Next year, the red cockroach tribe will encounter beast troubles again. It's like kicking a ball, with the Jinjiang River as the boundary. Kicking it back and forth, the ball gets smaller and smaller, and eventually disappears. After completing the autumn harvest of their territory, the Red Blatten King and the Princess of Oil Pear immediately organized the tribal forces and arrived at Liju Peak. This year, they will conduct a cleanup of the Jinping Mountains. Yu Cha was called together to help track down the beast warriors. This was a cleanup that lasted 4.5 months. Bamboo finally couldn't sit still and commanded the members of Liju Peak to open up open space, dig ponds, and build canals, preparing to expand the scale of bamboo planting next year. Seeing this, the yellow-textured mountain master and other garrison soldiers certainly couldn't sit idle, so they all went down the mountain to help. After 4 months of work, the pond was expanded to number 20 in one go, and the third river was dug out. The nursery was prepared in advance. Early spring in January, Bamboo immediately commanded the members on the mountain to make nutrient balls and sow bamboo seeds. The seedlings of various bamboo species could be transplanted down the mountain around the beginning of February. Dadu and Xiangpu can command more worker ants and bees to help, so Bamboo doesn't need to participate in the seedling raising. In front of the cave, Bamboo is making a kind of bamboo product with Baidu. The Red Blatches King and the Avocado Princess arrive. Bamboo, what are you doing? The Avocado Princess is outspoken and curious, so she asks directly. The Red Blatches King looked at the bare land that was destroyed at the foot of the mountain and said solemnly, Bamboo, Xiangpu has been promoted to a senior warrior, and the bee colony is expanding, so it is time to need a lot of honey. The Avocado Princess tapped her antennae and said, yes. You can't always let the big bear dig out the wild beehives to replenish the honey for Xiangpu's bee colony. Right? Last autumn, the bee colony was short of food, so Bamboo asked the big bear to take Baizu to rob the wild bees in Jinping Mountain Range and Taidown Mountain Range, which ensured that the bee colony would survive the winter safely. But this approach is obviously not a long-term solution. The jungle in front of the mountain was completely destroyed, and the bee colonies of Xiangpu had no place to collect honey. This is called a beehive, which is used for mobile honey collection. Baiju became more and more naughty. After meeting more and more times, he was no longer afraid of Princess Avocado and King Qi Jian. He pointed to the bamboo products in front of him and introduced them. Bamboo said that Xiangpu would command the bee colonies to build nests in the beehive, and then he could carry the beehive to collect honey in places with abundant honey sources. Princess Avocado and Princess Qi Jian looked at each other after hearing this, and then stared at the beehive, and observed it carefully. The bamboo tubes used were hemp bamboo tubes. The thickest bamboo section at the bottom of the bamboo pole was selected, with a diameter of about 20 centimeters, and each section was about 0.6 meters long, with 3 sections in one bamboo tube. The bamboo tube was opened at one end, and the worker ants commanded by the big head drilled in and bit through the bamboo section in the middle. Each beehive is made up of multiple bamboos. The cylindrical shape is difficult to fix, so it is designed into a regular equilateral triangle, with 6 bamboo tubes on the bottom layer, 5 on the second layer, 4 on the third layer, and 1 on the 6th layer. The bamboo tubes are connected by holes. The inner layer is glued and stabilized with amber juice, and the outer layer is tied and wrapped with woven hemp rope. Finally, 2 lifting ropes are left, and the handles are made of hard bamboo for easy carrying and flying. This beehive was designed by Bamboo with his own wisdom. 2 finished products have been made. Xiangpu came to inspect it personally, and it can be used. Bamboo was very satisfied and proud, and began to introduce in detail Red Cockroach King, Princess Avocado. You should know that the honeycomb nest of the sour bee is long and strip-shaped, which is just suitable for building a nest in a bamboo tube. I understand. Princess Avocado didn't have the patience to listen. The structure of the beehive is very simple. After a mental scan, she immediately understood the principle. The only thing worth marveling at is Bamboo's creativity. He actually came up with such a bad idea to solve the problem of insufficient nectar sources. Xiangpu had to risk leaving the hive, walking around, and commanding the bees to collect nectar. Poor little queen bee, Princess Yoli muttered. Bamboo. After a cleanup, the Red Cockroach King can still be found several times, and there are no beast warriors in Jinping Mountains that can threaten the safety of Liju Peak. The danger has been initially resolved, and I plan to withdraw the 10 senior warriors stationed there. Withdraw? So quickly? Bamboo knew that he was reluctant to do so. With 10 more senior warriors stationed there, the safety of Liju Peak is not only guaranteed, but it can also help shelter about 10 million more ordinary cockroaches. And there is a high probability that small warriors will be born, which is equivalent to borrowing chickens to lay eggs. Bamboo said tentatively. Princess Avocado. I need 10 warriors to help carry the beehives. Carry the beehives? Princess Avocado could see Bamboo's reluctance, but this reason was too lame. Right? He said unhappily. This is a small matter. Don't Qijing County still have 10 senior warriors? 1 mountain master and 5 senior warriors are enough. Right? There is no need to go too far. There are abundant honey sources in the jungle of the Iron Blade Mountains in the north of the mountain. Princess Avocado is right. But, Bamboo said, Princess Avocado. I also plan to send the bee colony to the Yodi Mountains. Collect nectar from the two God-given species, the weeping fig and the rhubarb fig. Brew royal honey. And cultivate more combat worker bees. The territories of the Red Blatten King and the Princess of Avocado are managed by the Sour Bee Queen, who knows the role of combat worker bees in the bee colony. When they heard this, their antennae immediately stood up. Yes. Many warriors of the same race, who have God-given species, do not have bee colonies. And mobile beehives can also be used to pick up leaks. The Fire Lotus Queen Bee has always wanted to cultivate a few more combat worker bees to help deal with various things. Bamboo, please work hard and help me make 10 beehives. The Red Blatten King spoke first. Red Cockroach King. 10 are too many. Right? How can there be so many God-given seeds for the bee colonies to collect honey? Princess Avocado retorted, saying, Bamboo, just help me make 5. Be quick. Don't miss this year's flowering period. 5 are enough. Make 5 for you to use first. And make more later. Bamboo said happily, Princess Avocado, I have done you such a big favor. Shouldn't you help me too? There are too few warriors in Lizufeng, collecting honey in spring, summer and autumn, moving beehives around, and cattails following the action. There are certain risks, and we really need some warriors to follow and protect. 1 year. Princess Avocado said, Bamboo, I can only help you for 1 more year. Princess Chijian also said, Bamboo, after this year's cleanup, there are no beast warriors in Jinping Mountain Range that can threaten your safety. If we clean up again next year, the danger will be almost completely eliminated. And the yellow-striped mountain lord and his men should also evacuate. Okay. 1 year is enough. Princess Avocado said, the red-fruited tea oil has been planted. King Chijian. Princess Avocado, do you want to visit it? Of course. Princess Avocado said, we came here mainly to see your tree seed given by God. I have sensed its breath and strengthened its flame ability. It seems to be like the brown-fruited tea oil tree spirit, with an extremely bad temper. Chapter 242, Counting Tea. After the operation of clearing out the beast warriors was completed, Tea returned to Liju Peak. The first thing he did was to take a few pieces of raw stones and run up the mountain excitedly to visit his tea God-given seeds. The tea tree spirit did not appreciate it at all. It roared angrily and said threatening thoughts to Tea frantically. Fortunately, Bamboo was careful about his words. The tea tree spirit was not like the purple gold tree spirit, who learned all kinds of abusive words. When the tea tree spirit was angry, 2 more powerful beings broke into the territory. He was very keen to realize that these 2 guys were terrifyingly strong. The anger gradually died down. Bamboo, who are they? What do you want to do? The tea tree spirit was afraid and asked vigilantly. It turned out to be a guy who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Bamboo was speechless, conveying gentle thoughts and soothing, don't be afraid. Hoocha. They are my elders. They come to see you, and leave after seeing you. They won't hurt you. Bamboo, are you sure they won't hurt me? The Hoocha tree spirit asked. Bamboo replied, of course I am sure. They are my fellow tribesmen. Before he finished speaking, the angry and threatening thoughts violently pounced on the Red Blatten King and the Oil Pear Princess. What the hell? Bamboo was speechless. The Red Blatten King felt the unfriendly thoughts and asked, Bamboo, is it called Hoocha? Strengthening the flame ability. The tree spirit's temper is as violent as flames. The Oil Pear Princess said seriously, the God-given species that strengthen the elemental ability are mostly bad-tempered, with flames being the worst. The Red Blatten tree and the brown fruit oil tea are like this. It's the natural instinct of plants to protect themselves. Not surprising. The Red Blatant King flapped his wings and said, okay, we've seen it. Let's step back. The tree spirit has just been born for a few months, and its soul is fragile. Don't make it angry. Yucha quickly put away the raw stone and turned away. The fire tea tree spirit was not happy and roared. Raw stone. Raw stone. Bamboo. Catch it. The raw stone ran away. Bamboo conveyed his thoughts. Fire tea. Don't be angry with you, or it will not bring the raw stone to see you in the future. The fire tea tree spirit said anxiously. I'm not angry. Catch it back quickly. Yucha. Bamboo encouraged his spiritual power and shouted. Come back. Cut the raw stone into powder and sprinkle it on fire tea. Oh. Okay. Yucha trotted back and entered the territory of fire tea again. He was surprised to find that the tree spirit was no longer angry. Yucha was happy, and quickly cut the raw stone into powder with his front paws and sprinkled it on the roots. Soon, the raw stone was used up. The next moment, the kerosene tea tree spirit was furious, threatening and driving away Yucha. Yucha was puzzled and looked at Bamboo innocently. Bamboo explained, "It will be angry if the original stone is gone. Yucha, you can go now. Send it 2 original stones every day in the future. Don't send more. It will be wasted." Princess Yoli looked at it strangely and said, "This tree spirit is a bit interesting." Haha. It seems to need original stones very much. Bamboo explained seriously. It needs some original stones to replenish its original power every day. It grows slowly, so it is not so urgent. The demand is not large. About 2 or 3 are enough. Sometimes more, sometimes less. The Red Blatant King said, "It is still small now. So of course, the demand is not large. When it grows to a certain scale, the investment will be large. The God-given seed of the Tumwell tea has been growing for half a year, and the tree is only about 1.5 meters tall. And the growth rate is getting slower and slower. For ordinary red Tumwell tea trees, it takes 5 years for the seedlings to grow up and start to bear fruit. The God-given seed of the Tumwell tum grows a little faster, and it takes about 3 years to develop. After 3 years, it starts to bear fruit and enters a relatively stable growth period. The number of condensed fruits will increase year by year. During this period, a few raw stones need to be invested every day to help it replenish its original force. Until it reaches the limit of the life level, the growth will become slower. And at this time, the raw stones are no longer needed, and the natural original force of Li Zhufeng is enough for growth." Bamboo said, "The income from operating the God-given tree seeds is high, so the investment is of course large. The true God is fair, and this is the balance of nature. It's good that you understand. So don't be stingy with the raw stones." The Red Blatant King came to check the God-given kerosene tea seeds. Of course, not to discuss the income and expenditure issues, and asked, "Bamboo, you are anxious to sow it in the fall. Are you planning to induce it to grow this year?" Bamboo said, "In the current state, I think it can almost withstand the force of inducing induction." The Red Blatant King said, "The God-given seeds nurtured by the life capsule grow very fast. You should carefully consider the matter of inducing induction. The God-given banyan seeds and the God-given rhubarb fruit banyan seeds in the Yangtze Mountains have been inducing induction. Aren't they growing well now?" The Oil Pear Princess said nonchalantly, "The black and white cockroach tribe knows best." Bamboo, you can ask them. Inducing it to grow earlier, blooming and bearing fruits earlier, and generating income earlier. You can also be promoted to princess sooner. It's safer to be conservative," the Red Blatant King advised, and then waved his wings, saying, "Bamboo, let's go and take a look at the cliff cypress God-given seeds." Because Bamboo cut off the flowers of the cliff cypress God-given seeds last year, it rested for a year and has been recuperating for 9 months. Now it is in a very good condition. The Red Blatant King and Princess Avocado left after seeing it. Mid-January, the Lord of Huabai Mountain brought a princess-level warrior from Chiofeng County to Liju Peak and landed directly in front of the cliff cypress God-given seeds. "Bamboo, this is Princess Huamu." "Hello, Princess Huamu," Bamboo greeted politely. "Yes." Princess Huamu just responded briefly, scanned with her mental power, and then said concisely, "The plant is in good condition and can be induced to give birth. I will start now." Her personality is a bit like the Lord of Tieju Mountain, and she doesn't like to communicate. Bamboo simply said, "Then please." Huamu County Lord didn't say much and started directly. Bamboo shook his tentacles, signaling Hua Baishan Lord to stand farther away so as not to affect Hua Mushan Lord. Lowered his mind and said, "Hua Baishan Lord, please help me and look at a God-given seed." "God-given seed?" Hua Baishan Lord asked. "It can't be that a God-given seed has a problem." "No." Bamboo waved his tentacles, signaled to leave, lowered his mental power, and said, "Come on. I'll take you to see it. And you'll understand it after you see it." The middle and upper layers on the south side of Liju Peak. From a distance, Hua Baishan Lord felt the force fluctuations released by the God-given seed of kerosene tea, and followed the fluctuations to watch. At dusk, the whole tree body exuded a bright red glow, and it looked like a burning flame. If you give it the raw stones, it will be calm and peaceful. If you don't give it the raw stones, it will be angry and intimidating. Today, the oil tea tree fed it a little too much raw stones, and it couldn't digest all the absorbed force. At night, it released it in the form of light. Feeling the approach of Bamboo, the fire oil tea tree's spirit immediately conveyed a kind thought. Bamboo, you are here. Do you want the force? It's shameful to waste. Of course, Bamboo would not refuse. Pass it to me. The fire oil tongue tree spirit happily passed the force to Bamboo, and then said, Bamboo, you owe me 11 raw stones. The fire oil tongue tree spirit is as smart as the rain bamboo tree spirit, but it is different. It is particularly sensitive to numbers. Bamboo just taught it simply, and it learned to count easily. Bamboo told it that if it passed the unused force every night, it would be rewarded with a raw stone. And then it was surprised to find that this thing had a very good memory, and could accurately remember the number of raw stones owed. It seems to have some characteristics of a miser. Every time Bamboo approaches, it nags Bamboo about the raw stone account, and asks when the owed raw stones will be redeemed. Another God-given seed? Tea tree. This time it's a tree. It's also a flame-enhanced tree that matches your fire cockroach kingdom. The Lord of Wabai Mountain has become a little numb to Bamboo's ability to always get God-given seeds. He stared at it blankly for a long time, and said with his mental power, it's in good condition. It can feed back the original force to you at such a small size. The Lord of Wabai Mountain scanned the ground with his mental power, and found that the roots of the God-given seed of the tea tree belonged to the normal range, not the special plants that were extremely developed. He added, ensuring that the life-giving plants have sufficient original force is conducive to their growth. Bamboo, you don't need to squeeze a tree God-given seed with unlimited development potential for this little original force. I understand. The tree spirit is very interesting. I am just teasing it for fun, Bamboo said casually. Introducing Master Wabai. It is called fire tea. It was sown last autumn, and has grown for half a year. Master Wabai immediately understood Bamboo's idea and asked, induce birth? Bamboo said, Master Wabai, can you help me see if I can induce birth this year? I have never induced the birth of the seeds given by God. I have no experience in this area. Master Wabai considered carefully and said, summer is the peak growth season for oil tea trees. You can slow down and let it grow naturally for another 3 months. In summer. Suddenly, angry and threatening thoughts rushed to Master Wabai. The fire tea was just happily counting the raw stones, and now it realized that a big guy had broken into its territory. Induce birth after summer. Master Wabai finished speaking and praised dryly, Bamboo, this oil tea tree spirit is very lively, but it seems to be too irritable. Let's stay away from it. Chapter 243 Guixiang Pair. After leaving the territory of the oil tea, the Master of Wabai Mountain asked, Bamboo, you are already a high-level warrior of the 9th age. With this growth rate, you have spent a lot of raw stones, right? Are you going to quickly become the master of the mountain? Yes. This year? I plan to be promoted this winter. That's perfect. The Master of Wabai Mountain thought about it, and said, I suggest you give birth to the oil tea God-given seeds twice. Once in early summer, 3 months apart, and once in early autumn. Bamboo said, once you give birth, it will grow quickly for 5 years. Is that okay? The Master of Wabai Mountain said, no problem. I have another suggestion. The oil tea trees all bloom in autumn. Hua! You'd better cut off the flowers this year, and force them to stop flowering and fruiting. In early summer next year, you can induce another birth. In autumn, you can keep the flowers and start harvesting the first batch of fruits. The God-given seeds that gave birth to the seeds of life grow fast. 3 births are enough. The only problem is that the growth of trees requires a lot of force. So you have to prepare more raw stones. Bamboo asked, how many are needed? The Lord of Wabai Mountain silently calculated and said, in total, about 150,000 will be needed. Bamboo also calculated secretly, tapped his antennae, and said, no problem. The Lord of Wabai Mountain left, and Bamboo began to organize a honey collecting team. The first mobile honey collecting, a trial action, 5 beehives, 50,000 ordinary worker bees, and 5 combat worker bees followed the action. Responsible for commanding the bee colony, 5 senior warriors followed, carrying the beehives to move at night to find a jungle with abundant honey sources, and resting during the day to protect the bee colony when it went out to collect honey. Yucha also followed along, mainly responsible for reconnaissance and alert. For the time being, they will not leave too far, but only move within 20 kilometers of Liju Peak. If there is any situation, They can use wireless communication capabilities to communicate at any time. In just 10 days, 5 beehives were filled with honey, transported back to Leju Peak overnight, and then replaced with 5 new beehives. Tests have proved that this mobile honey collection method is feasible, and the problem of insufficient honey sources that trouble bamboo is easily solved. The ironwood tree blooms in mid-February, and the weeping fig and the big yellow fruit fig both bloom in the early month. Bamboo plans to go there in advance, visit the master of the ironwood mountain and the weeping fig princess, explain the situation, and then the honey collection team will set off on time, because it is a God-given seed. It is not advisable to neglect and cannot make mistakes. Xiangpu will follow the trip and personally command the bee colony, so 5 more senior warriors will be sent to protect it. Xiangpu was promoted to a senior warrior, and the size of the bee colony expanded to 0,000. There are also 3 types of bees in the bee colony: combat worker bees, medium-sized worker bees, and ordinary small worker bees. Ordinary worker bees can only be responsible for simple tasks such as collecting honey, making honey, and taking care of hive larvae. Medium-sized worker bees have low IQs and are good at single seed selection, but cannot participate in slightly more complex seed selection work. The size of combat worker bees grows with the growth of cattail. Currently, the length of cattail is close to 1 meter, and the combat worker bees have reached about 0.8 meters. When they were still larvae, Banba fed them with rain bamboo rice and a small amount of force food to strengthen their physique. These combat worker bees have developed brains, strong souls, and wisdom comparable to that of intermediate warriors. They can participate in more complex breeding and seed selection work. If the nectar of the 3 divine seeds of ironwood, weeping fig, and rhubarb fruit fig is successfully collected, cattail can cultivate about 5 more combat worker bees every year during the period of advanced warriors, which is equivalent to 5 more capable laborers every year. The combat professional bees corresponding to the strength of the high-level warriors of the cattail have a lifespan of more than 10 years. With the accumulation of each year, the number of bees is increasing, and the number of things they can help with is increasing. Time is still relatively tight. After confirming that the mobile honey collection method is feasible, Banba set out as soon as possible and rushed to the Chigang Mountains. Due to the threat of the beast warriors, everyone huddled in their own territories to be on guard. They have not visited each other for a long time and visited the Taidao Mountains along the way. 3 good news were heard. He Sang cultivated a new variety of mulberry trees according to the grafting method instructed by Bamboo, obtained 7 seeds, and planted them in the spring of this year. Thuja Juniper had enough savings and planned to be promoted to the mountain master in the fall of this year. A little warrior was just born in the territory of Pu Tao, and the number of insects in the Taidao Mountains increased by 1. The Hongyu Mountains were attacked by beast warriors the year before last, and 8 warriors were killed. The atmosphere was sad. According to the agreement, Bamboo still owed them 70,000 raw stones, and he didn't know when he could pay it back. He didn't want to touch this bad luck, so he chose a secluded route and directly crossed the Hongju Mountains and entered the Chigang Mountains. The master of Tieju Mountain is one of the most hardworking insect warriors Bamboo has ever seen. He is obsessed with pear trees and works in the pear orchard almost every day of the year. The mountain where he lives is surrounded by various pear trees. It is early spring, and the mountains are full of flowers, as white as snow, flying in the air. Looking around, it seems as if you have suddenly entered the northern snow country. The fragrance of flowers is everywhere. The birds are chirping, and it is like a fairy dream. It is so beautiful. Bamboo silently marveled, and even a little envious, quiet and leisurely. This is the life of insects. Master Tieju Mountain. I am Bamboo from Leju Peak. Can I visit you? Bamboo's other transactions in the Fire Cockroach Kingdom are entrusted to Yanchu Banmao to help run errands. Master Tieju Mountain is a loner and difficult to communicate with, so Bamboo comes here in person every year. Over time, the 2 sides became familiar with each other. Bamboo, why are you here at this time? Come down quickly. Be careful. Don't damage the flowers. The master of Tieju Mountain was happy and seemed to be in a particularly good mood. It was a rare situation. What's the good news? Since the master of Tieju Mountain was a hybrid of the Blatella tribe and the Blatella tribe, there were no ordinary cockroaches in his territory, so it was definitely impossible for a little warrior to be born. What was that? Bamboo landed carefully and said happily, Master Tieju Mountain. The sun is good today. The master of Tieju Mountain was stunned. looked up at the sky. And the sky was cloudy, and the sun was blocked from time to time. He said frankly, "It may rain tonight. And the rain will damage the flowers. It's not good weather." "Oh, right." Bamboo looked around and found that the little ant king named Chiang had also sent a large number of worker ants to guard nearby. Abnormal. Bamboo's mental power scanned the pear tree surrounded by ants. Among the hundreds of pear flowers on the tree, he keenly sensed a trace of force fluctuations. He locked the target and looked closely. It was a whiter pear flower with a crystal clear flower like jade. The petals were slowly absorbing the natural force. God-given seed. Master Tieju. This is another tree God-given seed. Congratulations. Bamboo was surprised and sincerely congratulated, but inevitably a little envious. This is Guixiang pear, a new variety I just cultivated a few years ago. Master Tieju asked Bamboo. I gave you 3 seeds. Calculating the time. It should be flowering and fruiting. Right? Bamboo thought about it. It seems that when he asked for pear tree seeds, Master Tieju solemnly gave him a Guixiang pear seed, saying that the pear flower that bloomed had a little osmanthus fragrance. Since it was just cultivated at that time, he only gave him 1 seed. Bamboo mixed all the pear tree seeds and planted them randomly all over the mountains and fields. No one knew where they went. Without management and care, no one knew whether they were dead or alive. If they were taken good care of, they should bloom and bear fruit this year. Right? It is 100% certain that cultivating new tree species will trigger the reward mechanism of stars in the sky. If he had taken it seriously at that time, this God-given seed might have landed in his territory. Bamboo thought about it and felt a pain in his heart. But then he felt relieved. Guixiang pear was cultivated by the master of Tieju Mountain with great effort. And it was the God-given seed that fell into his home that deserved it. Bamboo. How are the 3 Guixiang pears I gave you? The master of Tieju Mountain asked. Bamboo replied awkwardly, Very good. Very good. All the pear tree seeds you gave me have been planted. Most of them are developing well. They will bloom next year. Chapter 244 Fragrant Soul Caravan. Bamboo. You are going to be promoted to the Mountain Master soon. Yes. I plan to be promoted this winter. Do you still need ironwood fruit? The price is super low for internal transactions among the same tribe. Bamboo has purchased a large number of ironwood fruit from Tieju Mountain every year in the past 2 years. He eats it himself, the big bear, and the 7 bamboo rat warriors. It can be said that he has taken full advantage. The master of Tieju Mountain doesn't seem to mind at all. No. How can I buy more? Bamboo himself was a little embarrassed and explained, I designed a beehive that can carry a bee colony to collect honey. I plan to let the little queen bee Xiangpu come to your territory to collect some nectar. Mainly the seeds given by the gods of the ironwood tree. Collect nectar and brew royal honey. No problem. The master of Tieju Mountain simply agreed. Bamboo pointed to the pear tree in front of him and asked, Master Tieju, a seed of Guixiang pear god is about to be born. This is a big deal. Have you informed Princess Huagang? Yes. Master Tieju explained. It was discovered yesterday. Princess Huagang has been informed. Qingang Mountain cannot send extra warriors. The news has spread to Qijing County. The Red Blatches King will send mountain master warriors to help guard. Master Tieju lives at a remote location in Qingang Mountain. The nearest Red Blatches are 30 kilometers away. He really needs 1 or 2 mountain master level warriors to help. Bamboo felt relieved after hearing this. He chatted for a few words and said goodbye. He went to Yangdi Mountain. In recent years, Princess Chui Rong has redeemed young warriors of the same tribe from the caravan. And the number of insects under her command has exceeded 140. Plus the young warriors sent by the Red Blatches King from Qijing County. In contrast to the conservative character of the Red Cockroach King, the princess of the Shui Rong is more radical. While expanding the number of insects, she has commanded her people to cut down forests, build ponds and ditches, and plant red cockroach trees. At present, 50 red cockroach forests, with a side length of about 300 meters have been opened up. They are all seedlings, ranging from 1 meter to 3 meters in height. It will take more than 10 years for them to start blooming and bearing fruit. Needless to say, Bamboo is 100% sure that when these ordinary red cockroach trees bloom, it will be the day when the Yangdi Mountain Range and the Shuirong Mountain Range merge and are promoted to a county. At night, the number of stars in the sky is increasing, corresponding to the increasing prosperity of the insect race on this planet. After several years of growth, The height of the tree given by the great yellow fruit banyan god is more than 15 meters. And the fruit is a little less. Only less than 800. The strengthening effect of indirectly extending life can easily sell for a sky-high price. The current price to the caravan is 100 raw stones. And the price to the same clan is changed to 80 raw stones. The annual income is not much different from the God-given seed of the weeping banyan tree of the Princess Chuerong. Trees grow continuously over time. And the number of fruits increases year by year. At present, including the 6 years of induced growth, the big yellow fruit banyan has only grown for a total of 11 years, and is in the peak growth season. It is conceivable that when the big yellow fruit banyan is promoted to the master of the mountain, the annual income it creates will exceed the God-given seed of the weeping banyan tree, the total income of all the life seeds of bamboo, and even the God-given seed of the red cockroach king, becoming the God-given seed with the highest annual income in the entire red cockroach tribe, and also becoming the richest county in the red cockroach tribe. Princess Chuerong gradually developed a sense of responsibility as a tribal leader, and readily agreed to the honey collection. Bamboo returned to Liju Peak. The mobile honey collecting team set off. Mid-February. A month later, the height of the cliff cypress God-given seed reached 18 meters. The flower cypress mountain lord brought another princess to help promote the birth of the kerosene tea God-given seed, and brought accurate news that in early summer, around mid-April, Princess Hanfeng would come to help promote the birth of the kerosene tea God-given seed. The biggest trouble in promoting the birth of the God-given seed bred by the life sac is that the tree spirit may resist. So Bamba needs to communicate in advance. If it were other God-given tree spirits, it might be a problem. But the kerosene tea tree spirit is easy to solve. Bamba told it that it could grow quickly after promotion, and the good would reward it with 10,000 raw stones. For the kerosene tea tree spirit, who was fussy about every rough stone, 10,000 rough stones were simply a windfall. Like a dream. He immediately remembered the two terms black and white cockroach tribe and red maple princess, and began to talk about why the red maple princess of the black and white cockroach tribe had not come yet. The bees of Xiangpu traveled far to collect honey, and 10 senior warriors accompanied them for protection. The common small cockroaches living in the mountains on the northwest side of Liju Peak gradually collapsed, and it was the peak period of reproduction, and they bloomed everywhere. A large number of snakes, rats and birds were attracted, and Bamboo had to take Hong Ao and Duju down the mountain every day to drive away these hateful predators and search for the birth of little warriors. The early bird catches the worm. Birds are always active in the early morning and are the biggest natural enemies of ordinary small cockroaches. So Bamboo went down the mountain early every morning. Is Bamboo Mountain Master here? We are the Xianghuan caravan. Strong spiritual power came from afar. A county-level caravan. After so many years, it is finally the third caravan willing to come to Liju Peak for trade. They should have heard the news in Chiofeng County, and it was the seeds of the God-given kerosene tea that attracted them. Here, Bamboo answered and flew down the mountain. Hearing the call, the 3 mountain masters, Huangwen, Bai Rong, and Zhu Pai, who lived on the mountain, followed down the mountain, and other members on the mountain gathered one after another. A large-scale caravan. In addition to the leading county lord Xianghuan, there are as many as 11 senior warriors. In the rich caravan, each senior warrior carried more or less goods on his back, and there were also 3 mid-level warriors accompanying him. Bamboo had obvious features, and was completely black. Xianghuan Mountain Lord recognized him at a glance. Bamboo Mountain Lord. Hello. Hello. Xianghuan Mountain Lord. Liju Peak welcomes you. Bamboo also greeted him warmly. This is Huangwen Mountain Lord, who lives in Qijin Forest Sea in Qijin County. The two sides introduced each other, and it was like old friends meeting. And there was a round of greetings. Xianghuan County Lord said meaningfully, "Isn't it said that Jinping Mountains are very dangerous? Our caravan passed by and didn't find any traces of beast warriors at all." Bamboo understood as soon as he heard it. It must be Chonglu and Yuzhu who exaggerated the danger of Jinping Mountains in the caravan. The purpose is very simple, to prevent other caravans from coming to steal business. Xianghuan County Lord said this very directly, clearly reminding Bamboo, Chonglu and Yuzhu caravans are doing small tricks behind the scenes to ruin the reputation of Jinping Mountains. This is to provoke the relationship between the two sides. It can be seen that the internal unity of the Fantasy Flame Spider tribe is not so strong. The fundamental reason why Chonglu and Yuzhu came together was that they were both from the Huangjing County Lord caravan. They were not only of the same clan, but also directly related by blood, driven by interests. There should be competition between different large caravans. Bamboo pointed to the two wolf skins hanging in front of the mountain gate and said, Princess Xianghuan, look, those are the Black Wolf warriors, who attacked the Chonglu caravan last year. The two Mountain Master level Black Wolf leaders have been killed. There were indeed some beast warriors 2 years ago. But last winter, the Red Blatten King personally led the tribe to encircle and suppress them. And they have almost been cleared out. There will be no more bad incidents of caravans being attacked. Bamboo patiently explained. And then greeted, Princess Xianghuan. This is your first time to come to Liju Peak. You must have a tour. Right? Of course. Princess Xianghuan said, Mountain Master Bamboo. If you don't mind, our caravan will need to stay in your territory for another day. That's great. Bamboo said, please follow me. He led the caravan to a newly opened open space at the foot of the mountain, where they planned to sow bamboo seeds. The caravan's flame spider warriors spit out their life seeds, dug a hole in the ground at random, and sowed them, without watering or fertilizing. The plants grew rapidly, and soon became tall plants. When the raw stone powder was sprinkled on them, the plants quickly absorbed it, and then fed back the pure force. The yellow-striped mountain master was quick-witted and immediately took it back, and set off into the jungle to provide food for the caravan and entertain the guests. Bamboo waited patiently, watching the fragrant soul princess absorb the force of a whole piece of raw stone, and then took it up the mountain to visit the various God-given seeds one by one. Chapter 245 The Bamboo Seed Prototype. Bamboo led Princess Xianghuan to visit each of the God-given seeds one by one, and introduced in detail the fruit quality, strengthening effect, annual output, unit price, and current sales distribution. Finally, they stopped not far from the bloodthorn God-given seeds. Master Bamboo, you are already a high-level warrior of the 9th age. Do you plan to be promoted to the Master of the Mountain this year? Princess Xianghuan asked. Bamboo replied, yes. This winter. Fragrant Soul Princess asked, what about after you are promoted to the Mountain Master? Your God-given seeds will have a qualitative change, and the output and quality will be improved. I know the Chonglu and Yuzhu caravans. I'm afraid they can't handle so many goods? That's not the case. They have the support of Wangjing Princess behind them. After Bamboo finished speaking, he continued, of course, Liz Yufeng hopes to trade with more caravans. After I am promoted to the Mountain Master, the output of various God-given seeds will be redistributed. In addition to the Red Cockroach warrior, the members of Liz Yufeng also have a Black Bear warrior, a Sidit warrior, and 7 Bamboo Rat warriors. They all need, in order to grow the force food, we need to not only sell more goods every year, but also purchase a large amount of various force food. That's right. Even if it's Princess Wangjing, their caravan's goods are not as complete as ours. Princess Xiangpu asked, promotion this year, production next year. That means redistribution in the spring of the year after next? When exactly? Bamboo said, 10 days later than today. Princess Xianghuan calculated silently and said, it's better to be 15 days later. The trade route should not be easily changed. Our caravan will take a detour. How about it? If the trading volume is good, we will consider slightly modifying the trade route. Starting from the year after next, we will come to Liju Peak to trade at a fixed time every year. Of course. Bamboo asked again, Princess Xianghuan, I plan to unify the selling price, fix the purchase share of each caravan, and will not change it before the promotion to princess. What do you think? Princess Xianghuan agreed of course and replied, no problem. A very fair arrangement. We plant bamboo and cultivate bamboo species in Liju Peak. You should have heard of it. Right? We have cultivated 2 high-quality bamboo species, Sueju and Yuzhu. In addition, a new high-quality bamboo species was cultivated last year. This year, we started trial planting and observation. Bamboo began to introduce his bamboo species in detail to the caravan. As Xiangpu's strength improves, the number of combat professional bees increases year by year, and the seed production of the 3-line hybrid bamboo species will increase year by year. Slowly, there may be a situation where the seeds cannot be sold out. Princess Xianghuan is a mature large caravan like Princess Wangjing. They travel different trade routes and have different social relationships. It is a brand new sales channel. Send off the Xianghuan caravan. The caravans of Chonglu and Yuzhu arrived as scheduled in early March. Bamboo. Look! What I brought you. As soon as they met, Chonglu greeted them warmly and shouted, Shu am I. Move the things down quickly. Hi Mai. You help too. The Chonglu caravan had an additional L7 Junior Flame Spider Warrior, and the little guy followed Shuemai to search through the goods. A large spider silk bag was dragged down. Opened. There were bamboo tubes inside. Pull out the hay that blocked it. And the bamboo tubes were filled with bamboo rice wrapped in dry fluff. The little flame spider warrior named Haimai dragged a medium-sized silk bag with great effort and handed it to Bamboo, saying timidly, Bamboo, this bag is filled with bamboo fruit. Bamboo opened it. And inside the spider silk bag was a large bamboo tube sealed with amber fruit. The low-temperature environment can prevent the bamboo fruit from sprouting prematurely. Thank you. Cute little guy. Bamboo praised, and scanned with his mental power, carefully counting the various bamboo species. The number was exactly 100. Without any markings. It was difficult to distinguish the specific species by seeds alone, and it could only be judged by the seedlings after sowing. Chonglu said, Bamboo. As you wished. There was a drought in the southwest region last year. There are too many bamboo species. And Princess Leiju can't remember which bamboo species you have, and which ones you don't have. So I prepared a copy of all kinds of rare bamboo species for you. Thank you. Bamboo was overjoyed and gratefully said, Princess Leiju has taken the trouble. Chonglu, when your caravan passes by this year, please bring my gratitude and greetings to me. In the future, when Leiju Peak harvests new bamboo species, I will definitely send them to them as soon as possible. Chonglu said. The Chiwu Ghost King and Princess Leiju also meant this, and the two sides exchanged bamboo species with each other. That's right. Exchanging bamboo seeds is good for everyone. Bamboo echoed, pointing to the two black wolf skins hanging at the entrance of the mountain, and said, Master Chonglu, the black wolf pack that attacked your caravan last year has been wiped out by me. These are the remains of 2 mountain master level black wolf warriors. I heard that the Red Blatten King personally went out to wipe out the beast warriors in Jinping Mountain Range last winter. This journey has been much safer. Master Chonglu said, Bamboo. There was no problem with last year's harvest. Right? Of course. Bamboo collected the seeds and began to trade with the Chonglu caravan. All the 10,000 rain bamboo seeds added last year were sold. Compared with previous years, the income increased by 5,000 raw stones, and the total income just exceeded 100,000. Hanging 1,000 raw stones. There were 150,000 raw stones saved in the past 2 years, which added up to 250,000. Because a new fire oil TC was added, and it was decided to give birth. Raw stones were needed. So Bamboo had to prepare at least 250,000 raw stones to be promoted to the Mountain Master, which was just the right number. After negotiation, Bamboo borrowed 20,000 raw stones from the 2 caravans without interest, paying in the form of raw force food. If you save a little, it will barely be enough for this year. After the caravan left, Bamboo immediately called on the members on the mountain to work. It was late spring, and the seeds must be sown as soon as possible. Huangwen, Bai Rong, and Brown Pie led the soldiers stationed at Leiju Peak to help weed and loosen the soil and open up a nursery. The number of bamboo seeds obtained at one time was too large, and there was not enough open space at the foot of the mountain. The honey-collecting team of Xiang Pu returned, and 10 senior warriors joined to help clean up the jungle, dig ponds, and build ditches, working day and night. It was not until mid-April that the work was completed. The number of ponds increased to 50 at once, and a small square bamboo sea with a side length of 3.5 kilometers took shape. Huabai Mountain Lord and Red Maple Princess arrived. Bamboo. Are they from the Black and White Cockroach tribe? Kerosene Tea Tree Spirit conveyed the questioning thoughts. Bamboo replied, Yes. Kerosene Tea. This is Princess Chiofeng. It will help you to give birth and help you grow quickly. Kerosene Tea Tree Spirit cheered Bamboo. 10,000 raw stones. Bamboo said, Yes. 10,000 raw stones. Hurry up. You ask it to hurry up. Kerosene Tea Tree Spirit urged. Princess Chiofeng was surprised. Bamboo. Have you communicated with the tree spirit? Didn't you say it has a bad temper? It seems that it doesn't reject me and is very happy? Yes. The communication is done. It won't reject you. Bamboo asked, Princess Chiofeng. Do you need any other preparations? Princess Chiofeng said, No other preparations. Just prepare more marsh water and raw stones. Also, I need some food. Bamboo replied, No problem. Princess Chiofeng approached the God-given seed of the kerosene tea. looked at it, checked it with her mental power, confirmed that it was correct, and gently placed her tentacles on the trunk to start communicating. It is indeed very troublesome to promote the God-given seed bred by the life capsule. Even if the tree spirit does not resist, the communication process still lasted for 2 full days to complete. Bamboo observed carefully that the strange energy injected into the God-given seed of the kerosene tea due to the instinctive rejection of the plant was only about half of the wild thuja God-given seed. So it can only grow rapidly for 5 years. The effect of the strange energy on the God-given seeds of kerosene tea was particularly obvious. In just 1 day, the plant grew nearly 10 centimeters taller. At the same time, the demand for original force also skyrocketed, and a large amount of raw stones had to be invested. Chapter 246 Promoted to Mountain Master. In just 3 days, the height of the fire royalty God-given seed exceeded 2 meters, and the trend of rapid growth did not decrease. The fire royalty tree spirit is indeed a miser. Large pieces of raw stones were laid under the tree, and it refused to let the ant colony commanded by Bamboo and Data help, but trusted the royalty more. The royalty slept under the tree. Whenever the force was needed, the tree spirit would convey a kind thought, and the royalty would pick up a piece of raw stone, cut off the powder, and replenish the force for it. Each time, the tree spirit only ate 3/4 full, and immediately conveyed an angry thought to the royalty, and the royalty put down the raw stone and stopped replenishing the force for it. After the force was fully absorbed and digested, it had to be endured, and then the royalty continued to use the raw stone to replenish its force. It was very troublesome, and it was necessary to guard under the tree at all times. But the royalty never tired of it. Eating more meals and less food can make the most efficient use of the original force and save raw stones. Bamboo is naturally happy to see this happen. Half a month later, the strange energy was consumed. The height of the God-given seed of the kerosene tea jumped over 3 meters. Bamboo planned to use 10,000 raw stones to help it grow, but only used less than 5,000. And there were many left. The kerosene tea tree spirit refused to take them away. Bamboo had no choice but to put them in a spider silk bag and put them under the tree. The kerosene tea tree spirit began to talk about when autumn would come every day, because Bamboo told it that after autumn, the princess of the black and white cockroach tribe would come to help it give birth again, and this time she would reward 20,000 raw stones. In the following time, Bamboo tried to relax himself as much as possible. He left all the necessary work to Hong Dao and Duju. He ate and drank every day and practiced martial arts. The rest of the time he quietly lay on the mountain to watch the scenery, or wandered around the territory to check his life plants. There is a certain probability of failure in the promotion to the mountain master. Without the assistance of scientific and technological instruments, no one can be sure that he can succeed 100%. For no reason, Bamboo became sentimental. With such a magnificent planet and such a wonderful life, he was worried that he would never wake up again after sleeping. What if he died by bad luck? There are several nests of Liju Peak, big and small. What should they do? An inferior cattail God-given seed and a wild cliff cypress God-given seed that has not even completed a metamorphosis cannot support so many members. Especially the big head, big bear, oil tea and 7 bamboo rat warriors, who cannot breathe life seeds. If I die, where will they make a living? Fongling is not young anymore. It needs to spend a lot of raw stones to grow quickly. Otherwise it will enter the aging period and will die of old age. The life plants of the pyracantha family are almost all blood thorns. Without its own subsidies, its future is bleak. The whole mountain is full of concerns and fetters. Bamboo somewhat understood why the Red Blatten King wanted to breed the wild thuja seeds granted by God. When it was promoted to the Blatten King, it must have had the same worries. Right? The Red Blatten King had over 1,000 insects and grandchildren. If it failed to be promoted, the consequence would be Shijing County would gradually decline, and Liju Peak would not be as peaceful and stable as it is now. Leave some foundation for the younger generation, and sleep and break through without any worries. If it fails, it will die without regrets. The bamboo seed hybridization experiment was too laborious, so it was simply suspended for a year. During the dry season, it only carried out some simple hybridization work between green bamboo and rain bamboo. In autumn, the fire oil tea seeds gave birth to flower spikes. After a lot of persuasion from Bamboo, it allowed the worker ants commanded by the big head to approach, cut off these flower spikes, and rest for a year. The master of Huabai Mountain came again with a princess to help the God-given seed of the oil tea grow. Half a month later, the tree reached 4.5 meters in height. Now, there are 2 spider silk bags under the tree, containing 16,000 raw stones. The oil tea never leaves the tree and stays under it. A strange combination of painting styles. After careful consideration, the oil tea seems to have become a real miser, while the God-given seed of the oil tea is like a small rich man. After the fall, good news kept coming. First, Pu Tao and Yun Tao were promoted to L9 senior warriors one after another. They will be able to try to be promoted to Mountain Master in about 2 or 3 years. Then came the news that Yabai was successfully promoted to Mountain Master. From then on, the Iron Blade Mountain Range will have 2 Mountain Masters, Iron Blade and Yabai. Yabai's success gave Bamboo great confidence. The high-quality force food that Yabai has eaten is not even a fraction of mine. It can succeed. So why should I fail? The beast plague should be completely resolved. In late autumn, the Red Blatten King and Princess Avocado organized in advance and mobilized 2,000 warriors to conduct a sweep of the Taidao Mountain Range and Jinping Mountain Range at the same time. Bamboo was promoted to the Mountain Master, which was of great importance and could not be neglected at all. In winter, the Red Blatten King sent 20 warriors, divided into 2 groups, to guard the north and south sides of Liju Peak respectively. There were 10 senior warriors in the southeast, northwest, and 3 powerful Mountain Master level warriors on the top of the mountain. Da Xiong went up the mountain to squat at the entrance of Bamboo's cave to guard, to ensure that everything was safe. Bamboo fell into a deep sleep. Liju Peak was under high martial law. Big head. Big bear. I woke up vaguely remembering that it was Da Xiong who was responsible for guarding and calling with telekinesis. I was extremely weak for many years, and it was difficult to swing my tentacles. Bamboo, you're awake. Big Bear was surprised. And then he called out with his telekinesis, Bamboo is awake. Bamboo is awake. Big Bear, how long have I been asleep? Long time? Bamboo asked. Not long. Right? Big Bear lowered his head, scratched hard, counted the horizontal lines carved on the ground, and said, Bamboo, 27 days. You only slept for 27 days. The Yellow Stripe Mountain Master told me that it takes 30 days to be promoted to Mountain Master. Big Head rushed over, took a look, and immediately shook his antennae to command the ant colony to move out the stored dried meat, cut it into pieces, and sent it to Bamboo. Bamboo, you eat first. The 3 Mountain Masters, Yellow Stripe, White Velvet, and Brown Skin, came down the mountain after hearing the news. Members such as Windbell, Red Rice, Belly Bamboo, and Cattail came one after another and crowded in the flat square outside the cave. Bamboo, you take a rest first. The Yellow Stripe Mountain Master was squeezed so hard that he shook his tentacles and called out, White Wool, Brown Skin, let's go down the mountain and hunt some fresh food. After shouting, he jumped into the air. The White Wool and Brown Skin Mountain Masters followed and flapped their wings and left. With 3 big guys gone, it was no longer so crowded. Bamboo ate some food and felt much better. He continued to eat, and his strength gradually recovered. The gray-black carapace began to change to dark black. Soon, a Goju mountain python was sent up the mountain. It ate slowly, replenished its physical strength and nutrition, and its carapace completely transformed into a metallic black color. A layer of red veins appeared on the surface, flashing and emitting a fiery red halo, quickly absorbing the natural force. Seeing that Bamboo's promotion was successful, the members crowded at the entrance of the cave gradually dispersed. Bamboo was finally able to walk out of the cave, spread his wings, and carefully looked at the changes after his promotion. The body length jumped to about 4.5 meters, and the whole body was full of explosive power. The shell was strengthened by metal ability. Compared with the advanced warrior period, the defense ability was completely a qualitative improvement. In close combat, it was no weaker than any overlord level beast. It was late at night, and the bamboo forest formed by the bamboo life seed not far away emitted a hazy halo. Bamboo walked forward quickly. The bamboo life seed naturally fed back the massive amount of force accumulated during the day to Bamboo. With abundant force replenishment, the bright red veins on the shell stopped flashing and condensed and stabilized. Spreading the pulse wings, the mind turned, and a flame lit up at the tip of the wing. The mind moved again, and the flame went out, looking up to the sky, opening his mouth, A red column of fire erupted and shot into the night sky. "Hiss, a little hot," Bamboo muttered, and folded his pulse wings with satisfaction. The benefits of spending a lot of raw stones to purchase high-quality force food are now apparent. At present, he is only a L1 Mountain Master, and he can release the flame power twice with full power, one more than the ordinary Mountain Masters of the Red Cockroach tribe. After releasing it once, the red veins on the surface of the shell flickered uncontrollably again, quickly absorbing the surrounding natural force. Then Bamboo came to the Liju Life Seed and absorbed and replenished the force lost by releasing the flame power. Immediately, the halo emitted by these veins dimmed. Powerful innate ability. No less than any genetic martial arts. Bamboo sighed secretly, concentrating his mind and calming his breath, and carefully experiencing it. In a trance, he seemed to be able to resonate with the metal elements in the soil. The metal ability inherited from the master-level metal core is very poor. Bamboo was not disappointed. If he continued to grow, he should be able to awaken some metal control ability. He continued to scan with his divine mind to check the changes in his blood and heart. With a flick of his tentacles, the good mood of successful breakthrough suddenly disappeared. Chapter 247 Patrolling the Mountain. Life Seeds growing. Bamboo was promoted to L1 Mountain Master. His body grew, and his body length reached 4.5 meters. In addition to the 3 main hearts and 9 main blood vessels growing, the other blood vessels and hearts increased in number. The blood vessels are slender, and the heart is small. There are blood vessels and hearts that are in operation, and there are also atrophied and blocked spare blood vessels and hearts. They are complicated and numerous. Too many to count at once. Just calculating the number is a brain-consuming and troublesome thing. This technique. What should I do? Even if I practice a simple technique, I can at least improve the efficiency of the use of the original force by about 20%. If I eat original force food worth 10,000 original stones every year, it is equivalent to saving 2,000 original stones. If I eat 100,000 original stones, I can save 20,000. The growth of the Mountain Master level began to become difficult. From L1 to L3 growth. If I eat original force food worth 2,000 original stones every year, I can be promoted once every 10 years. If you eat high-quality force food worth 20,000 raw stones every year, you can greatly shorten the time, and you can be promoted once every 5 years. The maximum growth rate is to be promoted once every 3 years. And you need to eat high-quality force food worth 50,000 raw stones every year, starting from L4. The normal growth rate is not expensive. And if you want to grow quickly, it will cost more. Starting from the Mountain Master, you must spend a lot of money to grow quickly, so that you will have enough time to plan for promotion to the Cockroach King in the future. Bamboo is not particularly rich. Liu Feng has so many members who need to be funded. In the future, there will be more members. It is necessary to practice the skills. Trouble. Bamboo had a headache for a while, called Datu, and began to patrol the territory to check the changes of various God-given seeds after the promotion. Datu was responsible for managing all of Bamboo's life plants. Followed him, and introduced the situation. Bamboo, your God-given seeds, and those ordinary life seeds suddenly began to absorb a lot of force 5 days ago. The yellow-striped Mountain Master said that you successfully passed the most dangerous process of being promoted to the Mountain Master, and the promotion was mostly successful. The God-given seeds and ordinary life seeds began to transform and grow, so they needed the force. Ordinary life plants require very little force, and the speed is also fast. It took only 2 days to complete the evolution. Bamboo was promoted to the Mountain Master, and the corresponding ordinary life seeds also had a breakthrough. In the future, the force food produced will have a trace of the characteristics of strengthening metal or strengthening flame ability. The purple gold God-given seeds have no signs of division and growth, and require 3,000 raw stones every day. The purple gold God-given seeds are undergoing qualitative growth. If all goes well, the quality of the condensed purple gold bamboo rice will have a qualitative breakthrough next year, at least reaching a medium-low quality. Green bamboo and rain bamboo are also absorbing the original force crazily, and 5,000 and 6,000 raw stones are needed every day respectively. There is no sign of division either. However, the nutrients of the bamboo poles on the ground are beginning to shrink towards the bamboo basket. The tips of a large number of bamboo leaves are yellowing, and they are likely to wither and die. Then shoots will sprout from the bamboo basket and grow new and taller bamboo poles. The bloodthorn God-given seeds are sown on the southeast side. The original force is scarce, and the consumption is the greatest. About 8,000 raw stones are needed every day. With the breakthrough of bamboo's strength, the genes of the bloodthorn God-given seeds have broken through the shackles. In the central position, the mother plant is rising, and the 13 branches are growing faster and spreading around. In addition to the raw stones, a large amount of swamp water and sludge are needed to supplement nutrients every day. Preliminary judgment shows that the bloodthorn God-given seeds are a quantitative improvement. Next year, the output of bloodthorn will increase significantly. It is currently in the process of growth. After a short period of rapid growth, there will be a stable slow growth. The slow growth time is about 2 to 3 years. So it is difficult to estimate the specific output corresponding to the master level of Bamboo Mountain. On the contrary, the output of the 3 God-given seeds of purple gold, green bamboo, and rain bamboo will probably not increase. What will be improved is the quality of the condensed fruit, seeds. The specific situation will not be clear until the next year when it blooms and seeds. So bamboo will fully distribute and sell the shares of each caravan in the year after next. As for the God-given seeds of kerosene tea, it's a bit painful. As soon as bamboo approached, the kerosene tea tree spirit cried out, "Bamboo, why am I growing so fast suddenly? My raw stones are almost used up." "Where are they almost used up?" "There is still a whole bag of 10,000 raw stones." Bamboo asked Yucha, "What's going on?" Yucha said helplessly, "Ko Yucha won't let me use the raw stones that I didn't use up last time. And Datu won't give me the raw stones." Datu explained, "Bamboo, the daily consumption is too high, and our reserve of raw stones may not be enough. I asked Yucha to use up the raw stones under the tree first. It would be a pity if they were damaged by the wind and sun." Datu managed the finances and became more and more stingy. It turned out that the 2 stingy guys had a car accident. Yucha was stuck in the middle and looked uncomfortable. Bamboo said, "Datu, it's just 10,000 raw stones. It's insignificant. Go and get some." "Oh, okay." Datu emphasized bamboo. Now only the 4 God-given species of purple gold, green bamboo, rain bamboo, and bloodthorn consume 22,000 raw stones every day. The master of Huangwen Mountain said that once the process of rapidly consuming raw stones begins, it will last about 10 to 15 days. "Bamboo, I must remind you that if it exceeds 10 days, our raw stones will not be enough." Bamboo said, "After 10 days, the growth of the plant will basically stabilize. It doesn't matter if there are insufficient raw stones. Now is a critical period, and the supply of raw stones cannot be cut off." "Okay." Big Head shook his antennae and directed the soldier ants to carry the raw stones. "Bamboo, why am I growing so fast suddenly?" The kerosene tea tree spirit was extremely anxious. Bamboo explained, "Because I just got promoted to the mountain master. And you also broke through. So it's because of you?" The kerosene tea tree spirit was a little angry and roared, "Bamboo, you have to compensate me for the raw stones." Bamboo comforted him kindly, "Kerosene tea, don't worry. I will compensate you with 10,000 raw stones." "Okay. Okay." The tree spirit's mood changed very quickly. Just now, it was angry and annoyed, heartbroken and wanted to cry. But it turned into joy and intimacy, urging, "Bamboo, hurry up. I'm almost starving to death." Bamboo. He used his mental power to scan the branches and leaves of the God-given seed of the oil tea. Only a faint trace of the force was flowing in the veins. This thing must have been hungry for a day. Right? He really wanted money over his life. Bamboo stepped forward and picked up the spider silk bag containing the raw stones, and said tentatively, "Oil tea, let's use your bag of raw stones first." "No." Oil tea was anxious and roared, "Bamboo, put it down. It can't be used." Bamboo asked, "Why?" "It can't be used." Oil tea roared, and after holding it in for a long time, he said seriously, "This is my bottom line." Bamboo was speechless for a long time, and felt a little toothache. He put down the spider silk bag, said a soothing thought, and said, "Then we don't need it. You keep it for fun." The God-given seed grew with bamboo, and the soul of the tree spirit became stronger. Bamboo took a look around and felt obvious changes when communicating with the tree spirits. Their language became richer, and they also had simple logical thinking. The tree spirits became younger and smarter. This is not a good thing. They may not be so easy to fool in the future. Yucha was sensitive, and noticed that Bamboo had finished communicating with the spirit of the oil tea tree. He shook his tail, pointed at the spider silk bag, and asked, Bamboo, do you want to use these raw stones? Bamboo said, forget it. Keep it for now. Data asked again, Bamboo, if there are not enough raw stones, which God-given seed should we cut off the raw stone supply first? Bamboo shook his antennae, pointed at the God-given seed of the oil tea, and said, of course it is this tree. The tree has strong vitality, and can endure it. If the raw stones are still not enough, cut off the raw stone supply of the blood thorn at the foot of the mountain. The blood thorn is a shrub, and is also very resistant to hunger. Survive the winter, and when the caravan arrives next year, get the raw stones and replenish them. Understood. Datu agreed. Several soldier ants dragged a whole bag of raw stones. Datu waved his antennae and gave orders. The ant colony handed the spider silk bag to Yucha. The ant colony commanded by Big Head is divided into soldier ants, big worker ants, and small worker ants. After Big Head was promoted to a senior warrior, the overall size of the ant colony increased. But in terms of IQ, it was obviously not as good as the bee colony of Cattail. Big Head soldier ants look big in the head, but in fact they are all muscles, with a small brain capacity and low intelligence. It is difficult for them to do simple seed selection work. They also lack the ability to think and judge independently. They can only do some very simple tasks mechanically under the command of Big Head. Bamboo suddenly had an idea. Ants and bees have too many similarities. According to human biological knowledge, they are all Hymenoptera insects, evolved from the same ancestor, feeding some royal nectar to the larvae of Big Head's ant colony. Can we breed soldier ants with stronger genes? Bamboo secretly wrote this down and planned to collect fresh royal nectar in the early spring of next year and let Big Head and Cattail experiment. If it works, a few more smart combat soldier ants in the ant colony to command other ordinary soldier ants and worker ants to work can share a lot of pressure for Big Head. Chapter 248 Force Field Collapse. The news of Bamboo's promotion to Mountain Master spread immediately. Soldiers from the Taidao Mountain Range, Hongju Mountain Range, Shuerong Mountain Range, and Yangdi Mountain Range came to congratulate him one after another. The Red Blighton King, who was clearing out the beast warriors, also came over and checked the mountain to confirm that the various God-given seeds had grown smoothly without any omissions. He withdrew the 20 senior warriors who were assisting in the defense, and forcibly took Yucha away to help search for the traces of the beast warriors in the jungle. The princess of Yoli came soon after, took a tour, and then withdrew the 10 warriors of Yoli County in advance. Liju Peak, which had been bustling for a few days, suddenly became deserted. Bamboo completely recovered from the weakness of the dormant evolution, calmed his mind, and began to try to sort out his meridians and heart. The method of engraving patterns to assist in recording was completely ineffective. It was too complicated, and the three-dimensional structure could not be drawn at all. I was powerless, and gave up the plan to deduce the skills for the time being. The bamboo sea has taken shape, and will not need to be expanded in the next 2 or 3 years. The weeds on both sides of Liju Peak have been cleared by the soldiers stationed there, and the various trees planted have grown slowly, no longer afraid of weeds snatching nutrients. Even the force food was eaten up before he was promoted to the Mountain Master. The beast warriors in Jinping Mountain Range and Taidao Mountain Range have probably been almost wiped out. There may be some fish that have escaped the net, but they are not enough to pose a threat to Liju Peak. It seems that there is nothing to do. It is cold and boring in winter. Bambi gave instructions to the yellow-striped Mountain Master, and set off with the Big Bear and the 7-headed bamboo rat warriors to the swamp. The energy of the dominant metal core continued to overflow, and with the absorption of bamboo, the Big Bear, the 7-headed bamboo rat warriors and the resonance force field accelerated its shrinkage, and the coverage area retreated to the edge of the lake smashed when it fell. Bamboo had expected this, so he brought a bag of hemp rope before leaving. There are wild water bamboo and mozo bamboo in the nearby hills, both of which are large bamboo species. The bamboo poles are hollow and have strong buoyancy. Cut a batch of them and tie them up to make bamboo rafts. Rowing the bamboo raft, enter the lake and absorb the scattered ownerless spiritual power in the center. The Big Bear and the 7 bamboo rat warriors are fine. Their souls have not changed much. They are forced to absorb by practicing the soul capture secret art and reach saturation in 2 days. Bamboo was once irradiated at close range, and his soul has changed greatly. The degree of fit with the metal core is extremely high. After being promoted to the master of the mountain, the absorption rate is super fast, and the capacity has become like a bottomless pit, as if it can absorb infinitely. The ownerless spiritual power that was already few and far between decreased sharply, and the coverage range of the resonant force field shrank accordingly. 10 days later, when the diameter of the force field was less than 100 meters, the rolling black fog suddenly exploded, spread rapidly, and then faded and dissipated in an instant. The force field collapsed. Bamboo flapped his wings and took off. The bamboo raft collapsed and turned into gray-white powder that scattered in the water. It floated for a while, and then slowly sank. Looking down, there was a clear lake with a diameter of about 1 kilometer below. It's gone. My soul strength is just a little bit away from reaching the L1 princess level. Landing on the lakeside, looking at the lake, Bamboo sighed with regret. Noticing the movement here, Daxiong ran over, stared blankly for a while, and asked, Bamboo, why is it gone? Daxiong would definitely not understand if he explained it. Bamboo simply said, the power has been absorbed by us. Daxiong said, then we can't use the soul-stealing secret technique in the future? The Rat King also noticed the collapse of the resonance field at the first time and ran over. The 7 bamboo rat warriors looked at the lake, and were also stunned. The Rat King asked, Bamboo, how is this resonance field formed? Too complicated to explain clearly. Bamboo shook his tentacles and said, Big Bear, go hunt some food. I'm a little hungry. Oh, okay. Big Bear agreed first, and then said, Bamboo, we can walk and look for prey. We have been out for a long time. Should we go back? Not yet. Bamboo said, we have to take back the things under the lake. Big Bear asked curiously, what? Bamboo said, the master-level metal life intelligence brain core. Big Bear scratched his head. Bamboo was too lazy to explain, and waved his tentacles impatiently, expelling, hurry up and hunt. Big Bear turned and ran to the hills behind, and went into the jungle. The Rat King wanted to ask, but held back. Bamboo approached the lake and scanned the bottom of the water with his mental power to explore the structure and depth of the water. The original soil became as solid as centered tiles due to the influence of the resonant force field. The metal core was small in size, and the impact of the fall caused a small but deep hole. The central position could not be explored by mental power. The Rat King looked at it, and suddenly became scared. He asked, Bamboo, are you planning to salvage it? I have this idea. Bamboo said, wait a few days and see. If it doesn't work, you can go down and salvage it. The thing is spherical, made of black metal, not very big, and very light. The Rat King shook his 2 paws vigorously and said, Bamboo, I can't swim, let alone dive. I can't do it either. Maju quickly stated his position. I can't do it either. The remaining 5 bamboo rat warriors answered almost in unison. Baiju smacked his lips and asked cautiously, is it me again? It's you. The Rat King confirmed, Bamboo. Let Baiju go. Maju and the other 5 bamboo rats stepped forward and pushed Baiju out. Seeing this, Bamboo shook his tentacles and said, there are 2 situations. The first one is that the energy of that thing will dissipate, and it will float up automatically. There is no need. Baiju stretched out his claws and pointed carefully to the center of the lake, asking, Bamboo, is that it? Bamboo turned his head and saw a black dot floating in the center of the lake, and there were still circles of ripples. Yes, it's it. It floated up by itself. Bamboo said nothing more, flapped his wings and flew into the air, skimmed close to the water, closed his 2 hind legs, picked up the ball, turned in the air, and landed on the shore again. A black metal ball with a diameter of 28 centimeters. The surface is not smooth, like a brain, covered with wrinkles and gullies, and many tiny silver-gray lines. Bamboo picked up the metal core with his forelimbs and held it in front of his eyes. The masterless spiritual power and participating high-level energy contained in it have completely dissipated. Without the support of soul power, the magical lines are also extinguished. Very light, almost weightless. For metal life, the metal core is not only the brain where the soul resides, but also the central heart for energy transfer, and also has the auxiliary function of storing spare energy. Theoretically, the weight of the dominant metal core is infinitely close to 0. It is also easy to form energy convection with the external environment, and can absorb various types of energy. After absorbing energy, the weight increases. In winter now, the metal core is about 0.1 kilograms. If placed under strong light, the weight will increase. If it is in a hot summer environment, The weight will also increase. This thing is used as a cosmic supercomputer information storage. I don't have the technological ability. What else is it used for? Bamboo pondered. Because of the soul. It seems that there is a connection between the metal core and the weak metal control ability that has just awakened. Inject energy, increase weight, and use metal manipulation ability to control the laser to fly out and use it as a weapon. Bamboo's thoughts were connected, and the original force in his body was converted into flame heat energy and injected into the metal core. At the same time, he manipulated it to move forward. The metal core was seen swaying and flying out from Bamboo's forelimbs, floating about 2 meters away, and then lightly fell to the ground. My explosive energy and metal control ability are not enough now. From the looks of it, the princess level is still not enough. Maybe I can use it to be promoted to the Cockroach King. The Cockroach King is already the strongest fighter on this planet. What else do we need it for? Useless stuff. Bamboo thought about what other uses the metal core could have. Baizhu saw Bamboo standing there in a daze. Trotted forward, picked up the metal core, waited, and said, "Bamboo, it's so light." After that, he threw it hard. The metal core was like a cotton ball, floating towards Bamboo. Among the 7 bamboo rat warriors, Baizhu was the smartest and most aware. This thing, the more energy you inject, the heavier it becomes. Bamboo decided to show it the magic of the metal core. He opened his mouth, aimed at the metal core, and spewed a column of fire. The flames were all absorbed by the metal core. Bamboo waved his tentacles and said, "Baizhu, try again and see if you can move it." Baizhu looked dazed, half opened his mouth, stretched out his front paws, gently pointed at the metal core, and stammered, "Bamboo, you burned it." "Huh?" Bamboo looked down and saw that after the metal core absorbed the flame, it was like ice cream. The surface melted into a viscous liquid, and the whole thing was melting rapidly. Chapter 249 Food Poisoning. Human knowledge. The dominance level metal core is one of the strongest substances in the universe. The facts are right in front of us. It has withstood the high temperature caused by friction with the air when it fell from outer space. And the large pit with a diameter of more than 1 kilometer that was smashed into the ground is enough to prove its solidity. My mouthful of fire is very ordinary. Bamboo stared at the metal core that was quickly melting into liquid, his expression a little dull. Baizhu trotted forward, looked down, and it seemed that there was no danger. He carefully stretched out his claws, picked up a little, and put it in his mouth to taste it. "Bamboo, it seems to be edible." "Idiot! You dare to eat anything." Bamboo waved his tentacles and hit Baiju's head hard, scolding, "Don't you worry about metal poisoning and eating you to death." Baizhu stuck out his tongue and ran away with his head shrunk. The dominance level metal core can be eaten. Bamboo looked suspicious, and couldn't help but put his forelimbs deep, picked up a little, and put it in his mouth to taste it. Warm, delicate and smooth. No taste. Then he looked at the metal core on the ground, which had turned into a pool of black viscous liquid. Why did this change happen? Suddenly, the soul and the liquid that the metal core had turned into seemed to have established some kind of connection. His thoughts turned. The viscous liquid metal core turned into a thin line, lifted off the ground, and wrapped around his forelimbs, under the control of his thoughts. It kept changing its shape. It was as if it was one body, and it was as easy to control as an arm. Interesting. Can it be transformed into a solid state? With a thought, Bamboo once again transformed the force into heat energy and injected it. The viscous liquid metal suddenly lost control, quickly diluted, and penetrated into the body along the shell. The change happened in a flash. When Bamboo reacted, the liquid metal core had already penetrated into the blood vessels and flowed along the blood. Bamboo tried to control it with his mental power, but the blood pumped and he couldn't control it at all. "Bamboo! Baizhu!" the Rat King exclaimed. Bamboo turned his head subconsciously to check, and saw Baizhu fell straight to the ground, his limbs stiff, and he didn't know whether he was dead or alive. Bamboo suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart, and the blood in his body stopped flowing instantly. He stretched out his 6 legs and crawled to the ground. The cockroach species has 3 main hearts in the front, middle and back, which pump blood together. The metal liquid that got into Bamboo's blood vessels was all stuck in the front heart near the head and began to penetrate into the heart cells. This is unscientific. Could it be that the master level metal life was not completely dead? No. The human master level strongman killed it with the soul-stealing secret technique. And there is no possibility of survival. I also practice the soul-stealing secret technique. If there is a residual soul, I will definitely be able to detect it. The metal core is one of the strongest substances in the universe. Why did it melt? The blood stopped flowing. The oxygen and energy supply to the brain was blocked. The brain cells instinctively entered a dormant state, and consciousness slowly began to blur. The big bear dragged a wild boar with a smashed head back, and first saw Bamboo lying on the ground with 6 stiff legs. Then he saw Baizu, who also had stiff limbs, and fell to the ground. The Rat King and the other 6 bamboo rat warriors were staring at each other, at a loss. What's going on? The big bear dropped the prey and ran forward. The mental power scanned and found that Bamboo and Baiju were both unconscious, with weak breath. What's going on? The big bear raised his paw and stared at the Rat King. Maybe. The Rat King shrank back and said with difficulty, maybe it's food poisoning. Well, the two of them ate random things. The big bear looked at Baiju. This guy has had food poisoning twice, and he didn't die both times, so he should be fine this time. He felt relieved and retracted his raised paw. He scratched his head and asked in confusion, Bamboo is the smartest and can identify all kinds of plants and animals. Why would it eat random things? What did it eat? The big bear asked. The Rat King thought for a moment and said seriously, the master-level metal life intelligence brain core. Big Bear widened his eyes and asked, is that something edible? Baiju is a bad mouth. He ate it first and said it was edible. The Rat King stretched out his claws, pointed at Baiju, then at Bamboo, and said, but it seems that it is not edible. Big Bear asked, it's not dangerous, right? Baiju shouldn't die. The Rat King shook his head, pointed at Bamboo, and said, Bamboo's shell has force veins, which isolates my perception. Big Bear looked up and thought about it, and felt relieved, and said with certainty, Baiju can't die. Bamboo must be fine. Maju said cautiously, that thing is very strange, too strange. Bamboo seems to be poisoned. As he was talking, Baiju's limbs twitched, and then he stood up from the ground staggeringly, looked around blankly, and saw the Rat King. Rat King, I'm hungry. Stupid, the Rat King complained, turned around and ordered Maju, go get it something to eat. Idiot! Maju cursed and turned his head and said, Shueju, go get it some food. One pushed the other, and finally, the task of finding food fell on Jinju. We have eaten all the nearby spotted grass and bamboo grass. If we can't find any food, let's eat meat, Jinju asked tentatively. Big Bear, drag the body over here. Big Bear glanced at him. Forget it. You take a rest. I'll go. Jinju walked slowly towards the wild boar's body, cut off a piece of meat, returned, and threw it to Baiju. Baiju was just physically exhausted, and the food was digested in his stomach, so he recovered quickly. He looked at Bamboo and asked in confusion, what's wrong with Bamboo? What's wrong? You idiot. You eat randomly again. The Rat King waved his claws and shouted, teach it a lesson. Maju and the other 5 had been rubbing their fists and palms, waiting for an order, and immediately pounced on Baiju. Squeak! Baiju screamed. Squeak! Maju screamed. Baiju held his head with his claws, huddled on the ground. His hair all over his body exploded, straight like steel needles. Maju's claws that were swinging and hitting Baiju were pierced, and blood was oozing out. Stop! Rat King shouted to stop him, walked forward, and stared at Baiju. Looking closely, Baiju's hair had a little more metallic color and the breath of the Force, which was a sign of awakening metal power. Baiju had just been promoted to the L4 Intermediate Warrior, and most of the high-quality Force food distributed by Bamboo had been taken away. How could this happen? Rat King looked at Dexiong. Last time, Dexiong was also affected by the dominant metal life intelligence brain core, and his body size increased abnormally. It was 100% certain that Baiju's body had changed because he ate the dominant metal life intelligence brain core. It was not a sudden increase in size like a big bear, but another kind of change. Baiju, who was curled up on the ground, also noticed something was wrong. He loosened his front paws that were holding his head and stood up from the ground. He found that Maju and the others had retreated and were looking at him with some fear. Huh? Baiju found something strange about himself again. His fear subsided, and then his hard hair like steel needles softened. This is... Baizhu was surprised and tried hard. But his hair could no longer change like that. The Rat King had been paying attention. Thought about it. Raised his paws. And pretended to hit him. Seeing this, Baizhu subconsciously covered his head with his paws and curled up on the ground. His hair exploded and stood up like steel needles. The Rat King retracted his claws, feeling unhappy. After thinking for a while, he threatened, Baizhu, don't be complacent. I have a way to deal with you. Metal ability. Baizhu was not a fool. He understood what was going on, and laughed triumphantly, haha. I have awakened the metal ability. Try to hit me again. Pa! The Rat King turned around and slapped Baizhu in the face with his claws, saying coldly, as long as you are fast enough, your ability will not be triggered in time. Chapter 250 Metal Heart. Divine Power Pattern. Baizhu was slapped by the Rat King for less than 3 seconds. And then he realized the reality. The Rat King was AL8 Advanced Warrior. And it had 5 accomplices. Silently shrank to the back of the team, unwilling to give up. If he could turn the hair on his body into steel needles at will, he tried to control the explosion hair with his own will. But no matter how hard he tried, there was no reaction. Did he eat too little? Baizhu thought, and looked around, and found that the viscous liquid melted by the metal core was nowhere to be found. Did Bamboo eat all of it? Bamboo is really good at eating. Baizhu regretted, I should have eaten a few more bites earlier. The bright red patterns on Bamboo's body kept shining, and the halo became brighter and brighter. De Xiong knew something about the force patterns of the Red Bladdish tribe, and knew that these patterns had the function of storing force, which was the key to releasing the fire ability. The shining patterns were a sign of insufficient force reserves. Big Bear was a little worried and said, King of Rat, you are sensitive to the force. Please check and see why Bamboo is short of force. Bamboo just used his fire ability. After the King of Rat finished speaking, he thought for a while and said, it seems that the force is being consumed rapidly in its body. I can't sense the specific situation. Big Bear asked. This place is barren. Will Bamboo be in danger because of the lack of force? King of Rat said. I heard that the raw stones stored in Liju Peak have been used up a long time ago. There is still a bag under the tree given by the god of kerosene tea. Big Bear raised his palm and said, King of Rat, you run fast. Go back and get the raw stones. Yucha will eat me. The Rat King was terrified. His eyes rolled, and he shouted, Maju, you are not slow at running. Hurry up. Return to Liju Peak and bring the bag of raw stones. Whoa! Bang! The Big Bear roared, slapped the ground with his palm, and the smooth and hard porcelain ground was smashed to pieces, and fine stones splashed. The Big Bear shouted, stop talking nonsense. Baizhu! You? Run faster. Me? Okay. Okay. Baizhu walked a distance away, raised his paw, and said, Big Bear, I'm not full. I may not run fast. The Big Bear ran towards Baizhu. I'll go. Baizhu screamed in fear and ran into the dense forest on the hill. Big Bear, what are you arguing about? Bamboo shook his tentacles vigorously, stood up from the ground shakily, looked around, and asked, Big Bear, I asked you to hunt. Where is the food? Bamboo, you're fine. Big Bear called out in surprise, ran, dragged the wild boar corpse over, and placed it in front of Bamboo. Baizhu emerged from the dense forest, very clever, ran forward to help cut the meat, and waited for Bamboo to eat some, and said impatiently, Bamboo, feel it quickly. Have you mastered new and more powerful metal abilities? Bamboo's physical strength recovered a little, but his mood was not very high. The Rat King also asked, Bamboo, have you mastered new metal abilities? Bamboo looked up, found that Big Bear was also staring at him curiously and hopefully. Bamboo slowly turned his head and looked at Baizhu in confusion. This guy had eaten some metal cores and woke up earlier than himself. Could there be changes? Baizhu! The Rat King shouted. Squeak! Baizhu screamed, subconsciously protecting his head with his claws, and huddled on the ground, his hair standing on end. Each strand of hair stood up like steel needles. Like a hedgehog. The Rat King explained, Baizhu seems to have awakened the metal ability in advance, and it is not simply metal strengthening. However, it is only a senior warrior of the 4th age, and it has eaten too little force food that strengthens the metal ability, so it cannot freely use this ability. After the Rat King finished speaking, he asked, Bamboo, Why did this change happen? The big bear asked Bamboo. Did you also gain metal ability? My inherited memory does not record this situation. I don't know why it is like this. Bamboo shook his tentacles and said, I haven't gained new metal abilities either. Okay. Have you all eaten? Fill your stomachs. It's time to go back to the mountain. In addition, the matter of the metal core must be kept secret. Don't talk about it everywhere. Especially you. Baizu. Stay honest after you go back. And don't show off your new abilities everywhere. Understand? After Bamboo finished speaking, he buried his head in his food. Baiju only tasted a little bit of the metal core and gained the ability to explode hair and become a thorn. Bamboo absorbed the entire metal core. There was no change on the outside. But the changes inside were extraordinary. Unscientific changes. Changes that were not recorded in human knowledge and could not be understood. The metal core merged with the upper heart. And the mental power looked inside. And it was found that the upper heart near the head had turned into a metallic black color, with silver-gray veins. The silver-gray veins were not simple force veins, but the most powerful metal magical power of the metal life in the domination realm. Strictly speaking, it should be called magic power veins. And the corresponding magical power should be the 108 ultimate metal riot field. Bamboo inherited all the magical skills of the dominant metal life without missing a single drop. Then he found that with his current strength, he could not activate them at all. Force life and cosmic life are completely two different levels of life. The Mountain Master is only at the middle level among the force life. The dominant state is the highest level of cosmic life. The gap is too big. Bamboo was unwilling to give up, and immediately began to try various things after returning to Liju Peak. After one try, he discovered a new ability, information storage. The upper heart integrated with the metal core can actually store and read various information directly. It feels very strange. If you compare yourself to an intelligent computer, the metal core is like an unlimited capacity hard drive implanted in the body. Bamboo tried to enter the information of his own blood and heart structure, and store and read in real time, which was very smooth and countless times more convenient than carving on the ground. Then he tried to deduce the skills and enter various deduction information. And then he found that storage capacity alone is not enough. And information processing capacity is not enough. That is, the brain power is not enough. The computing power is not enough. And the core hardware can't keep up. The software is also a bit behind. That is, the soul strength is not enough. And it is easy to be mentally exhausted. When the problem was discovered, Bamboo first thought of using the high-quality force food condensed by the God-given seeds to strengthen it. There are tens of thousands of various God-given seeds on this planet, and there must be brain nerve strengthening. However, the insect race on this planet does not have the consciousness of strengthening the brain, and the caravan does not have the corresponding force package for sale. The God-given seeds of Thuja have a little ability to strengthen the brain nerves, but the effect is too poor now, and it can't wait for it to grow up. Bamboo plans to ask the caravan to help find it. As for the soul, only Yuju has a little effect of strengthening the soul. In the process of deducing the skills, the soul is not so important. If the core hardware is in place, but the software is not good, the progress of the skills deduction will be slowed down at most. The front heart integrated with the metal core also has a crucial ability, which is to absorb some bioenergy and store it for backup. The amount of storage is linked to Bamboo's strength. These backup energies are very useful. They can ensure sufficient physical strength during battles and increase the probability of success slightly during genetic evolution. Bamboo almost completely inherited the role played by the metal core on the metal life form. Bamboo's most important thing is the magic skill, which is not enough for fighting. Theoretically speaking, if there is a magic vein, the magic can be used. After several days of trying, I finally found a trick. I can use my will to forcibly control and inject the original force into the magic vein. The problem is that the total amount of original force required is too much. Bamboo's current ordinary bamboo species have all grown into a large bamboo forest, one after another, covering an area of about 50,000 square meters, which can provide the original force equivalent to 50 raw stones every night. So much original force was injected, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea, without causing any waves. Bamboo continued to observe for a whole month, but still could not estimate how much original force equivalent to the raw stone needed to activate the magical veins. Chapter 251: The Last Year of Poverty. The dominant metal core is one of the strongest substances in the universe. How could it be melted by a flame? Bamboo could only guess that it was because his soul had mutated. And then, he absorbed a large amount of masterless spiritual power. And his soul and metal core were highly compatible. This kind of situation is unprecedented. And there has never been a similar case. It is completely incomprehensible. After thinking about it, I can't figure out the principle. Bamboo's life began to become regular. During the day, he would lie at the entrance of the cave, motionless, or suddenly jump up, get up, and do all kinds of strange and violent movements. This is to collect blood and heart information to prepare for the deduction of the exercises. As dusk fell, he immediately began to wander around the life plants. One by one, absorbing the original force they accumulated during the day and using it for himself. Even the young life plants of the pyrophil pine, that were only 1.5 meters high on the top of the mountain. The absorbed original force was injected into the magical veins. Early spring. The beast suppression operation ended. The beast infestation in Taidao Mountain Range and Jinping Mountain Range has been basically controlled. It took much persuasion from Bamboo to get the Red Cockroach King to leave the Yellow Striped Mountain Master and 5 senior warriors, mainly to help carry beehives and collect honey in spring, and secondly to help guard Liju Peak. Liju Peak has 2 mountain masters, Bamboo and Daxiong, and 3 senior warriors, Fengling, Hongdao, and Duju. Hongni is also about to be promoted to a senior warrior, so the overall combat power is not weak. There are also 7 bamboo rat warriors responsible for vigilance, and Yucha can be responsible for reconnaissance, so the possibility of encountering danger is very small. As the weather warms up, the ordinary little cockroaches that have awakened from hibernation find that there is no protection from senior warriors around them, and there are all kinds of natural enemies such as flying birds, snakes, and rats, so they start to crawl around. In this regard, Bamboo could only try to save the situation. Every day, he took Fengling and Hongdao down the mountain to release the breath, expel natural enemies, put out meat, and collect as many ordinary cockroaches as possible. It didn't last too long. The temperature rose day by day, and ordinary cockroaches entered the breeding season. And birds, snakes and mice also entered the breeding season. If the breath deterrence was not enough, these hateful predators would venture up the mountain to hunt. Ordinary cockroaches would instinctively disperse and climb into the dense jungle to avoid natural enemies. This is a bit like the legendary defeat is like a mountain collapsing. Even if Bamboo was promoted to the master of the mountain, he couldn't stop the collapse of ordinary cockroaches. Holding a fluke mentality. Maybe there are lucky ordinary cockroaches that jump into the jungle and awaken the force and evolve into small warriors. Oil Tea and 7 bamboo rat warriors were sent out to search. In mid-January, the master of Huabai Mountain came with a princess of Chilfen County to promote the birth of wild cliff cypress seeds. The tree is 25 meters high, which is not the maximum height of the Thuja suchuanensis God-given species. The growth rate after the induction of growth is obviously slow. The continuous induction of growth is still a bit too much for the Thuja suchuanensis God-given species. The owner of Huabai Mountain suggested that the flowers and fruits should continue to be suspended, and only one in the next 2 years should be inducing growth to give the plants some time to accumulate natural nutrients. Bamboo does not expect the Thuja suchuanensis God-given species to generate income for himself. It is better to slow down a bit, but don't overdo it and kill it. Due to the termination of the hybrid breeding experiment last year, this spring, there are very few bamboo species to be cultivated. Only 5 square meters of nurseries were opened. Data commanded the ant colony, and with the 5 laborers of red rice, belly bamboo, red rice, pyracantha, and white bamboo, the work was completed slowly. Most of the pear, peach, chestnut and other tree seedlings planted in the mountains on the southeast and northwest sides of Liju Peak have grown to a height of more than 2 meters and have begun to bloom. Initially, they can provide a small amount of nectar for cattails. 5 senior warriors from Qijing County still have to carry beehives and move to collect nectar. However, these ordinary trees grow luxuriantly year by year, and the number of flowers is increasing year by year. Gradually, there is no need to move to collect ordinary nectar. In mid-February and early March, they went to Qingang Mountain and Yangdi Mountain to collect royal nectar respectively. Chonglu and Yuzhu caravans arrived. There was no change in the goods traded this year, and the income remained the same. A total of 100,000 raw stones, with a change of 1,000. The change was given to the owner of Huangwen Mountain as a salary. After returning the 20,000 raw stones borrowed last year, there was still a whole 80,000 left. This amount of raw stones is not much at all, and Bamboo dare not spend it carelessly. First, 40,000 were set aside for the growth of the 2 God-given seeds, Fire Oil and Bloodthorn. Bamboo only purchased force food worth 10,000 raw stones for himself and Big Bear. He also took out 10,000 raw stones to purchase a batch of high-quality force food for Rat King and Windbell. They are a bit old and need to be promoted to Mountain Master quickly, especially Windbell, who is already not young. But now, he is just AL8 Senior Warrior. Now that he has enough money, he must be given an accelerated growth package. Otherwise, he is likely to die of old age at the Senior Warrior stage. In the last year of hardship, other members of the mountain will not purchase. There are still 20,000 raw stones left, which are stored and cannot be moved. This year, various kinds of God-given seeds will bloom and bear fruit, and the quantity and quality will increase. At that time, the investment of raw stones will inevitably increase. The exact number is hard to estimate, so we need to stock up more to be prepared. This year is the last year of poverty. Starting next year, the income will increase by about 1 times. After completing the transaction, Bamboo took Chonglu and Yuzhu to the mountain to visit the 5 God-given seeds of Zijin, Suizhu, Yuzhu, Xueji and Huicha. The changes were basically as expected, but there were many key information that could not be confirmed for the time being. So it was just a simple discussion. The details will have to wait until next year. The caravan left. In the early morning of that day, Data began to command the worker ants to use the raw stones to replenish the original force for the Bloodthorn God-given seeds. The spring was just right, and the Bloodthorn God-given seeds grew steadily. The main branch that climbed towards Liju Peak gradually reached a length of nearly 100 meters. The overall size of the bushes almost doubled, and it was still growing steadily. It was preliminarily determined that the production of Bloodthorn seeds this year was about 20,000. The Fire Royalty God-given seeds were a thorn. After 4 or 5 months of hunger, they refused to use the 10,000 raw stones. But it didn't bother Bamboo. Bamboo told it that the 20,000 raw stones for the birth-inducing reward could be paid in advance. The kerosene tea tree spirit gladly accepted it, and then happily directed the tea tree to cut the raw stones to replenish its original power. Until mid-April, 5,000 stones were used up, and the tree reached a height of about 10 meters. The owner of Huabai Mountain brought the princess of the black and white cockroach tribe to help with the birth. The taller the plant is, the more original power is needed to accelerate growth. This time, the kerosene tea tree spirit could no longer save it, and the remaining 15,000 raw stones were used up. And the tree trunk also jumped to nearly 15 meters. Red fruit tea is a small tree, and the height of ordinary tea trees is about 3 meters. The God-given seed of the kerosene tea reached a height of 15 meters and began to approach the limit. It grew year by year, and the number of fruits increased year by year, but it would grow slower and slower. Bamboo plans to give it one last boost next spring. It is estimated that the tree will reach a height of about 18 meters. If it continues to grow, it will not grow much, so it will not be very meaningful. There are 20 opportunities to boost growth in total, and Kayucha used 4 of them. Bamboo plans to use the remaining 16 on the wild Fuja God-given seeds. Chapter 252 2 God-given seeds. The nectar of the God-given seeds collected by Xiang Pu this year is brewed into royal jelly. Bamboo asked it to divide some and give it to Datu. Data commanded the worker ants to feed the royal jelly to the newly hatched big-headed ant larvae. After half a month of observation, the larvae fed with royal jelly obviously ate more than ordinary larvae, and day by day, their size far exceeded that of ordinary larvae. Preliminary judgment shows that combat soldier ants with high IQ can be cultivated. However, as the size of the larvae increases, the growth period and pupal period will be extended, and the entire complete metamorphosis period may last up to half a year, according to the calendar customized by Bamboo. This year is Bamboo's 5th year. In agricultural civilization, agricultural labor is very busy in spring, summer and autumn. Bamboo is now the official owner of Liju Peak, and he has a clear conscience not to participate in labor. When he is really too busy, he will give some raw stones and ask the senior soldiers stationed at the foot of the mountain for help. The labor force in this world is extremely cheap. They are very happy to be paid 1 raw stone a day. Bamboo lay at the entrance of the cave all day, deducing the skills bit by bit. It seems that he is idle, but in fact, he has a terrible headache. Brain cells are exhausted to death. Fortunately, the brain cells of the cockroach tribe can regenerate, Otherwise, he would have become cerebral palsy. There is also a toothache. Every night, he persists in squeezing the original force from ordinary life species and injecting it into the heart. But the magical veins can never light up. It is not completely unresponsive. After absorbing the original force equivalent to 10,000 raw stones, the color of one of the magical veins has changed slightly. This leisure continues until the dry season arrives. Experiments on hybridization of various bamboo species are carried out. The main task is to crossbreed gray bamboo with bamboo and find the restored species of ghost bamboo. In order to be on the safe side, Bamboo also designed to crossbreed gray bamboo with several other similar bamboo species. The second is to crossbreed golden silk cloud bamboo number 1 with green stone bamboo, which is an experiment with a high probability of producing God-given seeds. The second is to crossbreed colorful red bamboo number 1 with colorful cold bamboo on a large scale, which is also a breeding project with a high probability of producing God-given seeds. Finally, there is the heavy breeding work. This year, the seed production of green bamboo and rain bamboo must be increased to 10,000 seeds each. Next year, when Princess Xianghun arrives, Bamboo also plans to provide a batch of seeds and ask it to help promote them. In the bee colony of Xiangpu, the number of combat bees increases year by year, and the seed production will increase year by year. The seed trade can create a considerable income for Li Zhufeng. The God-given seeds of green bamboo and rain bamboo have both eared. The newly grown bamboo poles are thicker and taller, and the spikes of the God-given bamboo seeds are also obviously stronger. Each bamboo pole still has 1 spike and 2 flowers, and the number has not changed at all. The God-given rain bamboo seeds are somewhat unexpected. The spikes of flowers on each bamboo pole have changed from 2 to 4, and each spike still has 4 flowers. Its change is that the number has doubled. Judging from the smell, the quality will also improve, but not much. In the early morning, before Bamboo woke up, Dada shouted outside the cave, "Bamboo! Bamboo! God-given seeds! I found another God-given seed." It was expected. Bamboo was not surprised at all. If the guess was right, there were 2 bamboo species with a high probability of giving birth to God-given seeds in this year's hybridization experiment. "Oh! God seed!" Bamboo lazily answered and slowly got out of the cave. But he was still a little happy. After being promoted to the master of the mountain, he has not bred the seed of life. Why? Just waiting for the God seed to be born. It's coming. The rules for obtaining the God seed are actually very simple. Why can't other insects understand it? Well, they guessed a little, but they couldn't figure out the detailed rules of change. Well, bamboo is the most excellent plant, and its potential was developed by me. Bamboo felt that it was necessary for him to spend some money to buy the original force food that strengthens the brain. No matter in which world, wisdom is the first productive force. Bamboo's mind turned, and various thoughts kept coming out. When he walked out of the cave, he couldn't help but feel a little proud. Big Head. Which bamboo species gave birth to the God-given species? Bamboo. Guess. I am the 7-colored cold bamboo. No. Guess again. There are only 2 bamboo species that have the probability of giving birth to the God-given species. What else can be guessed? Since Big Head likes to play such boring tricks, let's play with it. Bamboo said, then I guess the green stone bamboo. Big Head shook his tentacles and said, no. Bamboo. Guess again. None of them? How is it possible? Not following the routine? There are a total of 144 bamboo species on this mountain. This year, 67 bamboo species use the dry season to stimulate flowering. Guess what? No more guessing. Bamboo showed the majesty of the mountain master and said seriously, Big Head, just say it directly. What bamboo species? Big Head did not care about Bamboo's majesty as the mountain master, and encouraged, Bamboo. You are almost right. Guess again. If ordinary bamboo species naturally give birth to God-given seeds, there will be no corresponding genes for flowering and bearing fruit every year. So it cannot bloom and bear fruit every year. What is the use of such God-given seeds? Bamboo thought about it, and his mood was not so good. He shook his tentacles and said firmly, I won't guess. Datu. Just say it directly. Data said, Bamboo. I remind you that you just guessed half right. Huh? Bamboo's mind turned, and he immediately understood and asked, could it be 2 God-given seeds? 2 God-given seeds? The spiritual power of the yellow-striped mountain lord was shocked, and he flew unsteadily, fell down and fell at the entrance of the cave, flapping his wings to stand firm. Big Head cheered yes. 2 seeds bestowed by God. Colorful cold bamboo and green stone bamboo. Without waiting for Bamboo to reply, the yellow-striped mountain master exclaimed, "How is it possible? Did you see it wrong?" "No mistake," Big Head affirmed, "Bloodthorn, green bamboo and rain bamboo God-given seeds are all discovered by me. I won't be wrong." The yellow-striped mountain master was still a little bit unbelievable. Staring at Big Head, this little ant king is not simple. Bamboo shook his tentacles and called, "Big Head, take me to see." Big Head was indeed not wrong. 2 small flowers with slightly different colors, living alone in one ear, absorbing the natural force at a slow speed. There is no doubt that they are seeds bestowed by God. Bamboo immediately summoned the members of the mountain and gathered at the entrance of the cave to discuss matters. They were all very excited to add 2 seeds bestowed by God at once. Bamboo could only breed 1, and could not be promoted to L2 Mountain Master within 3 years. The seed should not be kept for a long time, and the extra one could only be distributed to other members of the mountain. However, there are 5 Orthodox Zerd members on the mountain: Windbell, Cattail, Red Rice, Belly Bamboo, Red Rice, and Pyracantha. Who should the God-given seeds be given to? Everyone has participated in cultivating bamboo seeds, no matter how big or small, and has contributed more or less. It seems that everyone wants it except Windbell. The yellow-striped mountain master followed the Big Bear, Bamboo Rat Warriors, and Oil Tea Beast Warriors to stand together and watch the excitement. How can this matter be properly handled? Bamboo's spiritual power was solemn and serious, and he said, as expected, 2 God-given seeds appeared in the bamboo seeds we cultivated this year. All of them were confused. Can this be guessed? Big Head and the yellow-striped mountain master have begun to secretly slander. Nonsense. Bamboo continued, I have also considered the distribution of bamboo seeds a long time ago. Li Zhufeng. In terms of seniority, Fengling is the highest. If it is distributed according to seniority, it should be Fengling. Fengling shook his antennae and said, Bamboo, you know my situation best. Giving me the God-given seeds is a waste. Fengling's life plant is damaged, which hurts the soul. This kind of injury is like a disabled soul, which cannot be repaired. Fengling's promotion to Mountain Master has a higher risk of failure than other healthy insect warriors. In the future, the risk of failure will definitely exceed 50 when promoted to Princess. There is no possibility of being promoted to Cockroach King in this life. Giving the God-given seeds to Fengling is too risky, and cannot be risked. Bamboo was just saying it for the sake of his own accord. Seeing Fengling give up on her own initiative, he nodded with satisfaction and continued, in terms of the importance of the development of Liju Peak. Apart from me, it is Xiangpu. Our bamboo seed cultivation mainly depends on it. If something happens to me, Xiangpu can still lead everyone to cultivate bamboo seeds and sell seeds, earning a stable income that is no less than a God-given seed, and guaranteeing everyone's daily expenses. So, it is most appropriate to give this God-given seed to Xiangpu to breed. Okay, it's decided. Bamboo did not give a chance to refute, shook his antennae, and continued, if there are extra God-given seeds, Pyracantha will be given priority next time. Bamboo explained, almost all of Pyracantha's live seeds chose Bloodthorn, which was planted at the foot of the mountain to enhance the defense capabilities of Liju Peak. Its annual income is very low, which is considered compensation. Bamboo finished speaking and asked, does anyone have any objections? It is a very fair and reasonable distribution. Fengling, the most senior person in Liju Peak, spoke. Agree. Pyracantha cheered. Hongdao, Duju, and Hongmi, the 3 little guys, could not hide their disappointment. Bamboo said directly, now is the time for insects to move from decline to prosperity. If you cultivate new plant varieties, you will have a high chance of obtaining God-given seeds. Now, we have 144 bamboo species in Liju Peak. If we crossbreed and breed them, we will have many chances of obtaining God-given seeds. Red Rice, I have long entrusted the caravan to collect rice seeds for you. If you cultivate rice seeds according to my teachings, you will also have a chance to obtain God-given seeds. Rat King, please help me open up more rice fields on the north side of the mountain this winter. You can manage it yourself, and all the income belongs to you. I will not participate. Duju, you should spend more time learning the hybridization and breeding technology of bamboo seeds. If there are extra God-given seeds next time, you will breed them. Hong Dao, Duzhu, and Hongmi were happier. The yellow-striped mountain master was thoughtful. Chapter 253 Harvest Season. The growth of the two God-given seeds cannot be neglected. Bamboo personally guarded one. The yellow-striped mountain master helped guard one, guarding in front of the plant, never leaving. Less than half a month after the bamboo bloomed, the bloodthorn followed suit. There were so many bloodthorn God-given seeds that Datu was dizzy from counting. Seeing this, the 5 senior soldiers stationed helped count. But the number they counted was different each time. The difference was not big. Just over 20,000. Judging from the smell of the flower spikes, the quality did not improve at all. Only the quantity increased. Then the purple gold God-given seeds began to spike and bloom. Contrary to the bloodthorn, the quantity did not change at all. Only the quality improved. A qualitative breakthrough. Judging from the smell of the flower spikes, it was preliminarily judged that the purple gold bamboo rice produced this year should be of medium to lower quality. The first year of Bamboo's promotion to Mountain Master. A year of great harvest. The green bamboo and rain bamboo God-given seeds matured one after another. Master Huabai arrived on time, carrying 2 spider silk bags and 20,000 raw stones. He also brought a senior warrior with him, also carrying 2 spider silk bags. Bamboo. This year's harvest must be very rich. Right? Not bad. Just barely acceptable, Bamboo said hypocritically, and took out the spider silk bags that had been prepared long ago from the cave. 2 large bags full. The size of the rain bamboo fruit has increased again. The quality is lower than the upper grade. Master Huabai, you try it. A single bamboo fruit is about the size of an egg. The quantity has not changed, but the volume has increased, which is actually an increase in production. It's so big. Too big is not a good thing. It's hard for a senior warrior to eat one at a time. Master Wabaishan made a blunt comment. Scanned the fruit with his spiritual power, picked up a piece and tasted it, saying, the quality has indeed improved a lot, but it's still a little bit worse. A despicable way of lowering the price. Bamba guessed that this old guy must have given a random bad review first. Master Huabai, have you seen the caravan of Princess Xianghuan? Starting next year, it will come to Liju Peak to trade regularly every year. I have to leave enough shares for it. It just so happens that the size of this bamboo fruit has increased, and the number of bamboo fruits sold to your black and white cockroach tribe can be. No! Master Huabai interrupted and said, we have agreed long ago that you will sell half of the bamboo fruit to our black and white cockroach tribe. Are you going to break your promise? Bamboo asked, didn't you say that the bamboo fruit is too big? It is common sense that warriors with insufficient strength cannot eat it all at once. Master Huabai changed his words slightly and said, the bamboo fruit is not particularly big. It's okay. How do you calculate the price? I decided to unify the price and give you the same price as the caravan. Bamboo said, the operating cost of each bamboo fruit is as high as 10 raw stones, and the selling price is 35 raw stones. The caravan will resell it, and the selling price of each bamboo fruit will definitely not be less than 40 raw stones. It's not expensive, right? It's a big profit. The master of Huabai Mountain picked up a pill and weighed it, saying, it's not expensive, but it's not cheap either. This was considered to be a tacit agreement with Bamboo's pricing. It's a big portion. For a master of the mountain level, 1 pill is enough to fill you up. Bamboo boasted, opened another spider silk bag, took out a bamboo tube, and said, the output of Yuju bamboo rice has increased, but the quality has improved very little. The price per pill remains the same. Master Huabai Mountain, it's a good deal to buy it now. Would you like to order more? No need. The Lord of Huabai Mountain thought for a moment, changed his words, and asked, are you selling at the same price as the caravan? Or 10 raw stones? For now, only 1,000 stones are needed. And I will go to other counties to ask? Bamboo moved his tentacles and said, yes. The Lord of Huabai Mountain said, then I will spend some time to ask for you. If the price is the same as the caravan, as long as the things can be sold, there will definitely be some profit. Bamboo met the Lord of Huabai Mountain when he first came to Liju Peak and was still a weak intermediate warrior, and he received a lot of care. Now that he is rich, he will find a way to give back to him. The total amount is 500 bamboo fruits, and the total price is 17,500 raw stones. Last year's deposit was not enough, So I have to pay you 7,500 raw stones. For the transaction of green bamboo fruits alone, I need to pay 25,000 raw stones. The owner of Huabai Mountain began to count the accounts. And he was envious without hiding it. He half-jokingly said, "When I first saw you, I felt that you were not simple. I should have forcibly captured you and taken you to the Yabai Mountains. In that case, my Yabai Mountains would be prosperous now." Bamboo laughed and said, "Lord Huabai, there are still 1,000 rain bamboo rice." The owner of Huabai Mountain scanned with his mental power and confirmed that the number was correct, and said, "This is another 10,000 raw stones. A total of 35,000 raw stones. Hey, my calculation is still relatively accurate, and I brought exactly 40,000. The two sides began to trade. Bamboo symbolically picked up the raw stones one by one to check the weight. It took some time to finish. The mountain lord Huabai was not in a hurry to leave, but said, "Bamboo, you promised that after you were promoted to mountain lord, you would sell a batch of bloodthorn seeds to our black and white Blatella tribe. How is the production of bloodthorn seeds given by God this year?" "I was just about to say that," Bamboo called out. "Master Huabai, let's go over and take a look." The seeds of the bloodthorn God-given seeds kept growing all year round, and the size more than doubled, and the yield more than doubled. There were too many, and the seeds were small, hiding in the thorns, and the big heads hadn't counted the exact number until now. Looking at the vast expanse of bloodthorn bushes, the Lord of Huabai Mountain said with emotion, "The bloodthorn has a high yield. Although it is a shrub, it looks better than most trees." Bamboo said, "Hee hee. This bloodthorn God-given seed is indeed a bit special." The Lord of Huabai Mountain checked with his mental power and asked, "The quality has not been significantly improved, and the price remains unchanged?" "No change." Bamboo said, "The share distribution will change, and bloodthorn seeds will no longer be sold to the Red Blatten tribe." The Lord of Huabai Mountain immediately said, "I don't ask for much. Just transfer the share to me. 4,000? I have a way to sell it." "Okay. Just make it an integer. 5,000. After Bamboo finished speaking, he continued, "Lord Huabai, you can spend, for some time, walk around your flower cockroach kingdom and help me collect force food that strengthens metal and fire abilities. No matter what the quality is, I want them. The richer the variety, the better. The quantity of a single type does not need to be too large. As for the price, it is okay as long as it is cheaper than the caravan. Of course, I have proposed it to you a long time ago." The Lord of Huabai Mountain asked, "What about the ones that strengthen the physique?" "No," Bamboo said, "not for the time being. You can bring some samples over, and I will try to make a set of force food that strengthens the physique myself." The Lord of Huabai Mountain understood that Bamboo was planning to collect various varieties of force food in both the Flower Cockroach Kingdom and the Fire Cockroach Kingdom, reduce the amount purchased from the caravan, and thus save raw stones. At the level of the Mountain Master, they mainly grow by eating force food that strengthens elemental abilities. There is no extra attention to detail. The richer the variety, the better. The biggest role of force food that strengthens the physique is to increase the probability of successful molting growth. This thing is quite complicated. It is difficult for two kingdoms to put together a set. We still have to find a caravan to buy it. However, some force foods with special strengthening effects can be purchased in moderation. No problem. The Master of Huabai Mountain agreed. Bamboo's idea is also very simple. At present, the number of caravans coming to Liju Peak for trade is too small, and he does not want to be controlled by the caravan. Chapter 254 Autumn Harvest Celebration Dinner. Bamboo fruits and bamboo rice of various colors have matured, and then the bloodthorn fruit will enter the ripening period. There is no entertainment in this world, and it is boring most of the time. Bamboo has long wanted to hold a grand event, celebrate the harvest season every year, and give back to other tribesmen. The bloodthorn fruit is small, with little flesh, and the quality is still inferior. It is not meaningful to use amber fruit to keep it fresh. Now the output has increased sharply to 20,000, which is just right as the staple food for celebration. Bamboo plans to hold it once a year. According to the rules, the banquet can be named for easy dissemination. Named Lizufeng Autumn Harvest Celebration Dinner. Go to the Iron Knife Mountains. Take out 3,000 raw stones as a reward, and ask Yanshu Banmao, Liju and Haizang to help run errands. Go to the various mountains controlled by the Qijin tribe. Announce the banquet, and tell the approximate time. Each mountain range can select 2 or 3 young warriors with good development potential every year. And each county can select more than 10 young warriors every year to come to Leju Peak to enjoy the bloodthorn fruit for free. Bighead Ant Nest. Hatched by combat soldier ants cultivated with royal jelly and bamboo rice. As the Ant King, Bighead is currently only about 0.8 meters long. But the size of these combat soldier ants can exceed Bighead, reaching about 1 meter, mainly because of their large heads, well-developed muscles in both jaws, and super strong bite ability. Of course, compared with ordinary soldier ants, their intelligence has been significantly improved. Similar to combat professional bees, after repeated training and adjustment, Bighead only needs one order. And these combat soldier ants can lead an ant colony and complete many tasks alone. Now, the work of cutting green bamboo and making bamboo tubes is led by a combat soldier ant. These bamboo tubes will be used to hold the bloodthorn fruit pulp at the banquet. The banquet time has not yet arrived. The Red Cockroach King was the first to rush over. He also brought a full 30 senior warriors and 4 newly born intermediate warriors. Bamboo was speechless. It was agreed that 10 warriors would be selected every year. Why are there so many at once? They brought their families to eat and drink for free. Too much. Red Cockroach King. Isn't Chijin County busy during the autumn harvest season? Busy. Red Cockroach King said. De Yi and Xiao Yi are in charge. I'm not very busy. Bamboo asked, are you also attending the banquet? Red Cockroach King was dissatisfied and said, Bamboo, what's your attitude? Oh, no. Welcome. Bamboo waved his antennae and said, Red Cockroach King, let's go. I'll take you around. That's more like it. As the Red Blatten King walked, he said, the biggest benefit of the bloodthorn fruit is the additional strengthening effect, which is to increase the efficiency of force absorption by 5 to 10%. Each warrior should eat 100 fruit pulps. Right? If you eat them repeatedly, the benefits will be reduced. You'd better limit it so that each warrior can only attend such a banquet once. Bamboo. Our Red Blatten tribe has a total of more than 5,000 warriors, and there are only 1 or 2,000 young warriors. In a few years, we can meet the internal needs of our Red Blatten tribe. At that time, you can consider inviting warriors from the Flying Fire Blatten tribe to attend the banquet. Bamboo understood immediately and took over the conversation, saying, each warrior will be charged an entrance fee of 100 raw stones. That's right. The Red Blatten King said, Bamboo, there is never too much raw stone. If you can attract 100 foreign warriors to the banquet every year, you will have 10,000 raw stones. It's not a small amount. Bamboo laughed, hee hee. I understand. Let's create an atmosphere within our Red Blatten tribe first. Li Zhufeng is in a good position. In the future, we can consider bringing in the Black and White Blatten tribe. That is limited to the Black and White Blatten tribe. Forget about other tribes in the Blatten Kingdom. The Red Blatten King gave a reminder and asked, Bamboo, how is the output this year? How many raw stones can the net income be? The size of the bamboo fruit has increased, and the quality is reached. The top grade is lower. The quantity has not changed. The operating cost of each seed is 10 raw stones, and I set the selling price at 35 raw stones. At present, among all my God-given seeds, the income of green bamboo is the worst, with an income of less than 30,000 raw stones. After all, it is a herb, and the strengthening effect is mediocre. The Red Blatten King also shook his antennae and asked, what about the God-given rain bamboo seeds? Rain bamboo is a 3-line hybrid, and its advantages are becoming more and more obvious. Bamboo, the output doubled. The quality improvement was very small. The price remained unchanged, and the income doubled directly, and the annual net income could reach 84,000 raw stones. Very good, the Red Blatten King commented. Bamboo continued to introduce, saying, the quality of the purple gold bamboo rice has been greatly improved, close to the standard medium quality. I plan to set the selling price at 1 raw stone per grain. The purple gold God-given seed was originally sun grass. This grass plant is not simple. Currently there are 29,523 ramets. Each ramet produces 3 purple gold bamboo rice. The operating cost is low. Each ramet is less than 1 raw stone. According to the selling price, the annual net income of the purple gold God-given seed can reach 60,000 raw stones. Bamboo continued, the output of the bloodthorn God-given seed has more than doubled, and it is still growing. It will be even better next year. The quality has not changed. This year's income is about 20,000 bloodthorn seeds. After deducting the operating costs, the net income can reach 100,000 raw stones. It is currently the highest earning God-given seed. The 4 God-given seeds have a total net income of about 274,000 raw stones this year, which is more than double compared to the high-level warrior. The fire tongue God-given seed has not yet bloomed. Due to continuous induction, the output must be very low. I plan to induce it again next year, and the output will also be very low next year. Strengthen the flammability, and do not consider selling it for the time being. Keep it for yourself. And it was discovered by the oil tea, and I have to take out enough raw stones for the oil tea to grow. Red Blatant King asked, how much? Bamboo said, at least 10% of the net income? Red Blatant King said, the tracking ability of the oil tea is very useful for guarding the territory and hunting beast warriors. It can be sent out in autumn to help find the God-given seeds in the jungle. You can't be stingy. Spend more resources to help it become the mountain master. Bamboo said, understood. Of course, I won't treat it unfairly. Red Blatant King was silent for a while, and said with emotion, the annual income of 5 God-given seeds must exceed 300,000 raw stones in total. Herbs, shrubs, small trees. There are enough numbers. And the total amount should not be underestimated. Bamboo was a little proud. Red Blatant King was already familiar with Leju Peak. He walked in front, took a circle, looked at all the God-given seeds on the mountain, and then went down the mountain to check the bloodthorn God-given seeds whose fruits were about to mature. After reading, continue walking along the mountain. Bamboo knew it had something important to do, so he followed silently. Stopped at a rocky wasteland in the mountain. Red Cockroach King asked, Bamboo, I heard that you harvested 2 more God-given seeds this year? Yes. Bamboo knew it was this. The 5 senior warriors stationed at Leju Peak rotate on a monthly basis, and they will definitely report the news when they return. Red Cockroach King said, you seem to have mastered the secret of the birth of God-given seeds. It's not a secret. Bamboo said, a long time ago, the master of Tidal Mountain mentioned that it is possible to obtain God-given seeds by cultivating new high-quality plants. There are many similar examples. Red Cockroach King said, but more insect warriors have cultivated new high-quality plants, but have not obtained God-given seeds. Bamboo stretched out his forelimbs, gently pointed to the sky, and asked, Red Cockroach King, have you noticed the change in the number of stars in the night sky? Stars? That's the power of the gods. The Red Blatant King suddenly became solemn and said after thinking for a while, in recent decades, the number of stars in the night sky seems to be increasing. When I was young, there were only 1 or 2 stars in the night sky every night, and sometimes there were none. Nowadays, there are many stars every night, about 20 or so. Bamboo said, the power to give birth to the God-given seeds comes from the sky, which is the gift of the gods. The more stars there are, the more times the gift comes. When a new variety of plants is cultivated, the greater the chance of obtaining the God-given seeds. I understand, no wonder. The Red Blatant King said angrily. The Longevity Blatant King ordered the large-scale cultivation of wheat seeds decades ago. It seems that the Fakian Fire Blatant tribe, which has a long tradition, knows this secret. They didn't tell us the secret. Bamboo asked carefully. The Longevity Blatant King's life is coming to an end, right? Once it's gone, who will support such a large tribe? The prosperity of Changsheng County is not as simple as you think. If there is a chance, I will take you to see it, the Red Blatant King said. For nearly 200 years, the Longevity Blatant King has been scheming and accumulating enough resources. The Blatant King has cultivated too, even without the Longevity Peach, which was given by the Longevity Tree God. The prosperity of Changsheng County can still continue. After that, the Red Blatant King said sadly, after all, the Longevity Blatant King is the ancestor of our Red Blatant tribe. Its life is indeed coming to an end, which is not necessarily a good thing. Chapter 255 The Fall of the Gods. Changsheng County is an ancient county that has existed for countless years and has always been one of the core tribes of the Flying Fire Cockroach tribe. Changsheng County is famous for the Changsheng Cockroach King. It has risen rapidly in the past 1,000 years and has become one of the most prosperous counties in the Wanzhou continent. It is said that there is a true red ring queen bee who controls tens of millions of professional bees and manages a peach tree sea with an area equivalent to half of the Jinping Mountains. There is also a very large fire tongue tree sea managed by another red ring queen bee. Bamboo really wants to see it. I heard that Princess Changsheng holds a birthday banquet every time the longevity peaches are produced. Calculating the time. It should be soon. Right? 3 years. 3 years later. Qijian Cockroach King said, by then. Da Huang Guorong should have been promoted to the Mountain Master. Bamboo. You and Da Huang Guorong are the 2 young warriors, with the best development potential in the Red Cockroach tribe. I will take you to meet the Longevity Cockroach King. Okay. Bamboo asked, the birthday banquet is a gimmick. There must be a trade fair. Right? That's right. Qijian Cockroach King said, not only the Fire Cockroach King. In addition to the caravan, other kingdoms also have princesses and insect kings going to participate in the event. They often bring some rare plants or special force-enhancing foods. For example, the high-quality bamboo species you cultivated, your polygonatum bamboo rice, and bloodthorn seeds can all be traded. Bamboo said, I understand. Then I will prepare some goods in advance. The Red Blatten King pondered for a while, stretched out his forelimbs, pointed to the sky, and said seriously, Bamboo, the stars in the sky are related to the gods. So don't spread the secret of the birth of the God-given seeds. Don't tell other members of the tribe. I will tell them this secret. In the Red Blatant tribe, only a few princesses will know it. Do other members on the mountain know about it? You must warn them not to spread it. Bamboo understood a little, but also didn't quite understand. King Qijian. The secret spreads among the tribe. If everyone masters the trick to obtain the seeds given by God, won't it be more beneficial to the development of our tribe? That's right. But not entirely. King Qijian said, the stars in the sky are the gifts of the gods. Gods are taboos. Bamboo pretended to be stupid and asked innocently, King Qijian, what kind of existence are the gods? Do they live in the sky? No. King Qijian lowered his antennae, bowed his head, thought for a long time, and slowly said, the gods fell. The stars were destroyed. The Yuanqing realm is the only remaining pure land of life. You are the only remaining descendants of the gods. The power of protection will eventually be exhausted, and the star realm will eventually wither. The race needs you to find the way back to the light in the darkness. This is, Bamboo asked. This is the inherited memory that I awakened when I was promoted to the Cockroach King. The Red-Haired Cockroach King said, it's a very brief message. The inherited memory guides us insect kings to grow as much as possible and take on the responsibility of finding light. Bamboo. I only have one seed given by the Red-Haired Tree God, and I have to protect the Red-Haired Cockroach tribe. I can't continue to grow. You are still young and have hope. You can be promoted to the Cockroach King as soon as possible. That will be a new beginning. I think so too. Bamboo's mind was wandering, and he had already started to think. I originally thought that this was a Zerg race that fought with other cosmic races, failed and fled, and hid. Unexpectedly, the situation seems to be worse than imagined. The gods fell? That means all the cosmic-level strongmen of this Zerg race died? Metastar realm? Divine protection? It refers to the shield that covers the galaxy to prevent it from being discovered by enemies? The energy of the shield will definitely be exhausted one day. The star realm withered, which should refer to the abnormally strong force of this planet. It should be the so-called gods, gathered by unknown means. Withering means that the force is exhausted. Looking for light in the darkness? Probably to guide everyone. If you have the ability, run for your life quickly to prevent being found by enemies and killed. It seems to mean so. However, they are almost extinct, and they still set up gene locks to restrict the development of the race. What does this mean? Mastering many top technologies that humans have never mastered. They can still be defeated. How powerful must the enemy be? Thinking about it. Thinking about various possibilities. None of them can be perfectly explained. After thinking about it, his mind became confused. Very bad news. Bamboo was worried for several days until the bloodthorn fruit matured, and the warriors of the same tribe from all sides arrived one after another. The banquet began, and then he was relieved a little, grow quickly, upgrade to cosmic life, and then find a way to escape. The banquet arranged by Bamboo was much richer and more exquisite than that of the Blood Peach Princess. Soldiers were sent out in advance to hunt in the jungle. The prey was cut into pieces and placed neatly for free consumption. There was an adequate supply of ordinary food to ensure that they would not become weak after eating the forced food. The ant colony collected fresh thorn fruits, peeled off the flesh, and put them in bamboo tubes, 50 in a tube. The flesh of the bloodthorn fruit was not sweet enough. And the cattail beehive had collected a lot of honey this year. So they took some out and dripped a few drops of honey on each bamboo tube of bamboo fruit. In addition, a piece of rain bamboo rice worth 10 raw stones was sprinkled on each bamboo tube of bloodthorn fruit flesh as a decoration. As agreed, warriors from various mountain ranges came one after another. On the first night, the number of warriors attending the banquet reached more than 60. The harvest celebration dinner should have been lively, with fellow tribesmen from different mountain ranges sitting together and talking loudly. However, it was very painful that it was cold. The Red Cockroach King really stayed and attended the dinner together. When the Cockroach King lay there, few warriors dared to speak. Even if they communicated, they had to try their best to be careful to suppress their mental power. It was very disappointing. The Red Blatten King was embarrassed and a little sad. Am I that scary? Fortunately, the Red Blatten King had self-awareness. He quickly ate a tube of bloodthorn fruit, said goodbye to Bamboo, and left silently. After the Red Blatten King left, after a long while, he confirmed that it had gone far away. And slowly, the atmosphere became lively. The bloodthorn fruit still matured in 10 days. And Liju Peak was also busy for 10 consecutive days. After the bustle, it was quiet in late autumn. Bamboo sent all the 7 bamboo rat warriors and oil tea to take advantage of the good season to find the God-given seeds born in the wild. It was not until the purple gold bamboo rice matured that the owner of Huabai Mountain came late, carrying 2 bags, one of which was the original force food and the other was the raw stone. It had already calculated the price. The various foods that strengthened the fire and metal abilities were worth 20,000 raw stones, plus 10,000 raw stones, which just offset the value of 5,000 bloodthorn seeds. The growth of the Mountain Master mainly relies on the original force food that strengthens the elemental ability. And Bamboo starts a crazy eating mode. In late autumn, the seeds of the God-given fire oil tea bloomed. As expected, sparsely, with only about 200 flowers. And the yield was very low in the first year. The Red Blatten King and the Avocado Princess organized their forces early and began to encircle and suppress the beast warriors hiding in the Jinping Mountains. At the same time, the Changsheng Blatten King also organized a large number of forces to clear out the beast warriors hiding in the Dine Mountains. Year after year, over and over again, the beast plague caused by land reclamation and expansion was basically eliminated. In the early spring, the Red Blatten King withdrew all the yellow-striped Mountain Master and 5 senior warriors stationed at Liju Peak. Chapter 256. A big pot worth 20,000 raw stones. Bamboo insisted on absorbing the original force from ordinary life plants every night, except for the period when the fruits matured. Mid-February. It took 1 year and 4 months. Absorbed the original force of more than 20,000 raw stones. A magical vein at the heart position was finally lit up. The soul sensed that this magical vein corresponds to the 2 abilities of metal transformation and metal manipulation, which are the most basic abilities of the magical power of D108 Ultimate Metal Riot Field. It seems that it can be used. I am not sure whether there will be uncontrollable changes. Bamboo took the Big Bear and walked southeast along the Jinping Mountains to the Rocky Mountain for experiments, relying on the keen sense of awakening metal ability, using mental telekinesis to pick and choose a stone with a relatively high metal element content. The mind turned, and the magical vein filled with original force at the heart position lit up, and the ability was activated. Lock the target. The color of the selected stone changed instantly, and it was completely black with a little metallic texture, turning stone into gold. There was still a little power left. Bamboo continued to activate his ability, metal manipulation, and the shape of the metal block slowly changed. Big Bear watched with his mouth half open and his eyes wide open. Big Bear, hurry up. Give me something to eat. Bamboo exhausted the original force accumulated in the magical veins, and his own energy was almost consumed. Oh, okay. Big Bear blinked, stood up, walked a few steps, couldn't help but look back, and asked, Bamboo, what is this? Bamboo explained, the ability of metal conversion. In simple terms, consumes the original force and energy, changes the microscopic particle structure of the stone, and converts the non-metallic substances that make up the stone into metal substances. No. Big Bear scratched his head and asked, what did you turn into? This is a pot, Bamboo said. I have carefully controlled the metal transformation. This is a large alloy pot with superb texture, high strength, rust resistance and high temperature resistance. Pot? Big Bear was still puzzled. You don't even know the pot? Stupid. Bamboo was too lazy to explain in detail and scolded. Why are you asking so many questions? Do you want to starve me to death? Hurry up and find something to eat. Big Bear ran down the mountain and went into the jungle to hunt. Bamboo lay on the mountain and waited. In the distance, Baiju poked his head out and looked around curiously. Recently, Baiju's strength has skyrocketed and he has become dishonest. Among the other 6 bamboo rat warriors, only the Rat King can control him. The Rat King can't keep an eye on him all the time. He will skip work and wander around whenever he gets the chance. Baiu. Huh. Bamboo. I just happened to pass by. Being discovered, Baiju simply walked out, walked forward, walked around the dark pot, and asked, Bamboo, what is this? Pot. Pot? Bamboo shook his tentacles and said, Baiju, you move faster. Go down the mountain and get some dry branches. Okay. Baiju asked, dry branches? Bamboo. What are they for? Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up. Okay. Baiju hurried down the mountain to collect dry firewood. When reclaiming the bamboo sea, a large number of trees were cut down and piled up not far away, which was not particularly troublesome. Bamboo slowly recovered and began to get busy, cutting rocks, building a simple stone stove, and setting up the alloy pot worth 20,000 raw stones. There was a mountain spring nearby, so he filled a pot with water using a bamboo tube. Big Bear dragged back an elk with its head smashed. Bamboo peeled and cleaned the skin himself, and cut it into pieces. The dry firewood collected by Baiju was almost enough, and he could light a fire with his supernatural power. He was still short of seasoning. There was no salt. Bamboo thought about it, and took Baiju down the mountain to look for some fungi that should be non-toxic and fresh wild vegetables that could be eaten, and also picked a few bamboo shoots, and threw them all into the pot. There was no lid for the pot, so he had to add water from time to time. He was busy from morning to noon, and it was almost done. Looking at the colorful pot, Big Bear was a little puzzled and asked, Bamboo, what is this? Is it poison? Poison? This is stewed meat. Bamboo answered seriously. Baiju asked, what is it for? Bamboo replied, it's for eating. It tastes better than raw meat. Can this be eaten? Big Bear and Baiju showed expressions of fear and began to shrink back. Huh? This is not a normal reaction. Don't you think it smells good? Bamboo stopped Baiju with his wings and shouted, Baiju, you go first and try a piece of meat. Baiju said tremblingly, Bamboo, I think it may be poisonous. You told me that most mushrooms are poisonous. The mushrooms I picked are not poisonous. Bamboo was impatient and urged, stop talking nonsense and eat it quickly. Baiju carefully stretched out his claws, picked up a green vegetable from the pot, tasted it, and immediately exploded. He vomited it again with a poo sound, rolled his eyes, and his 4 legs stiffened, and fell to the ground. What is your reaction? Are you pretending to be dead? Bamboo was furious, and the flames on the tips of his wings jumped. Squeak! Bamboo, I have to go to work. Baiju climbed up and fled desperately, disappearing in a flash. Idiot! Bamboo folded his wings, looked at the Big Bear, and said, Big Bear, pick up a piece of meat to try. The Big Bear thought for a while, picked up a piece of leg meat, took 2 bites. His eyes lit up, and shouted, Bamboo, it's delicious. Bamboo asked, it's not poisonous, right? The Big Bear shook his head and answered affirmatively, it's not poisonous. Bamboo was relieved and picked up a piece of venison. After taking 2 bites, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. It has no taste. Not as good as raw cuts. Cooked food is always better than raw food. Why do you think it tastes bad? Is it because of eating habits? Or is it because of racial issues? Bamboo carefully looked at the seasonings in the pot, which were varied and complete. It can't be that it was not cooked well. Right? Pick up the bamboo tube. Scoop a mouthful of soup. Taste it carefully. It is light and tasteless. Preliminary determination is that it is because of the lack of salt. Salt is useless. Insects cannot eat too much salt due to their body structure. Too much salt will affect their health. The bear ate a piece of elk leg meat and said, Bamboo, I'm full. Full? Are you kidding? Are you really the stupidest one in Lizufeng? Bamboo didn't want to argue and said, Big Bear, go to the jungle and hunt some more food. Okay. The bear was relieved and went down the mountain without saying anything. There are still differences in diet between humans, insects and beasts. Food that humans think is delicious may not be delicious in front of beasts and insects. Bamboo thought, poured out all the stewed meat, picked up the pot, and flew back to Lijufeng. A big alloy pot worth 20,000 raw stones. What other uses can it have? Bamboo thought and thought, but couldn't think of any other uses besides stewing meat. Keep the pot for now. And when you have enough force energy next time, you can manipulate it into other shapes for other purposes. Changing his mindset, he began to think about what other uses the magical veins at the heart position could have. Make a few metal barrels for brewing wine? Beast warriors might accept it, but insect warriors definitely can't. It's fancy, but has no practical use. It was getting dark. Looking sideways, a combat soldier ant was commanding a dozen ordinary soldier ants, holding bamboo tubes with their jaws, collecting biogas water from the biogas pool to irrigate and fertilize the ordinary life plants on the mountain. Bamboo's eyes lit up, and he had a brilliant idea. He could make a batch of water pipes to directly guide the water flow from the reservoir on the top of the mountain to the mountainside, so that data could save a lot of labor work, especially during the dry season. All the plants on the mountain need to be watered from the top of the mountain and irrigated accurately, and the farm work was the most arduous. The big head alone is too busy to handle it, and all the members on the mountain have to participate. If there is a water system leading to the bottom of the mountain, the dry season will not be so tiring. If you think about it carefully, the amount of work is not ordinary, and the raw stones required are probably millions, and the cost is too high. If you think about it carefully, 90% of the force is used to convert non-metallic substances into metal substances in the production of this big pot. If there is a high-purity metal ore, the force can be greatly saved, and the cost will not be outrageously high. The seven-headed bamboo rat warriors are all metal-enhanced, sensitive to metal substances, and good at digging, which is suitable for prospecting. Chapter 257 Transaction Reset. In early March, the three caravans of Chonglu, Yuzhu and Xianghuan arrived as scheduled. The annual output of Liju Peak is not low. Over the years, the two caravans of Chonglu and Yuzhu have earned enough raw stones through bamboo. The caravan made money, and the direct manifestation is the improvement of the strength of the caravan members. Especially the Chonglu caravan not only earned raw stones from bamboo, but also got on the line of Chiwugo's king. The number of senior warriors in the team has reached 5, and Luoshi is already a L8 senior warrior, and is about to be promoted to the mountain master. Except for Xuemai and the little warrior, who was born the year before last. The other 3 members of the caravan, each of them has a lot of goods on his back. Bamboo redivided the territory output to sell the share of each caravan. First of all, the social relationship should be considered. And secondly, the scale and financial resources of the caravan should be considered. Bamboo opened a flat square for trading on the mountain range on the northwest side of Liju Peak, paved it with a layer of green slabs, and opened several trade routes leading to the square for caravans to travel. He set rules that in the future, every year's trading will be conducted in the square. This year's trading is also related to the future interests of the caravan, and the atmosphere is quite grand. Bamboo moved all the goods down the mountain and lined them up. I will introduce the output of each God-given seed in detail, unify the unit price, and distribute the shares. If you have any opinions, you can raise them. Bloodthorn seed, 15,000 pieces will be sold this year. The quality will be slightly improved. The selling price will not change, and the unit price will still be 6 raw stones. 3 caravans, 5,000 pieces each. Is this distribution okay? Agreed. No problem. Fragrant Soul Princess and Chonglu immediately agreed. Yuzhu hesitated for a moment, but still agreed, okay. Bamboo continued. The quality of Yuzhu bamboo rice has also been slightly improved, and the unit price remains unchanged. 10 raw stones. The total quantity is 8,000. 2,000 for Xianghuan and Chonglu caravans, and 4,000 for Yuzhu caravan. Is this distribution okay? Okay. Yuzhu agreed. Chonglu and Princess Xianghuan looked at each other. Princess Xianghuan said, Bamboo Mountain Master, you should pay attention to the strength of the caravan when allocating. Yuzhu has just been promoted to Mountain Master, and the small caravan may not be able to handle too many goods. Small caravan? Yuzhu was dissatisfied and shouted, fooling. Qingshuang, move the goods we prepared down to show Bamboo Mountain Master. Fuling and Qingshuang immediately took action, moving down the spider silk bags one by one, lining them up, and opening them one by one. Yuju said, Bamboo. I guess you will buy the best force food after you are promoted to the Mountain Master, so that you can grow quickly. I have prepared it for you. Each bag is 1 portion, and the unit price is 10,000 raw stones. A total of 5 portions. This is what I specially asked the Huangjing Mountain Master to prepare for you. It is the most suitable force food combination for you. Fuling, please introduce it to Bamboo in detail. Okay. Fuling agreed decisively. Stop, Bamboo said, Yuju. You took the trouble. I will introduce your goods later. Okay. Yuju said, Bamboo. Our caravan still has 100,000 raw stones in reserve. There is no need to question our financial strength. 100,000 raw stones in reserve, plus goods worth 50,000 raw stones, are almost all the assets of the Yuju caravan. After all, it has only been developed for a few years. Bamboo thought about it and continued to introduce, saying, the quality of the green bamboo fruit has been improved to the lower upper grade, and the size of each fruit has also increased. So the unit price has to be greatly increased. And the price is 35 raw stones. Bamboo finished speaking and waved his antennae. Datu immediately directed the worker ants to deliver samples to Chonglu, Yuju, and Xianghuan princesses for tasting. Bamboo then introduced, the output of green bamboo fruit has not changed. Only 500 can be sold. The total price is not high, and it would be meaningless to split it again. So, what I mean is that the share will not change, and all will be sold to the Chonglu caravan. Agreed? Chonglu agreed first, and then tasted the bamboo fruit, and then said, there is no objection to the price. Bamboo added, in the future, when I am promoted to princess, there will be changes in various God-given seeds. If the output of green bamboo fruit increases, it will definitely be redistributed. After being promoted to princess, the changes in God-given seeds will not be too big, Xianghuan princess said, and turned her eyes to the last spider silk bag, and asked, Bamboo, your purple gold bamboo rice has improved in quality. Right? How is it specifically? It has improved a lot. It is close to the standard medium quality. Bamboo opened the spider silk bag. Datu immediately ordered the worker ants to come forward, take out the samples, and invite Chonglu, Yuju, and Xianghuan County Master to taste them. Bamboo continued to introduce, saying, I plan to sell 70,000 pieces, and the unit price is set at 1 raw stone. Chonglu caravan 40,000 pieces. Yuju and Xianghuan caravans 15,000 pieces each. Agree. Chonglu was the first to agree, and his mental power swept over the purple gold bamboo rice sample. And he sighed, Bamboo, you have been promoted to the Mountain Master, and this Sunko God-given seed has the biggest transformation. The annual income has almost doubled, which is quite considerable. I was also surprised. This thing has many branches and a particularly high yield. After calculation, the annual income is quite considerable. Bamboo responded and asked, Mountain Master Chonglu, do you have any objection to my pricing? Chonglu said, 1 seed is sold for 1 raw stone, which is a very fair price. So far, Bamboo has eaten more than 300 kinds of force food and is very familiar with the pricing rules. He sets the price to ensure that neither he nor the caravan will suffer losses. Finally, Bamboo said, 30,000 seeds of green bamboo and rain bamboo. 10,000 seeds for each caravan. Princess Xianghuan, you came here with Chonglu and Yuju. You should know the rules of seed trade in Lizufeng. Right? Princess Xianghuan said, yes. It's a very clever way of selling. Bamboo nodded and continued, 2 years ago, Lizufeng cultivated a new bamboo species. After trial planting, it has been confirmed that it can bloom and bear seeds every year. It will be sold in bulk probably next year. Named Little Fire Bamboo. It is a small bamboo species with strong adaptability to the environment and is resistant to low temperatures, but not drought. It is best to plant near a water source. There are only 3,000 samples this year, 1,000 for each caravan. You can try to see if they sell well. If they sell well, I will consider cultivating more, no matter now or in the future. The unit price of all common bamboo seeds, regardless of quality, sold from Liju Peak will not change, and it will be a uniform 0.5 raw stone. Bamboo paused for 2 seconds and said, for the time being, the sales distribution of all goods will be decided like this. In 2 years, the God-given seeds of kerosene tea will recover from the weakness of induced production and begin to produce. If the quantity is large, I will make another distribution. Yuju. Let's trade first. Last year, the caravan paid the deposit according to the old sales plan. Bamboo sold more goods this year, so the balance increased. Yuju caravan. The balance plus the deposit. The total transaction amount is 105,000 raw stones. This is the limit of their caravan's cargo throughput. Bamboo intends to support Yuju, so he bought the force package worth 50,000 raw stones prepared by it. Chonglu caravan's balance plus the deposit. The total transaction amount is 112,000 raw stones, with a few hundred fractions. Bamboo waved his hand and asked it to purchase the force food package worth 50,000 raw stones to strengthen the basic physique, mainly for other members on the mountain. The transaction amount of Xianghuan caravan is much less. A total of 65,000 raw stones. Bamboo couldn't neglect such a powerful large caravan, and spent 60,000 raw stones to purchase a set of accelerated evolution growth packages for Rat King and Fengling. All transactions were completed, and the balance was 122,000 raw stones. 70,000 of them were sent to Hongju Mountain Range. This is the balance owed for the last 200-year birth opportunity. There are 50,000 raw stones left, plus 10,000 raw stones left from the transaction with the Lord of Huabai Mountain last year. And the raw stone reserve of Liju Peak has reached 60,000. In the early summer, the oil tea is born, and it is estimated that only 10,000 raw stones are needed. In autumn, bamboo fruit and bamboo rice are ripe, and only 20,000 reserve raw stones are needed. The bloodthorn God-given seeds continue to grow, but after the rapid growth in the early stage of evolution, they are now stable and slow. It is enough to replenish them every now and then, and the consumption is not large. There are nearly 30,000 more raw stones, and nowhere to spin them. Bamboo can't help but feel itchy in his heart. It is necessary to spin a batch of raw stones to test the magical veins at the upper heart position. That is the highest secret skill of a master. Chapter 258. The highest cost in the universe. On a planet with zero technological level, except for the raw stone mine, other mineral veins buried underground have hardly been touched. Last year, from early September to late November, the Rat King led 7 bamboo rat warriors to wander around the Jinping Mountains, looking for the God-given seeds and the raw stone veins. I just got familiar with the environment, but I didn't find the God-given seeds and the raw stone veins. But I happened to remember several mountains with relatively high metal element content. Bamboo couldn't wait to set off and went to explore in person, checking one by one. Most of them were not mineral veins, but just soil and rocks containing relatively rich metal elements. Finally, a small-scale limonite mine was locked. The ore quality was relatively poor, and the iron content was less than 50%. There were more than 10 trips back and forth, and about 2 tons of ore were transported back. This time, it was still to test the metal ability corresponding to the magical veins. There was no extra raw stone, so the iron required was very little. Metal magic can directly convert non-metallic impurities into metal elements, and the purity requirement does not need to be too high. So Bamboo simply made some charcoal blocks, and was too lazy to build an iron blast furnace or look for limestone. Among all the God-given seeds, the bloodthorn God-given seed looks the most cute and obedient, and it has the strongest ability to absorb and release the original force, making it the best choice. Bamboo took out 20,000 raw stones, and the big head commanded the ant colony to cut them all into powder in one breath and put them in. The bloodthorn God-given seed quickly absorbed the overflowing original force, and at the same time, it was fed back into Bamboo's body. Bamboo controlled and injected all the original force into the heart magic veins. The whole process lasted for half a day. After absorbing enough force, the magical vein from last time was lit up and activated again. After eating and drinking, Bamboo rested until late at night, and then he brought Datu and 7 bamboo rat warriors to the water intake hole of the mountaintop reservoir. The alloy pot made last time, which cost 20,000 raw stones, was put to use, renamed the experimental crucible. The limonite was cut into small particles by the bamboo rat warriors in advance, and the charcoal blocks were also ground into powder, and the two were fully fused. Take a portion and put it in the pot. Bamboo locked the pot, opened his mouth, and a column of fire spewed out. And then another column of fire spewed out continuously. 2 columns of fire. Super high flames directly melted the ore particles. Carbon reduced iron oxide to pure iron, ignoring the rapidly flashing light of the force veins on his shell. Bamboo turned his mind and immediately activated his magical ability, manipulating the molten iron to separate from the impurities, and forming a metal iron ball next to it. It's done. The purity is good. I will control it accurately later, and then use my magical power to make some chromium and nickel elements, which can be fused into stainless steel. Bamboo was very satisfied. The 7 bamboo rat warriors stared in amazement. They could feel that the iron ball extracted by Bamboo almost only contained a single iron element. The Rat King asked, Bamboo, what are chromium and nickel? Bamboo said, they are all metal elements, slightly better than iron. The Rat King asked again, what is stainless steel? Bamboo explained, a mixture of multiple metal elements forms a high-quality metal material that is corrosion-resistant, high-temperature resistant, highly tough and hard. Big Head didn't have so many problems. He commanded the worker ants to bring animal meat and force food to Bamboo to replenish the physical energy and force consumed by the release of the fire ability just now. When Bamboo recovered, the iron pot had almost cooled down. Baiju stepped forward, scraped off the waste residue in the pot, and put in new materials. He used the same trick again to continue refining the second metal iron ball. The refining work did not go smoothly. It took a long time to recover each time he released the flame ability. Bamboo was busy on the top of the mountain for a night, plus a whole day, before he finally purified 50 iron balls. Each ball weighed about 20 kilograms, a total of 1 ton of pure iron. At this time, the light of the magical vein at the position of Bamboo's heart also dimmed a little. After careful sensing and calculation, it consumed the original force of about 5,000 raw stones. Put the 5 iron balls into the iron pot together, and spit out 2 consecutive flames to melt them. Activate the magical ability to control the molten iron to flow out of the pot, and at the same time form a straight hollow water pipe, and form a relatively large filter head at the top, which automatically spreads to the inside of the reservoir on the top of the mountain. The amount of material is just right. The filter head touches the bottom of the reservoir, and the water pipe extends out of the hole for a distance of about 2 meters. Rest and recover. Then make the second water pipe. Due to limited materials and the limited magical powers that Bamboo can display, the water pipe is designed to be only 2.5 centimeters in diameter, and the wall is very thin, using materials sparingly. The second water pipe extends 15 meters down the mountain, carrying the crucible down the mountain. Bamboo eats to recover, then continues to use his magical powers to make water pipes. I was busy until noon the next day, and the last section of the water pipe was made. Finally, a faucet and a metal base to fix the faucet were carefully designed. This is the switch. Upward is open, and water will flow out when it is turned on. On the contrary, going down means turning off the water. Bamboo explained briefly, turned off the faucet, and took Datu and Cheeto up the mountain. Nowadays, the water pipe is divided into 2 sections. The first section is the first section coming out of the dark reservoir. The second section leads to the bottom of the mountain, with a length of about 120 meters, connected to the faucet where water comes out. Bamboo asked Datu to command the ant colony, draw water with a bamboo tube, and fill the second section of the water pipe with water. Finally, he used his remaining magical powers to manipulate metal and perfectly connect the 2 sections of the water pipe. Return to the faucet at the bottom of the mountain. Turn on the faucet, and there is a gurgling sound, followed by a continuous gurgling flow of water. Pull the handle down, turn off the switch, and the water flow stops. Lift it up, turn on the switch, and gurgling water continues to flow. Wow! Big Head exclaimed. Bamboo, you are so awesome. Bamboo was quite proud, and kept his mental power calm. He ordered Big Head, get water here in the future, saving the 120-meter climb up the mountain and the trouble of entering the dark reservoir to get water. I understand. Big Head was overjoyed and eager to try. Bamboo waved his tentacles and said, Big Head, you try it. Big Head stepped forward, stretched out his forelimbs, opened, closed, opened, closed, tried several times, and was like a child who got a new toy, cheering wow wow wow. The 7 bamboo rat warriors were all curious. When Big Head had enough fun, the Rat King took the lead and stepped forward to try one by one. They were amazed and praised Bamboo. How did the water come out of the reservoir by itself? It was incomprehensible. Magic. From then on, Li Zhufeng used tap water. Moreover, it is the most expensive water supply project in the universe. After calculation, including the crucible and the 12-meter water pipe, The cost exceeds 40,000 raw stones. The magical skill of the Master Realm is used to make tap water pipes. If the Master who died in the battle knew about it, he would definitely be furious. Right? Bamboo was helpless. Due to the current strength and financial constraints, he could only display this basic skill. After continuously displaying the fire ability, and precisely controlling the magical ability, Bamboo was mentally exhausted. He returned to the cave, lay on the ground, and fell into a deep sleep. Bamboo. Bamboo. Just as he fell asleep, and the dream had not yet begun, the shouting of Datu was heard outside the cave. What's wrong? Bamboo's heart sank. And he asked, did you break the faucet? The power of the magic power is used up. And there is no surplus raw stone. This can't be repaired. No. No. It's good news. Big Head said, Wind Bell told me that a little warrior was just born in its territory. Big Head said angrily, Bamboo. Have you noticed that this morning? Wind Bell has been busy on the mountain. And it dug up all the Wind Bell flowers it planted. I remember that it wanted to seduce Hongmi and Pyracantha to plant Wind Bell flowers with it. It's so mean. All dug up. Bamboo's tentacles trembled. And he murmured, it seems that the little warrior was just born this morning. This guy is really cruel. Bamboo consoled again. He said, Big Head. Thunling's soul is injured. And it is not young anymore. It must be promoted to the Mountain Master in the next few years. It may fail. It wants to train a direct descendant of its own. It has also saved some property. Probably to pass it on. Big Head was a little panicked when he heard this. And asked, failure. Bamboo. What if it fails? What else can I do? I will burn the body. Bamboo sighed. It is not very dangerous for Feng to be promoted to the Mountain Master. We don't need to worry too much. The key is that Feng is afraid. I am very tired. I will rest first, and go to see it after I wake up. By the way, Big Head, you keep an eye on it, and don't let them play with the faucet. That thing is not strong. If it is broken, it will be impossible to repair it. Chapter 259 Development Plan. It was late at night when Bamboo woke up. After looking around, he found that all the members of Liz Yufeng were gathered in front of the faucet. Feng was standing in front of it, turning it on and off, having a lot of fun. A little warrior stood on its head, watching with relish. Whenever the faucet was turned on and the water flowed, it shook its tentacles and released pheromones of cheering and joy. The other members, except Datu and the 7 bamboo rat warriors, all watched curiously and were eager to try. They just waited for Feng to have enough fun and rushed forward to experience it themselves. Datu was so angry that he gritted his teeth and kept reminding Feng, be gentle. Be careful not to break it. Metal products are strong and won't break. Datu, you are getting more and more stingy. Feng didn't listen to advice at all. Yucha was the first to notice Bamboo's arrival. Bamboo! Yucha called out, trotting forward, and said, Bamboo, the oil tea tree likes a humid environment and needs to be watered frequently nearby. You should also install a faucet for the oil tea. It's not impossible. Bamboo turned his body and looked around, estimating the distance. The God-given seeds of the oil tea were planted in the middle and upper layers of the mountain. It was actually not far from the reservoir on the top of the mountain, about 500 meters up the slope. The entrance of the dark reservoir is on the north side, and the oil tea is on the east side. If the water pipe detours too far, you can let the bamboo rat warriors open a small caliber channel. Roughly estimated, the total distance is no more than 520 meters. And a spray-type faucet needs to be designed. The cost of the project is about 80,000 raw stones. If you save some, you can train many Mountain Master level warriors. It's a waste of raw stones. Bamboo changed his words and said, the distance is a little far. I'll consider it when I'm stronger. Bamboo. Feng turned around, said hello, and finally gave up his position and walked quickly towards Bamboo. Hongdao, Duju, and Hongmi rushed to the faucet immediately, fighting for control, and started to fight. Enough. Bamboo scolded. This thing is not strong. Don't break it. A simple set of tap water facilities can be so strange. What a rustic native. Bamboo had a headache and said, when I get rich in the future, I will install one in each of your territories, and you can play with it slowly. Now, go down the mountain. Stop playing. There is no raw stone to repair it if it breaks. After that, he shook his tentacles, suppressed his mental power, and called to the little warrior on the top of Feng, Little guy. Come here. The little warrior was not afraid of strangers. He stood on the top of Feng Ling, waved his tentacles, and greeted Bamboo. But he was unwilling to leave Feng Ling's head. Similar to Pyracantha when he was a child, he liked to stick to the head. The difference is that this little warrior had been living in Feng Ling's territory before the awakening of the Force, and was familiar with the breath of Feng Ling. Therefore, after the awakening of the Force, he would naturally trust Feng Ling and get close to Feng Ling. Bamboo. It was born last night. When I woke up in the morning, I felt something on my head. It turned out to be a little warrior. Ha. Feng Ling laughed a little silly. Bamboo also smiled and said, Smart little guy. I really hope it likes bamboo. Bamboo? Feng Ling said. Bamboo is fine. But if it's a tree, that would be the best. We don't even have a soldier who can plant trees in Liju Peak. Well, tall trees are fine. Preferably pear trees. Bamboo said, We have planted a lot of pear trees on both sides of Liju Peak, with a full range of varieties, so we can start operating directly. I also know a lot about pear tree breeding, and it can also try to cultivate new pear tree varieties directly. After chatting for a while, Bamboo returned to his cave and carefully checked to confirm that no little warriors were born. He sent out 7 bamboo rat warriors to search the mountains and forests around Liju Peak, and then he was satisfied. At present, the annual income is enough for Bamboo to grow himself, and he can easily support the growth of other members on the mountain. And there is still a surplus of raw stones. The 2 God-given seeds that have been bred should be sown next year and the year after next, and the income can increase. The 7 red cockroach tribe warriors planned for Liju Peak have been filled. It is time to start considering developing to other peaks and gradually increasing the number of insects in Jinping Mountain Range. The frequency of the birth of local young warriors in Liju Peak is too low. If you are lucky, one will be born every 3 to 5 years. If you are unlucky, it may take more than 10 years to give birth to one. The number of young warriors of the Red Blatten tribe brought back by the caravan from the Wanqua continent is limited every year. At present, Yonggi County and Qijin County are redeeming young warriors from the caravan. Foreign young warriors always have problems of one kind or another, so the number should not be too large. Bamboo plans to discuss with the Princess of Chuirong and the King of Qijin Blatten to ask them to give up a few places to redeem young warriors. In terms of the development of the insect population in Jinping Mountain Range, the King of Qijin Blatten is more willing to support it, and should be easy to talk to. Perhaps he can try to invite a few local young warriors born in Qijin County to come to Jinping Mountain Range for development. There are 2 directions of development. One is to follow Jinping Mountain Range, northwest, about 5 kilometers away from Liju Peak. There are 2 small peaks connected together, with a relatively high concentration of force, which can accommodate 2 warriors to settle down. Following the mountain range, continue to the northwest, about 20 kilometers away from Liju Peak. There is a peak that is no less than Liju Peak in size, which can accommodate about 15 warriors to live in, and the concentration of force is not bad. Developing along the mountain range to the northwest and connecting with Jinping Mountain Range is for the future promotion of Bamboo to the lord of the county. The number of insects under his command will increase. The 2 mountain ranges will merge and upgrade to the county, and he will be the lord of a county. The second development direction is under Liju Peak, due south, along the direction of the Bamboo Sea, about 10 kilometers away, near the river. There is a winding hill with abundant force, which can accommodate about 10 warriors to live in. Bamboo planned that the development of the Bamboo Sea would not follow the conventional route, and would not be shaped into the kind of square and regular blocks. Long strips, slowly approaching the river, developing along the river, and connecting with the hill as soon as possible. If there are warriors who like bamboo, they will be arranged to live in the hill, and in the future they will be included in the member system of the Bamboo Sea, and they will grow bamboo with themselves. Early April. The fruit of the fire oil tea is ripe. The enhanced flame ability that matches the red cockroach tribe is of good quality. Standard top-grade quality. In the future, the spotted cockroach will grow into the cockroach king, and there is hope that it will evolve and upgrade to the best quality. The number is a little small, only about 200. The outer layer of the fruit has a thin layer of peel and flesh, both of which can be eaten, similar to the bloodthorn fruit. And there is no value in using the amber fruit for preservation and storage. Inside is a large spherical seed with a diameter of about 2 centimeters. The seed coat is bright red, hard, smooth and thick. After drying, it can be directly put into a spider silk bag and stored for a long time. In terms of seeds alone, a single seed can be sold for the price of 20 raw stones, including the peel and pulp. The price should be around 25 raw stones. The production has been low in the past 2 years. Liz Yufeng has several red cockroach tribe warriors, and cattails also have flame abilities, so they are temporarily kept for themselves. In 2 years, the God-given seeds of kerosene tea will recover from the weakness of induced production, and the production will increase. Bamboo can consider selling them to caravans or other tribesmen. The kerosene tea tree spirit somehow knew that the oil tea fruit it produced could be sold for money. Bamboo had a toothache, 1 insect and 1 tree, and bargained. Bamboo promised to supply the kerosene tea tree spirit with 6 raw stones for each fruit. And then, in the fruit ripening season, the raw stones invested would be arranged by the kerosene tea tree spirit itself. When each kerosene tea fruit matures, the investment cost is 5 raw stones. For every tea fruit condensed by the kerosene tea tree spirit, it can earn a profit of 1 raw stone. Very happy. Chapter 260 Dragon Bamboo. In mid-April, the Lord of Huabai Mountain brought a princess of Qijian County to help the God-given seed of the oil tea grow. As expected, the tree trunk rose to 18 meters, and the growth rate was obviously not as fast as last year. After all, for small tree species, 18 meters is the height limit. The experimental bamboo seeds harvested last year were sown in mid-January and transplanted in mid-February. At this time, the bamboo poles grew up, and through observation, a definite conclusion was drawn. The ghostline bamboo is a mutated species that was accidentally born by the hybridization of gray bamboo and mangrove bamboo. Then, the hybridization experiment in the dry season this year is very simple. Use ghostline bamboo to pollinate the bamboo species obtained by hybridization of gray bamboo and mangrove bamboo to obtain the ghostline bamboo restored species. After obtaining the restored species, you can start pollinating and hybridizing with other bamboo species to obtain excellent new bamboo species. It has been confirmed that the ghostline bamboo can be hybridized with 4 bamboo species: black bamboo, purple bamboo, strong bamboo, and golden bamboo. Theoretically, every bamboo species has a high probability of producing a God-given seed. In other words, if you are lucky enough, you can get 4 corresponding God-given seeds. The experiment must be carried out as soon as possible. The reason is very simple. In the southwest region, Chiwu Mountain also has the ghostline bamboo and has learned the hybrid breeding technology of bamboo. They can also conduct hybrid breeding experiments with only a drought. A new high-quality plant variety has only 1 chance to trigger the star reward mechanism. Chiwu Mountain must not be allowed to take the lead. Through hybridization, cultivate new high-quality bamboo species, trigger the power of the star in the sky, and obtain the God-given seed reward. This method is actually not as easy as it seems. First of all, there must be a mutant species that blooms and bears seeds every year. At present, the hybridization opportunities of the 2 mutant species, golden line bamboo and 7-colored bitter bamboo, have been used up. Ghostline bamboo still has 4 opportunities, and at most 4 God-given seeds will be born. Then, only after finding or cultivating new mutant species, can we continue to cultivate high-quality hybrid bamboo species in the same way, and then obtain more God-given seeds rewards. Therefore, it is necessary to use the dry season to stimulate the flowering of various bamboo species on a large scale, and through gene mutation, find new mutant species that meet the requirements from the slim probability. Bamboo species can be roughly divided into small bamboo species, medium bamboo species, and large bamboo species. According to the rules, small and medium-sized bamboo species with a bamboo pole height of less than 5 meters are mostly condensed bamboo rice, characterized by many flowers and seeds, and the probability of distortion naturally increases. Medium-sized bamboo species with a bamboo pole height of more than 5 meters and large bamboo species with a height of more than 15 meters mostly condense bamboo fruits, and the number of flowers and fruits is relatively reduced, and the probability of gene mutation is reduced, and the difficulty of obtaining mutated species increases accordingly. For medium-sized and large bamboo species with a bamboo pole height of more than 5 meters, the growth cycle of bamboo fruits is relatively long after sowing, and the breeding cycle increases accordingly. Therefore, bamboo currently focuses on medium-sized and small bamboo species that condensed bamboo rice as the main breeding target. Calendar. Bamboo's 6th year. A year of good weather and good harvests. Midsummer. Blood peaches are ripe. The 3 blood peach seeds that Bamboo asked for from the blood peach princess earlier were given to the 3 little guys. Red rice, belly bamboo, and red rice. This year is the first year that their blood peach seeds have bloomed and borne fruit. In addition to the output of Fingling's blood peach tree, the number of fruits is sufficient. Bamboo decided to gather the members of Liju Peak to hold a small peach tasting party. The fruit ripens at noon, and is picked immediately after ripening and placed on the top of the mountain for refrigeration. When the sun sets, everyone gathers in Fingling's territory to taste it together. The party also has another meaning. The little warrior born in Fingling's territory this year is promoted to L4 Junior Warrior, which is the age of choosing favorite plants. The members on the mountain gathered together. Each of them was given a frozen cold blood peach. The little warrior who refused to leave Fingling's head also got one, chewing it happily, waving his tentacles constantly, releasing happy pheromones. Fongling, it is your direct descendant, and you should ask it. Now, you can start, Bamboo reminded. Okay, Fongling replied. Little guy, come down and stay on the ground. Fongling stretched out his forelimbs, carefully caught the little warrior on his head, and gently put it on the ground. The little warrior was at a loss, looking around, surrounded by warriors of the same race, as well as other insect and beast warriors in a mess. A little scared, he ran quickly towards Fongling. Fongling stretched out his front limbs to block his way, and tried to be gentle with his mental power, comforting him. Don't be afraid. They won't hurt you. Now, tell me, what plants do you like? The little warrior was still a little scared, and ran to Fingling's middle leg, but was intercepted again. Bamboo turned his head, waved his tentacles, and said, Big Bear, stay away. Me? Big Bear swallowed the blood peach in one bite, waiting to watch the fun, stared at him, stunned for a moment, lowered his head, and turned away. Bamboo flapped his wings again to dispel the smell of the mountain master level beast warrior left by Big Bear. Sure enough, after the Big Bear, who looked like a fierce bear with a face full of flesh, left, the little soldier was no longer so scared. Fongling asked again, Little guy, tell me, what plant do you like? The little soldier held it in for a while, and tried his best to mobilize his spiritual power, and shouted, Bamboo! Bamboo? All the members were stunned at first, and then cheered. From then on, Liz Yufeng had a little soldier who liked bamboo and could follow bamboo to grow bamboo, and he was the purest native soldier of Liz Yufeng. The little soldier didn't know why, and quickly approached Fongling, climbed up along its middle leg, climbed up the carapace, and then climbed up the head. After the joy, Bamboo calmed down and said, Fongling, you are its direct elder. You name it. Bamboo. Cultivate the bamboo God-given seeds in the future and give it a seed for breeding. Okay? Fongling asked expectantly. Of course. Bamboo said yes. Every member living in Liju Peak will have a God-given seed. The only difference is the time. That's good. Fongling said. Then it will be called Dragon Bamboo for the time being. When we get the God-given seed in the future, we will change the name. Dragon Bamboo? Giant Dragon Bamboo? Bamboo asked. Isn't this name a bit too exaggerated? For the time being? Use this name for the time being? Fongling laughed. It will be changed in the future. Giant Dragon Bamboo, a rare bamboo species that has long been extinct in the inherited memory, is the tallest bamboo species in the world. The tallest one at present is the Ma bamboo, which is generally about 25 meters in height. And some bamboo poles, with particularly good growth, can reach 30 meters in height. This height is comparable to most large trees. The dragon bamboo is even more exaggerated, with a general height of about 30 meters. And even some bamboo poles with particularly good growth can reach a height of 40 meters. All large bamboo species have 3 common characteristics: long life cycle, drought intolerant, hot and cold tolerant. The dragon bamboo belongs to the kind of bamboo species that is not resistant to severe cold. In the inherited memory, a winter cold wave that swept the entire planet caused the extinction of this species. In late autumn, the Red Blatten King and the Princess of Oil Pair jointly organized 1,000 elite warriors to come to Liju Peak to carry out the last cleanup of the beast warriors hiding in Jinping Mountains. Yucha was captured as a man to lead the cleanup team and track down the beast warriors. This winter, Liju Peak had no farm work to do. So Bamboo sent 7 bamboo rat warriors out to find the seeds given by God. He also went out of the mountain and wandered around. Luckily, I didn't find the God-given seed. But I did find something more important: limestone. During the iron smelting process, the main material for removing the gangue and reacting to form slag, Bamboo spent another month to build an iron smelting blast furnace. Mainly because the blasting facilities took a lot of effort to make, collecting limonite and refining iron blocks with higher purity. Blast furnace iron smelting can save the step of using magical powers to purify, which can save a lot of original force. The cost of water pipes is still high. 20,000 raw stones light up the magical veins. And it can probably make more than 200 meters of stainless steel water pipes. And they are still low-quality goods with small diameters, thin pipe walls, and are particularly easy to damage. Bamboo was reluctant to give up the raw stones. But there was nothing he could do. The members on the mountain were very curious about the water system. The 7 bamboo rat warriors used to go to the pond at the foot of the mountain to drink water when they were thirsty. But now it is different. They have to waste energy and climb up the mountain to drink tap water. The big bear is the same. He lives at the foot of the mountain. But he has to climb up the mountain to drink water from the tap, including Phonling. When he has nothing to do, he takes the little warrior Longzhu to play with the tap. On and off. On and off. It's fun. In the end, as expected, the tap was broken. The tap system was paralyzed during the busiest dry season, and the water in the reservoir was almost drained. After this incident, Bamboo expanded the reservoir on the top of the mountain and decided to spend a little money to extend the tap to the entrance of the cave where he lives at the foot of the mountain. I want to see who dares to come to my territory to mess around. Chapter 261. Conjecture about the magical veins. The bamboo species obtained by hybridizing the colorful red bamboo 1 and the colorful coal bamboo was named Little Fire Bamboo. And the corresponding God-given species was also named Little Fire Bamboo. A small bamboo species that likes moisture, suitable for sowing beside a pond, and given to Taifa to nurture. Taifa was promoted to L3 Senior Warrior in the winter of the 6th year of Bamboo. In the 7th year of Bamboo, early spring, sowing in mid-January. The development pattern of all bamboo God-given species is the same. For primary warriors, the mother plant has 8 underground stems, which grow into 8 bamboo baskets and produce 8 bamboo poles. For intermediate warriors, 8 bamboo baskets each have 8 underground stems, which grow into 64 bamboo baskets and produce 64 bamboo poles. For senior warriors, by analogy, 512 new bamboo poles are produced. The bamboo species of God-given growth rate is very fast. A total of 584 bamboo poles grow in one go in the spring, surrounding the specially dug pond, and grow into a small and exquisite red bamboo forest. The flame smell is strong. Obviously, the condensed bamboo rice is to enhance the flame ability. Judging from experience, the quality will not be bad. It should be lower than the top grade. It is the yield, small bamboo species. Bamboo poles are short, and the yield is definitely not high. This year, the income from trading with the caravan is 291,000 raw stones. Bamboo is not stingy, spending 150,000 raw stones to purchase a batch of force food for all members of Lizufeng. He took out 30,000 raw stones to build a water pipeline and install the faucet at the entrance of the cave where he lived. He stopped spending the rest and started saving money to prepare for the future development of Lizufeng and to ensure his rapid growth after being promoted to the princess. The Rat King is worthy of his S-level talent. He spent less than half of the raw stones of Wind Chime, but surpassed Wind Chime and was promoted to L9 Senior Warrior in the spring. He only needs one step to be promoted to the Master of the Mountain. In early April, the midday sun began to get a little hot. After awakening his fire power, Bamboo liked to bask in this scorching sun, which made his whole body warm and comfortable. Bamboo! Baiju called from afar. Bamboo was practicing martial arts when his thoughts were interrupted. He looked up and couldn't help but get angry. What's wrong with Baiju again? Even his walking posture is different. The 2 hind legs stood on their own. The 2 front legs were bent. He put his hands on his waist, held his head high, and walked up the mountain in a swagger. He looked so proud of himself. Baiju, what's wrong with you? Bamboo, I've been promoted to L7 Senior Warrior. Haha. Maju and the others are only L6 Senior Warriors. So fast. Bamboo waved his tentacles to signal, saying, "Come here. Let me take a closer look." The 7 bamboo rat warriors. The Rat King's force food is given in one go. Originally, the force food of the other 6 bamboo rat warriors was distributed monthly. Later, it was found that Baiju was snatched more fiercely, so Bamboo changed it to every 5 days last year. Since then, Baiju has been growing rapidly, almost evolving once every 6 months. Abnormal evolution speed. It's not a talent problem. Bamboo has checked it long ago. Baiju has a very ordinary B-level talent, 2 levels lower than the S-level talent of the Rat King. It is certain that the bit of dominant metal core eaten induced some kind of genetic mutation in Baiju. Baiju stepped forward. Bamboo used his mental power to scan and check inside and outside. Except for the hair on the surface, there was no change in his physique. He was still a B-level talent, and there was no problem. Judging from his experience as a human in his previous life, Baiju could not maintain this super-fast evolution speed forever. After a certain period of time, he would naturally return to normal. Bamboo. I feel that if I have more force food, I can surpass the Rat King and become the 3rd Mountain Master level warrior in Leju Peak. And I am a Mountain Master level warrior who has awakened multiple metal abilities and has combat capabilities, which is much more powerful than the Rat King. Baiju said seriously, "Bamboo, you should give me a raise. Stop talking nonsense." Bamboo waved his tentacles and cursed, "Get down the mountain and work. Do you believe that I will deduct all your wages this month?" Bamboo. Don't worry. I have something important to find you. Baiju looked around furtively, suppressed his telekinesis, and said, "Bamboo, look." After speaking, the fluff on his body exploded and turned into dark steel needles. Baiju said proudly, "I awakened the metal ability in advance, and now I can freely control and use this ability." After speaking, the fluff on his body softened, and with a thought, it turned into hard steel needles again. Baiju said, "Bamboo, I followed your instructions and carefully hid this ability, and didn't show off everywhere." Baiju was quite obedient. He was very proud of obtaining the metal ability in advance. But he didn't get carried away, and didn't forget Bamboo's instructions. Very good. Bamboo moved his tentacles with satisfaction and said, including the metal core, "You shouldn't talk about it everywhere." Understood. Baiju patted his chest and promised, and said pitifully, "Bamboo, can you raise your salary? I don't have enough force food to eat." Bamboo didn't answer directly, but asked, "Baiju, does your ability consume the force if you continue to use it?" "Of course it consumes the force." Baiju pointed to a tuft of silver-white hair on his forehead and said, "I feel that the force is stored in it. When you use the metal ability, the force will be consumed." Bamboo asked again, "After the force is consumed, can it be replenished by absorbing natural force?" "Of course," Baiju said, and his hair exploded. He pointed to his forehead and said, "Bamboo, feel it carefully. They are absorbing the force, but the speed is very slow." Bamboo used his mental power to detect, and sure enough, the tuft of silver-white hair on Baiju's forehead was absorbing the natural force at a slow speed. It was too slow, and it was difficult to detect without careful sensing. After careful observation, it was because Baiju was only a L7 advanced warrior at present, and his strength was limited, and the corresponding force veins had not yet taken shape. Bamboo. Can the salary be? You are amazing after awakening the metal ability. Right. Bamboo spread his wings, and a flame jumped from the wingtip and floated towards Baiju. Squeak. I'm just asking. It doesn't matter if you disagree. Baiju screamed in fear, turned around, and fled down the mountain. You have such a small ability, and you want to go to heaven? Bamboo muttered, folded his wings, and laid down again. Being interrupted by this, he had no intention of continuing to deduce the skills. Baiju only ate a little bit of the master-level metal core, which accelerated his growth and awakened his metal ability in advance. He had a whole fusion, but it did not accelerate his growth. His magical power was inherited, but he could not absorb the natural force on his own. His use was limited to making water pipes, and it was very expensive. Why did this contrast occur? Due to the physical constitution of the race? It is possible, but it is definitely not the main reason. Unscientific. Or maybe he missed something. Bamboo calmed his mind, and his mental power scanned his body, focusing on the front heart, and carefully examining the magical veins on the surface. The veins are thin and weak, and they turn silver gray when the force is exhausted. When the force is replenished and activated, they turn into bright silver white, similar in color to the mutant hair on Baiju's forehead. The length of each vein varies from 0.5 centimeters to 1 centimeter, winding and intertwined to form a whole. Each vein represents at least one metal ability, a total of 3001, with many repetitions, which can be divided into 23 types of abilities in detail. And each type of vein represents at least one metal ability. 23 types of veins, different abilities, combined together to form the famous D108 Ultimate Metal Riot Field. This magical skill, the magical vein that Bamboo activated previously, was only 0.5 centimeters long, corresponding to the two abilities of metal transformation and metal control, which are the most basic abilities and the basic reliance for the magical power. Among all the 3001 magical veins, this type of vein is also the largest, with as many as 300. These magical veins are in a state of energy depletion and paralysis. If the force is fully replenished and all the magical veins are lit up, they will be reactivated. Theoretically, they should be able to restore the function of drawing force from nature, and can freely use the metal ability corresponding to each type of vein. One magical vein requires 20,000 raw stones. Bamboo thought about it, and then didn't dare to think about it any further. He was depressed for a while, and then changed his mind and thought of another possibility. The 300 basic veins belong to an ability system. If all are lit up, can some of them be activated? After careful calculation, it will cost 6 million raw stones, which is still a huge sum of money, but it is not hopeless. Chapter 262 Black Jade Mulberry. Bamboo was very conflicted. This planet is ruled by insect races, all of whom are descendants of the gods. On a larger scale, there is a survival crisis due to the exhaustion of the gods' power of protection. On a smaller scale, there is also the worry of insufficient insect population. Wars must have a purpose. Without resource worries, it is difficult for wars to break out on the Wangwa continent. Apart from the threat of beasts, there are almost no other battles. Even if there is a battle, the flame ability of the Red Blatog tribe is strong enough and sufficient. What is the use of activating the metal ability of the heart magic veins? Get a water pipe for each member of Li Zhufeng to achieve tap water in every household. Nonsense. Build a metal house for yourself? The most advanced is to build a simple hydroelectric power station. Definitely not. The members on the mountain are too stupid. They can be obsessed with simple tap water. If they realize electrification, won't they be electrocuted one by one? The key is that it is not necessary. It is not worth investing 6 million raw stones. What's more, investing 6 million raw stones may not necessarily succeed. If it doesn't work, there's no place to cry. After thinking about it all night, Bamboo couldn't help but feel itchy and decided to give it a try. Raw stones are hard currency, and he was reluctant to use them. After several practices, it was confirmed that the rate at which the Bloodthorn God-given seeds absorb and release the force was fast enough. Try it with the force crystal. Bamboo has always been reluctant to use this thing, and it's painful to use it now. He secretly decided to use only one and do a test. Late at night, he sneaked down the mountain with Datu. Datu also brought a few ordinary soldier ants and thousands of small worker ants. Bamboo, the Bloodthorn tree spirit, was a little surprised and greeted him happily. Bamboo said, "Shueji, you absorb the force and then give it back to me. This time there will be a lot of force. So hurry up. Understand?" Understood. The temperament of the Bloodthorn tree spirit is similar to that of the big bear. No matter what, he will agree first and then ask, "Bamboo, why is there so much force this time?" Bamboo shook his antennae and pointed to the force crystal held by a soldier ant, and patiently explained, "This is the force crystal, which concentrates the force equivalent to 100,000 raw stones. Once damaged, it will immediately collapse into small particles, and the force inside will also spread rapidly. Shueji, you can't waste it. You must absorb the force in time and give it back to me. Understand?" After a metamorphosis, the Bloodthorn tree spirit has improved its IQ, memory, and learned some mathematical knowledge. This time, he didn't ask much. Seeing Bamboo's serious explanation, he also said seriously, "I understand." Bamboo waved his antennae. Big Head immediately issued an order, and the soldier ants holding the force crystal drilled into the center of the bushes. The jaw teeth began to cut the edges of the crystal. The ordinary worker ants gathered around, ready to go. The force crystal is a 64-sided body. Very stable and strong. But also has a weakness. That is, the edges. If more than 8 edges are slightly damaged, the tension inside the entire crystal will be unbalanced, and it will collapse immediately. Pop. With a crisp sound, the force crystal exploded and turned into tiny crystal particles. The ordinary worker ants surrounding it rushed forward in an orderly manner, each holding one, and ran quickly away. The tiny crystal particles that exploded continued to overflow the force. Bamboo! The bloodthorn tree spirit exclaimed. Bloodthorn? Don't worry. Take your time. Bamboo comforted. Then, a powerful force rushed into the body. Bamboo quickly controlled it and poured it into the heart. The rate at which the magical veins absorbed the force was also super strong, and it absorbed it completely directly. Once the force crystal collapsed, the speed at which the force spread was too fast, and it was all dispersed at dawn. Fortunately, the throughput capacity of the bloodthorn God-given seed was also strong enough, and it was only caught off guard at the beginning and missed a little. Data had already taken the ant colony back to the mountain. Bamboo lay silently beside the bloodthorn bush, paying attention to the changes in the upper heart. As expected, 5 magical veins were lit up, and the 6th was lit up a little bit, all of which corresponded to the metal conversion and metal control abilities. Too little force was injected, and I can't feel any signs of the magical veins coming alive. How about trying another force crystal? Bamboo thought, and immediately suppressed this dangerous idea. I feel that this kind of thing will become addictive, and I am afraid that after using one, I will want to use another one, and finally waste all the force crystals. The force crystal is the last bottom line of Bamboo's wealth accumulation. Forget it. Let's wait until I get rich one day, and then consider it. Ordinary life species are growing, and they can steadily absorb the force of 50 stones every day. I can slowly accumulate strength, and it will be full in about 300 years. Can I entrust the caravan to help inquire about the news of the force crystal storage box? Bamboo thought, and shook his tentacles to deny it. Bamboo. I'm so tired. The bloodthorn tree spirit was filled with deep fatigue. Bamboo shook his head, expelling all kinds of thoughts from his mind, and comforted him. Bloodthorn, the sun will soon come out. Just get some sun. Today I'll ask Data to get you some more swamp water and sludge. Okay. The bloodthorn tree spirit replied weakly. You should take a rest soon, and I'll go back to the mountain to rest. Bamboo said, flapped his wings, and flew back to Liju Peak. Blood peach is one of the most delicious fruits Bamboo has ever eaten. Last winter, Bamboo went to Blood Peach County in person, and asked the Blood Peach County Lord for 2 blood peach seeds. One was given to Pyracantha to grow into a life seed, and one was kept for Dragon Bamboo to grow, and give to it to grow. The scale of Fingling's blood peach tree life seeds is already quite large. The blood peach life seeds of red rice, belly bamboo, and red rice are growing year by year, and the number of fruits will increase. In the future, the output of fresh blood peaches in Liju Peak will increase year by year. Bamboo made a rule that a small gathering for tasting peaches would be held regularly in mid-May every year. In June, when the Jinlan melons of Siefeng are ripe, another small gathering for tasting melons would be held. Gathering together to eat and drink frequently can enhance the relationship between members on the mountain and enrich the entertainment life on the mountain. If you don't enjoy the rare tranquility and comfort, you will be sorry for the fallen gods. At noon when the sun is high, Bamboo gathered the members of Lizufeng together, sunbathe in the hottest sun, and eat the coldest watermelon. Unfortunately, only Bamboo and Fengling, the strongest members of the Red Bladis tribe, can experience the refreshing feeling. Other members, including Daxiong, don't like being exposed to the sun, so they all hold melons and hide in the shade of trees. A red figure rushed from the north. Li Zhu? Fengling was surprised. At this time, the dry season is about to begin. Shouldn't Taidao Peak be very busy? How did Li Zhu Peak have time to come here? Bamboo. Fengling. Li Zhu landed and looked around. He looked at the potato peels all over the ground, and the members of Li Zhu Peak who had gathered together. He was also surprised and said, the dry season is about to begin. Aren't you busy? No hurry. Li Zhu Peak has enough labor. We will start to get busy in a few days. Bamboo called out. Hong Dao. Du Zhu. Hurry up the mountain and bring down 2 golden melons for Li Zhu. Fengling also greeted and said, Li Zhu. This is a new watermelon sent by the caravan, named Siefeng Jinlan. It tastes great. Let's try it together. Bamboo asked again. Li Zhu, you look very happy. Is there any good news? Li Zhu couldn't suppress his excitement. His tentacles fluttered and said, Bamboo, you are so amazing. He Sang cultivated a new variety of mulberry trees according to the method you said. And it bore fruit this year. And a God-given seed was unexpectedly born. God-given seed. Bamboo was still calm. Fengling almost jumped up when she heard that. She looked at Bamboo and said hesitantly, Bamboo, you are right. If you cultivate new high-quality plants, the true gods will naturally give you divine seeds as rewards. This is not very accurate. If there is no accuracy, don't spread it everywhere. Bamboo first warned and asked, Li Zhu, what is the name of the new mulberry tree? Black Jade Mulberry. Li Zhu said. The master of Tidao Mountain just made a decision today to remove some iron knife trees and expand the mulberry trees on a large scale at the foot of the mountain. He will breed them according to your method. Bamboo, can we get more divine seeds of mulberry trees in the future? To be honest, the probability is still too low. In addition, the iron knife tree is not suitable for cultivation. It is best not to dig it up. Just open up a new mulberry field. If you are too busy, I can ask the Big Bear and Bamboo Rat warriors to help. In fact, the breeding method that Bamboo told Haizang is mastered by many insect races on this planet. It is very simple. Grafting technology. Graft the spikelets of one mulberry tree onto another variety of mulberry tree. A new variety of mulberry tree will not be born directly. However, due to the different nutrient components provided by the roots and branches of different species, there is a certain probability of stimulating gene mutation and giving birth to new varieties. The probability of mutation is very low, and the probability of obtaining high-quality varieties is even lower. In fact, Bamboo just mentioned it casually. Haizang is a lazy guy and does not plant many mulberry trees. The success of this guy is 99% due to luck. Chapter 263 2 stars. He Sang's success gave Bamboo more confidence. And now he is almost 100% sure of his guess about the God-given seeds. The most important thing is that according to the guess, Li Zhufeng has 4 experiments this year, and should be able to harvest 4 God-given seeds. Last year, the Ghost Line Bamboo Restoration species was obtained, named Ghost Line Bamboo 1, and it was sown this spring. The dry season arrived as expected, the busiest season of the year. All members of Li Zhufeng went out and performed their duties. Bamboo blooms. This year, Bamboo also went into battle in person, watching Xiang Pu command the bee colony, collecting pollen, and pollinating. After finishing the work, he stayed outside the breeding bamboo forest, especially at night, without resting, concentrating on the changes of the stars in the night sky. The second night after completing pollination, in the sky, 2 stars suddenly dimmed. Bamboo subconsciously deployed all his mental power to cover the breeding bamboo forest. Then, he clearly captured 2 strange force fluctuations projected and landed. One beam was projected on the flowers of the hybrid of Ghost Line Bamboo No. 1 and Black Bamboo. One beam was projected on the flowers of the hybrid of Ghost Line Bamboo No. 1 and Golden Bamboo. Bamboo was distracted and focused at the same time. The 2 bamboo flowers emitted a hazy white light, and the vitality of the other flowers in the same ear was extracted, slowly withering and dying. The hazy white light soon went out again. The 2 bamboo flowers began to absorb the natural force at an extremely weak rate. The God-given seeds were initially born. What else? There are 2 more bamboo species? Bamboo looked up at the night sky. There were 23 bright stars before, and after 2 of them went out, there were still 21. Wait patiently. However, until dawn, no stars went out, and no magical force descended. When the news of the 2 God-given seeds spread, the members on the mountain cheered. And then, they were also puzzled. Why not 4? We have clearly cultivated 4 new bamboo species. Bamboo was unwilling to accept it, and wanted to figure out the rules thoroughly. At night, continue to observe. The number of stars has always been 21, neither increasing nor decreasing. Continue to observe. Until the 6th night, there was 1 more star in the starry sky. However, at this time, the bamboo flowers had withered. Bamboo had 2 guesses. The first one is that the stars in the night sky have many functions, and there are only 2 stars corresponding to the birth of the God-given seeds. So in a certain area, at most 2 beams of that strange force can be released at the same time. If so, continue to cultivate next year. there is still a chance. The second guess is that there is indeed a certain probability. The probability of triggering this time is only 50% successful. The other two new bamboo species have been denied. So it is impossible to give birth to the corresponding God-given seeds forever. Bamboo pondered carefully and felt that the second possibility was more likely. A little disappointed. There were only two God-given seeds. How to distribute them? Bamboo would be promoted to L2 Mountain Master around next year. And he could breed one himself. There was only one left. And he had promised long ago to give it to Pyracantha to breed. There were 4 little guys on the mountain. Red Rice, Belly Bamboo, Red Rice, and Dragon Bamboo. Eagerly waiting. The hybridization opportunities of the 3 mutant species of Ghost Line Bamboo, Golden Line Bamboo, and 7-colored Bitter Bamboo were all used up. Before obtaining new mutant species, it was not possible to indirectly obtain God-given seeds by cultivating high-quality bamboo species through 3-line hybridization. After calling the members on the mountain to discuss, they decided to add another path, cultivating pear trees. The pear trees planted on the mountains on both sides of Leju Peak have grown up with a large number and a full range of varieties. We can try to use grafting technology for breeding. Below the mountain, the small fire bamboo God-given species blooms and withers. Each bamboo pole produces 2 ears, 8 flowers, and condenses 8 bamboo rice, each of which is about the same size as the purple gold bamboo rice. The yield is indeed very low. Strengthening elemental abilities. High quality is difficult to sell at a high price. Each bamboo rice has a maximum profit of 3 raw stones. And the entire God-given species only generates an income of about 14,000 raw stones per year. In fact, most of them have to be left for internal consumption by the members of Leju Peak. The remaining number is not much. And the Red Blatten tribe can digest it internally. The God-given species that bamboo is currently breeding, Yunsi Jinju 1 hybridized with green stone bamboo, is initially determined to strengthen the ability of soil and stone, and is named mud bamboo. The income is probably not high, about the same as the God-given seeds of green bamboo, and it is difficult to exceed 30,000 raw stones. Bamboo is a plant species with large plant size, but the annual output is not high. If you want to make a lot of money, you still need to strengthen the basic constitution. If you want to make a fortune, only the strengthening effect of prolonging life can be sold at a sky-high price. Bamboo has high hopes for the 2 God-given seeds that are being nurtured, and he personally guards one. Not too reassured, he asked Fongling to come and guard the other one. After a long wait, the seeds finally matured. Through the breath, it is preliminarily judged that the God-given seeds condensed by golden bamboo are ordinary metal strengthening effects. Give it to Pyracantha to nurture. The breath displayed by the God-given seeds condensed by black bamboo is very strange. A bit like strengthening the constitution, but not quite the same. The strange aura could be a very valuable strengthening effect, or a worthless strengthening effect. Bamboo didn't think much about it and kept it. He would shed his shell and evolve in the spring of next year, and then directly put it into the life capsule for breeding. Time flows quietly. After the bamboo fruit and bamboo rice, the bloodthorn fruit matures. The autumn harvest celebration dinner of Leju Peak was held as scheduled. This year, there was no red cockroach king to make trouble, and the banquet went very smoothly. After the mid-autumn rainy season, Bamboo began to lead the mountain members to mine rocks, build ponds, open up jungles, and expand the bamboo sea. This year, Bamboo plans to take action in the autumn, planning to expand the area of the bamboo sea by 5 square kilometers in one go. Expand to the northwest, slowly connect with the natural river, and then expand southward along the river. Bamboo 8th year. Spring. An extremely busy spring. The expansion of the bamboo sea requires the cultivation of a large number of bamboo seedlings. The work of grafting pear trees begins. The big-headed ant colony is the most suitable for the job, but it has no inherited knowledge about plants, and knows nothing about grafting techniques. Bamboo must personally take charge of the big-headed work, and the big head will then command the ant colony to work. At some point, Leju became the communication liaison between Tidal Peak and Leju Peak, responsible for reporting news. Good news keeps coming. Another little warrior was born in Tidal Mountain Range this year. Pu Tao was successfully promoted to Mountain Master. Yun Tao was promoted to Mountain Master without any danger. From then on, the number of Mountain Master level warriors in Tidal Mountain Range reached 4. In fact, Under normal circumstances, the success rate of being promoted to Mountain Master is not so high. In the past 2 years, Bamboo has indirectly or directly provided Pu Tao and Yun Tao with high-quality force food worth about 10,000 raw stones each. On the other hand, their success gave Feng Ling great courage. Feng Ling finally made up his mind to accelerate his growth this year and be promoted to Mountain Master in winter. Bamboo and Rat King fell into a deep sleep at the same time in early April. Rat King was going to be promoted to Mountain Master. Bamboo was promoted to L2 Mountain Master. Boom! It is not suitable to be promoted in summer, mainly because the sleeping warriors may be disturbed by thunder, causing unnecessary unexpected failures. Outside the cave, heavy rain poured down. Waking up vaguely, Bamboo felt that the whole mountain was shaking. Why does it feel a little shaky this time? This thunderstorm is destroying the world. Is it so exaggerated? Bamboo muttered. The evolution of the small realm is not very weak. With a sweep of the spiritual power, he found that Pyracantha was lying outside the cave in a daze. Pyracantha obtained a God-given seed and got the benefit, so he should naturally work more. This time, Bamboo was sleeping and evolving, and arranged it to guard outside the cave. When Firethorn was young, he was not active, and was lazy and vagrant. He was not as naughty and active as Duju and Hungni. After he was promoted to a senior warrior, his problem became apparent. His IQ was obviously not as good as Duju and Hungni. Bamboo usually cared about him, and loved him more. Seeing his stupid appearance, he couldn't help but get angry and asked, Firethorn, "It's raining so hard. Why are you standing outside?" Bamboo, "Are you awake?" Firethorn was surprised, and suddenly became worried, and asked, Bamboo, "Are you okay?" "Of course I'm fine." Bamboo was angry again and said angrily, "But you, can you be smarter? There are heavy rain and lightning outside. Be careful of being struck by lightning." "Oh, I'm glad you're okay." Firethorn went into the cave and said with lingering fear, Bamboo, "These 2 days are really dangerous. We are scared. Things keep falling from the sky, and the earth is shaking. We have been worried that you will wake up." Chapter 264, Warship Debris. Bamboo felt a little shaky, thinking it was an illusion caused by the thunder. It was really shaky. Meteorite impact? Could it be that the defensive shield left by the gods ran out of energy so quickly? No. It should be a meteorite inside this star system. Meteorite falls often happened in the past. Something dropped? What? Where? Bamboo asked questions one after another. Firethorn was stunned by the question. He thought for a long time before answering, Bamboo, "I only saw a fireball falling from the sky and hitting the ground." Liju Peak was shaken by the impact. The ground has been shaking frequently in the past 2 days. Han Dao said that there must be something falling in an invisible place. Something just fell, but the rain was too heavy, so I didn't see where it was. Frequent meteorites hitting the ground and causing earthquakes? The Rat King is now in a critical period of being promoted to the Master of the Mountain. Bamboo's heart skipped a beat and asked, "Is the Rat King okay?" Firethorn said, Feng Ling came in the evening and said that the Rat King is okay. The cave where the Rat King sleeps is open deep in the mountains. Thunder is difficult to affect it, and a slight earthquake probably won't affect it. Bamboo continued to ask, Pyracantha, "How many days has the rainstorm lasted?" Pyracantha replied, "It started yesterday evening." Bamboo asked again, "Are the plants on the mountain damaged?" Pyracantha replied, "Big Head just checked and there is no damage at present." Bamboo looked outside and saw that the rain was heavy, but the wind was not strong. It was not a catastrophic weather, so he was completely relieved. Searching in the cave, there was no dried meat reserve. Where is Big Head? They are at the top of the mountain. They want to see if anything will fall down. Who are they? All at the top of the mountain. You are bored. Climbing so high. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? Hurry up and call them down. Oh! The Pyracantha crawled out of the cave and climbed up the mountain. Bamboo walked to the warehouse where food was stored and asked the worker, ants guarding outside, to bring him 2 pieces of dried meat. Hundreds and thousands of lightning bolts burst out and flashed continuously. The light penetrated the rain curtain and illuminated the night. Boom! The rolling thunder resounded through the world again. A spectacular and shocking natural phenomenon. Abnormal extreme weather. Bamboo couldn't help but turn his head to take a closer look. The thunder and lightning extinguished, and the world returned to darkness. The thunder continued. A bright light flashed, dragging a long tail flame, lighting up the darkness again. Meteorite. Wow wow wow. Wow woo. At this time, the members of Liz Yufeng, led by Feng Ling, were running down the mountain. They also noticed the light in the sky and let out a long series of exclamations, watching the meteorite fall to the northwest. It is roughly estimated that it should hit the Jinping Mountains, or it may hit the Jinping Mountains further northwest. After a long time, the body of Liz Yufeng shook slightly. After a while, if you listen carefully, you can still vaguely catch the sound of the collision hitting the ground. Banbu. You wake up! Feng Ling greeted. Awake, Banbu said seriously. Feng Ling, I told you that you should be careful of lightning during thunderstorms. It is best to stay in the cave, not fly, and don't stand on the top of the mountain. Ha. Banbu, didn't we go to see the things? Feng Ling changed the subject and said, Banbu, it's been very serious these past 2 days, with earthquakes happening from time to time. Hongdao speculated that a large meteorite fell from a place far away from us that cannot be seen by vision. Unlike Pyracantha, Hongdao was smart since childhood, and when he grew up, it was obvious that his IQ was higher than that of a normal red cockroach warrior. He learned things very quickly, so Banbu taught him a lot of knowledge. Hongdao shook his tentacles, pointed to the northwest, and analyzed Banbu. From visual observation, the meteorite that fell is not large in size, but it caused a lot of noise when it hit the ground. In addition, the flames that broke out due to friction with the air are light blue in color. From this, it can be confirmed that the meteorite has a high density and is mainly composed of metal. Baiyu raised his claws and shouted, Water pipe! Banbu, let's pick up the metal meteorite. Hongdao flicked his tentacles and said, Yes. The meteorite should contain precious heavy metals. Add pure iron to make high-quality alloys. Banbu, you can also lay a water pipe for us at the foot of the mountain. All the words he wanted to say were said. Banbu had nothing to say, and buried his head in eating. Water pipe? That thing is too expensive. Forget it for now. The heavy rain lasted for a day and a night before it finally stopped. Things were still falling from the sky from time to time. Continue to pay attention, mainly focusing on the northwest and east directions. What on earth was dropped? Maybe there is a treasure? With the mentality of treasure hunting, Banbu took the red rice, Bamboo and red rice and set off. They lined up in a row and flew side by side, with a distance of 10 kilometers. The meteorite hit the jungle and must have caused a crater. It is easy to identify and find it by flying high in the sky and looking down. Electromagnetic wave signal transmission. Hongmi made a discovery. At the border where the Jinping and Jinping Mountains meet, there is a huge newly formed pit in the vast reed marsh. Due to the impact of the shock wave, a large area of reeds fell. All are fresh traces. Due to the heavy rain, rainwater poured into a pond of considerable size. Hongmi stood by, helpless. Banbu, look, is this the kind of place? Yes. Banbu landed on the ground, paused for 2 seconds, flapped his wings again, flew low, and hovered above the pond. The metal ability sensing clearly judged that the thing under the pond was indeed high-purity metal. The volume was not large. The arrangement of metal elements was not like the natural formation of the universe. A sense of déjà vu. Banbu landed on the shore again, lowered his head in thought, and suddenly looked up. The floor partition plywood of the space battleship. It is mainly composed of iron and nickel elements, mixed with a variety of rare metals including silver essence. A high-strength alloy. No longer stingy with the original force stored in the heart's magical veins. The mental power spread, locked onto the metal block under the water, and activated the metal manipulation ability. A gray-white plate rushed out and fell in front of Banbu. Wow! Hongmi exclaimed, leaned forward to watch, and then asked curiously, Banbu, is this metal? It is metal. Banbu answered affirmatively and explained simply, but it is not a regular metal. From the color point of view, there is no metallic texture. However, its comprehensive strength is completely incomparable to regular alloys. The high temperature caused by the friction with the atmosphere during the falling of the debris did not cause any damage to it. The shape is very bad, like a piece of paper torn into pieces. This is the debris of the Luan K-704 carrier. Banbu was absolutely sure. The appearance of the fragment in front of him must have been formed by the space turbulence that tore the warship to pieces. Could it be that all the debris that fell this time are the debris of Luan 407? How many years have passed? Banbu thought, and couldn't help but dance with excitement Humans plundered the Kappa's metal race, and the most precious wealth was basically installed on 1407, including 8 dominant metal cores. Did it all fall? Or just a part? You can get rich by picking up some. Hongmi saw Bamboo happy, and immediately became happy too, and asked, Bamboo, can this metal be used to make water pipes? Bamboo waved his tentacles and slapped Hongmi's head hard, scolding, don't mention water pipes in the future. After teaching him a lesson, he waved his tentacles directly to release electromagnetic wave signals, notifying Hongdao and Duju, who were rushing over, not to come over, to maintain formation, set off, and continue searching. As for the alloy fragment in front of him, it is the most worthless thing on the spacecraft. Its biggest feature is its high density and extremely heavy weight. There is no need to carry it. Hongdao has been observing and counting. According to a rough estimate, there are more than 4 fragments that fell in the Jinping Mountains and the Dian Mountains. Continuing to the northwest, there should be more fragments that fell in Yamati. Chapter 265 Princess Mujing. Half a day later, another meteorite crater was found, which was still a fragment of the spacecraft interlayer. 2 days later, another meteorite crater was found, which was still a fragment of the spacecraft interlayer. Bamboo spent half a month to search the Jinping Mountains and Dian Mountains. A total of 6 meteorite craters were found, and 6 interlayer fragments of different sizes could just be pieced together to form a square whole plywood. Hongdao, Duju, Hongmi, you 3 should go back to Liju Peak first. Bamboo was not in a good mood because he didn't pick up any treasure. After half a month of tossing, he found a piece of alloy plate with extremely low value. Where did all the treasures on the spaceship go? Hongdao pointed at the alloy fragments on the ground and asked, Bamboo, are you going to take this back? The least valuable thing. Bamboo thought for a while and said, this thing is very heavy. Take the small pieces back. The big pieces, you don't have the strength to fly and carry them. Call the big bear and let the big bear carry them back to the mountain piece by piece. Hongdao and the others had tried it before and knew it was very heavy, so they didn't refute it. Hongmi asked, Bamboo, we have been out for half a month. Aren't you going back? Bamboo said, I will go to Yamati to look for it and see if I can pick up any good things. Hongdao asked, Bamboo, what are these metal fragments used for? I don't think they are naturally formed. It is a product of technology. After saying this, Bamboo changed his words and said, it may also be made by metal ability. It requires very strong metal ability to do it. Hongdao asked, Bamboo, your metal ability is very powerful. Can you do it? Of course not. Bamboo shook his antennae and said, my current metal ability can only be regarded as elementary ability, and I can't even decompose the fragments. Seeing that Hongdao wanted to ask more questions, Bamboo waved his antennae and urged, you should leave quickly and return to Liju Peak first. After that, he flapped his wings and left first. Now, Yamati is occupied by the Flying Fire Cockroach tribe and belongs to the territory of the Flying Fire Cockroach tribe. As members of the Fire Cockroach Kingdom, and from the same lineage, Bamboo can enter and exit freely. But it is not advisable to be too ostentatious. Keep a low profile. Fly as low and slow as possible. And even if you are found, you can't let the other party know that you are looking for treasure. After 2 days of stealth searching, a meteorite crater was found on a small hill. The crater is there, but the things inside are gone. It can be guessed that the Flying Fire Cockroach tribe warriors stationed in Yamati must have been curious and ran out to check, and took the things away after finding them. Keep looking. Another day later, the crater was found again, but there was still nothing in the crater. It was further confirmed that the warriors of the Flying Fire Cockroach tribe were searching and collecting the debris of the fallen spacecraft in an organized manner. This was a pain in the ass. Bamboo simply accelerated and flew quickly to the northwest, intending to fly over Yamati and try his luck in a farther place. Big guy! Big guy! During the flight, a series of electromagnetic wave signals were suddenly received. There were warriors of the Flying Fire Cockroach tribe nearby looking for debris, and they had just found something. Big guy! Bamboo shook his antennae, transmitted the signal, and asked, where is it? The Red Cockroach and the Flying Fire Cockroach tribe can communicate with each other, but the electromagnetic waves released by each warrior have their own unique frequency. So even at a long distance, they can distinguish each other's identity. Who are you? Who is it? Several electromagnetic signals came from different directions to Bamboo, one of which was very powerful. and should be a warrior of the county lord level. I am the master of Bamboo Mountain, Jinping Mountain Range, Liju Peak, Red Bladdish Tribe. Bamboo introduced himself seriously, and then explained, some time ago, things kept falling from the sky, and the ground was shaking. It seems that something big happened in the north. I was planning to go over and take a look. With many God-given seeds. Bamboo has a certain reputation in the Fire Bladdish Kingdom, and the Flower Bladdish Kingdom. And the other party has heard of it. Having God-given seeds means being rich. Rich bugs are respected wherever they go. It turned out to be the Lord of Bamboo Mountain. The county-level warrior replied, you may have got the direction wrong. It's not north. It's east. Something big happened in the east. Bamboo was just talking nonsense. Did something really happen? Bamboo asked, what happened? The county-level warrior asked back, you don't know? Bamboo couldn't think of how to answer for a while. While flying in the direction of the electromagnetic wave signal, he asked, I haven't asked how to call you yet? The county-level warrior simply answered, Mujing. Both parties were approaching each other's position, and could see each other at this time. Circling. They landed on a small hill. Lord of Bamboo Mountain. Princess Mujing. Judging from the telekinetic emotions of the greeting, Princess Mujing did not reject the Red Bladdia tribe. On the contrary, she was unusually enthusiastic. Princess Mujing said, Master Bamboo, congratulations on your official promotion to Master. I was stationed in Yamati, and the beast plague has not been completely eradicated. It is difficult to get away. So I am sorry that I was unable to visit Liju Peak to congratulate you. You are so polite. Even people of the same tribe are not so polite. You can tell there is an ulterior motive as soon as you hear it. Bamboo also said hypocritically and politely, I understand. I understand. Mutual. Mutual. I have always wanted to visit you in Yamati. But the beasts in Jinping Mountain Range are in trouble. So I dare not leave the mountain easily. Princess Mujing said, I heard that Jinping Mountain Range has a complex terrain and fierce beasts. It is one of the most dangerous territories in this wilderness. I heard that there was a terrible incident of a caravan being attacked. Yes. Bamboo sighed. Thanks to the help of the Red Bladden King and many warriors of the same tribe. It took 4 or 5 years to get back to the original place. Now that the beast infestation has finally been eradicated, I no longer have to stay at Liju Peak all day and worry. Princess Mujing sighed. The situation in Yamati is not much better than that in Jinping Mountains. The beast infestation is just as difficult to eradicate. Isn't that too hypocritical? Bamboo said directly, isn't Yamati mainly plains? It shouldn't be that serious. Right? Princess Mujing said, on the other side of Jinjiang River. The other side of Jinjiang River is full of mountains and ridges. Breeding beast warriors. Constantly flowing to Yamati. Oh! Bamboo suddenly realized. Princess Mujing said, Master Bamboo, I heard that Liju Peak has many seeds given by God, and also sells bamboo seeds. The seed trade can earn a lot of raw stones every year. Jinping Mountain Range is now the second richest place in the Qian tribe after Qijing County. It is inevitable that it will be promoted to a county in the future. Yodiai Mountain Range is the richest place in the Qian tribe now. I am far behind. Bamboo said, I have discussed with the Qijing Crab King and plan to merge with Jinping Mountain Range to form a county. Master Bamboo, you are too modest. Princess Mujing said, Jinping and Jinping are of the same lineage, and it is most appropriate to merge them into a county. In the future, Lizufeng and Yamati will live next to each other, so they should visit each other and take care of each other. Bamboo said, yes. I think so too. We are of the same blood and have the same aura. It is not easy to survive in this wilderness, so we should help each other. Okay. I think so too. Princess Mujing said, Master Bamboo, since you are here, why don't you go to Blackwater Lake with me? Okay. Bamboo replied. Yamati is mainly plains, without mountains. Blackwater Lake is a lake, the place with the most abundant original force in Yamati, and it used to be the core settlement. Bamboo had wanted to see it for a long time. He had passed by before and looked at it from a distance, but didn't get close. Now, since the other party invited him, he might as well go and take a look. Princess Mujing, I'm sorry to bother you. Princess Mujing waved her wings and said, Master Bamboo, there is a new discovery over there. Let's go over there and take a look. Okay. Bamboo followed and flapped his wings. We had seen it in the air when we were flying. It was not far away, and we arrived soon. It was a small hill, which was broken in half by the falling debris. 13 senior warriors of the Flying Fire Cockroach tribe and 2 Mountain Master level warriors had cleared the rocks. Bamboo recognized the thing at a glance. A shipborne neutron cannon. It was relatively well preserved and torn into 2 parts by the space turbulence. The part in front was the base. The material was good, but it was a pity that I couldn't refine it, and it was too heavy to move. Chapter 266 Blackwater Lake. The wreckage of the shipborne-shaped neutron cannon is huge, but unfortunately it is already scrap. And it is still scrap that cannot be moved away. Princess Mujing said regretfully, "It seems that we can only ask the warriors of the Golden Mantis Kingdom to come and see if they can decompose the things and take them away." Bamboo's heart skipped a beat and asked, "Do the warriors of the Golden Mantis Kingdom collect this kind of material?" Princess Mujing said, "Similar things have fallen before, and tribal warriors have collected them. At the Chansheng birthday banquet, the warriors of the Golden Mantis Kingdom bought them at a good price." Bamboo asked suspiciously, "Can the warriors of the Golden Mantis Kingdom decompose this kind of metal material?" "I don't know. The warriors of the Golden Mantis Kingdom like to collect all kinds of rare metal materials," Princess Mujing said, opened her mouth, and a red fire column sprayed towards the fragments in front of her, burning for 2 or 3 seconds before stopping. The fragments were not damaged at all. Princess Mujing said, "This thing is extremely strong. It is different from the ordinary metal refined by the Golden Mantis warriors. It is not afraid of high temperature burning. I don't know if it can be decomposed after buying it." "It must not be decomposed. The metal manipulation ability released by the Master Realm magical veins in Bamboo's heart is helpless. How can the scum of Jintang Wanhua, who are not even at the level of cosmic life, decompose it?" Princess Mujing said again, "Master Bamboo, I heard that you are blessed by the true God of nature. And you are gifted. You have awakened both metal and fire abilities at the same time?" Bamboo replied, "Yes." Princess Mujing asked, "Have you awakened the ability to control metal?" Bamboo replied, "A little awakened." Princess Mujing asked, "Then do you collect rare metals?" "So that's why." Bamboo was wondering why this guy was so enthusiastic. It turned out that he knew that he was rich, and that he had awakened his metal ability. So he sold scraps. "You can collect some for fun." Bamboo thought for a while and said, "My metal ability cannot decompose this kind of debris. I can't move the big ones. But I may be able to take some small ones back for fun. Most of the debris we picked up are small ones." Princess Mujing greeted enthusiastically, "Master Bamboo, let's go to Blackwater Lake." Blackwater Lake, as the name suggests, has black water. It is caused by excessive fertility. The lake is very shallow and full of lotus roots. At this time in early summer, the lotus leaves emerge from the water. A large area of green and lush. A scenery full of ancient charm. If it is midsummer, the lotus flowers are in full bloom, and the scene will be even more beautiful. On the shore of the lake, the peach forests that have been reclaimed in recent years are in patches, and the best growing ones have begun to bear fruit. The warriors of the Flying Fire Cockroach tribe who migrated here settled around the lake. Looking around, there were quite a few of them. Princess Mujing, "The force in Yamati is pretty good. How many warriors did you migrate to settle here?" "The Cockroach King of Immortality requires that 200 warriors be migrated here one after another. My lineage is the least favored by the Cockroach King of Immortality. So we were asked to migrate 100 young warriors here, and 43 have been migrated so far. Xuetao County was also asked to migrate 50 warriors here. You should have heard of Princess Xuetao, who has a very bad reputation, does not listen to the orders of the Cockroach King of Immortality, and does not keep her promises. She only sent 13 young warriors in the early stage of land reclamation and expansion, occupying the positions with the strongest force, and then refused to send young warriors here. At present, in total, there are only 56 young warriors living in Blackwater Lake, which is far from the 200 required by the Cockroach King. The strength is not good either. Most of the senior warriors who reach the 4th age in the early stage are senior warriors of the 1st and 2nd ages, and there are many intermediate warriors. The beast warriors are fierce, vicious, treacherous and cunning. Their safety is not guaranteed. I am worried, so I stay here to guard it myself," the Princess Mujing said with some sadness, and then angrily cursed. The bastard Xuetao dared not obey orders when the Cockroach King was still alive. No insect could control it. If it was the Cockroach King, wouldn't it rebel against the tribe? Bamboo was heartbroken to hear these words. 13 young warriors are not enough for you. If someone gives me 13 young warriors in Jinping mountain range, I will definitely be so happy that I can't sleep. Right? This is the difference between a large tribe and a small tribe. The number of insects is not the same level. The abundance of the force around the Blackwater Lake is not bad. At least much better than most places in the Jinping Mountains. But they still despise the barrenness of the place. You are showing off. Right? Why didn't a large piece of debris fall down and crush you all to death? Banbu was unhappy and asked, Princess Mujing, where did you put the fragments you collected? Over there. Princess Mujing was still depressed and explained, we are worried that the things that fell from the sky may carry unknown evil forces. So we store them far away. Princess Mujing deliberately took Banbu and walked around the Blackwater Lake for a long time, introducing the young warriors of the tribe to Banbu one by one, and finally came to the foot of a hill 5 kilometers away. A cave was specially opened for storage, and 2 senior soldiers were sent to guard it. There were quite a few broken fragments, piled together, looking like a scrap recycling station. So many? Banbu was surprised. Princess Mujing said, we 20 soldiers have been searching for more than 20 days, and there is another large piece that cannot be moved, so it can only be left outside. Banbu's mental power swept over, and was immediately disappointed. They were all hull fragments, and were not valuable. He locked one of the pieces, walked forward, and took it out. The fragments were irregular, with an area of about 1 square meter, and a thickness of about 20 centimeters. They were very heavy. There was a thin layer of black metal on both sides of the fragments, and the fracture was bright silver. This was a fragment of the outer shell of the spacecraft, and the metal material used was much better than the internal partition interlayer. Banbu silently operated the magical power pattern and tried to use the metal ability. The metal elements that made up the fragments did not move at all. Banbu picked up 4 more small pieces to make an integer, and asked, Princess Mujing, how much do you want? Princess Mujing saw that Banbu only picked 5 pieces, and was slightly disappointed. So she asked tentatively, 1,000 raw stones? Okay. Banbu readily agreed, and added, put the things here first, and I will send a few soldiers to help carry them to Liju Peak, and get the raw stones along the way. No problem. Princess Mujing also readily agreed, and asked again, Princess Banbu, do you want to pick a few more big pieces? No need. My metal ability can't do anything to them, and I'm afraid they will just be decorations if I buy them back. Banbu asked again, you said earlier that there were still big pieces that you couldn't move? What do they look like? Princess Mujing said, square, big, and very heavy, and I can't move them at all. Square. That must be some kind of box for storing things. Can't move it? Of course you can't move it. Maybe it's holding a big treasure. Banbu tried to stay calm and asked tentatively, Princess Mujing, shall we go over and take a look? Princess Mujing said, okay, but forget it. You have metal ability. Let's go and take a look. Chapter 267 Lockers. Heading north. Flying at the fastest speed. It took a whole day to reach the destination. Banbu estimated that he should have entered the Red River Mountains. The deserted forest. Trees and plants are sparse, and there are rocks everywhere. The stone is hard, and the large metal box fell down, only creating a crater with a diameter of about 50 meters. There is a rectangular cabinet with a dark green metal coating on the outside, and it also has a whole alloy partition. Banbu recognized it at a glance, the cold weapon storage cabinet in the arsenal. The 1407 transport spacecraft has regulations that soldiers are only allowed to be equipped with weapons when on duty. The standard configuration of a third-class soldier is to carry a battle knife on the back, a dagger on the right leg or left leg, calf and thigh, and a particle gun on the waist. 1 year on duty, 3 months off. During the vacation, the weapons are stored in the warehouse. The cabinet in front is used to store cold weapons. After all, it was a war, and fighting could happen at any time. So the door of the armory and the cabinets where weapons were stored were not locked. Banbu walked forward to check. The cabinet was divided into 5 compartments, corresponding to the 5 soldiers in a combat squad. He carefully checked the red font number and was immediately furious. G11A71402. Isn't this his military rank number? What a coincidence. The top compartment is A71401, the squad leader's weapon cabinet number. Going down are A71403 to A71405, which are the military rank numbers of the other 3 comrades in Banbu's squad. The number position is the opening button of the built-in buckle. Huh. This seems to be able to be pressed down? Bamboo deliberately exclaimed. Press the front limbs gently. Click. The cabinet door popped open. As expected, his cabinet was empty. Nothing inside. Because it was a shit. All the weapons were on him. Press A71401 again. The cabinet door popped open. A black military dagger. Hey! That bastard Tyne is lazy again. Not carrying a dagger. Bamboo stretched out his front limbs, took out the dagger, and looked through it repeatedly. It was perfectly preserved and sharp as new. Bamboo Mountain Master. Princess Mujing was surprised and asked eagerly, Is this thing useful to you? Need to ask? Of course it's useless. Bamboo said, What use can this thing have? It looks sharp, but my front limbs are just as sharp. After that, he threw away the dagger. Princess Mujing was unwilling to give up. So she squeezed forward and followed Bamboo's method. Click, 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 3 times, and opened all 3 weapon cabinets. Squad leader Tyne dared to be lazy and lacked a dagger because he had a strong background and few officers on the entire spaceship were willing to offend him for a small matter. Bamboo and the other 3 comrades had ordinary family backgrounds, but they dared not be lazy and carried all their equipment. So, as expected, the 3 cabinets were empty. Princess Mujing was disappointed at first, and then excited again. She opened and closed the cabinet door over and over again. It's fun. No. It's very useful. The mental power scan showed that the ceiling performance is very good. Move it back and place it in the cave to store things. Princess Mujing said excitedly, Master Bamboo. You said that I moved this big guy to Changsheng County and gave it to Princess Changsheng. It must be very happy. Right? This kind of storage cabinet with doors is nothing in human society. But it seems to be a rare treasure on this primitive planet. Princess Changsheng will like it very much. Bamboo agreed absent-mindedly, pointed to the dagger thrown on the ground, and said, This thing? 100 raw stones. I buy it. 1,000 raw stones. Princess Mujing is not stupid. And emphasized, it is very sharp. If you awaken the ability to control metal, it will be a very powerful weapon. Deal. Bamboo said, a total of 2,000 raw stones. The things are trivial and heavy. Please help me send them to Liju Peak. Okay. Princess Mujing also agreed readily. After more than 20 days of busy work with 20 soldiers, each soldier can get 100 raw stones, which is a good reward. Bamboo picked up the dagger, waved it twice, and shook the tentacles. It's not very convenient. Not as good as the toes of the forelimbs. Looking around, the entire carapace is like armor, covered with sharp teeth, and the body is already fully armed. So there is no place suitable for wearing a dagger. Useless stuff. Bamboo shook his tentacles again, and directly used his forelimbs to grab and carry on, flying fast, rushing towards the Blackwater Lake. On the way, Bamboo suddenly thought of it and asked, Princess Mujing, I remember you said that something big happened in the east? Princess Mujing was speechless. You were in a hurry to fly north before. Didn't you feel that something big happened? Princess Mujing replied, Yes. In the east, the kingdom of Dalmantis. Bamboo asked, What big thing happened? Princess Mujing said, It is said that a piece of debris as big as a mountain fell down and smashed a peak of the Orchid Mountain range in the kingdom of Dalmantis. There were 11 warriors of the great Saber Mantis tribe living on the mountain, including 2 mountain master level warriors. All gone. Oh, that's really unfortunate. Bamboo didn't feel any sense of misfortune for them. On the contrary, he was so excited that his wings trembled slightly, swaying and flying unsteadily. Being able to smash a mountain. It should be that some part of the transport ship was preserved in one piece? Princess Mujing continued, The kingdom of Saber Mantis is in a terrible situation this time. Countless fragments fell on their kingdom. Not only the 11 warriors in the Orchid Mountains. Unfortunately, many warriors were crushed to death, or their territory species were destroyed and they died. Is this unfortunate? All the treasures fell to the kingdom of Saber Mantis. Bamboo looked at the dagger on his toes and couldn't help regretting, if too many things fell, they would be worthless. This thing is worth 1,000 raw stones. I didn't buy it at a loss. Right? Princess Mujing was keenly aware, seeing Bamboo's mood change. He emphasized, Master Bamboo, we have already negotiated the deal. You can't regret it. It's just 2,000 raw stones. How can I regret it? Li Zhufeng's annual income is hundreds of thousands. Bamboo said generously, No regrets. After that, he asked again, Princess Mujing, how is the diplomatic relationship between our fire cockroach kingdom and the sword mantis kingdom? Diplomatic relations? Princess Mujing thought for a while before understanding what Bamboo meant, and said, it doesn't matter. There is very little contact. When the Longevity Cockroach King holds a longevity banquet, they will send warriors to congratulate. Mainly to buy longevity peaches. Every race is the same. They are all staring at the longevity peaches of the Longevity Cockroach King, and they all want to buy them. So they are more polite to our Fire Cockroach Kingdom. Other races generally won't make things difficult for you if you report your title as the King of Immortal Cockroaches when you leave the Fire Cockroach Kingdom. Really? Is the title of the King of Immortal Cockroaches so useful? I am also a descendant of the King of Immortal Cockroaches. Bamboo pondered and asked Princess Mujing, I want to go to the Kingdom of Blade Mantises. How about we go together? Maybe we can pick up something valuable. I also want to try my luck. But before that, I need to go to Changsheng County and report the situation to Princess Cha Sheng. Princess Mujing said, and then struggled, calculating the time. The Changsheng birthday banquet will start in 51 days. And I have to go to help entertain the guests. Time. Maybe not enough. Then I'll go alone? Bamboo asked Princess Mujing. Will I be in trouble if I go alone? Princess Mujing promised, don't worry. If you get into trouble, just say you are the descendant of the King of Immortal Cockroaches, and no insect will embarrass you. Oh, then I'm relieved. Bamboo said, then I'll trouble you too. Help deliver the things to Liju Peak. You find Datu, a little ant king of the Big Head Harvest Ant tribe. Tell it that the metal fragments sent are materials for installing water pipes, and it will definitely give you the raw stones. Water pipes? Princess Mujing asked. This is the secret of Liju Peak. Once you tell them, they won't be suspicious. Bamboo asked anxiously. The kingdom of Dalmantis is in the east. Right. I'm flying east all the time? Princess Mujing asked. Aren't you going to Blackwater Lake? Bamboo said, there's no time to lose. I'm not going. Princess Mujing thought for a moment, shook her antennae, pointed in a direction, and said, over there, cross the Jinjiang River. Fly straight. Cross the kingdom of flower cockroaches, and then cross the kingdom of brown bees, and you will reach the kingdom of Dalmantis. Master Bamboo. At your speed, you can reach the Orchid Mountains in about 5 or 6 days of continuous flight. I'll go to Changsheng County to report the situation first, and then I'll come over. I'll come to the Orchid Mountains to find you. Let's look for it together. Maybe we can pick up something valuable. Okay. I'll wait for you. After Bamboo finished speaking, he turned directly and headed northeast. Chapter 268. It doesn't work well. There are two situations when flying, usually carrying a spider silk bag and carrying goods. The speed is not fast. The other is to fly at the fastest speed with empty claws. Flying for 5 or 6 days in a row. Across 2 kingdoms, the distance is very long. It was okay when passing through the flower cockroach tribe. I was scanned by the mental power several times. The other party just checked and confirmed that it was an insect race. Then I immediately retracted the mental power without much action. Entering the Brown Bee Kingdom, I saw many craters on the way. I landed to check and found that everything was picked up. Too much time has passed, and the chance of picking up leaks is not big. Bamboo had just flown for half a day when he was suddenly locked by a mental power, followed by a buzzing roar. Tens of thousands of brown wasps, with a body length of more than 1 meter, took off from the mountains and forests and blocked Bamboo's way. Bamboo didn't want to cause trouble in a foreign country, so he simply stopped and waited. A queen bee with a body length of nearly 4 meters, under the protection of 5 combat worker bees, rose to the sky. Queen bee of the level of a princess. Looking from the sky, you can also see a tree that is growing very tall, with strong force fluctuations. Definitely a seed given by God. The queen bee of the level of a princess with a seed given by God is not to be trifled with. Golden Mantis Kingdom? Dark Knight Golden Mantis Tribe? The queen bee asked. No. Bamboo explained. I am a direct descendant of the Flying Fire Cockroach Tribe. The Immortal Cockroach King. Hasn't finished yet. The Immortal Cockroach King's tribe. How dare you come to the Brown Bee Kingdom? When the queen bee heard Immortal Cockroach King, she was not polite, but furious, waved her antennae, and the swarm of bees rushed directly to Bamboo. I am on the order of the King of Longevity Cockroaches to go to the Kingdom of Blade Mantis. Bamboo first tore off a tiger's skin for himself. His whole body was covered with flames. and he drove away the swarm of bees that surrounded him, flapped his wings, and fled faster. The princess-level queen bee of the brown wasp tribe was not determined to kill Bamboo, but was more of a threat. She commanded the swarm of bees to chase for about 10 kilometers before giving up and turning back to the mountain. Escaped from the pursuit. Bamboo thought while flying, longevity peaches are famous in the 10,000 races continent and are known as divine products. They are sold for 2 million raw stones and extend life by 100 years. For any warrior with the seeds of God, buying them is definitely a good deal. There are too many insect warriors who want to buy and have the financial resources to buy them. However, only 33 peaches are produced every 9 years, and the supply is in short supply. The vast majority of warriors want to buy but cannot. If you fail to buy them once, twice, or 3 times, that's fine. If you fail to buy them once, twice, or 3 times, it's inevitable that you will feel resentment and then hatred. Eternal Cockroach King. This signboard is definitely useful in the Fire Cockroach Kingdom, and the neighboring kingdoms will probably give it some face. However, if it is far away, it may not only not work, but may also bring about a fatal disaster for no reason. Stupid Vitex Cockroach King. You are cheating your father. Bamboo was secretly angry. After flying for another half a day, he was locked by a strong mental power again. Immediately afterwards, a dense buzz sounded, led by dozens of combat professional bees. Tens of thousands of brown wasp swarms rose from all directions to form an outflanking. The strong mental power was surging, and it came from the depths of the jungle. Gold Mantis Kingdom? Dark Knight Golden Mantis Tribe? Is this a princess-level queen bee? Or a worm king-level queen bee? Bamboo answered affirmatively. Golden Mantis Kingdom. Dark Knight Golden Mantis Tribe. Golden Lawn Mountains. And the Lord of Golden Lawn Mountains. I heard that the Sword Mantis Kingdom suffered a great disaster, and I traveled day and night to support it. There was a moment of silence. The queen bee seemed to be wondering where the Golden Lawn Mountains was, and then it felt like a small place I had never heard of. I see. Go. You are not allowed to stay in my brown bee kingdom. My current body shape really looks like the Golden Mantis tribe. Bamboo's tense heart relaxed, and he breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "Thank you." After that, he galloped away. Brown wasps are much more ferocious than acid bees. A typical fighting and aggressive race. In the following journey, they were intercepted 4 times in a row, and each time they pretended to be the Golden Mantis tribe and got through smoothly. It is obvious that the name of Dark Knight Golden Mantis tribe is more useful, and it doesn't seem so easy to be exposed. Enter the Sword Mantis Kingdom. Bamboo was a little lost. Where is the Orchid Mountain Range? Flying over a mountain range, he deliberately approached a relatively tall peak in the mountain range, immediately locked by a spiritual power. The level of the mountain master? Bamboo stopped. A sword mantis warrior with a body length of more than 5 meters flapped its wings and flew into the air, staring at Bamboo, a little unsure, and asked tentatively, "Golden Mantis Kingdom? Dark Knight Golden Mantis Tribe? Hey! Can't you tell the close relatives apart?" "That's great," Bamboo said. "I am the master of the Golden Lawn Mountain Range. I heard that the Sword Mantis Kingdom suffered a great disaster, and I rushed to support it day and night. Is there anything I can help you with?" "Jinlan Mountain Range?" The sword-wielding warrior was puzzled for a moment, then said enthusiastically, "Great. Our mountain range just needs your help. My name is Hongdo, the master of Hongdo Mountain Range, master of Jinlan Mountain. Please." The master of Hongdo Mountain waved his tentacles, signaling Bamboo to follow him. Bamboo just wanted to ask for directions. He said a polite word, but he didn't expect that the other party really needed help. Landed about 5 kilometers away from the mountain peak. A piece of flat land. Large and small warship fragments piled up into a small hill. The Lord of Red Bean Mountain said, "I heard that things from outer space may carry evil power, so I piled them here. These things seem to be all metal." "Lord Jinlan Mountain, please help me check if there is any danger." The Lord of Red Bean Mountain was a little embarrassed and continued, "In addition, I would like to ask you to help see if there is anything valuable inside. Fragments are worthless." Bamboo shook the dagger grasped by his forelimbs and said, "This kind of sharp and pointed things have a little value. The most valuable should be those square things. Square things must be boxes, which contain treasures." Bamboo asked, "Have you found these 2 types of things?" The Lord of Red Bean Mountain shook his tentacles blankly and said, All the things in our Red Bean Mountain range are concentrated here. Okay. Got it. Bamboo's mental power swept through the debris, and roughly judged that they were all fragments, and none of them were complete. After a careful scan, his attention was attracted by a broken metal box. Force crystal storage box. A corner was torn off by the power of space turbulence. The lid was forcibly opened, and there was nothing inside. Bamboo walked forward and rummaged around, turned the box out, took it, and looked at it carefully. There was no sign of damage inside. When it landed, there should be force crystals well preserved. I felt something was wrong. Thinking about it, among the goods escorted by Luan 407, the most valuable for me in my current state is of course the domination level metal core. The second is the looted God-given plants. No need to think too much. They must have been destroyed. The next is the force food. The quantity is not much. The next is actually the force crystal storage box. Each box can contain 64 force crystals, which is equivalent to 6.4 million raw stones on this planet, according to the amount of force contained. The number of force crystal storage boxes is also the largest, which seems to be an integer of 15,000. Damn! If things go wrong, the news that the storage box contains force crystals will spread, and I will have no chance to pick it up. Bamboo was worried and asked, Master Hongdo, is there anything else in it? Master Jinlan, you are really amazing. Yes, there is something in it. Master Hongdo said excitedly, I can be sure that the thing is harmless and contains a huge amount of force. It looks hard, but it broke after a few cuts, and the force spread everywhere. Broken. How many were broken? Bamboo had a toothache. I accidentally broke 2. And there are 21 left. I sent them to Yunshan Mantis King. It promised to give me 10,000 raw stones as a reward every year in the future. The Lord of Red Bean Mountain was beaming with joy, twisting his body, and asked, Lord Jinlan Mountain, do you think I have a chance to be promoted to a princess? 21. That's 2.1 million raw stones. A reward of 10,000 raw stones per year. The interest is more than that. Right? The Spruce Mantis King is really black-hearted. It should be, yes. Bamboo was speechless. The Lord of Red Bean Mountain was very happy and said, Lord Jinlan Mountain, please help me take a closer look. Are these things dangerous? Are they valuable? I heard that your kingdom of the Golden Mantis likes to collect all kinds of rare metals. I looked carefully. There is no danger and no value. Bamboo was in a terrible mood. In the space turbulence, most of the storage boxes will be torn apart, and the secret of the force crystal inside is destined to be hidden. Chapter 269 Number DD391. Master Jinlan, don't you, the Dark Knight Golden Mantis tribe, like to collect precious metals? These fragments are all metal, and they look very hard. How about I give you 2 pieces? Master Hongdo said, hoping I can sell you some at a low price. Bamboo asked, I heard that many fragments fell in your Golden Mantis Kingdom? A lot. Master Hongdo answered affirmatively, and then his mood became depressed, saying, many fellow warriors are unfortunately killed. Bamboo explained to it seriously, things are precious because they are rare. On the contrary, if there are too many of something, its value will be greatly discounted. If it is everywhere, it will be worthless. Ah? Master Hongdo tilted his head to think, and his mood gradually became depressed. Seeing the depressed mood of the silly mantis in front of him, Bamboo's mood was slightly better. Bamboo pointed at the broken storage box and asked, Red Bean Mountain Lord, there is no doubt that this type of box is the most valuable. Have you picked up any other ones? Yes. Red Bean Mountain Lord said, there is another box like this. It is too hard, and I can't open it no matter how hard I try. I gave it directly to Yunshan Mantis King. Red Bean Mountain Lord lowered his mental power and said, I think Yunshan Mantis King invited you, the warriors of the Golden Mantis Kingdom, to come and help check whether the fragments have evil power. The main purpose should be to try to open these metal boxes. What a fool can guess. Bamboo certainly guessed. Bamboo lowered his mental power and asked, are there many boxes like this? Not many. The Lord of Red Bean Mountain paused and said, I visited the Spruce Mantis King more than 10 days ago and secretly looked at them. There are about 40 or 50 of them. They are all intact and cannot be opened. Fuck. The Golden Mantis Kingdom has made a fortune. Isn't this equivalent to a raw stone vein falling from the sky? On second thought, it's not right. Bamboo was not stingy. His mental power locked onto the broken storage box in front of him, and his metal ability burst out. The hydrogen gold element that made up the storage box was not moved at all. Although hydrogen gold is the cheapest metal, it is not something that can be shaken by the crude abilities of the original Force creatures. That means that no one can open a box that has not been destroyed by space turbulence. The things inside a box that has been destroyed by space turbulence are basically destroyed. Thinking of this, Banba felt more comfortable and continued to suppress his mind, asking, Red Bean Mountain Lord, the box contains treasures. Didn't you leave one or two for yourself? No. Red Bean Mountain said seriously. Spruce Mantis King said that this is the commonwealth of the tribe. If such boxes are found, they must be handed over. If they can be exchanged for raw stones in the future, they will be distributed uniformly by the tribe. Don't give any chance? Banba hates this Spruce Mantis King to the extreme. Thinking quickly, he began to consider the success rate of deceiving the treasure out of the hands of a mature and even cunning Mantis King. Soon came to the conclusion, there is a high probability that he will be killed by the other party. Bamboo asked unwillingly, Red Bean Mountain Lord, have the warriors from other mountains also sent the boxes to Yunshan Mantis King? Red Bean Mountain Lord said, all those who found them have been sent there. Oh. Bamboo continued to think about other possibilities. Hondo Mountain Lord suppressed his mental power and said, Jinlan Mountain Lord, in fact, we have another box in Hondo Mountain Range. It's not that I don't want to hand it over, but it's too big and too heavy to move. Otherwise, you can help take a look. Hondo Mountain Lord can grow into a mountain master. He must not be as stupid as he looks on the surface. He has a little selfishness. Open the box. If there is a treasure that he can use, he will hide it secretly and not hand it over to Yunshan Mantis King. Where? Bamboo asked. Over there. Hondo Mountain Lord tapped his tentacles and pointed in a direction. Let's go! Bamboo took off without saying a word. The hilly terrain. The soil layer is very thin, and there are rocks underneath. The crater is an irregular oval, with a long diameter of about 600 meters and a depth of about 10 meters. There is a large metal box lying in the pit, guarded by a senior warrior of the Dow Mantis tribe. The metal box is about 3 meters high, 2 meters wide and 1 meter thick. Bamboo had seen all kinds of craters during his flight. The fact that the ground was smashed like this meant that the inner wall of the metal box was thick and heavy. Get closer to check. It happened to be facing up, with a handle and a double opening cabinet door that could be pulled outward. There were 3 mechanical locks at the top, middle and bottom. Each lock consisted of a 9-grid roller digital password. Tap the toe and gently roll the lock roller. Look down, and you will see 18 numbers marked from 00 to 17. Bamboo immediately concluded that this was a locker for Force food, because the microwaves released by electronic equipment may affect the quality of Force food. A mechanical lock was used. There are 3 locks, and the passwords are controlled by the 3 chiefs of the Transport Ships Command, Combat Department, and Material Department. The turquoise cabinet is plated with a row of dark red font numbers, DD391. The first D represents the comprehensive rating of the grade and rarity of the Force food stored in the cabinet. The second D represents the Force food enhancement type, which is the metal element ability enhancement. The number 391 is a number among the known metal abilities of humans. Bamba clearly remembers that it should correspond to a metal manipulation ability. The simple letter mark has clearly indicated the detailed information of the goods stored in the locker. A Force plant, God-given seed, with a life level roughly equivalent to star destruction. The Force food produced. The specific enhancement effect is the 391 metal manipulation ability. What is the password? Bamba thought about it, and found that he had no memory of this when he was a human. The mental power condensed into a beam, spreading inward through the tiny gap of a lock roller at the top. And the tentacles trembled, and soon calmed down. Then check the middle lock. Then check the bottom lock. The lock was originally filled with special lubricating oil that could block spiritual power from peeping. It should be that when it fell, the high temperature caused by the friction between the metal cabinet and the air burned the lubricating oil. Using spiritual power, you can clearly see the internal components of the mechanical lock. Bamboo slides the lock roller again and can see the operation of the mechanical components. Unlocking? It's very simple. The Lord of Hondo Mountain has been standing by and watching, seeing Bamboo constantly fiddling with it. He endured for a while, and finally couldn't help asking, Lord Jinlan Mountain, how is it? Can you open it? Can't open it. Bamboo explained. Something has blocked my metal sensing ability. This thing seems to have a very complicated structure, and I can't figure out how to open it for the time being. Bamboo paused, slightly changed his words, and said, but I feel that it is possible to open it again. I am in a hurry to rush to the Orchid Mountains. I will come back when I have time and help you take a closer look. Oh. The Lord of Red Bean Mountain was disappointed at first, but after thinking about it, he suddenly became happy again and said, Lord Jinlong Mountain, I will wait for you. Bamboo asked, which direction should I fly to the Orchid Mountains? The Lord of Red Bean Mountain pointed a direction with his tentacles and said, over there. Bamboo asked, how far is it? Very far. The Lord of Red Bean Mountain thought for a while and said, when you fly high in the sky and can see the colorful maze of the Misty Mountains, you will almost arrive. Chapter 270 Misty Mountains. The Golden Mantis Kingdom is already the easternmost kingdom of the 10,000 Races continent. Further east is the Misty Mountains, and on the other side of the mountains is the 10,000 Kingdoms continent. The Misty Mountains are the barrier that divides the continent. Legend has it that it is a barrier that connects heaven and earth, with 7 colors, which is very similar to the colorful mist ability awakened by the Illusion Flame Spider tribe after being promoted to the Mountain Master. According to the caravan, it is the ability of the god of their tribe, and the purpose is to maintain peace between the 2 continents. In fact, only on a few fixed days every year will the illusion color barrier at the location of the Curling Canyon become weaker, and the caravan of the Illusion Flame Spider tribe can only pass through this short period of time and enter the other side of the continent. At other times, or from other locations, they will still get lost. Bamboo knows that the so-called illusion color barrier must be a magical power performed by cosmic level life, which can cross the north and south to connect the 2 continents, connect heaven and earth, and maintain it for countless years. Its strength is not ordinary, and it is very likely to be a peak master of the domination realm. Leave the Red Bean Mountains. Bamboo lowered the flight altitude, slowed down the flight speed, and rushed to the Orchid Mountains at a leisurely pace. He stopped on the way to eat and rest, under the guise of Dark Knight Golden Mantis tribe, master of Jinlong Mountain. He visited the masters of several mountain ranges along the way. It is impossible to pick up a bargain. The big Sword Mantis tribe realized that the square boxes contained treasures. The small ones were collected together, and the big ones were sent to guard. There was no loophole to be exploited at this time. Why rush to the Orchid Mountains? There were already a large number of Sword Mantis warriors guarding there, and there was also the Cockroach King guarding it. There was no chance to take advantage if you went there. Of course, I still have to go there and take a look to see which part of the warship has been preserved and how big it is. The most important thing is to check the specific situation of the Misty Mountains. It is said that a large number of fragments have fallen into it. See if there is any possibility of going in to search for treasure. As for the D-grade force food in the cabinet of the Lord of Red Bean Mountain, it is precious. After all, it is produced by cosmic level force plants. However, this planet is full of force food, with a full range of qualities from low to high, and a variety of strengthening effects. The key is that it is cheap. The quality is not enough, and the quantity makes up for it, so it does not seem so rare. When returning, I will try it on the way. Cheat a little, and it will be fine. Wandering around, I arrived at the Orchid Mountains. As soon as I entered the range of the mountains, I was stopped by a senior warrior. Gold Mantis Kingdom. Dark Knight Gold Mantis tribe? Continue to pretend? It's too far away, and I can't see the situation of the distant mountains clearly. I have to get closer. Simply by sensing the fluctuations of the force with the soul, one can detect that in all directions. The Sword Mantis warriors are neatly arranged, regularly distributed, and closely guarded. Concentrating his mind and calming his breath, he vaguely felt that the divine thoughts of a princess-level warrior were sweeping over him. Bamboo felt uneasy, and did not dare to pretend to be a member of the Golden Mantis tribe. He answered truthfully, "You are wrong. I am the master of Bamboo Mountain in the Fire Cockroach Kingdom, Jinping Mountain Range, Liju Peak. I heard that the Sword Mantis Kingdom suffered a natural disaster, so I came here to check it out and see if there is anything I can help with." The Fire Cockroach Kingdom? The Sword Mantis warrior, who was questioning, was surprised. After a closer look, it looked more like the Dark Knight Golden Mantis tribe. No! The Fire Cockroach Kingdom's warriors should be red. The Sword Mantis warrior suddenly realized, then became alert and shouted, Why are you pretending to be a fire cockroach warrior? This excitement disturbed the nearby warriors, all of whom became alert, showed their swords, and rushed over quickly to surround Bamboo. The interrogating sword mantis warrior saw his companions coming, and his vigilance relaxed. He tilted his head and thought, and then became confused. You are a golden mantis warrior. Why are you pretending to be a fire cockroach warrior? Bamboo gently spread his wings, and a flame danced at the tip of the wing. He explained, this is the fire ability awakened by the fire cockroach kingdom warrior after being promoted to the mountain master. I was born different. I awakened both metal and fire abilities at the same time. My shell is black. After speaking, in order to verify, Bamboo raised his forelimbs and activated his magical power. The dagger broke away and shot out. Suddenly, it turned back in the air, with his forelimbs extended and his claws grasped the hilt. Could it be, metal manipulation ability? The surrounding sword mantis warriors were shocked and believed Bamboo's words at first. Awesome. So awesome. The sword mantis warriors, who were questioning, kept praising him and showed undisguised envy. Metal weapons can fly up to attack and be retracted. It's so cool. Even in the kingdom of Golden Mantis, most warriors who were promoted to mountain masters only awakened the ability to strengthen metal. That is, the metallization of the shell, which made it harder and tougher. And the defense and close combat ability were improved. Only a few warriors would awaken the ability to manipulate metal little by little after eating a large amount of high-quality force food that strengthened metal ability. Bamboo keenly noticed that the county-level warrior, who was secretly monitoring him, quietly withdrew his mental power, then took off from his hiding place and rushed over. After landing on the ground, he started to scold the surrounding sword mantis warriors. We are guests from afar. How do you treat us? You are a bunch of rude fools. After scolding, he waved his wings and drove them away. What are you doing here? Why don't you get back to your posts? After several senior warriors left, the princess changed her attitude and introduced herself to Bamboo with a smile. My name is Princess Juniper. The young warriors of the tribe are ignorant. Don't mind it. The Fire Cockroach Kingdom, Jinping Mountain Range, Liju Peak, Bamboo Mountain Master. Bamboo introduced himself and deliberately concealed the Red Cockroach tribe. The reason was simple. He was afraid that the other party would follow the clues and find out that he was a descendant of the Eternal Cockroach King. Isn't Bamboo Mountain Master a native of the Flying Fire Cockroach tribe? Princess Juniper asked. Bamboo replied vaguely, yes. I belong to a small branch tribe, close to the Dalmantis Kingdom. So I came to take a look. Princess Juniper was not willing to give in, and asked, which branch? Bamboo had no choice but to answer, the Red Bladdish tribe. The Immortal Bladdish King? Princess Juniper tilted her triangular head again, looked carefully, thought for 2 seconds, and said, the Red Bladdish tribe has a darker shell color, so it should be correct. It turns out that they are the direct descendants of the Immortal Bladdish King. Without waiting for Bamboo to refute, Princess Juniper introduced enthusiastically. Some of the fallen debris fell on our Dalmantis Kingdom, mainly on the Orchid Mountains, and many fell on the Misty Mountains. Recently, many warriors from the surrounding kingdoms have come one after another, and most of them went to the Misty Mountains to check the situation. Princess Bamboo, do you want to go over and take a look? Of course I have to go and have a look. Bamboo answered without hesitation. Princess Juniper said again, Master Bamboo, you have the ability to use metal. Most of the fallen fragments are made of metal. If possible, I hope you can stay and help us check whether there are any evil forces hiding in the fragments. After the job is done, our Dalmantis Kingdom will pay a lot of money. How much can you get for cleaning up the fragments and doing hard work? Yes. Let's see what happens. Bamboo answered reluctantly. Princess Juniper was still enthusiastic and took the initiative to greet Master Bamboo. You must be curious about the large wreckage that fell on the Orchid Mountain Range? Come on. I'll take you there to have a look. Okay. Bamboo minute. Princess Juniper said nothing more, flapped her wings and flew into the air, flying in front to lead the way. Chapter 271 Private Locker. Flying in a straight line. The distance is about 50 kilometers, and hundreds of craters of various sizes can be seen along the way. There are large craters, and there are still fragments that are too large to move. A large number of plants were knocked down by the shock wave, and the debris was everywhere. It can be imagined that the entire Orchid Mountain range was probably smashed to pieces. The reason why the fragments fell in a concentrated manner is very simple. They are all the extras brought down by the large debris. Arrived at the destination in half a morning. The overall scale of the Orchid Mountain range is not very large, and the height is only about 300 to 500 meters. A piece of warship wreckage torn by space turbulence is rigidly embedded in the mountain range. Cut off the head and tail. Just looking from a distance, it is impossible to tell which part it belongs to. There are rubbles all over the ground under the mountain range, and thousands of warriors of the Dalmantis tribe are busy cleaning it up. The rubble piled up on the mountain is really a whole mountain peak that has been smashed. There were also mountains of piled metal fragments and mountains of miscellaneous items. From a distance, you could see soldiers going in and out of the wreckage of the warship, busy carrying things out and piling them up in different categories. Landing below the mountain range. Walking and sightseeing along the way. The sword-wielding warriors made it difficult to sort things out carefully. Space uniforms were not only divided into military uniforms and casual wear, but also men's and women's wear. And even underwear was divided in detail. Tables, chairs, hibernation capsules, intelligent robots that were paralyzed by power outages. Most of them were daily necessities, all of which were dismantled and carried down. There were also a large number of human corpses. I don't know what they had experienced. The material that made up the body was seriously lost, leaving only rotten bone fragments, all piled up randomly. Banbu was disappointed again. This large wreckage that survived by chance belonged to the leisure and living area of the warship, and there was nothing valuable. The living area was far away from the storage warehouse partition, and it was estimated that the Dalmantis kingdom would not make a fortune. Can you remove the seats on the fixed spacecraft? There must be a master, Banbu thought to himself. The seats were fixed with screws. To disassemble and transport them, you must first know how to unscrew the screws. This is a difficult action that tests the IQ of the Zerd warriors on this planet. Master Banbu. The Green Mantis King has ordered that foreign warriors are not allowed to approach large debris on the mountain, Princess Juniper said with some embarrassment. And then said, I'll take you around the foot of the mountain. Banbu flicked his tentacles and said, Princess Juniper, don't be embarrassed. I understand. Master Banbu. Look at this. Princess Juniper was well versed in insects and the ways of the world. After a brief embarrassment, she became enthusiastic again, calling out and pointing her tentacles at a pile of neutron gun debris not far away, saying with lingering fear, these things carry evil power. But fortunately most of them are damaged. This pile of gun debris was taken care of, surrounded by a full 30 soldiers, guarding closely. Oh, Banbu replied, walked forward and checked. They were all neutron guns standard for warships, and most of the guns were torn apart by the power of space, with only a few intact. The magazines were piled on the other side. According to the regulations of the transport warship, soldiers are equipped with guns during their shifts, but the guns and bullets must be kept separate. This is Li Zhufeng, the direct descendant of the Fire Cockroach King of the Fire Cockroach Kingdom, the Lord of Bamboo Mountain. Princess Juniper introduced to the soldiers guarding the guns, saying, the Lord of Bamboo Mountain is blessed by the true God of nature. He is born different. He awakened the two abilities of metal and fire at the same time, and mastered the ability to control metal in advance. The Lord of Bamboo Mountain is one of the younger generations that the Lord of Changsheng Cockroach particularly values. After saying this, the guarding mantis warriors immediately looked at Banbu with a little more respect. He is strong and has a strong backing, so he should not be provoked. Princess Yuanbai continued, the owner of Bamboo Mountain has agreed to stay and help. You should quickly take out that thing, and let the owner of Bamboo Mountain see it. Okay. A mountain owner level mantis warrior, who was lying on the ground, stood up, dug the soil with his forelimbs, and dug out a well-preserved neutron gun from the ground. He carefully carried it, and placed it in front of Banbu. Banbu looked down. Not only was the gun well-preserved, but the magazine was still loaded. The mental power scanned carefully. The fingerprint lock was broken, but the spring was in a closed state, which did not affect the use. The safety bolt was also in an open state, and there was miraculously residual energy in the magazine. Damn! This gun can be used. Banbu put down the dagger and carefully picked up the neutron gun with his two forelimbs. The surrounding soldiers saw this, and all retreated in panic. Be careful, Princess Juniper shouted. Master Banbu. It's dangerous. Looking at their reactions, they must have suffered a great loss. Oh, it seems very dangerous. Banbu raised his gun, thought for a while, pulled the safety bolt, pressed the button, and the magazine was released. Bamboo picked up the magazine and asked, "Are there any other similar things?" Princess Juniper saw Bamboo put down his gun, breathed a sigh of relief, pointed to the garbage dump, and said, "Yes, a lot." Bamboo scanned again with his mental power. Although there were many magazines, they were all waste without energy fluctuations. Bamboo pondered for a while and asked, "Are they all here?" Princess Juniper said, "All those found so far are placed here, and are under centralized care." Master Bamboo. "This thing is too dangerous. It injured a master-level warrior of our tribe." Bamboo thought for a moment, put the magazine on, pulled the safety, and fired a shot into the air. A bright white light shot straight into the sky. Bamboo pulled the safety, ejected the magazine, and fired the trigger into the air. But there was no response. "Look, there's no danger now. It's safe if you don't put these two things together." Bamboo pointed at the muzzle and said, "The danger comes from here, straight ahead." After that, he put down the gun. The mountain master level mantis warrior immediately stepped forward, carefully picked it up, put it back into the pit, dug the soil to fill it up, and lay on top to guard it. "Master Bamboo, you are worthy of mastering the ability to manipulate metals. You immediately understood the principle of the evil force." Princess Juniper praised and said, "We asked you for help in the hope of finding similar dangerous things. We will gather together and find a way to completely destroy them." Bamboo shook his tentacles and said, "These metals are too strong to be destroyed. Separate them and throw them into the Jinjiang River to sink them. We will listen to your advice." Princess Juniper shook his tentacles and called out, "Master Bamboo, let's go over there and take a look. There are good things." Princess Juniper's so-called good things are private lockers that have been disassembled and moved down. 2.6 meters high, 1.2 meters wide, 0.6 meters thick, push-pull drawer mode, divided into 5 compartments, used to store personal items, mainly clothes. The space on the spacecraft is limited, and the soldiers of each team live in the same cabin and share a locker. It uses cheap hydrogen gold, which is still very thin and relatively light. There are more than 300 such cabinets densely packed on the open and flat ground. Bamboo went forward to check. The fingerprint lock was damaged, and the lock buckle, which was originally designed to be simple, was forcibly destroyed by the metal power. The lock was completely scrapped. With a light pull, the cabinet door could be opened. "How is it?" Princess Juniper asked. Bamboo commented, "Get one back and put it in the cave to store precious items. It is very convenient and moisture-proof." Princess Juniper said, "Master Bamboo, please help me check the fragments. After the job is done, in addition to a generous reward, you will give me another one of these things. How about it?" Bamboo looked around and saw piles of metal fragments. The workload was not small. But then he thought, what kind of dangerous and evil things could it be? Weapons like guns? I know them. With a scan of his mental power, he immediately checked them out. It was a very simple job. It's not bad to pretend to get a few days of salary and make a good relationship. "No problem," Bamboo readily agreed, and then said, "But I plan to go to the Misty Mountains first." "No problem," Princess Juniper also readily agreed, saying, "It's not far. Master Bamboo, I'll take you there." Chapter 272, Revisiting the Red Bean Mountains. Flying over the Orchid Mountains. Ahead is a plain forest that has been smashed to pieces by the fragments of the spacecraft. Thousands of sword mantis warriors are busy, collecting the fragments of one mountain after another and stacking them neatly. It was morning, and at the end of the plain forest, colorful lights and shadows were looming, flying fast. The colorful lights and shadows gradually became clearer. The great magical power that connects heaven and earth. Princess Juniper is familiar with the Misty Mountains. She landed at the edge with Bamboo and introduced, "Master Bamboo, you should have heard that the illusion barrier is similar to the ability of the illusion flame spider tribe. It isolates mental power and hinders vision. Once you break in, you can't tell the direction at all, and it's hard to get out." Bamboo is already trying to check. Looking with the naked eye, the visibility in the illusion barrier is only about 4 or 5 meters, and it will be even lower when you go deep. Almost blind, carefully separating a ray of mental power to peek, touching the colorful mist. It was like a stone sinking into the sea, and the connection was immediately cut off. In the colorful maze, mental power must not be used. Shaking the antennae and releasing electromagnetic wave signals was obviously interfered. and the long-distance communication ability of the Cockroach tribe could not be used. Bamboo asked Princess Juniper, "Are there many things that fell into it?" Princess Juniper affirmed, "A lot. More than the Orchid Mountains. We suspect that most of the valuable things fell into it." Bamboo asked again, "Can you think of a way to go in and search?" Princess Juniper pondered for 2 seconds and said truthfully, "The way we can think of now is to ask the warriors of the colorful flame spider tribe for spider silk. Long enough spider silk. Pull the spider silk in. And then follow the spider silk out." Bamboo was speechless. This stupid method is really stupid. It may work, but the efficiency is extremely low. Bamboo asked Princess Juniper, "Do you have any objection to the warriors of other kingdoms entering the Misty Mountains to search for treasures?" Princess Juniper said, "Of course I don't have any objection. We welcome them. We can also provide some help within our capacity, such as hunting from afar and providing free food for everyone." Princess Juniper said warmly, "Princess Bamboo, you see, this time, our Dow Mantis tribe has harvested a lot of various strange and bizarre items, and we certainly can't use them all ourselves, including the Spruce Mantis King. The Mantis Kings of our Dow Mantis Kingdom have discussed and plan to hold a trading event next year to sell various things at super low prices. I can help you promote it." "Well, I will participate and buy some back by the way," Bamboo said with some difficulty. The rare items that Princess Juniper mentioned were at most outer coats and underwear that were turned out from the large wreckage. The only practical items were backpacks and handbags. High-strength nanopolymer materials are very strong and more durable than spider silk bags. In addition, the tables, chairs and benches that were disassembled were all made of hydrogen gold, which are light and easy to carry. The most practical items are private lockers. After buying them, you can put them in the cave where you live. The drawers are pushed and pulled, and the sealing effect is good. You can store force food and so on. Bamboo asked Princess Juniper, "I heard that you also picked up many crystals containing extremely rich force. Do you plan to sell them too?" "Oh, we call them force crystals. The force contained in a single crystal is equivalent to about 100,000 raw stones. Unfortunately, the number is too small, so I haven't considered selling them for the time being." Princess Juniper paused and said, "However, we also picked up some well-preserved metal boxes containing force crystals. Each box contains 64 force crystals. If we want to open them, the cost is too high. The Cockroach Kings of the Sword Mantis Kingdom have discussed it and have not yet decided whether to sell them at a low price. The cost is too high." Bamboo's tentacles trembled and asked, "Can it be opened?" "Yes," Princess Juniper said. "The Golden Mantis King of the Dark Knight Mantis Kingdom arrived 4 days ago. It tried to open a box containing force crystals, but it was also severely damaged. I am afraid it will lose its life. The loss of life should be due to the use of metal abilities beyond the limit, and the force veins of the shell were damaged." "I understand." Bamboo tapped his tentacles, took a last look at the illusion, and said, "You can go back. There is no time to lose. I can work today and use my metal abilities to help you check for dangers." Bamboo's task is very simple, and he does not need to work personally. 20 Sword Mantis warriors carried the debris from a mountain of garbage piece by piece, and asked Bamboo to sense and check it. After confirming that there was no harm, they moved it to the side and piled it up. Princess Juniper was enthusiastic about Bamboo on the surface, but in fact she did not trust him at all. She only arranged to check the debris. Those things they thought were valuable were not allowed to touch, let alone enter the large spaceship wreckage on the mountain. 4 days later, more serious Gold Mantis warriors from the Gold Mantis Kingdom arrived one after another. Warriors at the level of mountain masters were also arranged to go down the mountain to check the debris one mountain at a time. Warriors at the level of princesses were treated much better, and were responsible for checking those valuable. The treasures, the truly valuable things, were all privately tossed by those Cockroach Kings. 2 days later, the Flying Fire Cockroach Tribe warriors, including Princess Mujing, came to observe the situation in a team and ran to the Misty Mountains to take a look. Princess Mujing greeted Bamboo and saw that it was safe and sound, still helping with the work, and seemed to be living a very chic life. After chatting for a few words, she left with her fellow warriors without asking any more questions. After a whole month, it was finally done. All the interior of the spacecraft that could be dismantled was dismantled, and all the debris and metal products were checked to confirm that there were no potential hazards. The inspection work was declared over, and the rewards began to be paid. The title of the immortal Cockroach King was indeed useful. The Mountain Master level warriors of the Golden Mantis Kingdom were all paid 1,000 raw stones for labor, plus a piece of clothing and a sword, or dagger, as a reward. Bamboo not only had 1,000 raw stones, a private locker, and a sword, but was also allowed to choose a backpack. The backpack was used by battlefield medical soldiers during the landing war. The medical supplies inside were moved to an unknown place, leaving only an empty bag. Bamboo stuffed various things into the locker, tied it with hemp rope, and flew on the way. It was a bit strenuous, passing through the Red Bean Mountain range, resting halfway. Master Jinlon, are you done? The Red Bean Mountain Master flew up to greet him, and led Bamboo to land in an open space. Master Jinlon, what is this? A metal cabinet with good sealing performance. Take it back and store precious things. It's very convenient. Seeing that the Red Bean Mountain Master was surprised, Bamboo said, it looks big, but it's actually very light. Master Hongdo Mountain, try it. The Lord of Red Bean Mountain stepped forward, dragged the rope, and was even more surprised, saying, is this also metal? Why is it so light? Metals are made of different materials, and this is the lightest metal, Bamboo explained briefly, saying, I saw a lot of strange things in the Orchid Mountain range. The Juniper Princess of your Dalmantis tribe was very enthusiastic. She showed me many things and told me many secrets. Junior Juniper Princess is considered a direct elder of our lineage, and she is very good. The Lord of Red Bean Mountain praised, suppressed his mind, and asked, Lord of Jinlon Mountain, how about it? Have you figured out how to open that big guy? Bamboo gently touched his tentacles and said seriously, I am a little confident that I can open it. But Bamboo hesitated to speak. The Lord of Red Bean Mountain asked, but what? Bamboo said, opening the cabinet will cost a lot, and it may shorten your life. The King of Jinlian Mantis of our tribe forcibly opened a box containing the Force Crystal. He is still recovering from his injuries. Oh! When the Lord of Red Bean Mountain heard that the King of Blatella was injured, his mood instantly dropped. He was still unwilling to give up, and asked tentatively, Lord Jinlon Mountain, then, shall we still try? Take a closer look? Bamboo said sincerely. I came here this time just to take a closer look, to try and see if I can open it at the lowest cost. That's great. The Lord of Red Bean Mountain cheered first, and then asked, Lord Jinlon Mountain, what is the specific cost? Is he injured? Why is he injured? Bamboo said, it's not just as simple as being injured. If you use metal abilities beyond the limit, the corresponding force veins will crack. This kind of injury will shorten your life. This is so serious. This is too serious. Isn't it? The Lord of Hongdo Mountain hesitated. So we need to study it carefully. Bamboo said resolutely, if the big guy contains valuable things, we will make money. If it is worthless, the Lord of Hongdo Mountain added, then we will lose a lot. Bamboo said, so, I hope you can compensate me with some raw stones. Raw stones. The Lord of Hongdo Mountain asked cautiously, how much is appropriate? Bamboo said, it depends on the situation. 10 or 20,000 can't be less. Right? 10,000. 20,000. The Lord of Hongdo Mountain lowered his head, and a flash of inspiration came to him, saying, Jinlon, Mountain Master, how about this? Open the things and split the things inside equally? Bamboo was embarrassed and asked, what if it's empty, or the things inside have no value? Then you may lose money. Hongdo Mountain Master said in a tempting tone, Mountain Master Bamboo, think about it. If the things inside are of high value, you will make money. Right? It's equivalent to trying your luck? Bamboo thought about it, touched his tentacles and said, my luck is always very good. Okay. Let's go now. Chapter 273, A Small Fortune. Bamboo lay on the cabinet for the whole day, occasionally turning the wheel of the mechanical lock in a serious manner, pretending to be absorbed in research. At first, the Lord of Red Bean Mountain waited patiently, asking from time to time. After waiting for a day, there was no progress. So he lost his patience, and went into the jungle to hunt for food. After eating and drinking, he continued to lie on the ground for another day. The Lord of Red Bean Mountain was numb, lying on the ground silently, a little worried, judging from the situation. The matter is not an ordinary trouble. When he was worried and uneasy, he heard Bamboo suddenly shouted, I understand. The Lord of Red Bean Mountain jumped up and asked, "Is it open?" "No," Bamboo said. "I know how to open it at the lowest cost." The Lord of Red Bean Mountain climbed down again and said, "Lord Jinlon Mountain, I'm not in a hurry. You take your time." This wait lasted for another half a day. Bamboo felt that it was almost done, and began to move the roller. After a series of mechanical click-click sounds, the first lock was unlocked with a click. Click! Click! Two crisp sounds. The second and third locks were unlocked. With a clang, the cabinet door was opened. The cabinet was large, but there were not many things inside. The 3 rows of upper, middle and lower were mainly filled with shock-absorbing and constant temperature materials, and each row had only 3 grids. Fortunately, the goods were all there, and each grid was embedded with a metal box with a handle. Bamboo grabbed the handle and took out a box. There is a small box inside. The Lord of Hongdo Mountain cried out in pain. "What kind of evil race is this? What is in it? It's so complicated." When the Lord of Hongdo Mountain saw the cabinet door open, he was happy for less than 3 seconds. He found that there was a small box inside the big box. He was a little desperate and asked hopefully, "Lord Jinlon, can you open the small box?" Seeing the appearance of Lord Hongdo Mountain, Bamboo couldn't bear to continue to toss it. It would delay 2.5 days, and he himself was in no mood to continue acting. "I'll try." After saying this, Bamboo held the box and turned it over and over. The box is square, with a side length of 30 centimeters. The outside is made of a mixed material mainly composed of hydrogen and gold, which is not so heavy. There is no secret lock. It is a purely mechanical buckle mechanism. There is a red button on each side. Put the box in place and press it down gently, and all 4 buttons are pressed down. Click! With a crisp sound, the metal box cover, with a tight connection, an almost invisible gap bounces up gently. Bamboo picked up the handle and opened it. The inner wall of the box is inlaid with a layer of artificial high-strength raw stone, which can not only prevent the loss of original force, but also has a constant temperature effect. The box is divided into 4 layers, each of which is made of high-strength raw stones. Each layer has 4 neat rows of grooves, with 16 dark golden balls with a diameter of 1 centimeter, and black font numbers on the surface. It's opened. So fast. Master Jinlon, you are so amazing. Master Hongdo praised twice. His eyes were attracted by the things in the box, and he asked curiously, "What is this?" "I feel the force fluctuating." He carefully scratched the artificial high-strength raw stone with his toes, and found that he couldn't scratch it, and exclaimed, "Master Jinlon, this is a raw stone. It's a very hard raw stone. I feel that it contains a very strong force." "This is not a feeling. This is a raw stone, and the concentration of the force is 100 times that of the raw stone formed in nature." "Master Jinlon, we are rich." Hongdo Mountain Master cheered, suppressed his divine consciousness, pointed at the force food in the box with his toes, and asked again, "Master Jinlon, is this metal? I feel that it has force fluctuations. I just sensed it. It seems to be a force food that strengthens the ability of metal." Bamboo said, picked up a piece, and stuffed it directly into his mouth. "This thing is the force fruit condensed and produced by the star-destroying force plant. After being processed by human means, it is more convenient for long-term storage and long-distance transportation. And it is a force food that is easy for warriors to absorb. In terms of force content, a single piece is roughly equivalent to the red nuts produced by the God-given seeds of the red hard tree. In terms of force quality, it is of course 2 or 3 grades higher. Force food strengthens metal ability." Bamboo smacked his lips and gave a positive answer, and analyzed seriously. "It should be processed by some means by evil creatures from outer space. The quality is super high. Higher than the best force fruit I have eaten." "Higher than the best force fruit?" The Lord of Red Bean Mountain picked up one, put it down reluctantly, and said regretfully, "It's a pity that it strengthens metal ability. I can't eat it." Bamboo continued to analyze. In terms of actual value, the price of a single piece can reach 150 raw stones. However, this thing is rare and non-renewable. One less piece is used. Many wealthy warriors like to collect rare force food to taste and sell it to caravans. The price can reach 200 raw stones per piece, or even higher. 64 in each box. Total price 12,800 raw stones. Lord Hongdo, happy cooperation. We are rich. Lord Hongdo counted carefully. There were 9 boxes in total. Counted. A little dizzy. Muttered, we are rich. Bamboo pointed to the force food storage box and said, the box is also valuable. It can be used to store precious force food. Lord Hongdo said, yes. The box is also very valuable. Bamboo said, there are 9 boxes in total. We each take 4. And leave 1. How to divide it? Lord Hongdo was still confused. And asked, how to divide it if you take out 1 more? Bamboo said, I have a God-given seed. So the box belongs to me. I'll take it back to store things. All the force food inside belongs to you. Yes. No. The Lord of Red Bean Mountain finally came to his senses. Stared at the box. Hesitated for a while. And said resolutely, Lord Jinlong Mountain, the box belongs to me. And the force food belongs to you. I think the box and the force food are equivalent. Okay. Bamboo said, the force food belongs to me. And the box, including the high-strength raw stones inside, all belong to you. Okay. The Lord of Red Bean Mountain agreed. Bamboo opened his cabinet. Took out his backpack. Put a box of force food in it. Took down 4 boxes. Put them all in the cabinet. And stuffed them with hay to prevent them from shaking. No more lingering. Fly away directly. The Brownbee Kingdom is not very friendly. Anyway, it has been delayed for so long. Bamboo simply followed a river around to Jinjiang. And then followed the Jinjiang River in a winding route back to Liju Peak. The return journey took nearly a month. Not only did he miss the longevity banquet, he also missed the annual dry season. Bamboo, carrying his things, had just landed in front of the cave where he lived. Unexpectedly, the yellow-striped mountain master climbed down from the mountain, looking a little angry, and asked, Bamboo, where have you been? You missed the longevity banquet. It was originally scheduled, and I fought for a chance for you to meet the longevity Cockroach King. But you made the red-haired Cockroach King anxious. It has come twice. You still need to make an appointment to meet the longevity Cockroach King? Did you postpone the longevity Cockroach King? That, Bamboo said seriously, 2 months ago, the Dalmantis Kingdom suffered a natural disaster. And I went to help with the disaster. When Bamboo returned to the mountain, the other members hurried over. Bamboo, you are finally back. Big Head greeted with surprise. Duju flapped his wings and landed directly on the locker. He was very curious and asked in surprise, wow, Bamboo, what is this? A locker. You can store things. Bamboo spread his wings and swept Duju down, saying, I worked for the Diamantid tribe for a month. This is a gift from them before I left. The other members on the mountain all gathered around, pushing the yellow-striped mountain master, who was looking for Bamboo, to the edge, and surrounded the locker to watch curiously and ask questions. Bamboo patiently explained, put the locker upright against the cliff, opened a drawer, and closed it again, demonstrating twice. Then there was a burst of wow 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 exclamations. A metal locker with drawers that can be opened and closed. It's amazing. Everyone rushed to try it, but was driven away by Bamboo again. After a long chattering, they gradually dispersed. In the end, only the yellow-striped mountain master and Baiju stayed. Baiju refused to leave, looking at Bamboo with a sidelong glance, with an expression that said, I've seen through it. I know it all. Chapter 274 Encounter on the Road. Bamboo, how is the disaster in the Golden Mantis Kingdom? I heard that many soldiers were killed by the falling. The yellow-striped mountain lord had lost his temper at this time and began to inquire about the news. It's not that serious. Bamboo said, only 1 mountain was smashed and some soldiers died. In other places, some unlucky soldiers and territorial species were killed by the falling, either directly or injured. But the number is very small. That's not bad. The yellow-striped mountain lord walked forward, looked closely at the cabinet, and asked, is this thing made of metal power? What a clever design. It's really good for storing things. This is called a storage cabinet. Bamboo said, the Sword Mantis tribe picked up hundreds of such metal cabinets, as well as many other rare things. We plan to hold a trading event next year to take them out and sell them. Then, they should be able to recover some of their losses. The yellow-striped mountain lord flapped his wings and said, Bamboo, since you have returned safely, I am relieved. Now it is time to return to Qijin County and inform the Qijin Cockroach King to prevent it from worrying and running to Liju Peak again. Then thank you, Bamboo said gratefully. I have been cleaning up the debris in Dalmantis Kingdom for a month. And dragging such a big box. Flying around for nearly a month. I will rest for a few days first. And then, I will definitely go to Chijin County to visit the Chijin Cockroach King. Well, that's good. The yellow-striped mountain lord said nothing more. Flapped his wings and flew away. Baizu. Why are you still staying here with me? Bamboo. Tell me honestly. Where did you go after you disappeared for so long? Bamboo was surprised and asked. Where did I go? Do I need to report to you? No need. Baiju thought for a moment. Suppressed his mind. And said, Bamboo. Did you rob the territory of a beast warrior? Did you rob the territory of an insect warrior? Huh? Bamboo looked at Baiju. Baiju pointed to the top of the cabinet and said, Bamboo. You can't hide it from me. Force food. The quantity is not much. But the quality is very high. And it can strengthen metal ability. Baiju was very proud. These things must have come from a dirty place. And whoever sees it must have a share. And I must have one. Hey! You guys have improved your skills again. Bamboo asked, soul sensing? Or did you smell something? Baiju said, of course it's soul sensing. Very accurate. It's indeed force food. Not stolen. It fell from the sky. Bamboo waved his tentacles and said, go. Call up Big Bear and Rat King. High quality force food that strengthens metal ability. Everyone will have a share. Force food can also fall from the sky? Baiju looked distrustful. Bamboo was too lazy to talk nonsense. Spread his wings. And the flames jumped. Squeak. It seems that it really fell from the sky. Baiju turned around and ran away. The members on the mountain. Except Bamboo. Big Head. Big Bear, and the 7 bamboo rat warriors are all strengthening their metal abilities. Bamboo took out a box and gave 20 each to Big Bear and Rat King at the level of Mountain Master, which is very helpful for their evolution and growth. Baiju and the other 6 bamboo rat warriors are all high-level warriors. Eating more is useless. Each of them is given one to try. If they work hard in the future, they will be given another one every month as a reward. Datu is still weak and has difficulty growing. Bamboo plans to leave a box for it to use when it is promoted to the Mountain Master in the future. There are 3 boxes left, which Bamboo will use to improve his strength. The cabinet is installed in the cave. The sword and backpack are hung on the wall as commemorative decorations. The dagger is exquisite and small. Bamboo activated the magical veins at the heart position to create an alloy scabbard and wore it on his left forelimb. When encountering dangerous battles, he can burst out the ability to manipulate metal. And with a sharp military dagger, he can be said to be indestructible. During the absence, everything on the mountain was running normally. The dry season passed smoothly, and various bamboo species were cultivated according to the plan. With Datu's care, the God-given seeds and life-giving seeds are growing well. The busiest season has passed, and the next time will slowly become leisurely. Bamboo rested in the territory for 3 days, and immediately set off and headed straight for Chijin County. Unexpectedly, he met the Chijin Cockroach King halfway. Bamboo, are you going to Chijin County? Yes. Bamboo asked, Chijin Cockroach King. Are you going to Liju Peak? Of course. I have something to ask you. Chijin Cockroach King hovered and landed in the jungle. Bamboo landed with him. Bamboo, you went to Dalmantis Kingdom? And you worked for them for a month? Yes. The situation of Dalmantis Kingdom is not as simple as a natural disaster. Right? Of course not. Bamboo carefully chose his words and said, to be precise. It should be said that Dalmantis Kingdom turned a disaster into a blessing, and a windfall fell from the sky. This wealth is equivalent to a large-scale raw stone vein, but it is a bit difficult to mine. Hee hee. Force crystal? Chijin County Lord asked, how much is it exactly? Do you know force crystal? Bamboo said, the Dalmantis Kingdom also named the crystal containing the majestic force crystal. It can't be such a coincidence. Right? The Red Bladdish King said, this name was passed down from the Dalmantis Kingdom. At the longevity banquet, they said a lot of strange things and exchanged 25 force crystals for a longevity peach. The Red Bladdish King asked, you should have seen the force crystal. Right? Such a small one contains the force equivalent to 100,000 force crystals. It's incredible. Bamboo echoed, yes. I have seen it. It's amazing. The Red Bladdish King pondered. Bamboo thought for a moment and said, Red Bladdish King. The things that fell on the Dalmantis Kingdom were collected and controlled by the Dalmantis tribe. However, Many of them fell on the misty mountains. I have seen the fantasy color barrier with my own eyes. I cannot use my mental power and my vision is blocked. Bamboo shook his tentacles and said, "We can't use this communication ability of the Blatches tribe." Red Blatches King said, "I heard about it in Chonshung County. You can use the spider silk of the fantasy color flame spider tribe to pull the spider silk in and then follow the spider silk out. Is this the only way?" Bamboo said, "Then wait for the caravan to arrive next year and buy more spider silk from them." The Red Blatten King said, "Bamboo, there are few warriors in Liju Peak. Don't move around anymore. I will organize a group of warriors next year. Set out along Jinjiang and go to Misty Mountains together." "Understood," Bamboo said. "The more warriors the better." The Red Blatten King gently tapped his antennae, shook his antennae, and said, "As far as I know, the wealth that falls from the sky is not so easy to get. They are all special metals, and the complete box cannot be opened at all. The Blatten King who has mastered the metal ability can open it, but the cost is too high. You guys just go there and join in the fun. Don't hold too high hopes." "Understood." "Understood." Bamboo accepted the teachings humbly. Shijian Cockroach King said, "That's it. There's nothing else to do. I don't need to go to Liju Peak. And you don't need to go to Qijing County. It's almost autumn harvest season. Stay in the territory honestly, and don't leave easily." "Understood," Bamboo promised. Parted halfway, Bamboo returned to Liju Peak. The worm was on the mountain, but his heart had already drifted to the Misty Mountains. Treasure hunting is a must, but using spider silk to go in and out is too troublesome and inefficient. After thinking about it, I can only think of a rustic method: activate the metal ability and make a compass. According to the test, this world has a geomagnetic field, but I don't know if it is feasible in the fantasy maze. The possibility of getting rich overnight by searching for treasure by yourself is too low. Bamboo thought of another way to make money: opening boxes. Not only the Dalmantis Kingdom, but other kingdoms have also picked up things, including many intact boxes. If you have a hand in opening boxes, help unpack, charge labor fee. If 300 magical veins in the heart can be lit up, the explosive magical power will definitely be enough to force the crystal storage box open. The problem is that the investment cost is too high, up to 6 million raw stones, and there is no 100% guarantee that it will be activated after lighting up 300 magical veins. Previously, 6.5 were lit up, and the metal ability was used intermittently. Now 1.5 are extinguished, leaving only 5 still lit. Bamboo defined this performance as magic veins not activated and in a dead state. If activated, the magical veins should be able to absorb natural force to replenish themselves after consuming the force. Chapter 275 Deputy Captain 5th Update. There are now as many as 4 mountain masters in Taidao Mountain Range. In the autumn harvest season, the master of Taidao Mountain sent the cliff cypress to help guard against accidents. All kinds of bamboo rice and bamboo fruits were harvested smoothly. The third autumn harvest celebration dinner of Liju Peak was held smoothly. Then the purple gold bamboo rice matured. After the autumn harvest, it was the quiet winter. Yucha and the 7 bamboo rat warriors entered the jungle to look for the seeds given by God. Hongdao, Duju, and Hongli grew stronger and also formed a team to enter the jungle to try their luck. Bamboo stayed in the territory, burning brain cells desperately and deducing the practice method. Bamboo. Baizu held a piece of bamboo, chewing it while walking, and walked up the mountain slowly. Bamboo was speechless and asked angrily, "What's wrong with you? What did you eat?" "I probably want to be promoted to the master of the mountain." Baizu asked pitifully, "Bamboo, can you give me a golden force food? I need the force." "Master of the mountain." Bamboo stood up from the ground, walked forward, and unfolded his mental power to check carefully. "It really is. Where are the Rat King and the others?" "The Rat King and the others are looking for the seeds of God. They asked me to come back by myself." Bamboo was silent for 2 seconds, turned and walked into the cave, took a force food from the metal box, handed it to Baizu, and said, "Eat it, and then go to sleep. I'll let the big bear help you watch it later." "Oh!" Baizu took the thing, swallowed it in one gulp, and walked down the mountain while holding the bamboo and chewing it. In the past 2 years, Baizu has evolved and grown at an extraordinary speed, and soon surpassed Maju and other 5 bamboo rat warriors, and is about to catch up with the Rat King. Not only did the strength surge, But also an additional metal ability was awakened, which broke the original balance of the bamboo rat team. The Rat King and his friends used to bully Baizu. But now they have become repulsive and alienated. It's time to resolve the internal conflicts of the bamboo rat warriors. It's not a good thing to keep fighting in the nest. Bamboo thought about it, went down the mountain, and told the big bear a few words, and arranged for it to protect Baiju's growth and evolution. Go back to the mountain and continue to deduce the practice method. With the help of the super storage capacity of the dominant metal core, the deduction of the practice method has made some progress, and it is estimated that it will be done in 2 or 3 years. But it is limited to the practice method. Before finding a special force food that strengthens brain nerve cells, it is impossible to deduce a genetic martial art that is thousands of times more complex. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Bamboo! Baizu jumped up the mountain. Bamboo! Look! I've been promoted to the mountain master. So fast! Bamboo was a little surprised, but soon calmed down and called out, Baizu! Come here! Without Bamboo's call, Baizu ran to him quickly, touched the mutated silver-white hair on his forehead with his front paws, suppressed his mental power, and said mysteriously, Bamboo! Look! They are alive. Bamboo carefully checked that the silver-white hair on Baiju's forehead had formed a force pattern, with bright color, and had the function of quickly absorbing natural force to replenish the consumption of metal ability. It can indeed be described as alive. Bamboo! I have awakened a new ability. Bamboo didn't let Baizu show off his metal ability. Baizu couldn't help it, so he came to Bamboo to show off. As soon as the thought came to his mind, his hair stood up. A strand of silver-white hair suddenly broke off from his forehead, flashing with silver light, and stuck on the stone wall next to the cave. Bamboo! Awesome! Right? Baizu was proud, trotting forward, picking the fluff out of the stone wall, stuffing it into his mouth, and explained, eat it. It will grow back. A total of 300 hairs. Not one more. Not one less. Awesome. Baizu! Now you have the ability to fight. Bamboo praised, saying, in the future, you will go to Shannon, live with Daxiong, and join the Lizyufeng combat system. Lizyufeng will set up a combat team. Daxiong will be the captain, and you will be the deputy captain. Captain? Deputy captain? Baidu was puzzled for a moment, and roughly understood what Bamboo meant, and asked, will your salary increase? Not for the time being. Bamboo said, in the future, when I have more raw stones, I will give you a salary increase. In the future. Baizu rolled his eyes and asked, Bamboo, who else is in the combat team? Bamboo said, no. There are only you and Daxiong at the moment. Baizu scratched his head, feeling that he might have been deceived. Where are the Rat King and his friends? They are an exploration team, still living in the north of the mountain. Baizu was sure that he had been deceived. His eyes rolled around, and he tilted his head and said in embarrassment, if I want to bully Ma Zhu and his friends in the future, won't I have to run from the south to the north of the mountain? It's so troublesome. Bamboo knew that this guy would definitely come back to retaliate against Ma Zhu and his friends, who always bullied him. He swung his tentacles and hit Baiju's head hard, sternly warning him, don't use your metal abilities recklessly, or I'll kick you out of Liju Peak. Oh, I won't. Baizu stretched out his claws and said, Bamboo, give me another one of those golden force foods? Bamboo said indifferently, no more. Get lost. Baizu had been trained to be shameless since childhood. He touched the silver-white hair on his forehead and begged, Bamboo, I feel that golden force food can promote their growth, and my metal ability can be even stronger. Bamboo asked, are you sure? Baizu said affirmatively, I have tried it several times, and purple bamboo rice can also work, but the effect is far less than that. A golden force food. You are a little genius. Bamboo went into the cave, counted out 100 purple bamboo rice, gave them to Baizu, and said, there are only so many golden force foods. I will keep them for great use. Use purple bamboo rice instead. Baizu gave Bamboo an important inspiration. What if we use force food that strengthens metal ability to light up the magical veins at the heart? Bamboo had never thought about it before. For a very simple reason, force food is precious, and it is not enough for evolution and growth. So he instinctively didn't think about it. The quality of D391 force food is super high, and the biggest benefit of high-quality force food is to accelerate growth. Bamboo has eaten one box intermittently during this period, and feels that his strength has been significantly improved. There are still 2 boxes left. If he mixes other force food and eats it slowly, he can almost be promoted to L3 Mountain Master. Isn't it a waste to use this thing for experiments? I got it by fraud anyway. Why not try a few? Bamboo didn't hesitate too much. Took out a metal box from the cupboard. Opened it. And ate one. The force food enters the stomach, turns into pure force, and mixes into the blood. As the blood circulates, it quickly reaches the upper heart position. The mind controls and forcibly injects the force into the heart's magical veins. A magical vein in the lighted state absorbs this high-quality force. It seems not enough. Another one. The force is injected into the heart and absorbed by the magical vein again. There is an obvious reaction, but it is not yet triggered. Swallow the third, the fourth. After consuming AD391 force foods in one breath, this magical vein finally reaches saturation. Bamboo waved his tentacles. First happy, then a toothache, after absorbing the high-quality force that strengthens the metal ability. The magical vein is no longer as dead as before, and has the kind of alive sign, which is exactly the change that Bamboo expects. The toothache is that it takes 20,000 raw stones to light up a magical vein, and 8 high-quality force foods are needed to activate it, which is too expensive. Activate the power of this activated magical vein and continue to observe. Unfortunately, it is still unable to absorb natural force to replenish consumption. The number of activated magical veins is too small, and it has not yet formed a force operation system. Bamboo replaced the force food with purple bamboo rice and tried again. Purple bamboo rice also has an effect, but due to its low quality, the effect is minimal. After swallowing 3,000 pieces in succession, the second magical vein in the lit state was activated. Bamboo replaced the force food with iron locust fruit and continued to try. Consume 500 iron locust fruits to activate the third magical vein in the lit state. The experiment is completed. Cost effective. D391 force food value. Practical value. 1,200 raw stones. Purple bamboo rice is worth 3,000 raw stones. An iron locust fruit costs 2,500, 000 raw stones. The higher the quality of the force food, the better the activation effect, and the more money you save. Bamboo made up his mind, and used 16 more of D391's original food to activate the remaining 2 magical veins that were in a lit state. Still no use. Not enough. He got angry again, and called Data to go down the mountain with a force crystal. Chapter 276, Magical Power Pattern Grouping. Bamboo. We only have 2 force crystals left. Data was heartbroken. Bamboo. I'm so tired. Can I take a break for 2 days? The Bloodthorn Tree Spirit was about to cry. Okay. Take a break for 2 days. And we'll do it again. Bamboo saw that the Bloodthorn Tree Spirit was too weak, so he allowed it to take a break. He said to Datu again, Datu, don't worry. Use up the force crystals now, and we can make more later. How to make money? Data muttered. I'm sure I have a way. Bamboo was full of confidence. He was also very tired these days, so he went back to the mountain to rest. Bamboo lit up and activated 15 magical power patterns at all costs, and was surprised to find that these 15 patterns could form a simple force operation system. Release the metal ability, and consume the force stored in the magical power patterns. These 15 magical power patterns immediately started to operate again, absorbing natural force and automatically recovering the consumption. Normal. Live. The magical vein should be like this. The problems came one after another. 15 magical veins can only form a simplest force operation system, and the rate of absorbing natural force is too slow. Bamboo made up his mind. Consumed 3 force crystals, and then lit up 15 magical veins, and used up 120 D391 force foods in one go to activate it. The effect is remarkable. With 30 magical veins running together, the recovery rate is improved, but it is not ideal. Bamboo named every 15 magical veins that form an operation system as a group. There is an unexpected surprise. The number of groups of magical veins that are lit and activated increases, and the metal ability is enhanced accordingly. Now, Bamboo's idea is very simple. Light up as many magical veins as possible to increase the rate of absorbing natural force and improve metal ability at the same time. After all, it is a magical skill of the Master Realm. If a certain number is reached, it will definitely not be a problem to open the box. After resting for 2 days on the mountain, seeing that the Bloodthorn Tree Spirit has almost recovered, he immediately called Datu and took the force crystal down the mountain. Continue to light up. 2 force crystals can only light up 10 magical veins. There are still 5 left. The ordinary raw stones stored on the mountain are not enough to light up, so they can only be put aside temporarily. Winter is gone and spring is here. The Rat King and Red Rice have returned. Good luck does not always come to Liju Peak. This is the 3rd winter to go out to look for the seeds given by God, and nothing has been found. Spring plowing has begun, and everyone is honestly farming. The mud bamboo that Bamboo bred last year was sown, and the situation was similar to the green bamboo. The seeds fell to the ground, took root and sprouted, and grew rapidly. With sufficient raw stones, they were fully grown in just 3 months. 584 bamboo poles. Breath judgment. Strengthening earth and stone ability. Top quality. If it condenses bamboo fruit, the income is probably similar to that of green bamboo, with a net income of 29,200 raw stones per year. If it condenses bamboo rice, like rain bamboo, the net income per year will definitely be even lower. At the same time, the God-given seed bred by Pyracantha was also sown and named steel bamboo, which is similar to mud bamboo. The only advantage is that it strengthens metal ability, can be produced and sold by itself, and can purchase less from the caravan every year, thus saving a sum of money. This is the 4th and 5th bamboo God-given seeds of Liju Peak, and the strengthening effect is still mediocre. Not only bamboo, but other members on the mountain are no longer looking forward to it as usual. The God-given seed that bamboo is currently nurturing has a special aura, so we can still have some expectations. Lack of money. Urgent need. All the dreams of getting rich are pinned on the Misty Mountains. In early March, the treasure hunting team organized by the Red Blatant King arrived at Liju Peak. Bamboo was a little disappointed when he saw it. Led by Princess Day, there were only 20 warriors, among whom there were 15 senior warriors. What can the senior warriors do? Visit and tour? Bamboo pulled Princess Day and the yellow-textured mountain lord aside and asked, Princess Day, the Red Blatant King doesn't pay enough attention to the Misty Mountains. Why are there so few warriors? Why are they all senior warriors? Princess Day said, the Misty Mountains are too dangerous. These senior warriors are old and have no possibility of continuing to grow. The Red Blatant King means to let them enter the Misty Mountains to search. The yellow-textured mountain lord said, Bamboo. The Red Blatant King said, Princess Day here just to get materials. You will definitely go. Let it watch you. And don't let you take risks in the Misty Mountains. Bamboo suddenly felt a toothache, and said with difficulty, I have seen it, and it is not as dangerous as the legend says. Princess Day said, No, if there is danger. Count. How many God-given seeds do you have now? The annual income exceeds that of Princess Chi. Why take risks for a little wealth that is not guaranteed at all? Bamboo thought about it and said, Okay. Listen to you. I won't take risks. Princess Day and the Lord of Huangwen Mountain finally gave in. Princess Day continued, When I came here, I had already told the Lord of Tie-Down Mountain that they would send a mountain master to help guard Liju Peak during your absence. That would be the best. That's what I mean. Bamboo greeted, Princess Day. Please rest in the mountains for a day or two. That night, the 3 caravans of Xianghuan, Chonlu, and Yuju arrived as scheduled. Princess Day and the owner of Huangwen Mountain helped carry the goods and went down the mountain to greet them. Qijin County. Princess Day? Bamboo Mountain Master. Are you going to the Misty Mountains? Princess Xianghuan understood what was going on at a glance. Chonlu shouted directly, Xuemai. Quickly take down the spider silk we prepared and give it to Bamboo Mountain Master. Bamboo didn't have time to speak. The 3 caravans each delivered a spider silk bag. Opening it to check, there were rolls of spider silk wrapped around wooden rollers. Princess Xianghuan. Master Chonlu. Master Yuju. You are well prepared. Bamboo sighed and asked curiously, You got the news a long time ago and started preparing in advance? The speed of news spreading must be faster than the speed of our wandering merchants. Princess Xianghuan explained, Last summer, we received the news in the western regions. We guessed that there would be such a thing, and we started preparing spider silk at that time. Master Chonlu said, I heard that in our Wanzu continent, the kingdom of Daotang was the worst hit, and the harvest was the richest? Indeed. Bamboo said, I saw it with my own eyes. The earth and forests were smashed into pieces, and various fragments piled up into mountains. One mountain after another, stretching endlessly. So many. The kingdom of Daotang really made a fortune. Yuju sighed, I heard that there were more on the Wanba continent. And even several ant kings were directly destroyed because too many life seeds were smashed to death. Destroy the country? Bamboo asked. Is it mainly concentrated near the Misty Mountains? Yuju said, almost. Most of the fragments are concentrated there. It is said that more have fallen into the Misty Mountains. Xianghuan County Lord suddenly thought of something and asked, Bamboo Mountain Lord, you are not going to take risks in the Misty Mountains? How could it be? Bamboo said, I'll go over and take a look. I have so many God-given seeds. How can I take such a risk? Xianghuan County Lord Chonlu and Yuju were relieved after hearing this. Bamboo said, Yuju, as usual, let's start trading. Selling goods? No change. The transaction amount is also fixed. Total income 282,000 raw stones. As usual, spend 160,000 raw stones to purchase a batch of goods for all members on the mountain. This year's surplus is 122,000 raw stones. Due to the consumption of new God-given seeds, the raw stones reserved in the past 2 years currently have more than 70,000 left. After all the calculations, it is more than enough. Bamboo took out 100,000 and lit up 5 magical veins. When purchasing force food, we focus on high-quality force food that strengthens metal ability. Now it comes in handy to activate 5 magical veins. In this way, the number of magical veins activated at the heart position has reached 3 groups. 45. There are about 93,000 raw stones left. Bamboo considered that other tribal warriors might pick up good things during the treasure hunt. So he took 50,000 as a backup. Just in case he could pick up a leak. All kinds of preparations have been completed. And after a simple arrangement, they set off directly. Except for Princess Day. For Mountain Master level warriors such as Huangwen took turns to carry Baizhu to fly on the road. Set off along the Jinjiang River and fly along the Jinjiang River. Going north, Bamboo began to fly low over the river. Chapter 277 Orchid Mountain Grocery Market. Stop! Bamboo suddenly shouted, It's here! Stop! The team stopped. Day County Lord asked, Bamboo, what are you doing flying all the way here? There are treasures in it. Bamboo shook his tentacles, pointed at the river surface, and said, It's over there. In the middle of the river. Baiyu, it's your turn. Okay. Baizu jumped off the back of the yellow-striped mountain lord. Bamboo opened the spider silk bag he was carrying. And inside was a spider silk rope made of 5 spider silks. It was still very thin, but it had a strong load-bearing capacity and could definitely lift a heavy object. Baizu tied the rope around his waist neatly, ran to Jinjiang, and swam towards the center. The Red Bladdish tribe awakened the ability of fire, liked the heat, and was not afraid of the cold, but was somewhat afraid of water. To be precise, they could not swim or dive, and would instinctively feel particularly uncomfortable after falling into the water. Bamboo rats are not good at water, but they are not against it. Bamboo started training Baizu in winter, and taught him to swim and dive. As the deputy captain of the Lizufeng combat team, he should master some special skills. Otherwise, how can he get a salary increase? Bamboo was dragging a metal roller. The roller kept rolling and releasing the line. Baizu was now at the level of a mountain master. He swam quickly to Jinjiang River, and soon reached the center of Jinjiang River, and sank to the bottom of the river. Bamboo saw that the wheel was no longer rolling. So he began to stir, reel in the line, and straighten the spider silk. After a while, the spider silk began to shake regularly. This was because Baizu found something. Because it was a heavy metal product. He could not float to the surface with the thing, so he needed to drag it back. Bamboo began to stir the rollers and recycle the spider silk. Soon, Baizu, who was carrying a neutron gun in each claw, was dragged to the shore. Bamboo, is this the thing? Baizu asked. Bamboo said, Yes. Bring it here. I'll check it. Baizu ran forward and handed the 2 neutron guns to Bamboo. Space turbulence is also accompanied by high-frequency strong electromagnetic wave shocks. Most electronic equipment will break down, and the fingerprint lock of guns is no exception. The appearance of the 2 guns picked up by Baizu is intact. But unfortunately the spring is not closed and cannot be used. None of them works. Bamboo said, It's still like this. The style is complete. Keep looking. Okay. There were 20 Red Bladdish tribe warriors staring at him around. And Baizu didn't dare to make a mistake. He ran directly to Jinjiang and swam to the center of the river. The Dao Mantis tribe listened to Bamboo's advice and gathered all the things that carried evil power, and suspected of carrying evil power, and sank them into the Jinjiang River. Bamboo participated in the cleanup and knew the situation. There were a lot of messy things. But there were a lot of well-preserved neutron guns. There were only 2 neutron guns that could be used. So just find one. The guns and bullets were separated. And there were even fewer magazines. There was only one that still had energy. Bamboo had already used his metal ability to make a model, and clearly told Baizhu what he needed to find. Soon, Baizhu went ashore for the second time. This time he went ashore with a gun and a magazine. Baizhu asked, Bamboo, are these 2 things what you are looking for? Bamboo replied, yes. That's right. Baizhu immediately handed them over to Bamboo for inspection. The spring of the gun is not closed. And the magazine has no energy. They are all useless and are waste. Bamboo said, keep looking. Okay. Baizhu turned and ran towards Jinjiang. Princess Day had been watching, and seemed to understand a little. She waved her tentacles and ordered, Huangwen, take everyone to look nearby and hunt some food back. Okay. Huangwen understood what Princess Day meant, waved her tentacles, and called other warriors to leave. No other warriors listened. Princess Day then asked, Bamboo, what is the use of what you are looking for? Bamboo said, this is an attack weapon. I guess it can open the box. Attack weapon? Can open the box. Princess Day was even more confused. Bamboo said, these are all waste discarded by the Golden Mantis tribe, which they believe have evil power. I participated in the investigation at that time, and I tried that kind of weapon myself. Through the metal ability, I roughly figured out its operating principle and attack power. Princess Day was even more confused. Bamboo said, this thing is indeed evil. I plan to fight evil with evil. Ahem. Princess Day, don't spread this. Princess Day hesitated for a moment and said, I will tell them not to talk nonsense. Princess Day's prestige in Xijing County is second only to the Red Blatodia King and the Fire Lotus Queen Bee. No soldier dares to oppose what it says. Baizhu continued to search, going back and forth dozens of times, and finally found the magazine with residual energy, swimming and diving continuously, seriously consuming physical strength, resting for a night, continuing to search the next day. It took a whole day to finally find a usable neutron gun. Bamboo asked the soldiers who were traveling with him to sink the garbage they had picked up in the past 2 days back into the river, packed up their things, and left in a hurry. After flying for more than 20 days, they finally arrived at the Orchid Mountains. At this time, the Orchid Mountains had undergone earth-shaking changes. Last time, tens of thousands of warriors from the Dalmantis tribe were on guard, as if they were facing a great enemy, and each of them was a warrior. This time, they all changed and became small vendors. The plain on the east side of the Orchid Mountains was cleared and turned into a super large grocery market. The warriors of the Dalmantis tribe, in groups of 3 or 2, guarded a small pile of goods, and shouted from time to time to attract customers to come. There were indeed many insect warriors from all directions, in groups, carrying spider silk bags full of raw stones, wandering around in the market, picking and choosing. It was really a rare trading event. Princess Day asked, Bamboo, this place is not far from the Misty Mountains. Since we are already there, why not take a rest first, go shopping, and buy some rare goods to take back? The Red Cockroach King had seen the various rare goods given to the Changsheng Cockroach King by the Dalmantis tribe in Changsheng County, and also knew about the private lockers. He was very jealous. Before leaving, he took out 10,000 raw stones and gave them to Princess Day, asking her to help buy some back. Bamboo estimated that the Red Cockroach King wanted a private locker the most. Putting one in the cave would not only be practical, but also very classy. In the team, except for the yellow-striped Mountain Master, the other 3 Mountain Masters all had God-given seeds and were rich people. They each carried a spider silk bag and brought raw stones here, and they were also preparing to buy some rare things to take back. If they were practical, it would be the best. If they were not practical, it would also be good to decorate the living cave. Princess Day, the things sold at the foot of the mountain are all rubbish. Let's go over there. Bamboo waved his tentacles and flew to the place where the soldiers in the lobby were most strictly guarded. The Dalmantis tribe mastered the ability of earth and stone. On the flat ground, the earth and stone bulged, forming a row of simple closed houses with round arched roofs. There were a total of 8 houses, guarded by hundreds of Dalmantis warriors. There were more Dalmantis warriors in groups of 3 or 2 nearby, walking around and patrolling. As soon as he landed, several powerful mental powers hidden deep inside immediately swept over. From the battle, it was clear that this was a place to trade valuable goods. The things for sale seemed too expensive, so there were few customers. Master Bamboo. As soon as he landed, Dalmantis happened to recognize Bamboo and summoned mental power to greet him. Master Bamboo? Another mental power was summoned. Princess Juniper emerged from a house, locked onto Bamboo, and ran forward quickly. Master Bamboo. Princess Juniper said with emotion, "You have many seeds bestowed by God, and you are considered a wealthy insect." Last year, Princess Juniper was more enthusiastic than last time, and shook her antennae again, saying, "I really troubled you to help investigate the evil forces last year." "No trouble, Princess Juniper. You are too polite." Bamboo pondered and soon realized that the caravans of the Illusion Flame Spider tribe had exchanges with each other, and they must have leaked their information. The kingdom of Blade Mantis now has a large number of high-end goods that are eager to be sold, and they must have asked the caravans about the wealthy ethnic warriors in several neighboring kingdoms. This is a face-to-face sales promotion. Master Bamboo. This is... Princess Juniper looked at Princess Day. Bamboo introduced Qijin County. Princess Day. Princess Day. Hello. Hello. Princess Juniper greeted warmly and asked, "Qijin County. Didn't the Qijin Cockroach King come?" Princess Day said, "The Qijin Cockroach King is busy and can't get away. He will come here in person when he is free." "Welcome. Welcome. It is an honor for our Dalmantis kingdom that the Cockroach King is willing to participate in the trade fair." Princess Juniper is quick-witted and good at communication. She greeted the other 4 Mountain Master level warriors of the Chi Cockroach tribe team and finally introduced, "The goods sold outside are ordinary goods, but they are very novel, and the price is still very cheap. You can go shopping when you have time. The goods sold here are precious goods." Master Bamboo. Princess Day. You will definitely not want to miss it. Right? Of course. Bamboo asked, "What goods? The kind of cabinets that can be opened and closed?" "Sorry, Master Bamboo. That kind of cabinet is too popular and sold out early." Princess Juniper said, "The goods sold inside are more valuable and practical. Force food. The super high quality you can never imagine. Perhaps it should be called Divine Product." Chapter 278 IQ Recharge. B001. Bamboo. Day Princess and 4 Mountain Master level warriors, including Huangwen Mountain Master, followed Princess Yuanbai into a house. Square metal boxes were neatly stacked against the walls on both sides. A wide passage was left in the middle to ensure that customers could pass through freely. Princess Yuanbai picked out a box and opened it familiarly. The box contained 64 red force foods with a diameter of 1 centimeter, each with a row of small black characters on it. God-level quality. Bamboo Mountain Master. Please taste it. Princess Yuanbai carefully took out one and handed it to Bamboo. The thing was precious, so she could only invite Bamboo, the richest little local tyrant in the Red Blatten tribe, to taste it for free. "Thank you." Bamboo took it, scanned it with his mental power, and checked the details. The number is DG204-1301. D represents the overall grade of D. G204 represents the detailed number of a force food that enhances the flame ability. The suffix 1301 is the specific number of this force food. "It looks good," Bamboo said, swallowed it directly, smacked his lips, and was silent for a few minutes. He moved his tentacles and commented, "It tastes good, and the quality is really high. How much do you sell it for?" "Are you not surprised at all?" Princess Juniper was puzzled by Bamboo's reaction and replied, "We sell it to the caravan at a price of 200 raw stones per piece, and also sell it to the insect warriors of neighboring countries at the same price." "How about it?" Bamboo commented, "Fair price." Princess Juniper asked, "Master Bamboo, can you give me a box?" Bamboo shook his antennae and asked, "Princess Day, do you want to buy some to take back?" Princess Day was tempted to buy some, and asked a little embarrassedly, "Princess Juniperis, are you selling them individually? Can I buy 30? Princess Juniperis said, "Of course. The price of one piece is 200 raw stones, which is too expensive." The other 3 mountain masters also only bought a little and planned to take it back to try. After a round of transactions, only 60 pieces were sold in total, and Bamboo ate 1 piece for nothing. Princess Juniper approached Bamboo again and asked, Master Bamboo. Would you like some? Bamboo asked. Master Juniper. Can I pick some myself? Of course, Princess Juniper said. Please. Bamboo expanded his mental power and checked the numbers of each box one by one. He found that all the items in this room were fortified with fire abilities. He shook his tentacles and asked, Princess Juniper, are there any in other rooms? Of course. Princess Juniper suddenly realized and asked, Master Bamboo, do you need to strengthen your metal abilities? Or do you need to strengthen your physique? Bamboo said, let's take a look at the force food that strengthens your physique first. Master Bamboo, please follow me. Princess Juniper led Bamboo to another room. Bamboo was not polite. He expanded his mental power and checked the box numbers one by one. SB001202. The overall rating of preciousness is S level. B stands for strengthening physique. 001 is the specific effect number, which is considered by humans to be the best brain nerve strengthening effect. Strengthen the brain, enhance thinking ability and information storage ability, and improve IQ. Bamboo remembered that the 1407 transport spacecraft carried a batch of this type of force food. He came to take a look with the intention of giving it a try. And the Dow Mantis tribe actually picked it up. Bamboo remained calm and pointed to a box with the number AB284-207 and asked, Princess Juniper, what does this strengthen? Princess Juniper immediately took the box, opened it, and introduced, strengthen strength. However, this time, he wisely did not let Bamboo taste it for free, but pointed to the number on the box and introduced, Master Bamboo. Look carefully at the marks on the box. They have a certain pattern, representing the quality. The quality of this box of goods is higher than what you have tasted before. The price will naturally increase a bit, and the price of a single stone is 1,000 raw stones. Master Bamboo, would you like some? Bamboo said with difficulty, so expensive, too expensive. Right. Princess Juniper said, Master Bamboo, I heard that your territory earns more than 300,000 raw stones every year. This is not expensive for you. Right? More than 300,000. It has increased, and now the annual income is about 400,000. Bamboo corrected, and then said, but this thing is still too expensive. Princess Yuanbai packed up her things, rearranged them, and said patiently, Master Bamboo, then you can buy something of slightly inferior quality. Anyway, they are all divine products, and they are actually similar. They are all good things that can accelerate growth. Poor quality. I always pursue high quality. Bamboo was embarrassed and asked, is there anything that is of high quality and cheap? How can there be such a cheap thing? Princess Yuanbai re-examined the goods in the warehouse, thought for a while, walked forward, took out a box, put it in front of Bamboo, and said, this is of high quality and cheap. It is specially used to strengthen the brain. After eating it, the memory is significantly improved, and thinking about problems and thinking will become clearer. In short, its effect is to make insects smarter. After saying that, he opened the box. The internal structure of the box is different. It is divided into 3 layers. Each layer only holds 3 spherical force foods with a diameter of about 3 centimeters in a triangular arrangement. One of the grids is empty, probably tasted by the Mantis tribe. I am already very smart, and there is nothing that requires brains in normal times. This effect is not worth much in itself. Right? Bamboo asked, what's the price? The strengthening effect is a bit unconventional, but it is not completely useless. It is always good to be smarter. Princess Juniper said, the quality is very high, and the weight of each pellet is also sufficient. The selling price is set at 3,000 raw stones. Princess Juniper finally emphasized, Shanbu Mountain Master. All the goods here have been checked by the Fantasy Flame Spider Tribe Caravan, and several experienced Spider Kings have helped set the selling price. So the price of each item is very fair. Oh, then why don't the caravan buy? Bamboo asked knowingly. Princess Juniper said, the caravan bought some, but there are too many goods. They want to buy, but they don't have the financial resources. Bamboo asked, can't it be cheaper? I've spent too much this year, and I only brought 50,000 raw stones this time. The caravan's intelligence was correct. He is indeed a small rich man. Princess Juniper was tempted and asked, how many do you want? Bamboo asked tentatively, try one first to see the effect? Princess Juniper said indifferently, you can buy one first to try it. Then I might as well buy a box and taste it slowly. Stingy. Bamboo complained and asked, buying a whole box will always be cheaper. Right? How many boxes do you have? A whole box? Princess Juniper was a little unhappy, feeling that Bamboo was playing a trick on her. Who would spend a fortune to buy so many brain-strengthening force foods? Do insect warriors need to use their brains? Any smart insect wouldn't do that. Right? Princess Juniper was assigned to be in charge of the transaction for a reason. She was the one with the most business potential in the entire Mantis tribe. Be patient with customers. Princess Juniper warned herself silently, saying, of course it's cheaper if you buy the whole box. This box originally had 9. And there are 8 left. 20,000 raw stones. You take it. Bamboo asked, what else? There is another box there. Is it a whole box? Are there only 2 boxes? Princess Juniper said, there are only 3 boxes in total. The caravan bought 1 box. And there are only these 2 boxes left. Bamboo said, make it cheaper. 40,000 raw stones. I want them all. With so many things, it will take more than 1 or 2 years to sell them. Right? Next year, I will sell the force food produced in my territory, get the raw stones, and then come to you to purchase. Deal. Princess Juniper agreed immediately. Bamboo immediately shook his antennae and called the soldiers outside to bring in 4 packs of raw stones. On-site transaction. 17B001 force foods, with a comprehensive rating of S grade, were bought at a price of less than 3,000 raw stones per piece. This thing, in human society, is a strategic material for top scientists. A treasure. Ordinary warriors, no matter how many force crystals you spend, can't buy it. Walking out of the trading house, Bamboo suddenly felt a dreamy feeling. Master Bamboo. Princess Day. You came here mainly to enter the Misty Mountains to search for treasures. Right? The Lord of the Juniper Mountain became enthusiastic again. Princess Day said, of course. Princess Juniper asked, is the spider silk ready? Princess Day said, of course. Our Sword Mantis tribe has also prepared everything for you. There are earth and stone caves to shelter from the wind and rain. And every evening there will be Sword Mantis warriors to bring you sufficient force food. Princess Juniper encouraged her spiritual power and shouted, Lord of the Red Bean Mountain, come here. You take Princess Day and Lord Bamboo to the border of the Misty Mountains. Lord of the Red Bean Mountain? It's not such a coincidence. Right? Bamboo's tentacles twitched, and he turned his head to see a Sword Mantis warrior flapping his wings and rushing over. It was Lord of the Red Bean Mountain. Chapter 279. Entering the Misty Mountains for the first time. When the Lord of Red Bean Mountain saw Bamboo, he was also startled, and immediately calmed down. Bamboo was relieved. This guy didn't hand over the things in the cabinet to the tribe. They pretended not to know each other. And after a simple greeting, the Lord of Red Bean Mountain led the way, looking like an inexperienced, honest, and somewhat timid person. Seeing this, Princess Day didn't care so much and couldn't help but say, Bamboo, no matter how many raw stones you have, you shouldn't spend them so recklessly. You are already very smart. Why do you still buy that thing? 40,000 raw stones. What's the point of buying it? Bamboo said, the members on the mountain. Pyracantha is a little stupid, and Big Bear is too stupid. Give them to eat, so that they can become smarter. Princess Day said, then buying 2 is enough for you. Right? Bamboo said, the work of Cattail and Big Head is tedious and heavy. Commanding bee colonies and ant colonies. Consuming brain power. Give them brain supplements. Princess Day said, then just buy 4. Bamboo said, I can eat it myself. Princess Day said angrily, aren't you extremely smart? Only fools think they are smart enough. Bamboo said, smart bugs only think their brains are not enough. This is a bit confusing. Princess Day thought about it, and felt like she was scolded. She said unhappily, forget it. I don't care about you. When you arrive at the Misty Mountains, you are not allowed to act recklessly. Understand? Understood. Bamboo agreed readily. Landed in front of a round arched house built with earth and stone. There is another house, like this about 1 kilometer away. Looking into the distance, there is probably such a house every kilometer. And along the Misty Mountains, there is a long row of houses that are neatly arranged, with no end in sight. The Lord of Red Bean Mountain explained, this is the residence that our Dalmantis tribe has carefully prepared for you. We can also provide you with free food. However, this is after all within the territory of the Dalmantis Kingdom. It took a lot of effort to use the earth and stone capabilities to build the cave. Therefore, After discussion, the Mantis Kings of the Dao Mantis Kingdom decided to charge an appropriate fee. Charge. Princess Day was dissatisfied and asked, "How much do you want to charge?" 1 cave. 30 raw stones per day. The Lord of Red Bean Mountain said, "Don't think it's expensive. Once you enter the Misty Mountains and find treasures, the minimum value is in units of 10,000 raw stones. It is a sure win. The beasts in the Orchid Mountains are either frightened and fled, or hunted, and there is no food nearby." The Lord of Red Bean Mountain said, "Our Dao Mantis tribe has warriors who hunt in other mountains every day, and arrange warriors to be responsible for transportation." "Okay. I understand." Bamboo directly pulled the spider silk bag containing the raw stones, opened it, took out 9 raw stones, and said, 900 raw stones. 30 days. Right? Yes. Okay. Red Bean Mountain Master was already pulling a leather bag, and after checking, he put away the raw stones. Bamboo asked, "No other warriors have been to these places?" "Of course not." Red Bean Mountain Master said, "I specially picked the best place for you." "That's good." Bamboo waved his tentacles and said, "Everyone start preparing." After speaking, he waved his tentacles, signaling Red Bean Mountain Master to follow, intending to take it away to talk. Princess Day saw the trick and insisted on joining in the fun. "You are not the Lord of Jinlun Mountain? You are the Lord of Bamboo Mountain?" The Lord of Hongdo Mountain finally plucked up the courage to ask Bamboo for accountability in front of Princess Day. "Yes," Bamboo replied. The Lord of Hongdo Mountain asked, "You are not from the Dark Knight Golden Mantis tribe? You are from the Red Blatten tribe?" "That's right," Bamboo replied. "You lied to me." The Lord of Hongdo Mountain was angry. "I didn't lie to you." Bamboo said, "I opened the cabinets and boxes for you and took out the things. Is there a problem?" "Of course there is a problem. It's a 50-50 split. I got ripped off." Bamboo followed up with, "If I don't help you open it, only the Cockroach King or Princess of the Golden Mantis tribe knows how to open it. Right? Will they help you open it privately?" The Lord of Red Bean Mountain lost his temper and changed the subject, complaining, "All the caravans went to Yuanshan County. There is no caravan passing through my Red Bean Mountains. My things can't be sold." "Is that all? The things are still there?" Bamboo said straightforwardly. "That's great. You keep hiding it. Hide it well. Next year when I have raw stones, I will come to you. I want everything." Red Bean Mountain Lord asked, "Those boxes that hold force food are very valuable. Do you want them too?" Bamboo said, "I can consider it." Red Bean Mountain Lord said, "Bamboo Mountain Lord? Do you really have a God-given seed?" Bamboo said proudly, "Of course I do. More than one. The annual income of the territory exceeds 400,000 raw stones. In addition, I have a God-given seed that strengthens the ability of earth and stone, named Mud Bamboo. Just planted this year. There will be a harvest in autumn. I will bring you some bamboo fruits later. Let you taste them." "Good. Good. Good." The Lord of Red Bean Mountain looked at Bamboo with his eyes shining. He turned out to be a rich man. Princess Day listened and roughly understood what was going on. These two guys must have done something dirty together and talked about selling stolen goods. The elder should not interfere in the affairs of the young and juniors. And turned around and left silently. Seeing Princess Day leave, Bamboo lowered his mental power and asked, "Lord of Red Bean Mountain, do you have any boxes that you can't open?" "Yes." The Lord of Red Bean Mountain said, "Lord Bamboo, in fact, our Dao Mantis tribe started to take action 2 months ago and simply checked the Misty Mountains. The probability of finding treasures outside the mountains is already very low. If you want to find treasures, you must take greater risks to enter and climb the mountains." The Lord of Red Bean Mountain said again, "I also participated. There is a big box over there. The Cockroach King of the Golden Mantis tribe entered. I've seen it, but it can't be opened or moved. If you're interested, you can go in and try. A good start." "Where?" Bamboo's heart became eager when he heard it, and he said, "Let's go and take a look." Red Bean Mountain Lord did not move, but asked, "Bamboo Mountain Lord, if it is opened, how much can you give me?" Bamboo thought for a while and asked back, "It's too difficult and dangerous to open the box in the Misty Mountains, right?" "Yes." Red Bean Mountain Lord did not deny it. Bamboo said, "I will give you 1/10 of the benefits." Red Bean Mountain Lord said, "Too little." Bamboo said, "You only need to provide the location to get 1/10 of the benefits. But we have to risk our lives and put in a lot of effort. Also, think about it. That is something that even the Mantis King of the Golden Mantis tribe cannot open. If it works, you can find a way to get a few more boxes like this. And the income will be. Red Bean Mountain Lord also tilted his head and thought about it. And said yes. Open it first. When they returned, the Yellow Stripe Mountain Lord and the others had already arranged things properly. The 15 older senior warriors were divided into 5 groups and began to act. A spider silk wrapped around 2 wheels, and a warrior held a wheel and guarded outside. The 2 warriors were connected by spider silk. One of them held the other wheel and walked side by side into the fog. Because the line is long, the friction with the ground increases. So the spider silk of the wheel outside must be used first. And then the line of the wheel held by the warrior entering the fog must be used. Yellow Stripe Mountain Lord. Where is Bayou? Bamboo asked. Yellow Stripe Mountain Lord waved his tentacles and replied, it rushed to go in. Bamboo said, I have something for it to do. Drag it out. Immediately, a warrior quickly stirred the metal wheel. Soon, Baiju emerged from the illusion and looked at Bamboo blankly. Didn't you tell me to do various tests? I haven't started yet. Bamboo said little and called, Baiju, follow me. Let's go over there and take a look. Date Princess had already entered the rented cave to rest. She saw that Bamboo was going to let this bamboo rat warrior take risks. So she didn't care. Bamboo took the initiative to call the Yellow Striped Mountain Master to act together. Hongdo Mountain Master led the way and walked all the way to a location about 2 kilometers away. He pointed and said, here, keep going forward. The spider silk in our Dao Mantis Kingdom is not enough and not long enough. We only explore the edge. The distance to the cabinet is not far. Bamboo took out a rope, tied one end to Baiju's waist, and the other end to his front legs. Seeing this, the Yellow Striped Mountain Lord immediately panicked and shouted, Bamboo, you can't go in. There is a super large metal cabinet here. Too big to move and open. Bamboo lowered his mental power and said, I have awakened the metal ability. Go in and take a look. Maybe I can open it. If I gain something, I will give you 1/10. Hongdo Mountain Lord said, our Dao Mantis tribe has conducted large-scale exploration, and can be sure that there is no danger if the distance is not far. Huangwen Mountain Lord looked at Hongdo Mountain Lord, and wisely chose to remain silent. He picked up the metal roulette, and stayed outside. Baiju held a metal roulette, and followed Bamboo into the fantasy maze. In the mist, it is impossible to use mental power to communicate. Baiju and Bamboo walked side by side. After walking a distance, they made a squeaking sound. Grinding teeth attracted Bamboo's attention, pointed to his head, and then pointed to the compass embedded in the center of the metal roulette. Bamboo also took the dagger with the compass and looked at it carefully. The illusion barrier targets light waves, electromagnetic waves and mental power, but does not affect the geomagnetic field. The compass can be used. Bamboo tapped Baiju's head with his tentacles, signaling it to stop messing around and continue moving forward. Chapter 280 Plant Gene Fluid. Carefully walking into the depths of the colorful maze, the concentration of the colorful fog increased sharply, and the visibility was reduced to less than 2 meters. The mental power was completely suppressed, and once it left the body, it was immediately dissolved. The sound waves propagating in the colorful fog would be greatly weakened. However, there were solid gray-brown rocks under my feet. The rocks could transmit vibrations relatively well. There were colorful halos flowing in all directions and in the sky, and I felt a little dizzy. I walked about 700 to 800 meters in a daze. Squeak! Squeak! Baiju gnashed his teeth, transmitted information, and pulled the tied spider silk at the same time. This meant that there was an important discovery. Bamboo immediately approached along the spider silk. In a large crater, a green metal cabinet was lying diagonally. Baiju was lying on the cabinet, curiously checking it out. The cabinet was too big, and the edge could not be seen at a glance. Bamboo waved his antennae, signaling Baiju to move aside, moved his body, and spread his wings to measure. It felt like a blind man touching an elephant. Roughly speaking, it was about 3 meters high, 9 meters long, and 1 meter thick. It was a very long cabinet with a relatively complete alloy partition. It was divided into small cabinets with a height of 30 centimeters and a length of 40 centimeters. There were 8 rows from top to bottom, 10 compartments in each row, and a total of 80 compartments. It was a single door, and there was no electronic equipment used either. It used a purely mechanical lock. Check the cabinet door number, CPXB231-2101. C represents the preciousness rating. PX stands for Force Plant Extract Gene Liquid, referred to as Plant Gene Liquid. B231 represents the corresponding plant type as the Basic Physical Enhancement type, and more specifically, it corresponds to a branch type in the Agility, Speed, Enhancement type. 2101 represents the detailed number of this cargo. The source of the plant gene fluid is the force plants, God-given seeds, captured in the war of landing on the survival planet. Intelligent races often provide for force plants, especially those with high-end technology. They know how to use technology to help force plants grow and evolve again and again, transcend the force life level, and reach the cosmic life level. In the war, whenever a survival planet is successfully captured, several cosmic level force plants with tree spirits are usually captured. After the birth of spiritual intelligence, most tree spirits are unwilling to surrender, so they will be cut down and killed by humans, and the tree body will be used as material to extract the corresponding gene fluid. Plant gene fluid is very beneficial to the same type of force plants. It can improve genes, increase the success rate of evolution, and also has a certain benefit of increasing growth rate. Bamboo fumbled and checked the numbers of the cabinet doors one by one. They were all CPXB231-210X. It should be extracted from a certain plant of super large star level force plant. The same model is rated as sea-level preciousness. Will this thing be useful to me? I don't have the God-given seeds that can enhance my speed now. The God-given seeds of that wild thuja tree. Give it to it? Bamboo thought. And with a delight in his heart, he placed his tentacles on the lock and scanned it continuously. The high temperature caused by the friction with the air during the fall burned the lubricating oil that filled the gap of the mechanical lock to isolate the spiritual power. But the pervasive colorful mist filled it in again. The divine power was isolated and could not detect the internal situation of the mechanical lock, so it was naturally impossible to crack the password. Such a big thing must weigh dozens of tons, and it is impossible to move it out. Bamboo lowered his head to think, and immediately came up with an idea. He untied the spider silk tied to his legs, waved his tentacles, signaled Baizu to stay away, and burned with flames all over his body, burning the surrounding colorful mist. Then, he aimed at a lock and spit out another flame. The pulse wings continued to release flames, and the tentacles also ignited a ball of flames, which were quickly placed on the lock for inspection. It worked. High-temperature flames can really effectively restrain this colorful mist. Bamboo's two forelimbs quickly turned the lock, and at the same time used mental power to detect the internal mechanical structure of the lock. A series of operations at extreme speed. With a clang, the cabinet door opened. The cabinet was filled with a thick layer of shock-absorbing and constant temperature materials, and in the middle was a small cube metal box with a side length of only 20 centimeters. He hooked the handle with his toes, dragged it out, fumbled to find Baizu guarding the edge of the cabinet, tied the spider silk, waved his tentacles, and signaled that he could leave. Due to the repeated use of fire ability, he walked out of the illusionary maze, and the force pattern of the shell immediately lit up, quickly absorbing the natural force to replenish the consumption. Bamboo! The owner of the yellow-striped mountain exclaimed, looked at the box carried by Bamboo, and shouted in surprise, I picked up a treasure? The owner of the red bean mountain was surprised at first, then cautious, suppressed his mind, and said happily, Bamboo Mountain Master, you can really open the box. Yes. Bamboo said a little tiredly, it's very strenuous. As he said, he began to fiddle with the box, pressed all 4 buttons, and with a click, the lid of the box popped open. When the lid was opened, there was only a lonely round ball inside, with a diameter of 5 centimeters, black, frosted, and metallic texture. Flipping through it, there is a row of detailed character numbers on it. Take it out and weigh it. It is unusually heavy, at least 3 kilograms. The yellow-striped mountain lord and the red bean mountain lord are constantly using their mental power to scan it. The yellow-striped mountain lord asked strangely, isn't it edible? The red bean mountain lord was also disappointed. Force food is not like this. There is no force fluctuation, and it doesn't look like it can be eaten. The yellow-striped mountain lord asked tentatively, Bamboo, this is not just a metal sphere, right? My metal ability is isolated. Bamboo muttered, it should be. The red bean mountain lord asked, is it valuable? It's too hard, and I can't see what value it has at the moment. Bamboo said, I'll take a closer look. Okay. The Red Bean Mountain Lord turned his eyes, and a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind. He said in surprise, Bamboo. The metal box is exquisite and ingenious. And it is valuable. Yes. The box is good? Before leaving, the Red Blatten King asked us to bring 2 back for it. The Yellow Wave Mountain Master turned his head and asked, Red Bean Mountain Master, how many raw stones can the box be sold for? The price is uncertain. Red Bean Mountain Master said, Princess Junbai sets a reserve price for the soldiers below. For example, this box has a reserve price of 1,000 raw stones. Other soldiers usually bid up to 1,500 raw stones. After deducting the reserve price of 1,000 raw stones from the final sale of raw stones, the rest is the reward of the soldier responsible for the sale. After the Red Bean Mountain Master finished speaking, he added, the box containing the force food contains special raw stones that can be used to preserve fresh fruits for a long time. They are sold at a high price, and the reserve price is 10,000 raw stones. This box is a bit small, and there is no special raw stone inside, so the price must be low. It is enough to set the reserve price to 1,000. The Yellow Stripe Mountain Master understood, turned his head, looked at Bamboo, and asked, Bamboo, how many boxes are there? Bamboo said truthfully, 80. Each one has a separate cabinet door, and must be opened one by one, which is very troublesome. Bamboo said again, I am responsible for opening the boxes, and I have the most effort. Baiju will also assist, so I will divide 50 boxes, plus all the metal balls. Yellow Stripe Mountain Master, you can divide 10 boxes. Red Bean Mountain Master, you can divide 20 boxes. Is this distribution okay? No problem for me. The Yellow Stripe Mountain Master just stood outside and did almost nothing to help. He was very satisfied to get 10 boxes and 10,000 raw stones. The Lord of Red Bean Mountain hesitated for a moment, calculated in his mind that 20,000 raw stones would be a good income, and agreed, no problem. The Lord of Red Bean Mountain said again, Lord Bamboo Mountain, there are several smart warriors in my Red Bean Mountain range who accepted the call of Princess Juniper and sold goods in the market. You can't use up so many boxes yourself. Right? You can give them to me, and I will ask them to help sell them. One box can sell 100 more raw stones, which is also a considerable income in total. For high-level warriors, it is much better than farming. The Lord of Red Bean Mountain is actually not bad. He made a fortune himself, and he also wanted to lead other warriors in the mountain to make a small fortune. Bamboo tapped his tentacles and said, Okay, I'll trouble you first. Red Bean Mountain Lord looked around, suppressed his mind, and said, Bamboo Mountain Lord, come, I'll help you build a rest nest. You guys take your time. I should go back to report to Princess Yuanbai. I'll come over in the evening under the pretext of delivering food. We'll talk then. After that, he began to use his ability to manipulate earth and rocks, and the soil under his feet loosened and bulged, forming an arched nest with a length of 5 meters, a width of 10 meters, and a maximum height of 3 meters. White Bamboo and Yellow Stripe Mountain Lords began to pack up. Bamboo said, Red Bean Mountain Lord, you can pay attention to inquire about those locations that are determined to have cabinets that cannot be opened or moved. I have both metal and fire abilities. The Golden Mantis tribe can't do it, but I can try. I understand. Red Bean Mountain Lord readily agreed, flapped his wings, and hurried away. Chapter 281 Cooperation. Watching the Red Bean Mountain Lord leave, Bamboo lazily called out, Baiju, feel where the force is more abundant nearby. Baiju raised his head, sniffed, put his front paw deep, pointed in a direction, and said, over there. I need to recover the force. Baiju, you should also rest for a while. Bamboo trotted forward, spread his wings and lay down. Nowadays, there are insect warriors everywhere in the Orchid Mountain range, and other insect warriors may not be friendly to beast warriors. Baiju did not dare to run around, so he followed Bamboo not far away, crawling around and digging grass roots to fill his stomach. The Yellow Stripe Mountain Lord lay in front of the stone cave, guarding for a while, not feeling at ease, and went to find Bamboo. Bamboo, is the Red Bean Mountain Master reliable? Bamboo asked, what's unreliable about it? The Yellow Stripe Mountain Master said, it's not a good bug. Let the Red Bean Mountain Master deal with the boxes. Will it cheat us on the price? Bamboo said disdainfully, a few worthless broken boxes. What's so good about cheating? The yellow-striped mountain master twitched his tentacles and asked, Bamboo. The metal ball in the box is not as simple as it looks? Bamboo said, there is something inside. But the metal outside is too hard. I can't open it with my awakened metal ability at present. But maybe I can in the future. Got it. The yellow-striped mountain master asked, what's inside? Not sure. Bamboo said, from the rule. The treasures in the box are all valuable. So they can't be bad. The yellow-striped mountain master asked, what should I tell Princess Day? Princess Qijian told me before I left to let it watch, and not let you enter the illusion barrier. Bamboo said, Princess Day should come to find us soon. Bamboo's consumed force has not yet been fully recovered. And Princess Day came to find him. Before she landed, she excitedly shouted, Bamboo, the compass you made can be used. Not necessarily. It has been confirmed that it can be used on the flat land outside the edge of the Misty Mountains. Bamboo said seriously, I feel that the Misty Mountains are not that simple. Don't be careless, and don't rashly leave the spider silk. After all, the ability cannot be used, and further testing is needed. Yes, for the sake of safety, try more. Princess Day turned her head to look at Baiju, who was digging grass roots, and then looked at Bamboo, whose shell was flashing a red halo, and asked, have you been in there? Princess Day, I found something good. Princess Huangwen said, a large cabinet. Bamboo went in, used the two abilities of metal and fire, and opened it. No need for Bamboo to say more. The owner of Huangwen Mountain gave a detailed explanation and took Princess Day to visit the harvest. Princess Day thought that the location was on the flat land outside the Misty Mountains, and with the help of the compass and white bamboo, there should be no problem. She gave a symbolic warning and turned around to leave. Bamboo recovered and continued to work. Arrived at noon, and opened 23 cabinet doors in one afternoon. It was dusk. The light was dim, and the vision was completely lost in the colorful mist. The night vision of the compound eyes was hindered. After entering, it was dark and nothing could be seen. Work must be stopped. The Lord of Hongdo Mountain brought several warriors of the Dao Mantis tribe to deliver food. Lord Bamboo, can this place be finished tomorrow? The Lord of Red Bean Mountain asked, then suppressed his mental power and said, I found another location. So efficient? Bamboo said, opening the box requires the use of both metal and fire abilities at the same time. It is a very laborious technical job. It will definitely not be possible tomorrow. It will probably be finished the morning of the day after tomorrow. The Lord of Red Bean Mountain said, it's okay. I'll wait for you. Bamboo said, don't wait. Find out a few more locations. Some cabinets may contain worthless garbage. Some cabinets may not be opened. And some cabinets have double doors, which can be directly emptied after opening. Understood? The Lord of Red Bean Mountain laughed and said, I understand. Efficiency. Yes. Right. Only by opening more boxes can we make a fortune. Smart. That's what I mean. Bamboo said, we got 23 small boxes today. You can take them back and sell them first. The base price is as you said. 1,000 raw stones. No matter how many raw stones are sold. The extra ones will be the reward for the little warriors in your mountain range. No problem. The Lord of Hongdo Mountain said, the market is the most lively and busy at night. Tomorrow morning, I will send a little warrior to move the things away. Bamboo ate and drank enough. Rested for a while. And at night, he ordered Baizu to stand guard and take out a brain-strengthening force food to eat. Drowsy. Fell asleep without realizing it. When I woke up, it was dawn the next day, and I felt refreshed and energetic. Calm your mind. Communicate with your heart. Read the stored information, and try to deduce the exercises. Just one pill can double the brain's computing power. This is the convenience of force food processed by human technology. It contains other auxiliary materials to fully absorb the force and maximize its use, thereby increasing efficiency and reducing resource waste. Take 2 more, and I can complete the deduction of the rest of the training method within a month. The brain is fragile, so take it easy and don't overdo it. Bamboo carefully recalled human memories and vaguely remembered that strengthening the brain should not be frequent. S-level force food, once every 3 months, is the best effect. The cockroach tribe is different from the human race. Humans have many brain cells, most of which are in idle standby state. One less dead one. The cockroach tribe has fewer brain cells, but has a very strong regeneration ability. Then should I extend the interval? Or shorten the interval? Forget it. After half a month, I'll try to eat another one. At most, I'll waste one. I still have 16. Which can withstand waste. Bamboo thought happily. The dawn broke. The sun shone through the colorful maze, and the hazy halo illuminated the earth. The owner of Hongdo Mountain came with 3 high-level mantis warriors, and moved away the 23 metal boxes opened yesterday. Bamboo called Baizu and Huangwen Mountain Master and started working. Soon he discovered another benefit of strengthening the brain: strong brain computing ability, faster cracking and locking speed, and faster opening speed. On the same day, all the remaining 57 cabinet doors were opened and completed ahead of schedule. In the evening, Hongdo Mountain Master brought food. Bamboo Mountain Master: how many boxes have you opened today? All opened. Bamboo explained, opening boxes is a technical job. Practice makes perfect. And my opening skills have improved. This works too? Great. Hongdo Mountain Master was surprised and said simply, then I will let those little guys come early tomorrow. Run 2 trips. And transport all the boxes away. Boxes and cabinets are exquisitely made and are the most popular rare goods, which sell better than force food. Yes. Bamboo simply answered and asked, how many locations have you found out? I found out one more today. But, Red Bean Mountain Master said in embarrassment, the White Sephora Mountain Master, who is responsible for the other side, must share at least 1/10 of the harvest. Bamboo thought for a while and said, okay. We will divide it according to this ratio in the future. You get 1/10 of the income from finding out information. And the Mountain Master responsible for the local location gets 1/10 of the income. Red Bean Mountain Master said, Bamboo Mountain Master, the distance is not far. Let's go there now. I will tell you the locations of both places. And then use the earth and stone ability to build a hidden nest. And you can go there tomorrow to have a look. Bamboo said, okay. There is no time to lose. Let's go there now.